To become an immortal sooner, I started cultivating in my mother's womb. Moreover, my mom is a female emperor. She is the only woman in the past centuries to prove the Tao and achieve the heavenly emperor fruit. Inside a heavenly emperor's belly, there isn't the expected amniotic fluid. Instead, it is a realm of primal chaos. Every day my mom uses great magical power to cleanse my marrow and forge my bones. The origin power from a heavenly emperor constantly nourishes my physical body and soul at all times. This makes me look forward to the moment of my birth immensely. Calculating the time, there are probably about 5 months left. Just as I was planning to lie flat, the self-discipline system found me. As the host is an emperor's son, you must have peerless cultivation and be different from ordinary people. Please start cultivating immediately. After the task is completed, you will be rewarded with the supreme bone and the heaven-devouring demonic art. Hearing this, I suddenly realized a very serious problem. Since my consciousness awakened until now, I have never been in contact with cultivation. Even though my mom is a heavenly emperor-level powerhouse, and my dad and other relatives around her are equally not weak, none of these people have ever discussed cultivation in front of me. Even if they did discuss it, with my current level, I wouldn't understand it at all anyway. Moreover, I am still in the womb, so there is no way for me to ask my mom and dad to teach me. The only thing that can allow me to cultivate is by utilizing mom's origin baptism. After the heavenly emperor's origin power enters my body, it always follows a special trajectory to comb through me. In the past, I just lay flat and let mom control all of this. Thinking carefully, those trajectories are extremely profound. They might just be the circulation route of some cultivation technique. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but get excited. During the next baptism, wouldn't it work if I try to mobilize my power to follow along? Anyway, the system didn't say what level I need to cultivate to. I have to sleep 20 hours a day. Not to mention, I am still an unborn half-finished product. Not long after, I fell into a deep sleep. This is a place called the Profound Frost Grotto Heaven. It forms a world of its own here, independent from the Great Thousand World. Although the buildings inside look ordinary, in reality every brick and tile is forged from top-tier natural treasures. The ubiquitous flowers and grass are also rare top-grade spiritual herbs. If these things were placed in the outside world, they would be enough to trigger a storm of blood and gore. This is exactly the residence of the current world's #1 powerhouse, the Frost Heavenly Emperor. The heavily pregnant woman walked into the courtyard with her belly protruding, and the man next to her was her Tao companion Jiang Wushu. This person has the strength of a holy ancestor, and is also a top-tier powerhouse in this world. However, right now he is transformed into a simp, massaging the Empress's legs and shoulders. Looking at his technique, it could be described as extremely skillful. The sound of their conversation woke me up. Feeling refreshed, I stretched lazily with satisfaction. Just as I made a move, I heard Mom's exclamation, "Ah, this little guy is acting up again." The next moment came Dad's fierce voice. "You brat, daring to act up in my wife's belly. Once you come out, believe it or not, I'll spank your butt into 108 pieces." However, as soon as his voice fell, he was kicked flying by Mom. "You surnamed Jiang. If you dare to lay a single finger on my son, I'll send you to the demonic abyss and suppress you for 10,000 years. Hearing the commotion, I almost laughed out loud in the womb. It seems my status is already above Dad's before I'm even born. Mom's deep love, I can feel it even through the womb. Shortly after, Dad flew back again. "Shuanger, you can't forget your husband just because you have a son. This brat isn't even born yet, and you are already so protective. I am his biological father after all. Besides, aren't I just feeling sorry for you?" Hearing this resentful tone, Su Qingshuang burst out laughing. Hearing this, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Dad, you are just a coward. To be honest, I really want to interview my dad Jiang Wushu. How does he, at the holy ancestor realm, manage to have a heavenly emperor-level wife who can press him down and beat him at any time? And how does he face an unborn son, whose status has already surpassed his?" Just as I was thinking, Mom spoke. "Wushu helped me prepare some precious medicine. I'm going to start baptizing the little guy's body later." Hearing this, Dad felt a bit distressed. "It's really hard on you. If it weren't for this brat's ordinary physique, you wouldn't have to use your origin power every day to baptize him. No matter how ordinary he is our son. Even if he can only be immortal forever, I will protect him for a lifetime." Mom's tone was full of determination. Looking at his wife's firm eyes, Jiang Wushu's gaze also became sharp. "Rest assured, no one in this world dares to bully our son. After Jiang Wushu finished speaking, he turned and left. And I, who had heard everything, felt somewhat emotional. Although my physique has been continuously transforming recently, in the eyes of mom and dad it still seems ordinary. But it doesn't matter now that I have a system. In the future Great Wilderness World's 3,000 Dao domains, there will definitely be a place for me. Not long after Jiang Wushu prepared everything properly, and Su Qingshuang returned to the room, and began to meditate and regulate her breath. Inside her body, the majestic heaven and earth origin power surged endlessly. After her careful mobilization and transformation, these powers became gentle, slowly flowing into my body, following a profound and mysterious route, continuously washing my physical body and soul. And I, who had been waiting for this moment, also began to try to mobilize this power. However, I clearly overestimated myself. As a dignified heavenly emperor, how could her power be shaken by the current me? But all this was expected. I didn't get discouraged, and tried again to mobilize my own power. Although I have never mastered cultivation methods, nor do I understand the application of power. Fortunately, mom's long-term baptisms have made my divine sense very powerful. Therefore, after spending a long time, I finally gathered a trace of power. Just like countless newcomers who have just stepped onto the path of cultivation, I carefully controlled this trace of power, trying hard to follow behind mom's origin, following the exact same trajectory, moving rapidly within my body. This process was not easy for me either. Mom's power was too vigorous and terrifying. That trace of spiritual energy I gathered, whenever it got a little too close, it would be annihilated into nothingness. Helplessly, I had to gather my power over and over again. Fortunately, after a lot of tossing about, I finally memorized the circulation route of mom's power. It continued like this for fully 2 hours. As the baptism ended, and the powerful origin power retreated, it was time to complete the task. I gathered a trace of power in my body again, and according to the memorized route, started controlling this trace of power to roam within my body. As long as I complete one perfect cycle, the task should be completed. Towards this I couldn't help but hold immense expectations. And at this time in the outside world, mom opened her eyes, with a trace of exhaustion deep in her eyes. Everyone's cultivation talent is innate. Innate nurturing is bound to be superior to postnatal transformation. Therefore, every time she baptized her son, she went all out, even not hesitating to use her heavenly emperor's origin power. The purpose was so that before I am born, my physique could become as strong as possible. Even for a heavenly emperor, using origin power for a long time will make her feel slightly tired. She needed to meditate slightly to recover. However, the effect of doing this was indeed very obvious. Over the past few months, the talent of the fetus in her belly had completed round after round of transformation. But Su Qingshuang was still not satisfied enough. At the very least, he needed the aptitude to become a saint, so he could live freely in this world where the strong are revered. After pondering for a moment, mom stopped thinking too much, and just as she was preparing to begin meditating to recover, her expression suddenly changed. The next moment, that peerless face that wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed before her, revealed an extremely exaggerated expression of shock. The fetus in her belly made some movements that stunned her. My heavens! How is this possible? Wushu, come here quickly. Following her call, the space inside the room fluctuated. Immediately after, Jiang Wushu's figure materialized. What's wrong, Shuanger? Jiang Wushu was greatly shocked in his heart. How many years had it been since he last saw this kind of expression on his wife's face? Could it be that something major had happened? He subconsciously looked at Su Qingshuang's lower abdomen. Could it be that something is wrong with the child? Thinking of this, Jiang Wushu's heart filled with panic. Su Qingshuang's face was still full of horror at this moment. Wushu, let me ask you. If I said, our son, he is cultivating in my belly, would you dare to believe it? If he didn't know his wife was a heavenly emperor, Jiang Wushu would have suspected she had prenatal depression. After his shock, Dad smiled and said, Shuanger, you're teasing me again. But when he placed his hand on Su Qingshuang's belly, and carefully sensed it, his body shivered. His eyes widened with an expression like he had seen a ghost. It took a long time before he was heard giving a bitter laugh. It seems our son is an evildoer. A holy ancestor and a heavenly emperor couldn't explain this phenomenon. Except for the word evildoer, there was truly no way to express the shock in their hearts. The route this kid is cultivating with is following the method I used to cleanse his bones and cut his marrow. It wasn't a waste for me to baptize him every day. Su Qingshuang's slender fingers stroked her lower abdomen, her eyes full of tenderness. If he can cultivate in the womb for half a year, the innate power generated upon birth would directly exceed that of ordinary people by thousands or tens of thousands of times. Haha, as expected of my Jiang Wushu's son. Truly extraordinary. After Dad accepted this fact, he couldn't help but get smug. Su Qingshuang sat on the couch and couldn't help rolling her eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Wushu coughed dryly twice and said seriously, "Shuanger, I think our son might just have hit upon this by accident this time. Perhaps he'll only cultivate this once, and tomorrow he'll cease all activity." Hearing this, Su Qingshuang nodded. "This little guy is stumbling along while cultivating. I'd better guide him a bit. Shuanger, then you'll have to work hard again." After Jiang Wushu finished speaking, his figure gradually faded out of the room and disappeared. This time she separated a very small portion of spiritual energy to guide that wisp of aura inside the fetus's body, advancing rapidly through the limbs and bones. I distinctly felt that my own power was running more and more smoothly. Not only that, more spiritual energy gathered in my body, growing stronger and stronger. At this time I still didn't know it was Mom helping me. With continuous cultivation, an inexplicable aura was born in my body, making me feel refreshed and my whole being extremely spirited. Even when one cycle of cultivation ended, there was still no intention of stopping. I slowly entered a state of selflessness. Unknowingly a day had passed. When I detached from that miraculous state, earth-shattering changes had already occurred in my body. A thin streak of purple aura quickly traversed through my meridians. This was innate purple chi containing infinite profound mysteries, which could only be born inside the womb. Now my task should be considered complete, right? I was just preparing to ask the system. But suddenly a wave of exhaustion hit me. After all, I am still just a fetus. In an instant I fell asleep. Not long after I fell asleep, the system prompt sounded again. "Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards have been issued. Please check them yourself." But deep in sleep I couldn't hear it at all. At this moment Su Qingshuang had also finished meditating. To a heavenly emperor, this one day of guidance was nothing at all. This little thing actually produced so much innate purple chi in just one cultivation session. The corners of Su Qingshuang's mouth curled up. Her son was indeed extraordinary. Even in those ancient inheritances, one couldn't find many people possessing this much innate purple chi. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. I felt like I slept for a long time. I gave a long big stretch. I had never experienced such comfort. Today Mom had already baptized me. But I didn't notice it at all. The task should be completed too, right? Thinking this, I summoned the system. "Host, rewards have been issued. Do you want to fuse the supreme bone? Do you want to fuse the heaven-devouring demonic art?" In this world, cultivators have a total of 13 major realms: quenching bone, clearing meridians, heavenly dipper, divine wheel, nurturing spirit, fusing soul, dharma idol, divine treasury, heavenly evolution, controlling the void, profound insight, holy ancestor, heavenly emperor. A heavenly emperor is hard to produce even in millions of years. Holy ancestor powerhouses are the most peak existences. I am very clear on what exactly the supreme bone and heaven-devouring demonic art mean. Let's fuse the heaven-devouring demonic art first. As my voice fell, an incomparably complex flood of information rushed into my brain. Soon all the information was completely instilled. I couldn't wait anymore. Following the method recorded in the soul imprint, I started trying to cultivate. And right at this time, in the courtyard, Jiang Wushu and Su Qingshuang were sitting in front of a stone table. Besides them, there were also a young man and woman. They looked to be only in their 20s. They were Su Qingshuang's younger brother Su Qingtian and younger sister Su Qingyu. The cultivation levels of this sibling pair weren't much weaker than Jiang Wushu's. The few of them were discussing the unborn me. Su Qingshuang told them about the little guy cultivating in the womb. The expressions on Su Qingtian and Su Qingyu's faces were extremely exaggerated. Their emotional shock couldn't calm down for a long time. This nephew of mine, could he be the reincarnation of some great almighty figure? Su Qingtian muttered blankly. Su Qingyu was also somewhat hesitant and unsure. Jiang Wushu was chuckling on the side, looking as proud as could be. "I think this matter was caused by a lucky coincidence. I reckon it will only happen this once." After doing that, he turned his head to look at Su Qingshuang beside him. "Shuanger, when you baptized the brat today, he didn't make any movements, did he?" Su Qingshuang shook her head. "Indeed. She had just finished the baptism. And the little guy was sleeping very soundly in the womb. She originally thought that before the little thing was born, he could temper out more innate purple chi. It was just that when Jiang Wushu saw her nod, he got a bit fired up. If he could cultivate every day, after he is born, wouldn't I have to worship him like an ancestor? They only heard him say this pledging in all seriousness. But in the very next moment, Su Qingshuang suddenly let out a surprised gasp. What? Does what you just said really count? Su Qingshuang stared straight at him, revealing a mysterious smile. What did I say? Jiang Wushu was a bit stunned, not understanding why. If I said that the little guy is cultivating again, what would you think? And these words caused Jiang Wushu's body to suddenly freeze in place. Jiang Wushu still didn't believe it, and reached out to touch Su Qingshuang's lower abdomen. Sure enough, there was spiritual energy circulating within the fetus's body again. In an instant, Jiang Wushu felt that his whole being was not well. He couldn't speak for a long time. This brat couldn't possibly be eavesdropping on our conversation, right? Jiang Wushu suddenly widened his eyes and squeezed out this sentence. But Su Qingtian and Su Qingyu on the side were endlessly shocked. They also leaned in to sense it a bit. Good heavens! He really is cultivating. The two stared at each other wide-eyed. Their eyes filled with horror deep down. Wait, that's not right. Suddenly Su Qingyu spoke in a startled manner. The technique the little guy is cultivating seems to be an unfamiliar one. As soon as Su Qingyu's voice fell, the pupils of the few people all suddenly shrank. Su Qingshuang had only sensed it roughly just now, and hadn't looked carefully. But now, hearing her sister's words, she sank a wisp of her mind into the fetus's body. The spiritual energy inside the fetus was following an inexplicably bizarre trajectory. It wasn't any kind of technique she had ever encountered. Did the little guy invent his own technique? The four of them looked at each other in blank dismay. This simply overturned their cognition. He wouldn't really be the reincarnation of a great almighty figure, right? Su Qingtian said again. For a time all four fell into deep thought. After a long while Su Qingshuang shook her head. Any reincarnation of a great almighty figure would plant contingency plans in advance. It's impossible to restart a lifetime with an ordinary physique. But the little guy's physique was very ordinary in the beginning. Hearing her words, the three also felt it made sense. I'm guessing there must be a companion divine object inside this little guy's body. Su Qingshuang voiced her thoughts. Companion divine objects are extremely rare. For example, someone once born, holding a primordial sword diagram in their hand, and using it to cultivate, eventually became a supreme sword Dao entity. There are also those born with terrifying innate killing arrays carved into their bodies, whose might was peerless, flattening everything. Wait until the little guy stops cultivating, and I will carefully probe to see, Su Qingshuang said. Thinking of this, the four of them couldn't help but feel somewhat expectant. Just when the four were discussing eagerly, I inside the womb suddenly erupted with a powerful burst of aura all over my body. Success! The heaven-devouring demonic art was actually successfully cultivated by me this easily. And with the rapid circulation of the technique, an invisible black hole appeared at my dantian, frantically devouring spiritual energy. At the same time, huge roaring sounds erupted within my body. In the very first moment Mom knew about this situation, the little thing actually succeeded in cultivating it so fast. Su Qingshuang said in a daze. The three people nearby also quickly sensed the commotion. This is no longer a monster. Could he be a freak? Su Qingyu widened her bright eyes and said blankly. The shock she received today was truly too huge. But at this moment Su Qingshuang had no time to be further shocked. She separated a bit of her mind and began operating her own technique. The little guy is not yet born. He cannot directly absorb spiritual chi from heaven and earth. All the spiritual energy he needs for cultivation must be extracted from the mother's womb. Since he wants to cultivate properly before birth, Su Qingshuang naturally couldn't sit by and do nothing. At this time I was still immersed in the cultivation state. Once the heaven-devouring demonic art circulated, it began a frantic plunder. Endless energy was refined. And it wasn't long before the surrounding energy became thin. But soon even more energy surged forth. It must be Mom knowing I'm cultivating, and specially coming to help me. Having a heavenly emperor mom is just great. With my current level, the power I absorb is insignificant to Mom. As time passed, the vigorous spiritual energy within my meridians surged turbulently, rapidly gathering in my dantian. In the outside world, Su Qingshuang split her attention to help the little guy refine spiritual energy. while the other three also continued to pay attention to my condition. Not long after, Su Qingtian couldn't help but exclaim. He broke through. This kid broke through. He sensed that. I inside the womb crossed into the bone-quenching realm in one fell swoop. Jiang Wushu no longer knew what to say. The three of them felt extremely shocked in their hearts. However, the changes in my body had only just begun. The spiritual energy was still skyrocketing crazily. Bone-quenching level 2. Climbing all the way to bone-quenching level 9. Under the perception of Jiang Wushu and the other two, the changes in my body still hadn't stopped. Schwanger quickly stopped the brat. You can't let him step into the meridian-clearing realm just like this. Jiang Wushu suddenly remembered something, and hastily said to Su Qingshuang. Su Qingtian and Su Qingyu also nodded incessantly upon hearing this. Beside the stone table, Su Qingshuang didn't hesitate to activate her spiritual energy, cutting off all my sources of power. Finally the little guy quieted down. Today they truly had their eyes opened. The few of them continued discussing, and every word revolved around the unborn me. Actually, I was listening to all the words they were saying. The bone-quenching extreme realm? Only then did I know that the bone-quenching realm actually had an extreme realm. It seems I can't just focus on breaking through. I must also carefully polish my cultivation. Mom is a heavenly emperor. How can I drop the ball? Just as I was thinking, the system sound came. New task issued. Break the bone-quenching extreme realm within half a month. Task reward. Immaculate Sword Heart. I was suddenly stunned for a moment. There's a new task so quickly? I briefly looked at the reward. Possessing the Immaculate Sword Heart, one can have the purest perception and comprehension of the Sword Tao, and thereby manifest intent into a sword able to slash all things formlessly. Especially when facing a sword cultivator. One can even directly control the opponent's sword intent to turn against them and strike back. The things given by the system are indeed never simple. I'm not in a hurry for now. Let's finish claiming the previous reward first. There's still a supreme bone left unclaimed. System, fuse the supreme bone. As my command was issued, suddenly a burning aura at my chest surged madly. This power surged towards every part of my entire body. A bone at my chest area emitted light, and the bright red blood within my body carried traces of purple-gold brilliance. However, such a commotion once again startled the few people outside into shivering. The four of them all clearly sensed that a miraculous power suddenly awakened inside the fetus's body. And under this power, that tiny body was undergoing terrifyingly peerless changes. Let me see, Jiang Wushu said after being stunned for a long time, only then remembering to investigate. But as his palm pressed onto Su Qingshuang's lower abdomen, his whole person was like being struck by lightning. Divine bone. It's a companion divine bone. Jiang Wushu shouted in shock, his eyes bulging like brass bells. For a time the four present were all endlessly shocked. This little guy sure gave his aunt a good scare today. Now I understand why this brat can cultivate in the womb. Su Qingyu chuckled lightly. This little thing seems to be stirring up trouble again. Suddenly Su Qingshuang let out a light gasp. In the next instant, they saw thunder rumbling above the heavens. Infinite power was generated out of thin air, and a terrifying coercion swept in all directions. It's the anomaly brought by the companion divine bone. Jiang Wushu understood at once. For a time all four in the courtyard felt their hearts shaken. This was a massive anomaly. Not only this space of the profound frost grotto heaven. Even the outside world began to tremble. That coercion encompassed an area millions of miles wide. In an instant the powerhouses of large and small sects nearby were all alarmed. At the same time, who knows how many incomparably powerful divine senses all spread out through the void. They intended to spy on the specific source. However, the moment these divine senses fell into the profound frost grotto heaven, they were directly crushed by a ferocious force. It was exactly Mom's heavenly emperor might. I'll spare you all this time. If you dare to offend again, this emperor will absolutely not show mercy. Su Qingshuang's voice echoed in the void, heard by countless people. This was a warning from the frost heavenly emperor. At the same time, the anomaly in the firmament was also concealed by Mom, using a divine ability. Seeing this situation, those old monsters also retreated one by one. Only everything that happened today was rapidly spreading out. After a long time, I also completed the fusion of the supreme bone. For the next few days I also cultivated steadily, striving to break through to the bone-quenching extreme realm sooner. Unknowingly 5 days passed. The innate purple chi inside my body had also reached an extremely abundant level. But I still hadn't touched the surface of the extreme realm. It seems I must rely on Mom's heavenly emperor origin power to cultivate. But because it caused too much commotion a few days ago, Mom has been managing me very strictly lately, and absolutely wouldn't mobilize the heavenly emperor origin for me to cultivate. No way. Wait until Mom baptizes me today. Even if I have to snatch it. I have to snatch a bit of heavenly emperor origin over to try cultivating. Several hours later. Finally a surge of powerful force arrived turbulently. This was exactly Mom's heavenly emperor origin power. At this moment I waited in full readiness, waiting for that majestic power to enter my body. I then quickly mobilized my own power wanting to snatch some. However, my power hadn't even touched it before it was shredded into nothingness by the heavenly emperor origin. Mom's strength was too powerful. I widened my eyes feeling helpless. Mom, lend me your power to use. I shouted in my heart. At the same time I stretched out my two short little arms, continuously waving them in the void wanting to get Mom's attention. What's wrong with this little thing today? Sure enough, Su Qingshuang quickly noticed that the little guy was vigorously punching her belly. She calmed her mind and carefully watched the little guy's every move. A moment later Su Qingshuang was surprised to find a wave of devouring power surged up in my body, wanting to sweep away her heavenly emperor origin power. She simply stopped the baptism to observe what exactly the little guy wanted to do. You brat, you actually want to use my origin power to cultivate? Su Qingshuang widened her eyes, and couldn't help but say angrily. He just wanted to refine her heavenly emperor origin. Moreover, this power, let alone refining it, even if it entered my body without guidance, it could shred me to death. Mom would definitely not allow it. For a time, she didn't even have the mind to baptize me anymore. I didn't stop the movements of my hands though, and continued to punch Mom's belly. Su Qingshuang was truly helpless, going along with the little guy. She was afraid he'd cause some problem. Not going along with him. This little thing kept fussing non-stop. Whatever. Who told you to be my son? After a long while, she was seen rubbing her forehead and saying. She made up her mind to only use a tiny thread of origin power. If there was any abnormality, she would stop it immediately. Very soon, that incomparably fierce devouring power in my body surged forth again, directly swallowing that thread of heavenly emperor origin in the blink of an eye. Su Qingshuang controlled her mind to follow closely behind, but clearly her worry was a bit superfluous. When that power entered my dantian, it was transformed into the purest energy by the devouring power in an instant. Then I absorbed this energy. This spiritual energy was even more effective than directly using the origin for baptism. In the room, Mom was shocked, speechless. She didn't expect that her origin power was truly refined by the little guy, and there wasn't a single trace left behind. The only explanation was that the little guy's technique was too overpowered. It seems I still underestimated your technique. Su Qingshuang suddenly beamed into a smile. Since there was no danger, Mom no longer restricted it, and continuously infused her origin power. Over the next few days my cultivation could be said to have grown crazily and wildly. But Mom couldn't handle having too much origin refined away either. The heaven-devouring demonic art was too tyrannical. I hesitated whether to give up this task, because the damage to Mom, unlike a baptism, couldn't be recovered very quickly. Mom seemed to know what I was thinking. Little thing. Just cultivate at ease and don't worry about me. This little bit of origin power consumption to your mother can be recovered by spending a few days cultivating. Just let go and cultivate properly. Mom's gentle voice sounded by my ear. I clenched my small fists, and no longer having too many worries, I threw myself wholeheartedly into cultivation. Days passed one by one. There were 3 days left before the half-month task deadline. I was assaulting the final barrier of the extreme realm. However, late at night on this very day, a sudden accident almost interrupted my cultivation. This night, in the Heaven Brilliance domain, which was separated from the Immortal domain by 3 major domains, a sword beam stretching from heaven to earth suddenly shot up into the sky. Immediately after, the void trembled, and a monstrous sword intent burst forth like a mountain flood, suddenly sweeping in all directions. Over a dozen major domains were encompassed by this sword intent. On this night, all cultivators in over a dozen major domains were alarmed. Compared to the anomaly brought by my physique change, this sword intent riot was even more shocking. The range it covered was several times larger. The terrifying sword chi shredded everything. Wherever it passed, all things and matters were slashed into nothingness. A moment later, A chilling female voice was heard spreading out from the immortal domain. Is the longevity Mu family completely devoid of people? Do you need this emperor to take action and help you cover up the anomaly? This sentence was heard by everyone, shocking them. The only person in the current world who dared to call herself this emperor was the Frost Heavenly Emperor. And her words instantly revealed the origin of that supreme sword body. The longevity Mu family. One of the most absolute pinnacle factions in the Heaven Brilliance domain. Inherited for tens of millions of years. With profound heritage. And producing powerhouses in generations. Furthermore, today a supreme sword body was born. Even if they are strong, they aren't as strong as Mom. An anomaly could not terminate her process of baptizing the Emperor's son. The Mu family had no intention to disturb. Please forgive us, Frost Heavenly Emperor. In a few days, this old man will personally visit to apologize. Not long after, a grand voice rang out from the Heaven Brilliance domain. Then finally a torrential wave of spiritual energy was seen surging up to the 9 heavens, suppressing the huge sword body anomaly. At this time in the room in the profound Frost Grotto Heaven, Jiang Wuxiu was saying something to Su Qingshuang. And then he left again. And I also heard their conversation. A sword Dao genius was born. And even caused a bigger commotion than I did. What's going on here? This is trying to go against me, huh? Wait until this emperor's son is born, I must see what kind of trash you are. A moment later, I threw myself back into cultivation. After cultivating for another 2 days. There was less than a day left. Breaking the bone-quenching extreme realm by this time tomorrow will absolutely be no problem. This divine speed left Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wuxiu incomparably shocked too. Especially Jiang Wuxiu, his heart was full of mixed feelings. This brat is going to break the bone-quenching extreme realm in half a month. Back in the day he spent nearly half a year to break the bone-quenching extreme realm. In the blink of an eye it was the second day. Outside the profound Frost Grotto Heaven, a majestic boundless spiritual chi vortex covered the entire firmament and rotated increasingly faster. In the courtyard, Jiang Wuxiu, Su Qingtian and Su Qingyu were quietly waiting for me to successfully accomplish it. But right at this moment, the void suddenly fluctuated. A group of several figures stepped out from the void. The Heaven Brilliance Domain's Mu family, Mu Nantian, has come to apologize to the Frost Heavenly Emperor. These few people appeared outside the Grotto Heaven, standing high up in the sky and bowing in salute. Those who come are guests. Please come in. Jiang Wuxiu spoke out. He lightly waved his hand, and the formation outside the Grotto Heaven opened. Immediately after, the several people from the Mu family flew right in, and landed outside the courtyard. Then walked in on foot. Leading them was an old man who looked to be nearly 60 years old. With broad eyebrows and a large forehead. Dressed in luxurious brocade clothing. His whole person exuded an incomparably majestic, imposing aura. This person was exactly the current family head of the Mu family, Mu Nantian. He was also a holy ancestor-level powerhouse. And it was such a powerhouse, who upon walking into the courtyard, suddenly retracted his whole imposing aura. Facing a young holy ancestor like Jiang Wuxiu, he directly performed a grand salute. Mu Nantian is here today to apologize to the Frost Heavenly Emperor and Wuxiu Holy Ancestor. To this Jiang Wuxiu smiled and lightly raised his hand. Family head Mu doesn't need to be so polite. A trivial matter is nothing to worry about. Jiang Wuxiu said with a smile. Jiang Wuxiu waved his hand, then signaled Mu Nantian to take a seat, and poured him a cup of tea. The Frost Heavenly Emperor is magnanimous, so this Mu can put his heart at ease. Wuxiu Holy Ancestor even disregards past grievances and bestows tea. It truly makes this old man ashamed. Mu Nantian said, laughing heartily. Jiang Wuxiu chatted with him casually for a while, and soon the topic unconsciously shifted to the yet unborn emperor's son, and the absolute spirit sword body, just born in his Mu family, verbally saying he was inferior to the emperor's son. But the meaning between the lines was that his grandson's sword body anomaly was too majestic, and was who knows how many times more awesome than your son's anomaly. This old geezer, he's not here to apologize, but made a special trip to my home to show off, right? In an instant, a lump of nameless anger surged in Jiang Wuxiu's heart. Who was he, Jiang Wuxiu? His wife is ranked as a current heavenly emperor. His son brought a companion divine bone and heaven and earth anomalies before even being born. Seeing his face pull long about to flare up. Right at this moment, a huge roaring sound suddenly emitted from the room behind him. Immediately after, a heart-palpitating force fiercely burst open. A cluster of dazzling light and shadows appeared in the room, and streams of invisible heaven and earth rules abruptly snapped. Bone-quenching extreme realm. Mu Nantian said astounded. But how could there be in the Frost Heavenly Emperor's room someone who just broke through the bone-quenching extreme realm? Mu Nantian was puzzled after 100 thoughts. But in a certain instant he suddenly thought of something, and his whole person stood frozen on the spot. Jiang Wushu immediately restrained his mind and put on an indifferent smile. Family head Mu doesn't need to be surprised. It's just a little commotion caused by my young son. Drink tea. Mu Nantian was completely dumbfounded. Okay? Isn't the emperor's son not even born yet? For a time Mu Nanshan's thoughts spun 100 times. Compared to the emperor's son, his own grandson's absolute spirit sword body was just SOSO. But a Mu family member on the side sent a voice transmission to the family head telling him, the emperor's son has a powerful bloodline. To be able to cultivate in the womb, the heavenly emperor definitely used some methods. Moreover, his heaven and earth anomaly wasn't even a tenth of the divine son's. So he might not necessarily be stronger than the divine son. Hearing this, Mu Nantian looked at Jiang Wushu and fiercely praised him again. Jiang Wushu smiled and didn't reply. And at this time the room door was pushed open, and a beautiful otherworldly figure stepped out. It was exactly Su Qingshuang. Jiang Wushu hurriedly got up and went to support her. Mu Nantian also stood up and bowed simultaneously with the two behind him, calling out respectfully, Frost Heavenly Emperor. Su Qingshuang med in response, signaling him to sit down. Mu Nantian spoke as he flipped his hand to take out a gold-stamped invitation card. Placing it on the table in front of Su Qingshuang with both hands, he immediately stated his purpose. Not only was he here to apologize, but also because his grandson Mu Qingchen had manifested the absolute spirit sword body, and he wanted to invite the heavenly emperor to attend a banquet. But Su Qingshuang completely didn't care. At this moment, I inside the womb was pondering. The sword Dao genius born previously. His physique is the absolute spirit sword body. I don't know how it compares to my current reward, the immaculate sword heart. In terms of who is more awesome. I looked at the system. The reward had already been issued. System fuse the immaculate sword heart. As soon as my voice fell, my heart suddenly gave a strong, powerful beat. This is. The hearts of the few people in the courtyard skipped a beat simultaneously. All eyes involuntarily looked towards Su Qingshuang's belly. What's going on this time? But before they could think too much, the next moment an inexplicable force grew madly. A crack was heard from the teacup in Mu Nanshan's hand, and densely packed cracks appeared on it. Subsequently another heartbeat fell, and streams of sharp whistling sword cries were generated out of thin air in the void. The stone table in front of them and the stone stools beneath them cracked simultaneously. The flowers and grass in the courtyard and the surrounding buildings all developed cracks. All the fissures were smooth and flat as if cut by a sharp sword. The crowd in the courtyard watched this scene in horror. At the same time they were pondering. My heart was still continuing to emit powerful beats. With every heartbeat, an invisible force rippled through the void, and terrifying fissures spread along the ground to the surroundings. Not only that, a monstrous sword intent suddenly surged in the hearts of the 8 powerhouses in the courtyard. Not only was this sword intent uncontrolled by them, it rampaged wildly, intending to break through their mental defenses. This is sword intent. Mu Nantian spoke out, wanting to say something. However, before he finished speaking he heard a huge rumbling boom. In an instant smoke and dust rose in all directions, drowning out their figures. The next moment they manifested in midair not far away. But how could there still be the previous courtyard in front of them? Even that mountain peak had turned into dust. This brat demolished my house. After a long time Jiang Wushu suddenly shouted angrily. He stared fiercely at Su Qingshuang's lower abdomen. And at this time that burst of sword intent had already disappeared from heaven and earth. A light shield was seen appearing outside Su Qingshuang's body. And vigorous peerless sword light crashed crisscrossing within it. Mu Nantian watched this scene. He knew it was the Frost Heavenly Emperor making a move to instantly conceal the anomaly. That sword intent just now is the Immaculate Sword Heart. It's absolutely the Immaculate Sword Heart. They heard Mu Nantian say in a deep voice. That sword intent was too terrifying even a holy ancestor powerhouse like him. Had the depths of his heart invaded by the sword intent. Su Qingtian, Su Qingyu, and the other two from the Mu family were puzzled. They didn't understand this very well. But Su Qingshuang on the side slowly spoke. Correct. It is exactly the Immaculate Sword Heart. A sword Dao physique that went extinct in ancient times. Its strongest aspect is being able to manifest intent into a sword, slashing all things formlessly. For sword cultivators with a not too large difference in cultivation, in front of the immaculate sword heart, I'm afraid they can't even exert half their strength. If it is said that cultivating the absolute spirit sword body to its peak makes it the strongest tangible sword in the world, then the immaculate sword heart ultimately becomes the most terrifying intangible sword. Hearing these words, the few people were horrified beyond measure. Doesn't this mean he has a cheat code? And right at this moment, that person from the Mu family who had never spoken suddenly popped a question. Family head. How does this immaculate sword heart compare to the divine son's absolute spirit sword body? As soon as these words came out, Mu Nanshan's old face immediately turned black, pulling as long as a donkey's face. But Jiang Wushu seemed unable to see Mu Nanshan's displeased expression, and enthusiastically answered for him. The absolute spirit sword body is also a sword cultivator. What do you think? That person from the Mu family who asked the question paused for a moment, and also understood. Mu Nantian stared at him with a fierce gaze, cracking his knuckles with popping sounds. At this moment he wished he could slap this idiot in front of him, and shatter his skull to pieces with one palm. Looking at Mu Nanshan's expression, Jiang Wushu felt an unspeakable pleasure deep in his heart. After quite a while, Mu Nantian finally adjusted his mood, and squeezed out a stiff smile. The Emperor's son indeed has peerless cultivation. This Mu only has admiration in my heart. Jiang Wushu then deeply smiled and complimented the absolute spirit sword body, a few sentences. But that expression looked as fake as it could possibly be. Okay? Mu Nantian didn't have the face to expose it. He truly didn't want to stay in this profound frost grotto heaven for a single moment longer. I have disturbed the Frost Heavenly Emperor and Wushu Holy Ancestor this time. This Mu will take his leave here. For the banquet on the 1st of next month, please do favor us with your presence. After saying that, he took his people and turned to leave. But deep inside his heart he was shouting out, "Don't come. Please, whatever you do, don't come." At this time inside the womb, I had also successfully fused the immaculate sword heart. Regarding the things happening outside, I also gained some understanding from the conversations of the few people. I almost pierced the sky. But fortunately I had Mom to back me up. Suddenly the system's voice came to my ear. New task issued. Task 1. Attend the celebration banquet for the absolute spirit sword body. Reward: Thunder Martial Veins. Task 2. Create a new extreme realm of the bone-quenching realm within half a month. Reward: Golden-winged Great Pang Innate runes. 2 tasks at once. And it even wants me to attend the banquet. Even separated by the womb. He also knew that Dad and Mom didn't plan on going to the Mu family. Never mind, let's look at the next task first. Create a new extreme realm for the bone-quenching realm. I pondered this sentence for quite a while before I realized what it meant. Just having broken the bone-quenching extreme realm, a single shake of my arm yields a huge force of 108,000 caddies. Throughout history only an extremely small number of people have had such an achievement. And now it actually wants me to create a new extreme realm. Isn't this making me perform an unprecedented feat? The rewards are also extremely rich. The first reward is the Thunder Martial Veins. If I have the Thunder Martial Veins, then the spiritual energy in my body will be transformed from thunder. When the time comes looking at the entire meridian clearing realm, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to find a few people who can compare with me. I secretly made up my mind. No matter how much effort I put in, I must obtain the Thunder Martial Veins. Immediately following, I looked at the second task's reward. The golden-winged Great Peng Bird's innate runes. Looking at the innate talent, the first 4 words I thought of were extreme speed of the world. The Great Peng spreads its wings drooping like the sky, soaring straight up into the 9 clouds. This is yet another rarely seen good item. I opened my mouth and laughed happily. After birth with this thing, wouldn't I run wild and fly? Cultivate. As for the matter of attending the banquet, let's wait until I complete this task first. The time given by the system is again only half a month. And the requirement for the new extreme realm is very overpowered. My strength must reach 189,600 caddies to complete the task. Right now I'm still short by over 80,000 caddies. However, with the heaven-devouring demonic art, I am still very confident.
星号 rumble 星号.
My body emitted roaring sounds. The heaven-devouring demonic art circulated, releasing devouring power to absorb Mom's heavenly emperor origin. And in the outside world, Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wushu also quickly sensed this commotion, and couldn't help feeling surprised. This brat. Didn't he just break the bone-quenching extreme realm? Why did he start cultivating again? Could it be that he wants to break through to the meridian-clearing realm? Jiang Wushu said. Su Qingshuang also felt helpless. She had cooperated with the little guy's cultivation for half a month, and was just preparing to spend some time recovering. She didn't expect that the little guy had just broken the bone-quenching extreme realm, then produced an immaculate sword heart, and was now starting to cultivate again. It seems I won't be able to rest recently. If our son wants to cultivate, then let him be. Su Qingshuang smiled. There was no helping it. Who told him to be her own son? Plus now that the house has been demolished. Fortunately, the profound frost grotto heaven was large enough. Su Qingshuang casually found a majestic grand hall and entered it. The biggest trouble with cultivating in the womb is that the source of all power is solely the mother's body. Therefore Su Qingshuang had to go all out to circulate her own cultivation technique and madly swallow and absorb spiritual qi. Outside the profound frost grotto heaven, the original spiritual qi vortex suddenly collapsed and dissipated, leaving a large number of cultivators who came to freeload off the fortuitous encounter feeling unsatisfied. But before the crowd could disperse, they saw appearing once again above the 9 heavens an even more terrifying spiritual qi vortex. Its massive form was like a bottomless black hole. The spiritual qi from dozens of surrounding large domains was rapidly gathering towards this side. The Frost Heavenly Emperor continues to baptize the fetus. This is absolutely a great fortuitous encounter. We absolutely cannot miss it. On the mountain rocks and among the woodlands it was entirely filled with human figures. Time passed quickly before one knew it. 9 days passed. Under my continuous efforts, my own strength was also growing steadily. 118,000 caddies. 129,000 caddies. Until 157,000 caddies. I was only more than 30,000 caddies away from the new extreme realm. Just like this time continued for 14 days. On the 15th day, early in the morning, a figure suddenly flew over from afar. Before the person arrived, their voice arrived first. As soon as I came back, I heard Qingtian tell me that my grandson started cultivating in the womb, and even broke the bone-quenching extreme realm in one fell swoop. Wushu, is this true? This figure landed, revealing the appearance of a man around 50 years old. This person was exactly Jiang Wushu's father, Zhang Taihang. In other words, my grandfather. What Qingtian said is naturally not false. Moreover, that brat is not merely just cultivating in the womb. Jiang Wushu stood up from the courtyard and said with a chuckle. He took everything from the recent days, all the various miraculous things I had displayed, and told his father completely. Hearing it made Zhang Taihang gasp in astonishment repeatedly. Ha ha ha. I said it long ago. How could the grandson of Zhang Taihang have a mediocre physique? After a long time Zhang Taihang heartily laughed out loud again. He was incomparably excited in his heart. Not only cultivating in the womb, possessing a companion divine bone, having a derived cultivation technique, and even awakening the immaculate sword heart. Today he further broke the bone-quenching extreme realm in one fell swoop. At this very moment he wished he could announce it to the whole world. Jiang Wushu on the side looked at him, smiling without saying a word with a mysterious expression. He gestured for Zhang Taihang to sit down, poured him a cup of tea, poured a cup for himself as well, and began to drink leisurely. While drinking he talked about my recent cultivation achievements. Between the father and son, one was repeatedly stunned, and the other was extremely calm. And it was exactly at this time. In the room on the other side, a wave of unparalleled formidable aura suddenly erupted. Majestic spiritual qi entered the room. Immediately after, a chilling power burst forth. Boom! An incomparably terrifying rumbling sound suddenly rang out in the firmament. They saw above the 9 heavens. Large swaths of laws shattered and order collapsed. And infinite Tao rhythms continuously derived and transformed, changing unpredictably. Outside the grand hall of the profound frost grotto heaven, Jiang Wushu and Zhang Taihang sat there like 2 wooden stakes. The fetus unleashed divine power all over his body. A large amount of laws in the void were fiercely snapped. These laws were the invisible shackles imposed by the great Tao upon all living beings. At this time another large swath was snapped by me. This is a new bone-quenching extreme realm. The brat actually reached this step. Jiang Wushu, sitting by the stone table, had long lost his previous calmness. He was both astounded and exhilarated. The father and son sat there just like this, A very, very long time passed. Until all the phenomena dissipated. At this moment waves of mysteriously inexplicable energy swirled around my body. I raised my small hand and gave a light wave. The surrounding space immediately emitted a series of rumbles. I felt infinite divine power inside my body. I carefully experienced it for a bit. With a single shake of one arm, a massive force of 189,600 caddies. This is the formidable aspect of the new extreme realm. This kind of feeling truly makes one intoxicated. At this time the purple aura in my body had increased 100-fold again. Wait until I cultivate for another period of time. The innate purple chi could increase by another few hundred times before birth without a problem. I thought in my heart. Subsequently, I let out a long sigh of relief in my heart. Hurrying and rushing, I finally completed the task on the last day. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Rewards have been issued. Please check them yourself. When the system's voice sounded by my ear, I couldn't help but reveal a happy smile. Just as I was preparing to claim the reward, suddenly my ears twitched. The sound of talking outside the grand hall attracted my attention.
Grandpa is here?
I know. Grandpa left the profound frost grotto heaven about 2 months ago, saying he was going deep into the heavy wilderness to catch an incomparably powerful spiritual beast to be a mount for this grandson of his.
Could it be that my mount is settled?
My eyes lit up and I was somewhat curious. I wonder what kind of fierce beast Grandpa caught and brought back. However, at this time, the old man didn't know what good thing he had encountered. He was laughing heartily and was extremely smug. Soon Mom also stopped devouring spiritual chi and walked out of the room. The calmest person was her. After all, every single bit of my progress was under her clear perception. King Shuang. For this little guy, it really has been hard on you. Outside the grand hall, Jiang Taihang saw Su Qingshuang. Finally gradually calmed his emotions, welcomed her and said with concern, cooperating continuously without rest or sleep for a month was indeed a huge consumption. One could clearly see that her face was somewhat haggard at this time. Su Qingshuang bowed to Jiang Taihang, saying it was nothing. Oh right. He suddenly slapped his head remembering something. They saw Jiang Taihang flip his wrist, and a brocade pouch appeared in his palm. Come. Let me show you what good thing I brought back for my grandson. Jiang Taihang opened the brocade pouch. Instantly a flash of black light burst out. Immediately after a sharp bird's cry was heard. A bird only half the height of a person flew out from inside the brocade pouch. They saw this bird was entirely pitch black. Its feathers were tough, emitting a metallic luster. That pair of eyes was extremely sharp, flashing with divine light. Father, you actually caught a heaven-devouring sparrow cub? You even managed to find this kind of immemorial relic species? Jiang Wushu suddenly let out a weird cry. In the immemorial era, the heaven-devouring sparrow could be said to be famous in all directions, terrifying countless people just by hearing its name. Even just an underage heaven-devouring sparrow, with one open of its beak, could swallow a large city with a population of tens of millions entirely. While a truly adult heaven-devouring sparrow possessed the ability to devour the heavens and slaughter the earth. Therefore the heaven-devouring sparrow was also known as the immemorial demonic fowl. Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu were also very satisfied. Such an immemorial relic species was absolutely precious. The mount Grandpa gifted seems to look very good. But compared to my reward this time it seems like nothing. But on second thought, being able to ride a demonic fowl to go up to heaven and down to earth. Just thinking about that scene is very majestic. Flying by myself and flying while riding a fierce fowl. The awesomeness factor is naturally different. Just at this time, a cold snort suddenly came from the distant sky. Jiang Taihang, you went deep into the heavy wilderness just to catch such a thing to fool people? Outside the grand hall, a similarly dignified man in his 50s revealed his figure. Who else could it be but Su Qingshuang's father? Jiang Wushu's father-in-law. My maternal grandfather. Su Yunfeng. The moment he appeared, Jiang Wushu's heart suddenly tightened, as if it had been fiercely squeezed by someone. He looked at his own father again, and thought to himself that things had gone bad. Even Su Qingshuang revealed a trace of a helpless, bitter smile. These two old men had been old rivals who fought for hundreds of years. The two had known each other since they were young, but neither submitted to the other. As long as they met they would definitely start fighting. But destiny is just this miraculous. After fighting for so many years, to think they eventually became in-laws. Because of this Su Yunfeng almost annihilated the entire Jiang family back then. Joking aside, his precious daughter was abducted by a little brat from the Jiang family. How could this be tolerated? However, under Su Qingshuang's insistence, old man Su ultimately could only pinch his nose and accept it. He originally thought that since they became in-laws, there was no longer any need to continue fighting with Jiang Taihang. It was better to shake hands and make peace. Who would have thought? Just as the young couple finished their wedding here, Jiang Taihang started showing off to him again. Things like your precious daughter is now a member of my Jiang family and so on. This completely infuriated Su Yunfeng. As a result, the two fought even more fiercely. Now as long as they meet they definitely bicker. As long as they don't fight physically it is considered light. No one's persuasion works. Thinking of these things, Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu felt a terrible headache. Here the moment Su Yunfeng arrived. He glanced at Jiang Taihang, and then glanced at the heaven-devouring sparrow bound by him. He sneered, revealing an expression of disdain. I thought you found some kind of divine beast for my grandson. Turns out it's just this little sparrow. Su Yunfeng said with a face full of contempt. Jiang Wushu and Su Qingshuang on the side felt extremely speechless. The dignified descendant of an immemorial demonic fowl was actually just a little sparrow in this old man's mouth. I in the womb was also extremely amused hearing these words. Heaven-devouring sparrow, are you polite? And Jiang Taihang outside the grand hall exploded all at once. He fiercely raised his eyebrows. His beard trembled a few times. He said loudly, Su Yunfeng, are you picking a fight? Come. Let me see what kind of divine beast you found for my grandson as a mount. He looked sideways at Su Yunfeng, and leisurely crossed his arms. The provocative meaning was extremely obvious. You said what I brought is a little sparrow. Fine. I won't argue with you for now. Show the divine beast you found first, then we'll talk. Hee. The mount I found for my grandson is naturally not something you can compare with. Just watch carefully. They saw Su Yunfeng wave his hand. Suddenly lightning flickered and covered the void, accompanied by a surge of bright white light. A huge fowl manifested. Its entire size was probably 10 times larger than the heaven-devouring sparrow. This fowl was snow white all over. Its feathers were as crystal clear as white marble. Its body was even permeated with electric arcs. That was the power of thunder and lightning, set off by the lightning glow. It made this fowl look incredibly majestic. Azure Cloud Thunder Wild Goose. Another immemorial relic species cub. Jiang Wushu and Su Qingshuang couldn't help but exclaim softly. These two old men. Did they overturn the nests of the immemorial relic species? One must know that in the immemorial era, the Azure Cloud Thunder Wild Goose was equally renowned. Legend has it that when the Azure Cloud Thunder Wild Goose lays eggs, it must choose a place where thunder ravages. Only there can the cubs successfully hatch. Precisely because of this, the Azure Cloud Thunder Wild Goose can control the might of thunder and lightning. When an adult Azure Cloud Thunder Wild Goose flaps its wings, lightning thicker than mountains will strike out through the air, capable of splitting an immemorial divine mountain into fine powder. This is also a terrifying divine fowl. But relatively speaking, the Azure Cloud Thunder Wild Goose is much milder than the heaven-devouring sparrow. Its temperament is not that violent. The mount Grandpa prepared seems not bad either. In the womb I couldn't help but ponder. The heaven-devouring sparrow and the Azure Cloud Thunder Wild Goose. Exactly one black and one white. One fierce and one mild. I've decided. In the future when fighting and brawling, I will take the heaven-devouring sparrow out, destroying whoever I meet. When viewing flowers and admiring the moon with young ladies, I can ride the Azure Cloud Thunder Wild Goose. It's both romantic and majestic. Simply perfect. Here my little calculations were clicking away. How about it? This Azure Cloud Thunder Wild Goose isn't bad, right? To be a mount for my grandson. There is simply nothing more suitable. Outside, Su Yunfeng held his head high with a proud face. This Azure Cloud Thunder Wild Goose cub. He had spent a great deal of effort to get his hands on it. But Jiang Taihang couldn't help but burst into laughter with a pfft. Ha ha ha. Su Yunfeng, are you trying to make me die of laughter? I thought it was some powerful divine beast. Turns out it's just a wild goose.
Just this?
As soon as these words came out, Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu both wished they could spit out a mouthful of old blood. One says the heaven-devouring sparrow is a little sparrow. The other calls the Azure Cloud Thunder Wild Goose a wild goose. These are all immemorial relic species.
Don't they have any face?
Are immemorial divine fowl and immemorial fierce fowl both so unbearable? There really is no one quite like these two old men. Just as they were feeling speechless, Jiang Taihang and Su Yunfeng started arguing again. As they argued, the two directly glared at each other. Looking at that posture, they were red in the face and thick in the neck. Jiang Wuxiu stood aside in a frantic rush, wanting to say something. But the two old men didn't have the slightest intention of paying attention to him, continuing to argue, lively exchanging word for word. It was completely impossible to get a word in. Okay? In the womb, listening to these conversations, I really couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. As long as these two elders of my family meet, it's truly a scene of flying chickens and jumping dogs. But I listened with great relish. At least it can pass the boring life in the womb. I suddenly sighed in my heart, as an onlooker eating melons. At this very moment, how wonderful it would be if I had a small pushcart in my hands. Melon seeds, drinks, mineral water, cigarettes, beer, ate treasures, porridge. Once Jiang Taihang and Su Yunfeng started arguing, it was simply endless. The two rolled up their sleeves. The aura all over their bodies surged and crashed together with a boom. It looked like they were about to start fighting. Jiang Wuxiu braced himself and stepped forward to persuade them. But the two old men glared at him at the same time, as fierce as could be. Of these two, one is his biological father. The other is his father-in-law. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. In this family, his status is the lowest. Fathers, please don't argue anymore. Whether it's the heaven-devouring sparrow or the azure cloud thunder wild goose. Why not wait until Yuxian is born and let him decide? At this time, Su Qingshuang spoke up to persuade them. As soon as the little guy was mentioned, both old men withdrew their imposing auras and stopped bickering. My grandson's name is Jiang Yuxian? This name is really not bad. It perfectly matches my grandson's bearing and status. Jiang Taihang and Su Yunfeng instantly beamed with joy, both quite satisfied with the name Jiang Yuxian. Inside the womb, I couldn't be bothered with what was happening in the outside world either. I'd better study the reward I received this time first. System. Fuse the golden-winged Great Peng Innate runes. I directly summoned the system. As the command was issued, in an instant waves of golden runes rose up, flickering erratically. Formidable energy entered my body, combining with my bloodline and turning into a part of myself. These runes derived and transformed, carrying peerlessly tyrannical power. And under the influence of this power, various miraculous phenomena couldn't help but appear in my mind. As if I was placed in the immemorial era. Dragons roaring and tigers howling. 10,000 races towering aloft, each displaying divine might. A golden-winged great peng bird spread its wings horizontally. Its golden wings gave a light flap, soaring straight up, covering 10,000 miles in an instant. The previous moment it was right before one's eyes. The next moment it was already beyond the straightest clouds of the 9 heavens. At this very moment I only felt inside my body, as if an immemorial divine fowl was reviving. The golden-winged great peng bird innate runes fused together, making me feel like I had also become a great peng bird. Its speed crowned the great thousand world. In the formless void, a high-pitched bird's cry rang out, piercing through numerous spatial barriers, making people's minds shake. The 4 people outside the grand hall all heard this bird's cry deep within their souls. Jiang Taihang and Su Yunfeng also didn't care to continue gesturing. They were greatly shocked in their hearts. 4 pairs of eyes simultaneously looked towards Su Qingshuang's lower abdomen, just as they developed hearts full of doubts. Another cry spread out. This time, the bound heaven-devouring sparrow and azure cloud thunder wild goose, the 2 immemorial relic species, both prostrated on the ground, simultaneously trembling ceaselessly. They worshipped towards the direction where Su Qingshuang was, as if there was a supreme divine fowl there, from the deepest part of their bloodlines, bringing them a terrifying suppression. You brat! What is this playing at again? Jiang Wuxiu opened his mouth, not knowing what to say anymore. And Su Qingshuang's face was even more spectacular. She felt it the most genuinely. The runes inside the fetus were boiling and constantly evolving. Behind that tiny body, it seemed as if 2 invisible golden wings had grown out. And all these abnormalities were all brought about by those runes. The innate runes of the golden-winged great peng bird. Su Qingshuang said in horror. Hearing her say this, Jiang Wuxiu couldn't sit still and hurriedly said, the golden-winged great peng bird. Didn't it already go extinct as early as the ancient era? How could there be such a divine object? The golden-winged great peng bird only existed in legends. That was an absolutely strong existence that roamed the immemorial and ancient eras unhindered. One of the most terrifying divine fowl. It was just a pity. The golden-winged great peng bird had been extinct since the ancient era. But legends about it had always had records passed down. It can't be wrong. This is absolutely the golden-winged great peng bird's runes without a doubt. The heaven-devouring sparrow and the azure cloud thunder wild goose have all been suppressed. Jiang Wuxiu looked at the void before his eyes, where streaks of golden runes had actually also appeared, and the immemorial relic species brought back by the two old men. At this time were all kneeling and prostrating on the ground. Especially the wild and untamable heaven-devouring sparrow was just as incredibly obedient, under the coercion of the golden-winged great peng bird. What heaven-devouring sparrow? What azure cloud thunder wild goose? All became as docile as quails. The four people outside the grand hall were momentarily rendered speechless. How could this little thing possess its innate runes? At this moment both old men were stunned. My series of performances over the past month or so was indeed quite bizarre. Right at this time, the golden runes at Su Qingxuang's lower abdomen slowly retracted and faded away. The sky-filling coercion also dissipated along with it. The prostrate heaven-devouring sparrow and azure cloud thunder wild goose felt as if relieved of a heavy burden, and stood up wobbling. The two immemorial relic species also restored their previous valiant and extraordinary appearance. It was just that. They would glance towards Su Qingxuang's direction from time to time. Their eyes were full of fear deep down. With the wisdom of these two divine fowl, they naturally knew that inside that woman's belly existed a terrifying person capable of subjecting them to suppression from the depths of their bloodlines. At this time the two old men felt these mounts were also unworthy of my status. They didn't care about fighting either, and instead gathered together and started muttering. Old Jiang, how do you think I should handle this azure cloud thunder wild goose? How about we just stew it like you said? I think that works. Stew a rich broth for Qingxuang to drink. And by the way, let my grandson nourish his body in the womb. What about your heaven-devouring sparrow? I really haven't thought it through for the moment. How about we stew it together? Sure. The bird is so large. One pot won't be able to stew it all. No problem. I'll make a trip to the Jade Cauldron Sacred Land and borrow their sect-guarding sacred artifact. This is good, this is good. That cauldron of the Jade Cauldron Sacred Land is more than enough to stew these two birds. Then it's settled. You go borrow the cauldron. I'll sharpen the knife. We'll slaughter them as soon as you get back. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Wuxiu and Su Qingxuang truly felt their heads splitting in two. In the womb, I heard grandpa and maternal grandfather's conversation, and couldn't help but stare blankly with my two eyes. I was dumbfounded hearing it. I really like these two mounts. Although I possess the golden-winged great peng bird's innate talent. But after all that requires flying by myself and consumes my own power. Moreover, traveling while riding an immemorial relic species, swaggering through the streets would absolutely be more majestic. Now there was no way to stop the two of them, I could only be speechless. I thought disjointedly in the womb. While outside the grand hall, the heaven-devouring sparrow and the azure cloud thunder wild goose lay on the ground shivering. They could both understand human speech. However, fortunately Su Qingxuang stopped Jiang Taihang and Su Yunfeng in time. Hearing that there was no more noise outside, I started to feel somewhat bored. Now I've already created the new bone-quenching extreme realm. What should I do next? Should I continue quenching bones to go a step further than the new extreme realm? Or break through to the meridian-clearing realm in one breath? With the progress of my cultivation and the strengthening of my power, this feeling of grasping infinite power in my hands made me incomparably intoxicated. Since I have nothing to do in the womb, then I'll just keep cultivating. I pondered for a while. Ultimately, I decided to continue cultivating in the bone-quenching realm. Perhaps there's a chance to touch an even higher extreme realm, who knows? But facts proved that this thought was too greedy. A few days passed. Mom had also been constantly cooperating, continuously mobilizing the heavenly emperor origin for me to cultivate. But the results achieved were minuscule. My strength only grew to a little over 200,000 catties. Compared to the previous speed, it was much slower. Even after another 10 days or so passed, did it reach 210,000 catties in one swoop. This kind of result made me somewhat helpless. It seems the new extreme realm has truly reached the ceiling. In fact, after Mom learned of my situation, she also couldn't help but speak up. Little guy, you shouldn't be too greedy. On the path of cultivation, constantly polishing one's foundation, making it increasingly robust and powerful, is of course a good thing. But cultivation has never been solely for the sake of polishing the foundation. I don't know if you can understand my meaning. Listening to Mom's words, I fell into deep thought. And finally came to understand. Polishing the bone-quenching realm is so that later on, when in the other major realms, I will have a stable and solid foundation. But if I stay in the bone-quenching realm all the time without breaking through, then it will be completely meaningless. This thing is fine as long as it's enough to use. And I in the bone-quenching realm have already tyrannized eternity, being the number one person from ancient times until now. How is this merely enough to use? Even my mom Su Qingshuang back in the day was far inferior. I'm afraid that for countless years to come, it will also be difficult for anyone to surpass it. It seems there's truly no need to continue going on. I smiled bitterly slightly. After figuring it out, my whole person felt much more relaxed. Finally, I no longer have to cultivate anxiously and in a rush. It just so happens that Mom has also been quite tired these past month or more. I'll let her rest for a bit. I'll break through to the meridian clearing realm in a few days. I murmured and stopped. After Dad Jiang Wushu learned of this, he also let out a sigh of relief. He looked at his own wife's somewhat haggard face, feeling an unknown amount of heartache. Schwanger, let me give you a massage. To relax a bit. Jiang Wushu reverted to his simp nature once again. One moment pounding his wife's shoulders, the next massaging her legs. He even found an already sentient blood ginseng, and caught an 8 treasures chicken raised for many years within the grotto heaven and slaughtered it. He stewed a large pot of blood ginseng chicken soup to nourish Su Qingshuang's body. After a good deal of bustling about, Su Qingshuang also entered a brief state of secluded cultivation. Before the fetus is born, all sources of power come only from the mother's body. Over this period of time, her origin consumption was enormous. Origin power is fundamentally the most essential energy, and the foundation of a cultivator. Many people, when facing powerful and invincible enemies, will choose to burn their origin, to let their strength skyrocket instantly, thereby fighting for a glimmer of survival. But the price is also very heavy. The consequence of burning origin, if light, is a major drop in realm, and a drastic regression in strength, requiring several times the time and energy to cultivate bitterly to recover. If heavy, one's life force rapidly drains away, and their life will not be long. Su Qingshuang's origin loss was naturally nowhere near this degree. However, by the time I am born, I will absolutely take away a large amount of her origin. At that time, even if she is a peerless heavenly emperor, she will still enter a short period of weakness. This is the price that must be paid for nurturing life. Up until now, I have been in the womb for over 6 months. It's only over 3 months away from truly being born. Schwanger, the new house is already built. Let's move over there. A few days later, Su Qingshuang recovered to her peak state, and Jiang Wushu also had someone build a new courtyard, still on top of a high peak. The layout in the courtyard was exactly the same as before, full of warmth, having the atmosphere of a home. You brat. Be a bit more careful when you stir up trouble next time. Or just give your mother a heads up, got it? Don't demolish my house again. Jiang Wushu supported Su Qingshuang to sit down by the stone table, and said fiercely towards her lower abdomen. He knew. The little guy could probably understand his words now. Inside the womb, I curled my lips. Dad, you dare to threaten me? Aren't you afraid my mom will deal with you? As an emperor's son, if I don't stir up some trouble, does it match my status? I complained for a bit, seeing that Mom had pretty much recovered. I also started preparing to step into the meridian clearing realm. However, before I could start cultivating, on this day, a few people suddenly arrived at the profound frost grotto heaven. Hidden Sword Mountain's Jian Ling Tian, accompanied by 3 elders, comes to presumptuously visit the frost heavenly emperor. This voice rang out outside the grotto heaven, loud and clear. Every word that fell was like an immortal sword thrusting into the universe, soaring straight to the Milky Way. Terrifying sword intent shot out in all directions. The firmament and earth resounded with sword whistling simultaneously. This is the imposing might of an absolute top sword cultivator. Just a simple sentence triggered a terrifying phenomenon. Why has Sword Saint Ling Tian come? Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu were immediately somewhat puzzled. Jiang Wushu didn't think too much and directly waved his hand, opening the formation outside the grotto heaven. Subsequently, they saw 4 streaks of sword light flash out from the void, condensing into the appearance of 4 people. The leading man wore a white long robe, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. A slender figure, looking to be only in his 30s. He merely stood there, and his whole person was like an unsheathed divine sword. Behind him stood 3 old men. These 3 people similarly had sword light coiling around their bodies. "We pay respects to the heavenly emperor." After the 4 landed and walked into the courtyard, they bowed in unison, saluting Su Qingshuang. Su Qingshuang raised her hand, signaling them to sit down and speak. However, only Jian Ling Tian sat by the stone table. For what matter has Sword Saint Ling Tian come this time? Jiang Wushu poured him a cup of tea and asked. Jian Ling Tian didn't beat around the bush at all, and immediately stated his purpose for coming. This Jian was originally in the Heaven Brilliance domain, but learned of a heaven-shaking news from the people of the Mu family. As he spoke, his gaze couldn't help but turn to Su Qingshuang. A thick sword intent suddenly burst forth from his eyes, appearing extremely eager. "I heard that the unborn emperor's son awakened the immaculate sword heart. This Jian came this time exactly to consult the Frost Heavenly Emperor, waiting until the emperor's son descends into the world in the future. Can he enter my hidden sword mountain to cultivate?" Inside the womb, hearing Jian Lingtian's words, I couldn't help but be stunned. I am still several months away from being born. Wanting to recruit me into hidden sword mountain so eagerly? I couldn't help but become a little smug. Look, the immaculate sword heart is just this popular. Hidden Sword Mountain is the world's strongest sword Dao inheritance. The Dao lineage of the Sword Emperor. It hasn't even been a few days, and they're rushing over to take me under their tutelage. At this time, Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu also couldn't help but reveal smiles. However, at the same time, the two also had some doubts in their hearts. The Sword Saint's information is truly well informed, Jiang Wushu said with a smile. Listening to Jian Lingtian's words, he heard from the Mu family that the little guy awakened the immaculate sword heart. He knew that after the absolute spirit sword body appeared in the world, Hidden Sword Mountain definitely wouldn't be able to sit still, and would inevitably rush to the Mu family at the first opportunity, wanting to take him under their tutelage. As the strongest sword Dao inheritance of the current era, they absolutely wouldn't let go of the possessor of such a formidable sword body. It's just that the matter of their own brat was actually also known by him. This was exactly what puzzled Jiang Wushu and Su Qingshuang. After all the day Jiang Yuxian awakened the immaculate sword heart, Su Qingshuang quickly made a move to suppress the anomaly. Although it caused a bit of a commotion, it was confined within the Grotto heaven. Furthermore, when Mu Nantian left, his face was as ugly as could be. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have actively told Jian Lingtian about this matter.
Have some face, okay?
Seeming to know their doubts, Jian Lingtian didn't hide it, and explained the whole story. That day when he hurried to the Mu family with the 3 elders, Mu Nantian had already set off to rush to the profound Frost Grotto heaven. When he returned a few days later, that face of his was pulled as long as a Qilin horse's face, looking like he was in a very bad mood. So an elder of Hidden Sword Mountain inquired privately, and only then learned the truth. This news made everyone in Hidden Sword Mountain greatly horrified. The Immaculate Sword Heart is an existence absolutely not weaker than the Absolute Spirit Sword Body. Even when the two face each other, the Absolute Spirit Sword Body would be the party subjected to absolute suppression. Such a powerful sword Dao physique is too terrifying. At the same time, it also made the hearts of Jian Lingtian and the 4 of them grow increasingly fervent. The Absolute Spirit Sword Body and the Immaculate Sword Heart. They wanted them both. But if they could only choose one of the two, then it must inevitably be the Immaculate Sword Heart. The Sword Saint wants to recruit my son into Hidden Sword Mountain, and let him exclusively cultivate the Sword Dao? Su Qingshuang's pleasant voice rang out. She touched her lower abdomen. To be honest, she was somewhat reluctant. The sword cultivators of Hidden Sword Mountain practice the sword for their entire lives, living more bitterly and ascetically than the vast majority of cultivators. But at the same time, if discussing who has the deepest sword Dao heritage in the current era, it would be none other than Hidden Sword Mountain. Even if she is a heavenly emperor. If solely discussing sword Dao attainment, she is also far inferior to Hidden Sword Mountain. If Yuxian enters Hidden Sword Mountain, he will inevitably receive full cultivation and support. In the future, relying on the Immaculate Sword Heart, he will absolutely be able to maneuver freely and coerce the 3,000 Dao domains. This made Su Qingshuang somewhat find it hard to choose. I wonder what the Frost Heavenly Emperor and Wushu Holy Ancestor have in mind. Jian Lingtian stared straight ahead, looking at Su Qingshuang one moment, and looking at Jiang Wushu the next. The 3 Hidden Sword Mountain elders behind Jian Lingtian, at this time also all had burning gazes intensely earnest. Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu didn't answer either. But I inside the womb suddenly became anxious. I'm not going. Beat me to death and I still won't go. Sensing Mom's hesitation, I immediately refused to accept it on the spot.
Are you kidding me?
That ghost place hidden Sword Mountain. I had heard Mom and the others mention it when chatting. Those people are a bunch of lunatics, only knowing to practice the sword all day long. They are indeed very powerful. But at the same time I also know that sword cultivation is extremely dry and tedious. Many people spend their entire lives dedicating the vast majority of their time to polishing the sword Dao. As for other activities, even things like the opening of secret realms, or the emergence of supreme treasures, one rarely sees the figures of these sword cultivators, unless something that can interest them appears. But I express that, if cultivation is not for showing off, even if one becomes an immortal or an ancestor, it is completely meaningless. Who works themselves to death?
If not to earn some stinking money?
I complained endlessly in my heart. As soon as I thought of the day after day, unchanging life of sword cultivators, I felt incomparably uncomfortable.
Isn't it good to enjoy life properly?
Moreover, my mom is a heavenly emperor.
Do I need to practice the sword exhaustingly?
I also have a system on me, with so many methods. How could I be limited to the immaculate sword heart? Thinking of this, I immediately raised my small fists and waved them in the void. As soon as I moved, Su Qingshuang immediately sensed it. This little thing. Why is he punching my belly again? Su Qingshuang was puzzled in her heart. But after paying attention for a short moment, she knew the little guy was expressing his dissatisfaction. This made her feel surprised. Does Yuxian mean to express that he doesn't want to go to Hidden Sword Mountain? A gentle smile appeared at the corner of Su Qingshuang's mouth. She looked at Jian Lingtian. Sword Saint Lingtian is perhaps being a bit too hasty. There's no harm in waiting a few more years for this matter. At that time, let the little guy make his own decision. If he wants to go to Hidden Sword Mountain, I definitely will not stop him. Su Qingshuang said warmly. She didn't refuse directly, but left some leeway.
Who knows if I will change my mind later?
Only regarding Su Qingshuang's answer, Jian Lingtian and the three elders seemed to be somewhat unsatisfied. They saw Jian Lingtian suddenly lift a palm and swipe it across the void. A huge fissure appeared in the void. And exactly within that fissure, a watermelon-sized cocoon of light presented itself. The instant they saw this light cocoon, both Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu's pupils contracted violently. That cocoon of light just hovered there quietly. But with the cultivation of the two, they could feel that it contained unimaginably terrifying energy. Faintly perfectly blended sword intent burst forth from it. As if inside the light cocoon, a supreme life form was being nurtured. And it was related to the sword Dao. This is the limitless sword Fetus. Jiang Wushu couldn't help but exclaim. He and Su Qingshuang exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The so-called sword Fetus is a sword Dao method that only top sword cultivators can possess. When general cultivators reach profound realms, they will nurture their divine soul, transform their primordial spirit, let their divine sense connect with heaven and earth, to communicate with thousands of laws and great Dao principles. But sword cultivators do not need to do so. Their divine souls will retract to the extreme, using vast sword intent to continuously polish and nurture them. After countless years, only then can they eventually transform into a sword Fetus. At this time, the sword cultivator themselves is the world's strongest sword, and the sword Fetus is the strongest spirit. Once any sword cultivator nurtures a sword Fetus, their strength skyrockets by far more than 100-fold. Sword Saint Lingtian truly is being very generous, even willing to bring out the limitless sword Fetus. Jiang Wushu said, losing his voice. He and Su Qingshuang never expected that Hidden Sword Mountain would actually bring out such a supreme treasure. Among the 3,000 Dao domains of the great wilderness world, many people knew that Hidden Sword Mountain had profound heritage. Outside their sect gate, there was a heaven-reaching giant sword thrust into the earth, radiating divine light day and night with sword intent soaring into the 9 heavens. In the forbidden grounds of Hidden Sword Mountain, there was also a sword graveyard that buried countless famous swords. Within the sword graveyard there was a divine peak named the Sword Monument. Every sword Dao Supreme of Hidden Sword Mountain would leave a brand of their sword intent on the Sword Monument, regarding it as an everlasting inheritance for 10,000 generations, for future disciples to observe and study. In addition to this, there were also rumors in the world that at Hidden Sword Mountain, before the founding patriarch, the Limitless Sword Emperor disappeared, he left behind a limitless sword Fetus. However, this was just a rumor, and very few people knew if it was true or false. But Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu were very clear that this was not a rumor. The limitless sword fetus truly existed. At this moment, that light cocoon in the void fissure was exactly that sword fetus. Within this sword fetus condensed the Sword Emperor's lifelong sword Dao comprehensions and divine abilities. It is the strongest heritage of Hidden Sword Mountain today. But for countless years, never had any single person emerged who was qualified to fuse this sword fetus. Looking across Hidden Sword Mountain's billions of years of inheritance, with countless disciples and generations of heaven prides and heroes coming forth, those who reached the peak with the sword Dao to achieve the body of a sword saint. Yet none of these people were qualified to inherit the limitless sword fetus. None of them could gain the recognition of the sword fetus, because even if they fused it into their bodies, it would also be difficult to achieve the position of Sword Emperor. In other words, only those with the aptitude to become an emperor are qualified to accept this Sword Emperor's strongest legacy, this limitless sword fetus. My Hidden Sword Mountain originally prepared to give to the absolute spirit sword body. The two of you must also be clear. If this sword fetus can be fused with the absolute spirit sword body, it will be flawless. Even when the time comes, the immaculate sword heart might not necessarily be its match. Jian Lingtian said. Jiang Wushu nodded. He naturally understood this point. The absolute spirit sword body does not cultivate spiritual energy, does not nurture the divine soul, and only cultivates the sword Dao. Since they do not cultivate the divine soul, they cannot nurture a sword fetus. But even so, the absolute spirit sword body can also eventually achieve the supreme heights, using the body as a sword, even opening the heavenly gate with a single sword going against the heavens to strike down immortals. But if they had this limitless sword fetus, they could completely make up for their only shortcoming, the sword spirit, using the body as the sword and the sword fetus as the spirit. Such an absolute spirit sword body would be unparalleled in the world. Reaching the peak to become a sword emperor would be just around the corner. By then, even if the immaculate sword heart was in front of it, I'm afraid it wouldn't gain any advantage either. This Jian hadn't yet had time to deliver the sword fetus at the Mu family, before hearing that the Emperor's son awakened the immaculate sword heart. Frost Heavenly Emperor. Wushu Holy Ancestor. This Jian has come this time carrying 10,000 parts sincerity. As long as you agree, after the Emperor's son is born, the limitless sword fetus will belong to him. With the potential of the immaculate sword heart, he will absolutely be able to gain the recognition of the sword fetus. Jian Lingtian said. His gaze flashed with full expectations. The Emperor's son was already extraordinary to begin with. Aside from the immaculate sword heart, he also has a special physique. Furthermore, according to what the Mu family said, he was even cultivating in the womb, and even broke through the bone-quenching extreme realm. All of this indicated that his talent was outstanding. If they could recruit him into Hidden Sword Mountain and fuse the limitless sword fetus, it would inevitably be like adding wings to a tiger. Of course, the reason for choosing the Emperor's son also had another extremely important factor. Su Qingshuang. The only existence to prove the heavenly Emperor Dao fruit in millions of years. The #1 powerhouse in the current world. If they became the master sect of the Emperor's son, and forged a deep friendship with the heavenly Emperor, it would bring numerous benefits to Hidden Sword Mountain. It was absolutely superior to the Mu family. In the womb. This Hidden Sword Mountain truly thinks highly of me, huh? What to do? I am so conflicted right now. When I learned about the limitless sword fetus, my heart immediately became fervent. Such a supreme treasure is simply too rare. This is a heaven-shaking temptation. But turning around and thinking of the dry and tedious cultivation times of a sword cultivator, I couldn't help but shiver all over. For a moment I was caught in a dilemma. My little face wrinkled up into a ball. This is truly hard to choose. So conflicted, right? But in that split second an idea suddenly sparked in my mind. How about I let Mom agree first, and wait until I am born, and then go to Hidden Sword Mountain to be a nominal disciple? Wouldn't that be fine? Anyway, first coax the limitless sword fetus into my hands. When the time comes I'll mess around however I want. Anyway, my mom is a heavenly emperor. Even if I don't stay at Hidden Sword Mountain, that bunch of people won't be able to do anything to me. I truly am too witty. I couldn't help but feel incredibly excited, feeling myself completely wise, martial, and exceedingly sagacious. Hidden Sword Mountain is strong. But no matter how strong, can they be stronger than my mom? Even if I really swindled the limitless sword fetus into my hands, I'm afraid they could only pinch their noses and accept it. I'm not intending to be ungrateful either. I can be a disciple of Hidden Sword Mountain. If you guys encounter any trouble, I definitely won't stand by and do nothing. If there are suitable benefits, I absolutely won't forget you either. I just want to pursue freedom. Live the life I want to live. And just don't want to practice the sword all day. It doesn't conflict. It doesn't conflict at all. At this moment I was extremely smug in my heart. My wishful thinking was rattling loudly. But in the very next instant, a voice suddenly rang out in my mind. New task issued. Task goal: reject the limitless sword Fetus. Task reward: Great Desolation Heaven Imprisoning Finger. This sudden task instantly shocked me to the core. I was just hesitating over whether or not to want the limitless sword Fetus. But this dog system. So infuriating. Such a powerful divine treasure, and you actually tell me to reject it. However, the reward given by the system is also endlessly terrifying. The Great Desolation Heaven Imprisoning Finger. Cultivated to the realm of major completion. Striking out with one finger. Shatter the universe. Reverse the heavens. The great Tao rotates, laws collapse and extinguish. Even the most powerful enemies can be crushed with a single finger. This is a fiercely extreme divine ability. Now I am even more conflicted. I want both of these supreme treasures. But it's impossible to exploit loopholes in the system. It's too hard to choose. In fact, I am not the only one feeling conflicted at this moment. Outside, Su Qingshuang was equally undecided. Glancing at Jian Lingtian sitting opposite her, she even felt somewhat tempted to directly accept it on the little guy's behalf. But after quite a while passed, she didn't feel any movement from the little guy. Could it be? This little thing actually looks down on the limitless sword embryo? That's right. Even if Yu Xian doesn't have the limitless sword embryo, he is still bound to reach the supreme peak. Just that miraculous cultivation method he is practicing alone is enough to let him rise from nothing and dominate the current era. Su Qingshuang thought this way. She was deeply impressed by that unknown cultivation method. She could faintly feel that the method had yet to display its true terrifying aspects. In comparison, even the limitless sword embryo probably couldn't match it. The sword saint's move here is truly tempting. Su Qingshuang smiled helplessly and spoke. At this moment the limitless sword embryo floated quietly, radiating brilliant light. She glanced at it lightly, feeling a bit of regret. But there was nothing she could do. Who asked the little guy to disdain it? Su Qingshuang withdrew her gaze and continued speaking. Just as I said before, it is still better to wait until the little guy is born. And let him make the decision himself. She still didn't speak in absolutes. Just in case after the little guy is born, he becomes willing to accept the limitless sword embryo again? Hearing Su Qingshuang's words, disappointment couldn't help but well up in Jian Lingtian's eyes. Even the three elders behind him almost lost their tempers. Frost, Heavenly Empress. Wushu, Holy Ancestor. Such a supreme treasure like the limitless sword embryo still needs consideration? Such an important matter. You want to let the imperial son decide for himself after he is born? Are you guys serious? Right then an elder of Hidden Sword Mountain was heard speaking out. Not hiding it from the Frost, Heavenly Empress. We specifically came here today just to get a definite answer. If there is no affirmative answer, this limitless sword embryo will definitely be given to the absolute spirit sword body. After all, for sword cultivators, every single day is spent honing sword intent, and no time can be delayed. The meaning behind the words was very simple. If you cannot confirm, then we can only give the sword embryo to the absolute spirit sword body. Otherwise, waiting a few years after the imperial son is born only to say he doesn't want it would delay the Mu family kid's cultivation for a very long time. This caused both Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu to fall into hesitation. Especially Jiang Wushu, who suddenly couldn't sit still. Su Qingshuang sent him a sound transmission, which finally calmed him down. And watching them reveal hesitation from the side, Jian Lingtian felt even more regretful. The elder who just spoke wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by his wave of the hand. Jian Lingtian shook his head helplessly. Such a supreme treasure of his Hidden Sword Mountain. The sword embryo left behind by the Sword Emperor. To think there was someone who could refuse it. It truly is hard to accept. Frost, Heavenly Empress. Wushu, Holy Ancestor. Please consider it again, you too. This Jian can wait a few more days. 3 days from now is the day the Mu family hosts a banquet for the absolute spirit sword body. Before the sword embryo is given away on that day, if the Frost Heavenly Empress makes a decision, You can send a message to this Jian at any time. Jian Lingtian said with a light sigh. After speaking, he cupped his hands to the two to take his leave. Then, without lingering at all, he took the three elders, turned into sword light, escaped into the void and disappeared. Seeing them leave with faces full of disappointment, Jiang Wushu suddenly sighed with emotion. That is the limitless sword embryo, ah. Shuang, are we really going to refuse it? Su Qingshuang broke into a smile. It's better to respect the little guy's wishes. He doesn't seem to want the limitless sword embryo. Jiang Wushu suddenly felt helpless. This brat. You aren't even born yet, what the hell do you know? A supreme treasure left by the Sword Emperor. And you just outright refused it. You're spoiled rotten by your mother. Su Qingshuang didn't say anything more. While inside Su Qingshuang's belly, I completely ignored my old man's dissatisfaction. Stunned for a moment. Then suddenly remembered an important matter. Jian Lingtian's words before leaving reminded me. Instantly, my two little hands started waving non-stop, wanting to tell Mom that I had something to say. This situation also startled Su Qingshuang. No way. You little thing.
Could you have regretted it so quickly?
Do you want that limitless sword embryo? Su Qingshuang asked, somewhat puzzled. But I gave another fierce series of kicks and punches, obviously denying it. You don't want the limitless sword embryo? Then what do you want?
To continue cultivating?
After asking this, the little guy once again used his actions to deny it. This left Su Qingshuang completely baffled. She had no idea what he wanted to do.
You want to join Hidden Sword Mountain?
Jiang Wushu asked probingly. I punched my mom's belly to deny it. I want to go attend the banquet. Take me to the Mu family to eat at the feast. And I want to sit at the kids' table. Inside the womb, I screamed silently, using both hands and feet waving non-stop. What I am thinking about right now is the uncompleted system mission. That day 2 missions arrived simultaneously. One of them was for him to go to the everlasting Mu family to attend the banquet. But my old man and Mom had absolutely no intention of going. But if we don't go, wouldn't my thunder martial vein go up in smoke? How could I miss out on such a powerful martial vein? Therefore, over these past few days, I have constantly been pondering how to tell Mom my thoughts. But after thinking back and forth, I couldn't do anything. And just now, before Jian Lingtian left, he happened to mention the celebration banquet for the absolute spirit sword body. This instantly jolted me awake. Good heavens, I finally caught an opportunity to remind Mom. But alas, the old man and Mom still couldn't guess his thoughts. Outside, Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't guess it, but they still had to guess right? Who asked this little thing to be their own son? Do you miss Grandpa? Miss your maternal grandpa? Miss your uncle and aunt? Then you must miss the heaven-devouring sparrow, and the azure cloud thunder wild goose? You want to go out and play? The two of them teamed up and threw out a flurry of wild guesses. But in the end they were all denied by the little guy. This made them sweat profusely out of anxiety, spinning around in circles in the courtyard. What on earth does this brat want to do? No, none of those. I want to go to the Mu family. Only by going to the Mu family can I get the thunder martial vein. Inside the womb, my face was covered in tears. Communicating with Mom like this was truly too exhausting. The two huddled together guessing for ages, but completely failed to grasp my meaning. Left with no choice, I could only continue punching the belly. Even though it was Jiang Wushu and Su Qingshuang, a holy ancestor and a heavenly empress, were also tormented quite severely at this moment. A fetus's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. You brat, you're tormenting people this much before even being born. Believe it or not, I'll beat you up after you're born. Jiang Wushu threatened fiercely. But the very next second, catching a glimpse of his wife's fierce glare, he instantly burst into an awkward laugh. Just joking, just joking. Shuang, don't use your hands. Jiang Wushu unconsciously took a few steps back. He was truly afraid his wife would hit him with heavy punches again. Su Qingshuang glared at him, and then pondered for a moment. The little guy definitely has something to say. And he probably wouldn't shoot arrows without a target. Wushu, think about it. What did the few of us just say? Having calmed down, Su Qingshuang began to analyze. Jiang Wushu thought it made sense upon hearing it, and helped recall from the side. Sure enough, when he repeated the middle sentence of what Jian Lingtian said before leaving, I in the womb actually showed an incredibly excited appearance. 3 days from now is the day the Mu family hosts a banquet for the absolute spirit sword body. You don't happen to want to go to the Mu family to attend the banquet, do you? Jiang Wushu widened his eyes and said. Now I became even more excited. After working hard for so long, The old man and mom finally guessed right.
You really want to go attend the banquet?
No way. You aren't even born yet. You can't eat the food and you can't drink the wine. What's the point of going? Jiang Wuxiu rubbed the back of his head, feeling a buzzing in his brain. The brat's thoughts are truly impossible to fathom. It's someone else's absolute spirit sword body banquet. Why are you joining in the fun? I don't get it. Besides looking at Mu Nanshan's expression when he left that day, he had no sincere intention of wanting us to go, okay? With you a flawless sword heart going. Where would the absolute spirit sword body put its face?
Are you going specifically to steal someone's thunder?
Wait. You don't actually want to specifically run to the Mu family and then accept Hidden Sword Mountain to steal the absolute spirit sword body's opportunity, do you? A flash of inspiration hit Jiang Wuxiu as he thought of this possibility.
Is this brat that wicked?
You reject what others deliver to your door, insisting on running to the Mu family, and right in front of the absolute spirit sword body's face, snatch away the limitless sword embryo that is almost in his hands? Wouldn't that be riding on the Mu family's neck and slapping their faces? The nature of this is far too malicious. Since Yu Xian wants to go, then we might as well make a trip. A gentle smile appeared on the corners of Su Qingshuang's mouth. It's not a big deal anyway. Just attending a banquet, that's all. If the little guy wants to go, how could we not satisfy him? Even if he really wants to snatch the limitless sword embryo to his face, so what? As for how the Mu family views it, it doesn't matter at all. If they have any feelings of dissatisfaction in front of a heavenly empress, they'll have to honestly hold it in their stomachs. The Mu family is not too far away from the profound frost cave heaven. With Su Qingshuang's cultivation, it wouldn't take long to arrive. And there are still 3 days before the banquet begins. I in the womb also began to ponder what I should do in these remaining days. Since there's enough time anyway, I might as well directly break through to the meridian clearing realm. Just right, going to the banquet in a few days to obtain the Thunder Martial Vein will be the perfect time to fuse it. Having made the decision, I immediately began another round of cultivation. Mom had also rested for a few days, and her origin source had long since recovered. Cultivating a bit more at this time wouldn't cause her much trouble. Do as soon as thought of. In that bizarre and motley space, I gently closed my eyes. The heaven-devouring demonic art circulated. The spiritual energy in my body turned into a mountain flash flood, surging and roaring through my limbs and bones. The incomparably dense innate purple chi tumbled endlessly within my meridians. These powers circulated rapidly in my body at the same time, attempting to, within that tiny body, open up one magnificent pathway after another. The brat is finally going to break through to the meridian clearing realm. Outside, Su Qingshuang's beautiful brows lifted slightly. She didn't delay either, and just quietly sat down on the stone stool. The vigorous power within her body circulated, lending the little guy a helping hand. Is he entering the meridian clearing realm? This brat. I wonder what huge commotion he will cause this time. Jiang Wuxiu muttered to himself. During this recent period, the brat has been cultivating in the womb, and awakened a companion divine bone, as well as an unknown cultivation method. Golden-winged great Pang innate runes, flawless sword heart. And he also broke the bone-tempering extreme realm in one fell swoop, and even established a new extreme realm. This series of operations makes one unable to resist calling him a monstrous genius. Today, he is finally going to break through to the meridian clearing realm. Logically speaking, with the brat being so extraordinary, possessing so many miraculous things, after stepping into the meridian clearing realm, he is also bound to be able to awaken a special martial vein. I really want to see just what kind of special martial vein can be worthy of my son. Jiang Wuxiu murmured, his heart growing increasingly expectant, expecting the little guy to bring him a massive surprise once again. Thinking of this, Jiang Wuxiu simply sat down to the side as well, quietly feeling the changes in the fetus inside Su Qingshuang's abdomen. The so-called meridian clearing realm is about tempering spiritual energy 1,000 times, reaching an extremely pure degree, and then using that pure spiritual energy to impact the body's meridians, making them increasingly majestic, as vast and magnificent as a great river like the Yangtze. The meridian clearing realm is similarly divided into 9 levels. In each level, not only do the martial veins become more numerous and robust, at the same time the spiritual energy in the body undergoes continuous transformation. As for me, cultivating with the heaven-devouring demonic art, and consuming Mom's heavenly empress origin source power, the generated spiritual energy has already reached an outrageously pure degree. Therefore I simply need to straightforwardly open the martial veins. At this moment in that space that seemed like born from chaos, my tiny body was also sitting cross-legged, posed in a cultivation stance, my whole body blooming with clear radiant light. As the boundless spiritual energy advanced, it was like heavenly lightning wreaking havoc, emitting a massive rumbling sound, launching a frenzied assault on all the meridians in the body. In just a moment the terrifying power smashed through like splitting bamboo, instantly clearing a checkpoint. Following immediately, an extremely thick martial vein rapidly took shape, entering the meridian-clearing realm this fast? Even faster than I imagined. Outside Jiang Wushu felt all this and sighed in admiration. He knew breaking through to the meridian-clearing realm would absolutely be as easy as flipping a hand for me. But doing it this fast was something he hadn't expected. At this speed, the brat will probably take 3 days at most to cultivate to the 9th level of the meridian-clearing realm in one breath. Jiang Wushu thought to himself. Sure enough, just as he thought. As time continuously passed, the sun set and the moon rose again. Inside the fetus's body, more martial veins were continuously opened up. These martial veins centered around the dantian, extended and grew throughout the body, reaching everywhere, releasing a bright and intense radiance. At the same time the aura on my body was also continuously skyrocketing. Meridian Clearing Realm Level 1. Meridian Clearing Realm Level 2. Meridian Clearing Realm Level 5. Meridian Clearing Realm Level 9. Meridian Clearing Realm Level 9. This is way too fast. Early in the morning on the 3rd day, the sky had just lit up. Amidst a huge commotion, Jiang Wushu abruptly stood up from the stool. He couldn't help but praise endlessly. The brat's cultivation speed is simply unbelievable. To actually cultivate to the 9th level of the meridian clearing realm in one breath, using only 2 days. This is too terrifying. Everything seemed to fall into place naturally. And at this time Jiang Wushu could clearly sense. The power in the fetus's body was like a vast ocean, rising with massive waves striking the sky. Rumble rumble. Boundless mighty force burst forth, setting off incomparably terrifying tremors. I sat quietly cross-legged, covered by endless divine radiance, emitting waves of an inexplicably ferocious aura. After a long time, these commotions finally slowly subsided. My cultivation was finally firmly stabilized at the 9th level of the meridian clearing realm. At this moment Su Qingshuang opened her eyes, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. The little guy has finally broken through to the meridian clearing realm, and cultivated all the way to the 9th level in one breath. Not only that, she could clearly feel, within that tiny body of the fetus, it was as if a peerless divine demon was hidden. Terrifying beyond compare. Not bad. Cultivating to this stage in just 2 days. Su Qingshuang was very satisfied with this result. But as she turned her head, she saw her husband's slightly stunned expression beside her. At this moment Jiang Wushu's eyes were full of bewilderment, mixed with a bit of disappointment. Wushu, what's wrong? Su Qingshuang asked aloud. Jiang Wushu opened his mouth, pointed one hand at his wife's bulging abdomen.
It just ended like this?
He said, finding it somewhat hard to accept. Su Qingshuang was puzzled. This isn't right. When the brat was in the bone-tempering realm, he created so many huge commotions one after another. Now that he has cultivated to the meridian-clearing realm, no matter what he should awaken a special martial vein, right?
Is there really none?
Jiang Wushu asked in confusion. His tone even carried a hint of anxiety. He leaned close to Su Qingshuang's lower abdomen, seemingly wanting to study the brat more closely. Hearing him say this, Su Qingshuang also fell into a brief silence. Indeed. Right now spiritual energy surged inside my body. The martial veins stretched out like mountain ridges, vast and magnificent. But he truly had not awakened a special martial vein. The spiritual energy within the fetus's body remained the most common type of power. Without the enhancement of a special martial vein, it brought no substantial transformation at all. Such a result made both of them somewhat unable to accept. Both you and I possess special martial veins. It shouldn't be that this brat doesn't have one. Could it be that he exerted too much effort in the bone-tempering realm and overdrawn all his potential? Jiang Wushu widened his eyes and said. Hearing his words, Su Qingshuang also smiled helplessly. If he doesn't have it, he doesn't have it. No matter how hard it is to accept, it is still the truth. They couldn't change anything. Forget it. At worst we'll just let him stay in the meridian clearing realm until he is born. After he is born I will go out on a trip. and find some divine treasures to refine a special martial vein for him. Besides, the little guy is already outstanding enough. Even without a special martial vein, I believe he will still be able to stand at the absolute peak, and reign over all living beings in the future. Su Qingshuang thought for a while and said this. Martial veins are innate. Ordinary methods cannot change them at all. With her methods, refining a martial vein wasn't a difficult task. But to compare it with a truly top-tier special martial vein, there would probably still be a slight gap. However, for me, it should be more than enough. Perhaps my expectations were too high. It can only be like this then. Jiang Wushu nodded. The higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Perhaps he shouldn't blame the brat. He could only blame himself for overthinking. Jiang Wushu consoled himself like this. Inside the womb. After I heard these words, I couldn't help but shrug my shoulders. Isn't it just a special martial vein? Old man, mom, just you wait. Once we arrive at the Mu family, I'll give you another heaven-shaking surprise. I grinned and said in my heart. 1,000 mountains just waking. Morning clouds emerging from the peaks. In the central lands of the Tianlan domain, a majestic giant city spanned tens of thousands of miles. This giant city was named Fufeng City. Its master was precisely one of the most supreme forces today. The everlasting Mu family. Centered around Fufeng City. The cultivators of the entire Tianlan domain. All revered it as a holy land. Early in the morning, the enormous Fufeng City was bustling with extraordinary liveliness. Countless cultivators stepped onto the streets, looking up at the sky from time to time, or gathering towards the direction where the Mu family was located. They knew today was a big day. Not days ago, the absolute spirit sword body was born. Surging sword light struck up to the 9 heavens, and down to the 9 netherworlds. Over a dozen large domains were alarmed. The everlasting Mu family was endlessly thrilled because of it. Such a grand event that brought glory to the family gate naturally required hosting a banquet for guests from all directions to celebrate it properly. And today was the day the Mu family banquet was being held. One could imagine that it wouldn't be long before a large number of heaven-reaching figures would rush over from all over to congratulate the Mu family. Even quite a few holy ancestor-level entities would also descend with their true bodies. Thus many cultivators constantly stopped to observe, hoping to revere the peerless elegance of a certain holy ancestor expert. When the sun had just risen a bit, wave after wave of figures could be seen appearing in the distant sky, flying into the city from all directions. Everyone carried an overwhelmingly vast aura that stirred the void. Scarlet Flame Sect. I saw the people from the Scarlet Flame Sect. Those flying over on swords over there. Could they be the people from Spirit Sword Villa? There's also Dark Moon Valley. The crowd in the city quickly recognized the people from one faction after another. These factions were all first-rate great sects within the Tianlan domain, dominating their respective regions with illustrious reputations. The everlasting Mu family hosting a banquet. They naturally had to come early to offer their congratulations. Under the gazes of everyone, all those figures descended toward the Mu family's direction. Li Changhe of the Jade Flame sect has come to congratulate the everlasting Mu family on the birth of the absolute spirit sword body. Zhao Zhishan of the Divine Aura sect offers congratulations for the everlasting Mu family's absolute spirit sword body. Yun Qinyan of the Fallen Phoenix Palace congratulates the everlasting Mu family on producing another true dragon. One expert after another spoke loudly and clearly, congratulating in quick succession. In front of the gates of the Mu family's grand and imposing manor, a middle-aged man welcomed them with a face full of smiles. Looking at the endless stream of guests before him, he felt extremely pleased in his heart. The appearance of the absolute spirit sword body made the entire Mu family share in the glory. Everyone, please enter the manor and take your seats. Please forgive any lack of proper reception, the middle-aged man said with a smile. Subsequently, under the guidance of a group of attendants, the people from these factions were all led into the manor. But the place where they sat was the side hall of the everlasting Mu family. Inside the Mu family manor, there was also a main hall, magnificent and expansive. In front of the main hall, thick pillars made of divine wood sparkled brightly under the morning sun, like crystal clear precious jade. Only those holy ancestor-level experts with supreme cultivation, or from desolate ancient holy lands, immortal great sects, and everlasting families had the qualifications to sit in here. Many gazes looked over from afar from the side hall, all unable to resist carrying a look of envy. Who wouldn't want to rank among the strongest and receive the highest treatment? And just as these people's thoughts were fluttering, a massive sound transmitted from the distant sky. The enormous Fufeng city was shaking. In just a single moment, all the cultivators in the city were alarmed. Rumble rumble. Accompanied by the huge roaring sound, a magnificent and majestic carriage appeared high in the sky in the distance. This carriage was pulled by 12 robust Qilin horses. The body of each Qilin horse was covered in glittering golden scales, set against the snow-white manes on their heads. A single horn pointed to the sky, displaying a sharp edge like a divine weapon. The incomparably massive carriage was draped with divine gold and precious jade. Silk ribbons, all woven from the fur of unknown spirit beasts, diffused a divine charm. The 12 Qilin horses trampled their iron hooves pulling the carriage, rolling over the void as they rumbled forward. The divine gold and precious jade collided and jingled as the carriage advanced, sounding like the voice of the great Tao. Those are snow-scaled unicorns. It's the carriage of the Jinghong Emperor. Emperor Jinghong is the emperor of the Jinghong divine dynasty. He actually came in person? The crowd in the city instantly boiled over. The Jinghong divine dynasty was also a colossal entity among the 3,000 Tao domains, ruling over billions of miles of mountains and rivers with countless subjects. Emperor Jinghong himself had long reached the holy ancestor realm in cultivation. That was a peerless emperor who had been on the throne for over 100,000 years, currently at his absolute peak. What no one expected was, for this Mu family banquet, Emperor Jinghong actually arrived in person. One could imagine how this terrifying emperor at the peak of power valued the absolute spirit sword body so much. Unfortunately, the surroundings of the grand carriage were covered by curtains blocking the view, making it impossible to see Emperor Jinghong's honored visage and the others inside the carriage. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as everyone was in shock, the void suddenly emitted a terrifying tremor, stirring up vast ripples. Terrifying ripples spread out sweeping across the 9 heavens. The void collapsed one after another, shattering into nothingness. Amidst the chaos, several figures emerged, old and young alike. The leader was a middle-aged man, with broad shoulders and a thick waist. His figure was tall and fierce, holding a blood-red giant axe in his hand, just like a divine demon. This was a man in his 40s, with rugged facial features, muscles bulging all over his body, his eyes looking around like an eagle or a wolf, divinely martial and extraordinary. An invisibly formidable pressure emanated from his body, oppressing the void into trembling and buzzing. So many pairs of eyes looked at that figure, unconsciously trembling in their hearts. Overlord Sect Master Su Kuangren. He also came. This holy ancestor who ascended not many years ago also arrived in person. What a terrifying, imposing aura. Madman holy ancestor's pressure is too powerful. The crowd clamored. Many people revealed intense looks of worship in the depths of their eyes. Su Kuangren's advancement to the holy ancestor position had only been a few hundred years, but in many places across the great desolate world, his legends were circulated. The Overlord sect where he resided was originally just a very ordinary faction. Yet Su Kuangren, relying solely on his own strength, spent thousands of years to claim the position of holy ancestor, thereby taking the entire Overlord sect soaring upward with him. If nothing unexpected happens, the Overlord sect has hope of ranking as a holy land in the future. Swoosh! Amidst the waves of discussion, the void rippled consecutively. Immediately after figure broke through the air and arrived. Stepping out from spatial passages, an old man appeared leading several young men and women, causing waves of exclamations from the crowd. Fu Wanqing, head of the Supreme Mystery Sect. Wanqing Holy Ancestor. He also brought his disciples here. Suddenly, boundless purple chi rippled on the horizon. A young-looking man, but with a full head of fluttering white hair, arrived treading the waves. This man wore a light-colored long gown, with wide sleeves fluttering, like a person among immortals. Similarly, there were several young figures following behind him. Feixian Holy Ancestor. Chu Fixian. Even the rarely seen asking immortal sect has come? The people in the city all widened their eyes. Wherever their gazes reached, they couldn't help but be won over by that figure surging with immortal aura. Just at this moment, the sound of massed war drums transmitted from beyond the sky. The war drums were mighty, rolling with momentum, carrying monstrous killing intent. The entire heaven and earth were filled with this infinitely terrifying aura. Amidst a scene of grim slaughter, Hundreds of heavily armored soldiers holding sharp weapons walked out from the void. Every single one walked on the air. The auras on their bodies intertwined together, and were barely weaker than a true holy ancestor expert. Under the guard of this group of soldiers, a massive black fierce tiger 10 zhang tall gradually revealed its figure. A man wearing a tall crown sat high on the tiger's back, looking no older than 30, but carrying a majestic bearing. Dark Heaven Tiger. Nylon Guards. It's the younger brother of the Fulong Divine Dynasty's emperor, the War King Di Wushuang. Is the War King attending the banquet on behalf of Emperor Fulong? Those are the legendary Nylon Guards. Their combined battle formation can contend against a holy ancestor. There's also the Dark Heaven Tiger. It is said it has the hope of stepping into the ranks of holy beasts. Fufeng City exploded into a frenzy. The arrival of these experts one after another made them excited. But this was far from over. As time passed, the sun gradually rose higher. By noon, more and more terrifying figures arrived here. These figures were normally very hard to see even once. Yet today, they all suddenly came swarming in. Zhang Wanli of the Lotus Mountain sect comes to congratulate the Mu family on the birth of the Absolute Spirit Sword Body. Huanchu Holy Land congratulates the Mu family on producing another peerless genius. A true dragon is born to the Mu family. My everlasting Ji family naturally comes to ask for a cup of wine to drink. Voice after voice spread out in the void, all delivering words of congratulation to the Mu family. And these people who spoke, which one of them wasn't an overlord dominating a region? Someone in the city even tallied it up. At least 10 holy ancestors had arrived at the Mu family. Such a grand occasion was truly rare. As these people arrived one after another, a burst of hearty laughter issued from the depths of the Mu family. Ha ha ha, everyone honoring us with your presence truly brings immense glory to my Mu family. At the same time the laughter rang out. The figure of Mu Nantian was seen sweeping up into the high sky, personally coming out to receive them. Behind Mu Nantian, a 7 or 8-year-old little boy followed him, stepping forward together. When the group of heaven-reaching figures saw this little boy, their gazes all couldn't help but shrink abruptly. They clearly saw that still tender body standing tall and straight, like an unsheathed sharp sword pointing straight at the firmament. Endless sword intent wrapped around him, setting him off like a peerless sword god. In the surrounding nothingness, clusters of heaven and earth laws, and great Tao true meanings, were all cut into a tangled mess by the terrifying sword intent. This little boy's face was stern and cold. At such a young age it was as if he already possessed a peerless demeanor that looked down upon everything. Between his brows was written full of arrogance, without the slightest intention of restraining it. The moment he appeared he attracted everyone's sight. Without a doubt, this young boy was precisely the one born not long ago, the possessor of the Absolute Spirit Sword Body, Mu Nantian's grandson, Mu Qingchen. He was only 7 years old this year, but the pressure radiating from his body right now was terrifying to the extreme. That unmatched sword intent surged horizontally and vertically, slashing across and hacking down. The grand true meanings of the surroundings were massacred into a total mess. This kind of sword intent could even directly slash into a person's divine soul. In the crowd that came to congratulate, those young men and women whose cultivation was still shallow felt endless stinging pain in their divine souls. Everyone couldn't help but step back in unison, hiding behind their own family's experts. Only then did they recover. But pair after pair of eyes looking at Mu Qingchen, all unconsciously carried more or less a sense of awe and reverence. And seeing their appearances, Mu Qingchen's still thin chest puffed out even more proudly. His gaze swept past the crowd, the corners of his mouth curving up into a faint arc, seemingly showing disdain. The Absolute Spirit Sword Body is indeed terrifying. It just recently awakened, and already possesses such imposing might. High in the sky, the War King from the Fulong Divine Dynasty spoke. Under his seat, the massive Dark Heaven Tiger's body crouched slightly, emitting low growls from its throat, its sharp tiger eyes staring fixedly at Mu Qingchen, looking as if it was posturing to pounce. Even this incomparably powerful fierce beast felt a certain level of threat at this moment. The everlasting Mu family truly produces generations of geniuses. Now that the Absolute Spirit Sword Body has emerged, in the future he will surely transform into a dragon and soar the heavens, dominating the universe. Zhang Wanli of the Lotus Mountain sect sighed in admiration and said, with the strength of the Absolute Spirit Sword Body, In the future of these 3,000 Dao domains, there will definitely be a place for him. Even his merit participating in creation, seeing through to the heavenly emperor realm has some slight possibility. The absolute spirit sword body is rare throughout the ages. Rarely is there anyone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with it. In the future, the everlasting Mu family under his leadership is bound to be even more glorious. Truly makes this Ji envious. The people of the everlasting Ji family were also praising endlessly. He was indeed envious. A physique in this world that can be compared to the absolute spirit sword body is hard to see in 10,000 ages, and is completely unique in the current era. Never has a second one been heard of. Ha 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 ha, you overpraise. Everyone is overpraising. Please come inside. Mu Nantian laughed loudly, waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to enter the main hall. The Mu family also had many experts appear, accompanying at the side to entertain guests. After the group of people were all seated, the smile on Mu Nanshan's face still couldn't be contained. The words of praise from the group of experts still echoing in his ears. He took a deep look at Mu Qingchen sitting beside him. Toward this grandson, he felt increasingly satisfied. The banquet was about to officially begin. And at this time, Jian Lingtian of Hidden Sword Mountain also appeared with 4 elders. They had already arrived at the Mu family a few days ago, and had agreed upon a major matter with Mu Nantian. Mu Qingchen would be sent to Hidden Sword Mountain, and would obtain the identity of Sword Son, receiving all-out cultivation and nurturing. Learning this news, everyone present couldn't help but be shaken again. Hidden Sword Mountain was already renowned for its attacking and killing power. Its radiant sword Dao slashing the heavens and killing the earth. With Mu Qingchen joining Hidden Sword Mountain, it could be called adding wings to a tiger. By that time, not only would the Mu family gain a peerless sword venerable, Hidden Sword Mountain could also benefit greatly from it. Jian Lingtian's arrival made it so that before this banquet even started, it had already reached a climax. The 5 people of Hidden Sword Mountain took their seats, with the identity of the Absolute Spirit Sword Body's master sect, accompanying by Mu Nanshan's side. They could also be considered the hosts of today's banquet. This Mu is here to thank everyone for gracing us with your presence. We have prepared some meager wine, please do not disdain it. Later I will let Qingchen toast a cup to you all. He is still young and cannot handle much alcohol. Everyone please take it easy on him. Ha ha ha. Mu Nantian sat in the primary seat at the head and laughed loudly. Hearing his words, everyone gave another round of flattery. Just as family head Ji said, for the Mu family to produce such a true dragon truly makes us incredibly envious. Fostered by the current era's strongest sword Dao inheritance, Hidden Sword Mountain. The absolute spirit sword body, riding the wind and rising up, is just around the corner. Looking across these 3,000 Dao domains in the future, how many people can withstand a fight with the absolute spirit sword body? At that time in the vast, great, desolate world, who wouldn't know of the sword body? Who wouldn't be aware of the Mu family? Hidden Sword Mountain in the future might not necessarily fail to become a dual emperor inheritance. Hearing these words, Jian Lingtian remained calm and collected. But Mu Nantian felt an immense sense of satisfaction in his heart. He stroked his beard, smiling so wide he couldn't close his mouth. To the side, Mu Qingchen's expression also became increasingly cold and arrogant, raising his eyes to look at the many younger generation in the hall. All were supreme geniuses from major Holy Land's aristocratic families and divine dynasties. But at this moment there wasn't one among these people who wasn't looking up at him. And in the near future, they would even more so tremble prostrate and bow in submission beneath his divine might. Many people in the hall were still continuously praising, still remembering the day the absolute spirit sword body was born, with phenomena appearing in succession, and the whole world in an uproar. That phenomenon, even compared to when the child in the Frost Heavenly Empress's womb awakened a special physique, was several times more magnificent. It can be foreseen. In the future, the absolute spirit sword body will definitely not be half a point weaker than the Imperial Sun. Suddenly an elder of the Overlord sect spoke such a statement. The meaning in his words was that the absolute spirit sword body was not half a point weaker than the Imperial Sun. But everyone present could understand. This was leaving some leeway out of fear of the Frost Heavenly Empress's majesty. If one were to really calculate, I'm afraid even that unborn Imperial Sun would also find it hard to be compared on equal terms with the absolute spirit sword body. Suppressing the Imperial Sun, this is an extremely high evaluation. However, just as these words fell, the smile on Mu Nanshan's face suddenly stiffened for a moment. He glanced at that elder of the Overlord sect, and his heart suddenly surged with endless displeasure. He had personally made a trip to the profound frost cave heaven not long ago, and had witnessed with his own eyes the miraculousness of the imperial sun, cultivating inside the womb, breaking the bone-tempering extreme realm, and even awakening a flawless sword heart. Especially the flawless sword heart, which could transform intent into swords, and even manipulate the sword intent of other sword cultivators. In other words, any sword cultivator in front of him would probably not even be able to display half their strength. The absolute spirit sword body of his Mu family was strong, but in front of the flawless sword heart, it would likely be thoroughly suppressed. It was just that on that day the Frost Heavenly Empress made a timely move, and instantly suppressed the phenomenon of the flawless sword heart. Thus very few people knew about this matter. But for Mu Nantian, this matter was like a stone lodged in his throat, making him extremely uncomfortable. My Mu family finally managed to produce a peerless sword body with great difficulty. And now look. The Frost Heavenly Empress's side directly arranged a nemesis. Are you letting people live or not? Even Jian Lingtian and the others from Hidden Sword Mountain, after learning of this matter in private, made a special detour from the Mu family and rushed to the profound frost cave heaven, wanting to take the flawless sword heart into their sect as well. One could imagine, if his grandson Qingchen were to cultivate together with the flawless sword heart, what a massive blow that would be, being naturally countered by someone from birth, with hardly any method to break the situation, is a merciless devastation to a cultivator's Dao heart. But fortunately, Jian Lingtian quickly returned to the Mu family, and only said that the Frost Heavenly Empress had rejected his proposal. This made Mu Nantian let out a long sigh of relief. The Frost Heavenly Empress actually refused. This made him extremely glad. Mu Nantian knew, as long as the flawless sword heart did not enter Hidden Sword Mountain, it would be very hard to interfere with Mu Qingchen's rise. Even if there was someone in the world who could counter him, it wouldn't hinder his achievement of the current era's absolute peak. Inside the hall, the crowd observed that Mu Nantian's expression suddenly turned somewhat gloomy, looking displeased in his heart. This left them baffled. Wasn't a part of the reason the Mu family hosted the banquet just to hear everyone come and flatter them? How come when talking about the absolute spirit sword body, suppressing the imperial sun, you became unhappy instead? Of everyone present, only Jian Lingtian and the four elders knew what Mu Nantian was thinking. However, these 5 people all remained completely silent. Men, serve the wine, Mu Nantian suddenly ordered. He naturally wouldn't take the initiative to tell these people just how that unborn child of the Frost Heavenly Empress truly defied the heavens. No matter. As long as he doesn't hinder his grandson, it's fine. If he defies the heavens, then let him defy the heavens. In today's world, aren't all factions also existing under the coverage of the Frost Heavenly Empress's divine might? Just don't look at that family with normal eyes and it will be fine. Thinking of this, Mu Nantian adjusted his expression and expelled the stray thoughts from his mind. He put on a smile once again, and at the same time a large group of attendants filed into the hall, serving a massive amount of spirit fruits, rare delicacies, fine wine and superb brews. For a time the aroma of wine overflowed in the hall. Affected by Mu Nantian's mood just now, the atmosphere changed slightly. The crowd no longer just flattered the absolute spirit sword body, but instead shifted the topic to Hidden Sword Mountain. Hidden Sword Mountain's limitless sword embryo has been gathering dust for many years, this time taking the absolute spirit sword body under the sect. Is there a chance to fuse it? Fu Wanqing of the Supreme Mystery Sect asked abruptly. These words instantly attracted everyone's attention. People at their level almost all knew. The founding Sword Emperor of Hidden Sword Mountain left behind a supremely strong sword embryo as the sect's highest inheritance. But for countless years no one had ever been able to gain the recognition of the limitless sword embryo. But now with the absolute spirit sword body, with the aptitude of the absolute spirit sword body, fusing with the limitless sword embryo, is definitely still qualified. Not only the people from other factions, even the grandfather and grandson pair Mu Nantian and Mu Qingchen, at this time also couldn't help but prick up their ears, wanting to hear Jian Lingtian's answer. Of course. Jian Lingtian directly gave an affirmative reply, and then he gave a light chuckle and continued speaking. The absolute spirit sword body absolutely transcends generations of Hidden Sword Mountain disciples. This Jian feels he has a great chance to gain the recognition of the sword embryo and successfully fuse with it. However, there are no absolute certainties at this time. Everything entirely depends on destiny. After Jian Lingtian finished speaking, the hall instantly went into an uproar. Everyone ignored his second half of the sentence, because that wasn't particularly important. The most important thing was that Hidden Sword Mountain would really take out the Limitless Sword embryo and hand it over to the Absolute Spirit Sword body. It was unimaginable that once successfully fused, just how terrifying the Absolute Spirit Sword body would become. Given time, he would likely become an incomparably formidable Sword Emperor. Mu Nantian sitting in the main seat. At this time his heart grew extremely fiery. Radiant light shooting out from his eyes. If he truly gets the Limitless Sword embryo, his grandson Qingchen would definitely transform into a dragon and soar into the sky. When that time comes, who could compare to him? Even if it's that unborn imperial son, possessing the flawless sword heart, under the dual enhancement of the Absolute Spirit Sword body and the Limitless Sword embryo, would absolutely not be enough to look at. Thinking of this, Mu Nantian finally opened his heart completely, surging once again with endless passion. Beside him, Mu Qingchen's eyes similarly rippled with splendid light. A pair of small hands involuntarily clenched tightly. I will definitely be able to fuse with the Limitless Sword embryo. The geniuses of the current era shall all be led by me, Mu Qingchen. The great era of the future will surely be decided by a single word of mine, Mu Qingchen. Endless great sects, holy lands, divine dynasties, and aristocratic families will all revere me as the supreme. He secretly made his resolution. An indescribable feeling of heroic grandeur poured out from that tender body. Mu Qingchen's gaze was burning. The looks in the eyes of the rest of the people in the hall towards him also changed. Among the crowd, only Jian Lingtian and the four elders sighed secretly. If possible, they would prefer to take both the Absolute Spirit Sword body and the Flawless Sword heart into their sect together. It was just a pity that the Frost Heavenly Empress rejected them. In fact, today's banquet is not only to celebrate the Absolute Spirit Sword body. At the same time, Hidden Sword Mountain will also hold a simple disciple acceptance ceremony here. When that time comes, the Limitless Sword embryo will finally be handed over to Mu Qingchen. 3 days have passed. There is still no news from the Frost Heavenly Empress. Never mind. We already have an Absolute Spirit Sword body. Why insist on forcing the Flawless Sword heart? Jian Lingtian sighed lightly in his heart, feeling incredibly disappointed. But he quickly restrained his thoughts. He raised his wine cup and began to drink heartily with the crowd. In the massive main hall, cups were exchanged, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. All the guests still expressed their praises for the Absolute Spirit Sword body from time to time, and praised the Mu family in passing. Not long after, the alcohol went to Mu Nantian's head. His face was glowing red. A smile always hung on that face. Everyone, you must drink to your heart's content today. Ha ha ha. Mu Nantian raised his cup again, tilted his head back, about to drain it in one gulp. But right at this moment, suddenly an inexplicable power poured down, permeating every inch of space. Under the influence of this power, the wine in Mu Nantian's cup seemed as if it had frozen solid. No matter what, it could not be poured into his mouth. It wasn't just him. The other people in the hall also felt the anomaly. That miraculous power filled the air. It seemed as if even the laws of the universe were frozen. This is. All the holy ancestor mighty figures present felt their hearts skip a beat at the same time. It was not just the wine in the cups. Even the spiritual energy within their bodies abruptly stopped circulating at this moment. This sudden scene caught them completely off guard. To think there was such a terrifying power in the current world, capable of simultaneously exerting absolute suppression on over a dozen holy ancestor experts. Such a situation made them incomparably horrified. However, they quickly learned the reason. They only heard a pleasant female voice ringing out from the void. Family head Mu, apologies. We are late. When this voice was first heard, it seemed far away on the horizon. But when the last word fell, it was already within the hall. Immediately following, they saw the void in the hall emit subtle fluctuations. Then the figures of a young man and woman appeared out of thin air. The man had a slender and exceptionally handsome figure. Between his brows an absolute majesty was fully displayed, radiating the demeanor of a true expert. And the woman beside him instantly attracted everyone's gaze even more. A simple white dress covered her tall and slender figure, setting off that face which looked like an exiled immortal's, to appear even more elegantly beautiful and free from vulgarity. The woman's lower abdomen was slightly bulging, obviously heavily pregnant. but an invisibly tyrannical power to the extreme permeated from her body. At a glance it was as if the great Tao of heaven and earth were all centering around her. Spiraling and circling. Myriad laws. An endless order. Whenever they touched, even a bit of her body would entirely annihilate. In an instant everyone present felt their spirits abruptly tighten. Frost Heavenly Empress. An expert swallowed his saliva and spoke with difficulty. He naturally recognized the woman before him. This was the #1 person of the current era. The only existence in millions of years to have proven the Heavenly Emperor Tao fruit. The sole Heavenly Empress of the 3000 Tao domains today. Frost Heavenly Empress Su Qingxuang. The man beside her was none other than the Frost Heavenly Empress's husband, Wushu Holy Ancestor Jiang Wushu. When this result was confirmed, the Holy Ancestor expert, who had just spoken, instantly lowered his head. His gaze no longer dared to look directly at the Frost Heavenly Empress in the slightest. The supreme dignity of a Heavenly Empress could not be stared at directly. Soon the rest of the people in the hall simultaneously bowed down and cupped their hands in salute, greeting in unison. Paying respects to the Frost Heavenly Empress. Greetings to the Wushu Holy Ancestor. The massive sound echoed, making the entire Fufeng city tremble. Countless people in the city all heard this sound. In an instant everyone all revealed boundless feelings of shock, causing constant heated discussions in the city. What? The Frost Heavenly Empress and Wushu Holy Ancestor actually came to the Mu family as well? How is this possible? That is the Frost Heavenly Empress. No way. Did she come to attend the Absolute Spirit Sword Bodies banquet? The Mu family's face is far too great to actually even invite the Frost Heavenly Empress over. Incredible. The Mu family is truly incredible. If there truly is a Heavenly Empress looking after them, looking across the 3000 Tao domains in the future, no one will dare to offend the everlasting Mu family in the slightest. Voices like this sounded out all over Fufeng City. Everyone ran around spreading the news, exclaiming endlessly. The Frost Heavenly Empress actually came to the Mu family to attend the celebration banquet for the Absolute Spirit Sword Body. That is a Heavenly Empress. The absolute and only strongest person in the current world. But such a legendary existence was actually invited over by the Mu family. Unbelievable. In fact, it wasn't just the ordinary cultivators in the city who couldn't believe it. Even the group of people from major factions who came to attend the Mu family's banquet were all stunned at this moment. The holy lands and great sects of the 3000 Tao domains, combined with the divine dynasties, were quite numerous. But those who could come today all had quite deep connections with the Mu family. But they had never heard that the Frost Heavenly Empress and the everlasting Mu family had any deep relationship. One must know that on the day the Absolute Spirit Sword Body awakened, the heaven-shaking phenomenon even caused some slight impacts on the profound Frost Cave heaven. At that time the Frost Heavenly Empress even shouted a question in reprimand, obviously being very dissatisfied. Afterwards Mu Nantian even personally went to their door to apologize. All the holy ancestors present knew about this matter. Presumably Mu Nantian had also casually sent out an invitation at that time. But with the Frost Heavenly Empress's status, how could she possibly come to attend? Sending a congratulatory message at best would already be giving immense face to the Mu family. Right. The Absolute Spirit Sword Body. It must be because the birth of the Absolute Spirit Sword Body caused the Frost Heavenly Empress to attach incomparable importance to it. Especially since the Mu family's divine son is about to enter Hidden Sword Mountain, having a great chance to fuse with the Limitless Sword Embryo. Such a miraculous physique. Even the Frost Heavenly Empress values it extremely highly. Suddenly many people thought of this point. Aside from this explanation, they couldn't think of any other reason. In this instant everyone in the Mu family's main hall and side halls was shocked in their hearts. They couldn't help but sigh in admiration. A peerless sword body is just this extraordinary. To actually be so highly valued even by the Frost Heavenly Empress. Even just for such a banquet. To cause her true body to descend upon the Mu family. This is truly giving face to the Mu family. Everyone sighed with boundless emotion. A group of holy ancestor mighty figures all revealed envious expressions at this time. Everyone all looked up to the Mu family even more once again. However, there was one person present who didn't think this way. That was Mu Nantian. At this moment the flush of alcohol on his face hadn't faded. But the effects of the alcohol dissipated in an instant. His entire being became incredibly sober. The previously excited smile froze on his face. holding the wine raised midair, unsure whether he should drink it down or not. His whole person was completely dumbfounded. All right? Mu Nanshan's gaze flickered, looking at the pair of young men and women standing in the center of the hall. His heart was filled with extremely mixed feelings. At this very moment Mu Nantian truly felt extremely helpless. He suddenly felt somewhat regretful. I fucking went to the profound frost cave heaven to apologize. Just simply apologizing would have been fine. Why the hell did I have to send an invitation? Was my brain short-circuiting at that time? Otherwise the Frost Heavenly Empress wouldn't have actually come. Mu Nanshan's expression went through a series of changes. The others in the hall also quickly noticed this point. This made everyone feel puzzled. Didn't the Frost Heavenly Empress come as a guest? But family head Mu looked as if he was somewhat unwelcoming. Doubts sprang up in everyone's hearts. It wasn't just them who felt it. Even I in the womb also noticed at this time that the atmosphere was a bit off. We finally arrived at the Mu family's banquet. Hey. That old boy Mu Nantian seems to truly not welcome us. But my mom is a heavenly empress. Do you dare chase her away? I really want to see what Mu Nanshan's expression looks like right now. The fire of gossip burned fiercely in my heart. Last time Mu Nantian went to the profound frost cave heaven to show off, and got his face slapped by me on the spot. Today with mom and dad bringing me here. His appearance must be extremely splendid. I just love the look of you not being able to stand me, but yet unable to do anything about me. This feeling is simply too satisfying. Inside the hall, Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu also saw Mu Nanshan's expression. The two had faint smiles. Especially Jiang Wushu don't mention how much he was gloating. Does family head Mu not welcome the two of us? If that's the case we will leave now and not disturb you further. He cupped his hands in a fake manner, and then supported Su Qingshuang beside him. The two turned around as if they were really going to leave. But Mu Nantian certainly didn't dare. What kind of joke is this? A heavenly empress arrived, how could he dare not to welcome her? Even if he didn't welcome her in his heart, he absolutely could not say it out loud. Looking across the entire world today, whose guts were so fat as to dare to shut the door in the Frost Heavenly Empress's face? Immediately Mu Nantian squeezed out an incomparably stiff smile. How could I dare? How could I dare? Welcome. Welcome. How fortunate is my Mu family to actually have the Frost Heavenly Empress and Wushu Holy Ancestor condescend to grace our humble abode. As he spoke he cupped his hands and bowed. How could he still care about drinking wine? He hurriedly even gave up the main seat. He even personally took action, removing the wine and dishes on the table, and then replaced them with a completely new set. After a busy flurry of activity, an extra table was temporarily added in the hall. Mu Nantian and Jian Lingtian were about to take Mu Qingchen to sit down. However Mu Qingchen remained sitting in his original position, not moving his but even a bit. Qingchen, quickly give up the seat for the Frost Heavenly Empress and Wushu Holy Ancestor, Mu Nantian said. But Mu Qingchen didn't even look at him. The little boy's pair of eyes just stared intently at that exiled immortal-like woman. His face was expressionless and his eyes were extremely heavy and condensed, as if standing before him was not a heavenly empress, but an ordinary person. Seeing this Mu Nantian was directly scared half to death. This grandson of his was simply daring enough to wrap around the heavens. With a heavenly empress present, how could you look directly at her? Not to mention you don't have much cultivation right now. Even if you truly manage to ascend to the position of Sword Emperor in the future, the existence before you is still not someone you can easily offend. Mu Nantian didn't say anything more. He walked straight forward to take his grandson away. But Mu Qingchen dodged a bit. His gaze shifted to Su Qingshuang's lower abdomen. Frost Heavenly Empress. When will the imperial son be born? He opened his mouth and asked. Su Qingshuang smiled slightly without answering. Now Mu Nanshan's body was even trembling a bit. What is the meaning of this? Are you little brat provoking the imperial son? The child is ignorant. Please Frost Heavenly Empress absolutely do not take offense. He hurriedly said. Following which he didn't delay in the slightest. He directly lifted Mu Qingchen up. The little boy's gaze still landed on Su Qingshuang's lower abdomen. Not knowing what he was thinking in his heart, but that look in his eyes was like a tenacious and extremely stubborn giant beast of the desolate antiquity. It wasn't until Mu Nantian finally brought him to sit down that he restrained himself. Was that little brat just now provoking me? That should be the absolute spirit sword body, right? Anyway, don't mess with me. Otherwise I'll beat you until you cry non-stop. Jiang Yuxian continuously sneered in his heart. He didn't care at all about Mu Qingqian's provocation.
Isn't it just an absolute spirit sword body?
What are you acting all tough for? Finally the banquet in the hall continued. But everything that had just happened made the atmosphere become extremely bizarre. A subtle air was flowing. The thoughts of the guests who came to the Mu family were all flickering. The situation is very clear now. The Frost Heavenly Empress and Wushu Holy Ancestor obviously didn't come to give the Mu family face and congratulate the absolute spirit sword body. Instead it looks more like they came to cause trouble. Everyone drank wine and ate food. But it was no longer as passionate as before. Almost all were mechanically pouring and drinking by themselves. Each and every one of them looked like puppets without souls. And the Frost Heavenly Empress sat at the head of the table without saying a word. In the eyes of the Wushu Holy Ancestor, there was even less anyone else. Wholeheartedly only caring about picking up food for his own wife. He even pulled out a dagger radiating cold light to peel spirit fruits. Mu Nantian was even more drinking cup after cup of wine full of depression. I in the womb couldn't see this scene. But the bizarrely silent atmosphere around. I could clearly feel it. This made me extremely overjoyed. My mom is just that tyrannical. A peerless heavenly empress is meant to suppress all insubordination. No matter how displeased you are. You have to keep it suppressed completely dead inside your heart. Everyone in the hall remained silent. But as time continuously flowed away, the 5 people from Hidden Sword Mountain, led by Jian Lingtian quickly, couldn't sit still anymore. The arrival of the Frost Heavenly Empress gave them a tremendous pleasant surprise. Could it be that the Frost Heavenly Empress and Wushu Holy Ancestor thought it through? And want to let the Imperial Son enter Hidden Sword Mountain after he is born? This is the greatest possibility. Otherwise, why would they make a special trip to the Mu family? But things didn't develop according to their imagination at all. After the Heavenly Empress couple arrived, they didn't say anything and just sat there.
Are you going to agree with us or not?
At least give us a straightforward answer. For a time the 5 from Hidden Sword Mountain looked at each other. They were all hesitating. Should they take the initiative to bring up this topic? In fact, you can't blame Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu for this. They came to the Mu family following the little guy's wishes. As for what he wanted to do by coming here, they didn't know. Whatever. We're already here anyway. Just eat. Just drink. Shuanger, try this holy snow spirit fruit. This is good stuff. It blooms once every 300 years. Bears fruit once every 300 years. It can only occasionally be seen in extremely cold lands. It's too precious. It's only because we came to the Mu family. Normally we wouldn't get to eat such spirit fruit. Jiang Wushu peeled a spirit fruit for Su Qingshuang and said with praise. After that he peeled one for himself and gnawed on it with extreme enthusiasm. The others watched until their eyelids kept twitching. Are you truly not caring about your image as a holy ancestor at all? When Jiang Wushu grabbed another bunch of grape-like spirit fruits and prepared to continue eating like a glutton, Jian Lingtian truly couldn't bear it anymore. He suddenly stood up. Immediately everyone's gaze was all attracted to him. Frost Heavenly Empress. Wushu Holy Ancestor. I wonder if you two have made a decision. To have the Imperial Son enter my Hidden Sword Mountain after he is born? He asked straightforwardly, getting straight to the point. He truly couldn't hold it in at all. However, Jian Lingtian's words made everyone present except Mu Nantian completely confused. Even Mu Qingqian at this moment also raised his eyes again to look at Su Qingshuang. At this moment the family is attending the Mu family banquet. Due to Mom's powerful aura, no one dared to speak. Just as Dad was about to continue stuffing his face, Jian Lingtian really couldn't hold back anymore. He suddenly stood up. Frost Heavenly Emperor. Holy Ancestor Wushu. I wonder if you two have made a decision. For the Imperial Son to join my Hidden Sword Mountain after he is born? He asked straight to the point. He truly couldn't hold it in any longer. However, Jian Lingtian's words left everyone present baffled except for Mu Nantian. Even Mu Qingqian at this moment also looked up again at Su Qingshuang. Inviting the Imperial Son to enter Hidden Sword Mountain? What was the meaning of this? Everyone was completely clueless. He has the bloodline of a heavenly emperor flowing through his body. And after birth, he will be personally taught by a heavenly emperor. Why on earth would he go to Hidden Sword Mountain? Among everyone present, only Mu Nantian knew the real reason. His heart skipped a beat, feeling that things were not looking good. In an instant he seemed to have figured out the entire cause and effect. I was wondering why the Frost Heavenly Emperor suddenly came to my Mu family. She must be planning to agree to the Sword Saint. allowing the flawless sword heart to enter hidden sword mountain for cultivation. So that's how it is. At this point Mu Nantian could basically confirm that the Frost Heavenly Emperor came here to agree to let the Imperial Sun enter hidden sword mountain. Thinking of this, his face suddenly turned extremely ugly. For the flawless sword heart to enter hidden sword mountain to his grandson Mu Qingchen was a terribly bad thing. In sword Dao cultivation, being suppressed by someone, and the limitless sword embryo, that was originally almost within reach, would probably also face competition from the Imperial Sun. What was to be done about this? In that instant Mu Nantian's mood plummeted to rock bottom. At the main seat, after hearing Jian Lingtian's words, Jiang Wushu also stopped gnawing on his spirit fruit. He likewise turned his head and looked at his wife's belly. This brat was clamoring to come to the Mu family. Who knows what he's trying to pull? Now that we've been here so long, there should be a result by now, right? If he wants to agree to Jian Lingtian, he should give a sign right about now. It wasn't just Jiang Wushu. Su Qingshuang also lowered her head, reaching out to stroke her lower abdomen. However, the fetus in her belly showed no movement at all. Upon probing carefully, the little thing wasn't asleep right now either. He was just squinting and smiling. Who knows what he was so happy about? Su Qingshuang felt extremely helpless. You're not asleep, but you won't give a clear answer either. Just what exactly are you planning? Sword Saint Lingtian. This matter was already made clear that day. Whether to enter hidden sword mountain or not. Let us wait until later, and allow Yuxian to decide for himself. She said with a bitter smile. Who knows what I was thinking in my heart? But seeing that I had no reaction, it definitely means I don't want to enter hidden sword mountain. Hearing Su Qingshuang's response, Jian Lingtian immediately became somewhat stunned. What the heck? It's actually still a rejection? If that's the case, what did you come all this way to the Mu family for? Are you really just here for the banquet? Even though Jian Lingtian was ranked as a sword saint, at this moment he also felt his brain turn to mush. The mind of a heavenly emperor is indeed difficult to fathom. While he was puzzled here, an elder of Hidden Sword Mountain beside him became anxious again. Frost Heavenly Emperor. Holy Ancestor Wushu. Are you two really not going to reconsider? The flawless sword heart is rarely seen in 10,000 ages. It can be called a divine body of the sword Dao. If the Imperial Sun does not cultivate the sword Dao, it would truly be too much of a pity. This elder said with utter heartache. Why won't the Frost Heavenly Emperor couple just understand? It would ruin such a miraculous flawless sword heart for nothing. He wailed continuously in his heart. But he completely failed to realize that as soon as he spoke these words, it was like a sudden clap of thunder, exploding loudly within the massive main hall of the Mu family. All the guests at this moment were invariably jolted. What? Flawless sword heart? The Imperial Sun actually awakened the flawless sword heart? How is this possible? Didn't he awaken some other special constitution? Series of exclamations rang out, including the various holy ancestors. The people from the major powers were all extremely horrified. Many people knew of the flawless sword heart. It was an existence that absolutely surpassed the absolute spirit sword body, capable of thoroughly suppressing it. It was hard to imagine that the unborn child in the Frost Heavenly Emperor's womb had actually awakened such a divine sword Dao constitution. This was too astonishing. The phenomenon of the Imperial Sun from earlier was definitely not the flawless sword heart, which meant to say, the Imperial Sun possesses dual constitutions. The War King of the Fulong Divine Dynasty suddenly spoke up, reaching this conclusion. And these words made people even more exceptionally shocked. Dual constitutions? The child in the Frost Heavenly Emperor's womb. Just what kind of monstrous genius is he? He isn't even born yet, and has already awakened dual constitutions. Does it have to be this terrifying? At this moment, everyone completely understood. Everything made sense now. No wonder when the Frost Heavenly Emperor and Holy Ancestor Wushu arrived, Mu Nantian had a look of being unwelcoming. It turned out the Imperial Sun had awakened the flawless sword heart. That is the nemesis of the absolute spirit sword body. It would be strange if Mu Nantian had a good expression. At this very moment, even deep within Mu Qingchen's heart, a strong sense of crisis arose. He originally thought his absolute spirit sword body was the strongest sword constitution in the current world. But he never expected the Imperial Sun to actually possess the flawless sword heart. Suddenly sword intent burst forth from all over Mu Qingchen's body. Endless sword light surged out from that small body. Mighty and majestic. Is the flawless sword heart really stronger than my absolute spirit sword body? I don't believe it. A tender voice rang out in the hall, sounding incomparably low and deep, like the low growl of a primordial ferocious beast. Thousands upon thousands of sword lights flickered indeterminately, as if they would strike across the sky in the next instant. Mu Nantian was stunned for a moment, and then his whole being was frightened out of his wits. Without a second thought he directly swung a slap, extinguishing the sky full of sword gleams into nothingness. Immediately after he pulled Mu Qingchen to bow down towards Su Qingshuang. My grandson Qingchen is young and ignorant, and has offended the Heavenly Emperor's majesty. I beg the Frost Heavenly Emperor to absolutely forgive this sin, Mu Nantian said trembling, wishing he could kneel down to Su Qingshuang. The other guests were also frightened badly. This direct grandson of the Mu family was simply too arrogant to actually right in front of the Frost Heavenly Emperor intend to attack the imperial son in her womb. Are you tired of living? If a Heavenly Emperor gets angry, even the massive immortal Mu family would have heads rolling and blood flowing like a river. This little thing simply had the audacity of a dog covering the sky. One could see holy ancestor Wushu immediately furrow his brows. A terrifyingly peerless aura abruptly spread out, and a fearful coercion swept over like a tide, filling the entire hall. A little brat dares to be impudent in front of me? If no one in your Mu family will discipline him, I will discipline him well for you. In an instant Jiang Wushu wanted to make a move, but Su Qingshuang patted the back of his hand, and immediately the aura all over Jiang Wushu collapsed with a boom, retracting completely. It was as if nothing had happened. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the Frost Heavenly Emperor did not plan to bicker with a child. But what people didn't expect was, just when everyone thought the matter was going to settle down, a monstrous sword intent suddenly emerged. Unrivaled sharpness crisscrossed and surged, arising from the depths of everyone's hearts, crisscrossing and colliding, as if to cut them into scattered pieces. Everyone mobilized their spiritual power just to suppress it. However, Mu Qingchen beside Mu Nantian was not so lucky. He let out a muffled groan on the spot, and his face instantly turned pale. A line of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, having suffered a considerable injury. Fortunately, however, that terrifying sword intent vanished in a flash, and did not last long. Formless sword. It's the Imperial Son's flawless sword heart. He is manipulating the sword intent, and caused Mu Qingchen to be injured. A group of experts was extremely horrified. It turned out it wasn't that the Frost Heavenly Emperor wouldn't bicker, but that the Imperial Son still in the womb already understood the affairs of the outside world. He personally struck manipulating the formless sword intent, and taught Mu Qingchen a lesson. This made it hard for people to believe. The son of a Heavenly Emperor was actually this terrifying. In the womb I wore a sneer on the corner of my mouth. This Mu Qingchen is really arrogant. He actually dared to attack me. Really any Tom, Dick or Harry dares to run amok over my head. This time is just to teach you a lesson. If there is a next time, I really won't be polite. I'm not going to spoil Mu Qingchen's bad habits. So what if you're a child? I'm F***king still in the womb, and haven't even been born yet. Inside the hall, Mu Nantian kept his body bowed the entire time. His grandson beside him getting injured made his eyelids twitch violently, but he didn't dare to make any further moves. Su Qingshuang watched this scene, and didn't say much. As for the absolute spirit sword body, she didn't even give it a second glance. Just a wet behind the ears little cub, nothing more. Even my unborn son can easily deal with you. This emperor doesn't need to get angry because of you. She sat there calmly and composed, while Jiang Wushu beside her suddenly burst into loud laughter. Where was there even a hint of his previous anger on his face? Family head Mu, why be like this? They are just children. Young and aggressive. Understandable. Having lived to our age, how could we bicker over such trivial matters? Quickly rise. Family head Mu, please get up quickly. While speaking, Jiang Wushu felt absolutely magnificent in his heart. This son of his was increasingly earning him face. I have all these skills but absolutely no room to display them. Jiang Wushu looked at Mu Nantian with a face full of genial smiles. But his words caused the people of the major powers to secretly curse him in their hearts. Won't bicker? Who the hell are you bluffing? Who was it just now that had their aura steaming all over? Good heavens, that posture. If the Frost Heavenly Emperor hadn't stopped it in time, you would have wanted to tear down the Mu family. This is too fiercely protective of the child. Now it's all good. Your son got his revenge right to their faces. So you take the opportunity to put on a magnanimous posture. You change faces really fast. The hall was completely silent. Everyone looked at their noses, and their noses looked at their hearts, all remaining speechless. And Mu Nantian at this time slightly breathed a sigh of relief. His grandson taking a little injury was nothing. It wouldn't take a few days to fully recover. But if they really angered Holy Ancestor Wushu, or even the Frost Heavenly Emperor, then things would really get disastrous. He immediately bowed to the two again. Many thanks, Frost Heavenly Emperor. Many thanks, Holy Ancestor Wushu. You two are magnanimous. I Mu am endlessly grateful. Mu Nantian pulled Mu Qingchen back to his seat. The little boy also kept his head down at this time, like an eggplant hit by frost. But his small hands were tightly clenched nails digging into his flesh. Mu Qingchen gritted his teeth, deep in his eyes filled with stubbornness and madness. No one noticed this point. Even if they really saw it, they would probably just treat it as a joke. In front of the Frost Heavenly Emperor. What do you have to be arrogant about? As long as you aren't arrogantly ignorant on the surface. Do you think the Frost Heavenly Emperor and Holy Ancestor Wushu would even pay attention to you? By this time, the matter just now was considered to have been brushed past. The atmosphere in the hall once again returned to that bizarre silence from before. But the hidden sword mountain elder, who spoke earlier, sighed again. Frost Heavenly Emperor. Holy Ancestor Wushu. For the flawless sword heart, not to cultivate the sword Tao, is truly a pity. He still wanted to try once more, attempting to make the two change their minds. Hearing these words, the people from other powers suddenly began to echo the sentiment. Frost Heavenly Emperor. I feel the elder's words make sense. The Imperial Son's cultivation partakes of good fortune. His aptitude defies the heavens. But the flawless sword heart is truly too rare. If he specializes in the sword Tao, he will surely shine through the ages and suppress the 3,000 Tao realms for tens of millions of years. Such a powerful constitution must not be wasted. If cultivated by Hidden Sword Mountain, the Imperial Son's capabilities in the future might not be unable to surpass the Frost Heavenly Emperor. I Chu also agree with this point. When it comes to sword Tao cultivation, Hidden Sword Mountain should take the top spot. No one can surpass them. The flawless sword heart has rarely come into the world. It cannot be left to go to waste. The crowd said one after another. These were their sincere words. It was not to boast about the Imperial Son, but truly feeling it was a pity for the flawless sword heart not to cultivate the sword Tao. Moreover, they were even more clear about one thing. Hidden Sword Mountain inviting the Imperial Son was inevitably also with the idea of letting him fuse with the limitless sword embryo. Otherwise, just going by what the Frost Heavenly Emperor said. Waiting until the Imperial Son was born to let him decide for himself would be fine. But if so, once the flawless sword heart is fused by the absolute spirit sword body, when that time comes, the Imperial Son would probably be firmly suppressed. Everyone could see this clearly. Mu Nantian was naturally even more clear in his heart. He suddenly became a bit anxious again. You bunch of guys came to my Mu family as guests. Why are you turning your elbows outward? Insisting on persuading the flawless sword heart to enter Hidden Sword Mountain. If he goes, what will happen to my grandson? After deliberating for a moment, Mu Nantian finally spoke up. He was heard letting out a light chuckle. Everyone is perhaps underestimating the Imperial Son too much. A few days ago at the profound Frost Cave Heaven, I Mu had the honor of witnessing a few things that almost caused my Tao heart to waver. While speaking, he raised one arm and directly gave a thumbs up. His face was also filled with an expression of marvel. His performance instantly piqued everyone's curiosity. Everyone wanted to know just what kind of thing it was that could actually make a holy ancestor's Tao heart unstable. Mu Nantian paused for a moment and then continued to speak. You all probably wouldn't dare to imagine, even in your dreams. The Imperial Son has long been cultivating in the womb, and in one fell swoop he broke the ultimate limit of the bone forging stage. What kind of heaven-defying fortune is this? Looking out over the great desolate realms billions of years. When has there ever been such a monstrous genius? With the Imperial Son's divine might being like this, even if he does not cultivate the sword Tao, he will surely reach the pinnacle of cultivation and stand above all living beings. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The Mu family hall directly exploded into an uproar. For a moment, everyone in the hall was completely stunned. Their hearts were all filled with intense suspicion, and they cast their gazes towards the Frost Heavenly Emperor and Holy Ancestor Wushu at the head seats. hoping to get confirmation from their mouths. Jiang Wushu sighed, and waved his hand. My dog of a son just made a little commotion, that's all. Everyone need not be surprised. His realm is still very low right now. It's not like he cultivated into a holy ancestor while in the womb. There is no need to make a fuss over nothing. Jiang Wushu said with a look of indifference. After finishing, he leisurely picked up the half-eaten snow spirit holy fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. This was equivalent to a direct confirmation. The hall instantly exploded again. This kind of thing. If it weren't personally confirmed by the Frost Heavenly Emperor and Holy Ancestor Wushu, no one would believe it if it were told outside. Who would dare to believe it? At this instant, the people from all major powers were entirely filled with horror. The hall was a noisy mess. In a split second, a group of Holy Ancestor Almighty experts couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. And I in the womb, hearing this commotion, simply cracked up laughing. You all praising me like this really makes someone a bit embarrassed. However, could you all not be so surprised? Sit down everyone, these are all just basic operations. Basic operations, don't overreact everyone. Not only were these guests horrified, even the 5 people from Hidden Sword Mountain were all inexplicably alarmed at this moment. This was the first time they had heard of this. Last time they went to the profound Frost Cave Heaven, the Frost Heavenly Emperor and Holy Ancestor Wushu didn't mention it. Suddenly, Jian Lingtian's whole body was full of soaring momentum. Incomparably excited. The state of mind tempered by countless years of sword Dao cultivation also lost control at this moment. If the Imperial Sun cultivates the sword Dao and borrows the power of the limitless sword embryo, there is hope to break the shackles, open the heavenly gates with a single sword, and become a sword immortal. The War King of the Fulong Divine Dynasty, Di Wushuang, spoke. Sword immortal. The moment these 2 words came out, they blew up the entire scene. No one remembered how many years it had been since anyone in the 3,000 Dao realms dared to mention the word immortal. In the current world, a heavenly emperor can only emerge once in millions of years. Immortals have long since been annihilated in the great ancient era. But now the Imperial Sun might truly have the hope of achieving it. Once the Imperial Sun succeeds, I'm afraid there really is a possibility in the future to break the heaven and earth's cage and become a true immortal. At this very moment, everyone's expressions were shaken. This was even more so for Jian Lingtian. Divine light gleamed brightly in his eyes, and formless sword intent frantically circled around his body. He stood up directly and gave a grand salute to Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu. I beg the Frost Heavenly Emperor to grant this request. At this point there was no need for any more words. As long as the Frost Heavenly Emperor could grant the request, Hidden Sword Mountain would spare no cost to cultivate the Imperial Sun, all for the sake of pursuing that extremely slim hope of becoming an immortal. Mu Nantian watched this scene, and his mind was completely turned to mush. This isn't right. I told you all about the Imperial Sun's matters, just to make Hidden Sword Mountain give up the idea. After all, he's already cultivating in the womb. He fundamentally doesn't need to cultivate any sword Dao. Now look what happened. Jian Lingtian is even more enthusiastic. He even brought up sword immortals. What kind of situation is this? Looking at his appearance, it seems like he absolutely won't give up unless the Imperial Sun enters the sect. The Frost Heavenly Emperor had clearly refused earlier. How did it suddenly develop to this stage? If I had known it would be like this, why the F***ck did I run my mouth? Mu Nantian felt a million times regret in his heart. At the main seats, Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu looked at each other in dismay. They were also a bit clueless. This group of people can really exaggerate too much, right? The Sword Saint is truly overpraising. Ascending to become a true immortal, how could it be that easy? How could the cage of heaven and earth be broken by ordinary means? Even with the flawless sword heart plus the limitless sword embryo, there is almost no hope. Su Qingshuang said with a helpless smile. This sentence directly poured a ladle of cold water on Jian Lingtian. The others also quieted down. As the only heavenly emperor in the current world, the Frost Heavenly Emperor was indeed the person closest to a true immortal. She had the most right to speak on this matter. It seemed that it was still these people who were too excited and got a bit carried away. If it were in that distant ancient era, the flawless sword heart plus the limitless sword embryo might not be unable to break through the universe's constraints. But now after all is not the ancient era. Seeing Jian Lingtian's look of disappointment, Jiang Wushu couldn't help but voice out to comfort him. Sword Saint, there is no need to mind. Even if my son does not enter Hidden Sword Mountain as a disciple, there will be opportunities in the future to go and seek guidance. As for true immortals, Jiang Wuxiu suddenly let out a chuckle. My brat has no other skills. But when it comes to causing trouble, he is a first-class expert. He hasn't even been born yet. But time and time again he has scared us husband and wife half to death. Everyone in the hall listened to his words, and couldn't help but nod together. With the Imperial Son's numerous miraculous displays, anyone would be scared. This was very normal. However, Jiang Wuxiu's next sentence made them violently startle in shock. The brat even created a new ultimate limit of bone forging. So as for the position of true immortal, I think he might not necessarily lack the chance in the future. The hall was as silent as death. The crowd was like they had been hit by a body-binding spell, each one turning into a wood carving or clay sculpture. Only pairs of big bright eyes stared as wide as copper bells. Following closely was the sound of throats rolling and swallowing saliva. Holy Ancestor Wuxiu, are you saying the new ultimate limit of bone forging was broken by the Imperial Son? In a daze the crowd burst into an uproar. In the main hall and side halls the entire room was in an uproar. Whether it was the almighty experts of the major powers, or the many young disciples, none were not shocked to an absolute extreme. Monstrous genius. The Imperial Son is simply a freak. What does this count as? I haven't even been born yet. And I've already shocked you all like this. Then wait until I am born. Won't I scare you half to death? I complained internally. The crowd boiling over in the Mu family hall continued endlessly. Everyone's gaze couldn't help but want to look at the banished immortal-like woman at the main seat. More accurately, to look at her swelling belly. The Imperial Son's abilities shocked the world and astounded the vulgar. No matter how exaggerated the words of praise were, they could not express the crowd's inner marvel and shock. One could imagine that when the banquet ended, and the news from here spread out, it would inevitably trigger an even more terrifying storm. Below, Mu Nanshan's mind was also rippling at this time. He only knew the Imperial Son broke the ultimate limit of bone forging, but he had never heard of the creation of a new ultimate limit. Hearing Jiang Wuxiu speak of it today, how could it not make him horrified to death? In another blink of an eye, looking at his grandson Mu Qingchen beside him, Mu Nantian immediately couldn't help but shake his head. Even though this grandson of his possessed a monstrous aptitude, compared to the Imperial Son still in the womb, he suddenly seemed inadequate. With things developing to this stage, even Jian Lingtian couldn't say much more. He didn't know whether he should be shocked or sigh. Creating a brand new ultimate limit of bone forging already proved that the Imperial Son's cultivation talent would absolutely not be confined to just the path of the sword Dao. Even to a certain extent, the flawless sword heart already didn't count for much. Thinking of this, Jian Lingtian shook his head and returned to his seat once again. The atmosphere in the hall was passionate and lasted for a very, very long time, until everyone finally calmed their moods. They would still exclaim in admiration from time to time. Not long after, the emperor of the Jinghong divine dynasty suddenly thought of something. He couldn't help but look at the husband and wife at the main seats and speak. Frost Heavenly Emperor. Since the Imperial Son has already created a new ultimate limit, doesn't that mean he will very soon step into the Meridian Opening Realm? This sentence pulled everyone's attention back again. That's right. He can even break the new ultimate limit of bone forging. So what would breaking through to the Meridian Opening Realm count as? But he is in the womb. If the Imperial Son really enters Meridian Opening before birth, that would be another unprecedented miracle through the ages. At the top seat, Jiang Wuxiu picked up his wine cup and drained it in one gulp, and smacked his lips, then lightly said a single sentence. He is already at the 9th level of Meridian Opening. Everyone was instantly stunned, only to see the family head of the immortal Ji family abruptly stand up from his seat. Look at Jiang Wuxiu. The Imperial Son's abilities shake the past and dazzle the present, looking down with disdain upon all ages. In the bone forging realm, he already created all sorts of miraculous things. And right now he has directly reached the 9th level of Meridian Opening. I truly dare not imagine the Imperial Son's martial meridian. Just how heaven-defying it is, he said, filled with excitement. At the same time, a pair of eyes stared straight at Jiang Wuxiu, wanting to hear his answer. The others also looked over together, without needing to think much. With the stunning talent of Holy Ancestor Wuxiu and the Frost Heavenly Emperor, their son's martial meridian must be terrifying, coupled with a series of heaven-defying acts in the bone forging realm. the Imperial Sun's martial meridian, was probably horrifying to hear about. Thinking of this, everyone's bodies couldn't help but start trembling. They only wanted to hear a shockingly terrifying name, spoken from the mouth of holy ancestor Wushu. However, after watching for quite a while they received no response. Instead, the expression on Jiang Wushu's face seemed to have frozen somewhat. He was no longer focused on eating and drinking. Jiang Wushu slowly put down the wine cup in his hand. How am I supposed to answer this? The brat is indeed at the 9th level of meridian opening. But he really doesn't have a special martial meridian. In that small body, the spiritual power is indeed so vigorous it's unimaginable. But in the end it's still very common spiritual power. Without a special martial meridian, there wouldn't be a qualitative transformation. If this were to be said out loud, it would probably greatly disappoint everyone before his eyes, right? After all, the contrast is truly too great. Let alone these people before him. Even Jiang Wushu himself had some trouble accepting it when he found out yesterday. Here Jiang Wushu's expression carried a bit of awkwardness. But Su Qingxuang gave a free and easy smile. My son has not awakened a special martial meridian, she said indifferently. And as these words came out, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly stagnated. He doesn't have one? Pairs of eyes were filled with looks of disbelief. The Imperial Sun did not awaken a special martial meridian? Frost Heavenly Emperor, you're not bluffing us, are you? This is impossible. The Imperial Sun was already so fierce in the bone-forging realm. How could he drop the ball at the meridian opening realm? Is this real or fake? Su Qingxuang looked at everyone's appearances and didn't say anything more. One of her palms unconsciously stroked her lower abdomen, her eyes flashing with deep doting love. Not to mention the little guy is already powerful enough. Even if his aptitude were average, he is still the flesh of her heart. Just a special martial meridian, that's all. If he doesn't have one, he doesn't have one. Everyone in the hall repeatedly observed Holy Ancestor Wushu and the Frost Heavenly Emperor. Their expressions indeed did not look like they were lying. This time they truly felt disappointed. For a moment the hall became dead silent. Only the people of the Mu family felt a slight sense of pleasant surprise in their hearts. Especially Mu Qingchen. He kept his head down, but the corners of his mouth actually curved up slightly, forming a cold arc. And beside him Mu Nanshan's thoughts were fluttering wildly. The Tao of Heaven reduces the excessive to supplement the deficient. It focuses on a method of balance. It must be that the Imperial Sun is too heaven-defying, attracting the great Tao's attention, which stripped away his special martial meridian. Mu Nantian thought in this way. The others had similar thoughts. One can only blame the Imperial Sun for being too outstanding. The heaven and earth great Tao formlessly placed restrictions on him. Otherwise, if he truly developed like he did in the bone-forging realm, in the future he would inevitably turn the vast universe completely upside down. This is the rule of the heavenly Tao, the balance of laws and principles, the myriad living beings. No one can change it. While everyone's thoughts were spinning 100 times over, I in the womb however grinned. You were praising me so well just now. But upon hearing I had no special martial meridian, you all went dead silent. I wanted to laugh. These people are too realistic, aren't they? I came to the Mu family precisely for the special martial meridian. Otherwise, what did you think I came here for? A one-day tour? I complained internally. Forget it. Wait until I receive the system reward. When that time comes I'll make your jaws drop to the floor. Inside the Mu family hall, a crowd of guests sighed for a long time, feeling it was a pity. The Imperial Sun cultivating in the womb, creating a brand new ultimate limit of bone forging. If he also had a special martial meridian powerful enough to defy the heavens, it would inevitably elevate his talent to a hair-raising state. However, all of this is an extravagant hope. His martial meridian is only completely ordinary. This is indeed a very pitiful matter. Cough cough everyone. Right at this moment, Mu Nantian suddenly coughed lightly. He stood up and bowed to Su Qingxuang, then cupped his fists to the crowd. This action attracted everyone's gaze. Today we are honored by everyone gracing our Mu family with your presence. At this time when the wine is flowing merrily, I Mu wish to take this opportunity to let my grandson Qingchen formally enter under the sect of Hidden Sword Mountain. It just happens to add to everyone's entertainment, and at the same time I invite everyone to be witnesses together. He said aloud with a faint smile on his face. Mu Nanshan's mood today had repeatedly fluctuated. His grandson's spotlight had all been stolen by the Imperial Sun. This banquet couldn't really be hosted for him, right? Then he could only forcefully pull everyone's attention back. After he finished speaking, the experts were first stunned for a moment. Ever since the Frost Heavenly Emperor arrived, they had just been busy being shocked by the Imperial Sun. How could they have forgotten this matter? Weren't they here to celebrate the birth of the Absolute Spirit Sword Body? And in passing for Hidden Sword Mountain, to hold a simple disciple acceptance ceremony? Ha ha ha, family head Mu is right. Let the Absolute Spirit Sword Body acknowledge his master. And let us broaden our horizons. I the old man will first congratulate Hidden Sword Mountain here, for accepting a peerless sword constitution. Let's begin. I am already somewhat unable to wait. The hall was filled with clamor and agreement. What is the Frost Heavenly Emperor's opinion? Mu Nantian asked again. A Heavenly Emperor was sitting up there. He definitely had to symbolically seek her approval. Regarding this, Su Qingxuang naturally would not obstruct it. She just brought her son here to attend the banquet. It's not like she wanted to cause trouble in the Mu family. Today, the little guy had already stirred up quite a bit of waves. The Limitless Sword Embryo was also refused again. Could it be she still wanted to prevent the Absolute Spirit Sword Body from entering Hidden Sword Mountain? Under the watchful gazes of everyone, the disciple acceptance ceremony quickly began. Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wushu temporarily yielded the main seats. Jian Lingtian stepped behind the desk. With a flick of his hand, a clang could be heard, like the sound of a sharp sword being unsheathed. Endless sword light steamed up, rapidly condensing in the void, forming a hazy portrait. Looking up under the permeation of monstrous sword intent, it merged into the blurry figure of a young man. This person had a slender figure with fluttering robes, standing leaning on a sword with a peerless divine posture. The portrait of the Limitless Sword Emperor, the founding patriarch of Hidden Sword Mountain. A group of holy ancestor experts looked at the portrait, only feeling an endless stinging pain in their eyes. That was the heroic posture of a sword emperor. Shocking to people. Even though he has disappeared from the world for countless years, just a single portrait released an unimaginably terrifying divine charm. Facing the portrait of the Limitless Sword Emperor, Jian Lingtian first gave a deep bow, and then a Hidden Sword Mountain elder spoke up to host the ceremony. Mu Qingchen faced the Limitless Sword Emperor's portrait and kowtowed 3 times, and offered incense to pay respects. With the Absolute Spirit Sword Body entering Hidden Sword Mountain, the treatment was naturally no small matter. After entering the sect, he would be personally taught by Jian Lingtian. The subject of this apprenticeship was exactly him. Jian Lingtian was seen moving behind the desk and sitting properly. They exchanged the apprenticeship cards prepared in advance. The Hidden Sword Mountain elder loudly read the sect rules. Immediately after, Jian Lingtian likewise spoke instructions. Mu Qingchen kowtowed in thanks, took the tea handed over by an attendant, raised it above his head, and offered it into Jian Lingtian's hands. With this, the apprenticeship ceremony was considered to be concluding. It was truly simple to the extreme. Everyone knew that Hidden Sword Mountain valued cultivation heavily, and didn't care much for excessive red tape. Handling it simply and easily was fine. When the ceremony ended, it still won a full house of applause. Everyone did not spare their words of praise. After everything was finished, Jian Lingtian thanked Su Qingxuang, and then yielded back the main seats. After returning to his own seat, his gaze landed on Mu Qingchen. Qingchen, since you have entered my sect, as your master, I naturally should give you a grand gift. While speaking, Jian Lingtian revealed a mysterious smile. The crowd of guests all pricked up their ears at the same time. They were very curious. What kind of grand gift the Sword Saint would give? Just what kind of ultimate treasure could it be? To be worthy of the Absolute Spirit Sword Body's aptitude? Jian Lingtian didn't speak much nonsense either. He immediately extended a finger, and violently slashed through the void. Ryup! A long narrow spatial rift appeared. Inside the rift was pitch black, with endless spatial turbulence violently flying and shooting out. And within it appeared a cocoon of light the size of a watermelon. The instant they saw this cocoon of light, everyone's breathing became hurried. Each of them widened their eyes, incomparably horrified. This is the Limitless Sword Embryo. The Sword Saint even brought the Limitless Sword Embryo. Successive voices of shock rang out. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Jian Lingtian's actions completely exceeded their expectations. They originally thought that after Mu Qingchen entered Hidden Sword Mountain, he would have a chance to fuse with the Limitless Sword Embryo. Who would have thought that right as he entered the sect, Jian Lingtian took it out? Such an ultimate treasure was brought out so easily. It had to be said. Jian Tian truly had immense boldness. Not bad. This is exactly the limitless sword embryo, Jian Tian said. While speaking, he turned his head and glanced at Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu at the main seats, sighing somewhat. Seeing his action like this, the rest of the people also understood. This sword embryo was originally probably intended to be given to the imperial son. But the Frost Heavenly Emperor repeatedly rejected Hidden Sword Mountain's invitation. And now it was going to fall into the hands of the Absolute Spirit Sword Body. Great. This is simply too great. In an instant, Mu Nantian was wild with joy. This was also something he absolutely never expected. Before this, Jian Tian hadn't leaked even the slightest bit of information to him. This was truly a massive surprise. At the same time, Mu Nantian felt a strong wave of lingering fear in his heart. If the Frost Heavenly Emperor had agreed to the Sword Saint, his grandson would probably truly have no destiny with this sword embryo. Between the son of a Heavenly Emperor and the descendant of an immortal family, which one to focus on cultivating? Anyone with a brain could figure out. But now the Frost Heavenly Emperor probably couldn't even regret it in time. Ha ha ha. Qingchen. Hurry up and thank your master. Mu Nantian stroked his beard, laughing endlessly. With the limitless sword embryo, his grandson would surely be able to ride the wind and rise. His strength would soon usher in an explosive improvement. Moreover, the Absolute Spirit Sword Body does not cultivate the divine soul, unable to condense its own sword embryo. This single shortcoming was also about to be completed. How could this not make people excited? Many thanks, master. At this very moment, on Mu Qingshan's tender face, he also carried an uncontrollable look of excitement. With the limitless sword embryo in hand, even if the imperial son's fortune defied heaven, what was there to fear? Seeing the limitless sword embryo again, Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu's eyes also flickered. It's just a pity I don't want to enter Hidden Sword Mountain. Otherwise this sword embryo would be mine. At this time everyone's gaze was gathered on the limitless sword embryo. Qingshan, this saint will help you fuse with the sword embryo. Family head Mu, please activate the formation to suppress the phenomenon. Jian Tian said. Someone come activate the clan-protecting grand formation. Mu Nantian stroked his beard and laughed loudly. Incomparably delighted. He also very much wanted to see what kind of magnificent scenery his grandson, fusing with the limitless sword embryo, would stir up. Following his orders, very soon Mu family experts took action and activated the clan-protecting grand formation. An incomparably brilliant light immediately shot into the sky, forming an immensely vast light barrier above the 9 heavens, covering the entirety of the massive Mu family within. Let's begin. Jian Tian no longer hesitated. He spread his 5 fingers and seized that sword embryo into his hand. In the void, sword cries howled, crisscrossing and colliding within the hall. Qingshan, are you ready? Jian Tian narrowed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. The little boy tried hard to suppress his excited emotions, and nodded gently, then slowly closed his eyelids. Jian Tian held the sword embryo in his hand, raised it above Mu Qingshan's head, and violently pressed it down. In a split second, a peerless storm was set off in the hall. Endless sword light permeated from the sword embryo, howling in all directions. Everyone circulated their own cultivation methods to form defenses, resisting the invasion of the sword light. At this time, that watermelon-sized cocoon of light was sinking bit by bit into Mu Qingshan's cranial cavity. A moment later, Jian Tian and Mu Qingshan were enveloped by a brilliant patch of sword light. Only a dazzling ball of light and shadow remained. In the surrounding airspace, formidable roars shook the 9 heavens. The hall shook violently, and in an instant, it swept across all the buildings of the Mu family. Upon every single building, formation array patterns lit up, resisting the invasion of the tremors. Covered by the dazzling sword light, Mu Qingshan's tender voice could be heard, fusing with the sword embryo left by a sword emperor. He also had to endure immense pain. The aura on his body was increasing and surging wildly, until a certain moment, the limitless sword embryo completely entered his cranial cavity. The sword light in the hall was abruptly withdrawn. The position where Jian Tian and Mu Qingshan stood directly formed a black hole. Subsequently, this black hole exploded with a bang. Immediately after, Jian Tian and Mu Qingshan's figures reappeared. Mu Qingshan abruptly threw his head back his throat, emitting a roar that pierced the long sky. Following this roar, an extremely thick sword gleam rose from the ground and shot into the sky. Boom! Amidst a massive rumbling sound, The Mu family's hall was directly blown away. Series of formations were instantly shattered. A tremendously huge hole appeared where the sword gleam struck. The former Mu family hall had long been blasted into fine powder. It's a success. My grandson Qingchen has successfully fused with the Limitless sword embryo. Mu Nantian was so excited his body trembled. Jiang Wushu and Su Qingshuang stood side by side. Even as powerful as they were truly shocked. Su Qingshuang couldn't help but touch her belly again. This little guy actually refused such a powerful sword embryo. It's indeed a bit of a pity. In the womb, I naturally also felt the situation outside. The flawless sword heart also couldn't help but start beating frantically, as if wanting to break out of the body. The commotion is really not small. Even my dad is praising it endlessly. It's all the dog system's fault. That was the Limitless sword embryo. And it actually made me refuse it. Every system task must be completed to the best of one's ability, right? Otherwise, what if the dog system pulls some sort of stunt on me? Forget it. Let Mu Qingchen have this sword embryo. If we're really talking about it. The great desolate heaven imprisoning finger is more suitable for me. I comforted myself like this. Dog system. He's already finished fusing the Limitless sword embryo. My task should be considered complete now, right? Where is my great desolate heaven imprisoning finger? However, after quite a while, the system did not make any response. Now I got anxious. The Limitless sword embryo has already been fused by Mu Qingchen. And my reward actually hasn't arrived in my account yet. This dog system. Could it have swallowed it for itself? Give me back my great desolate heaven imprisoning finger. Very soon. The system's voice finally rang out. The reward finally arrived. Only it wasn't the great desolate heaven imprisoning finger. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward has been issued. Do you wish to fuse the Thunder Martial Meridian? Above the Mu family, the clan-protecting Grand Formation shook fiercely for a long time. One array base after another shot light into the sky, rolling with spiritual power. Only then was it maintained. That terrifying sword gleam collapsed with a boom within the formation, turning into endless rain of swords. At this time Mu Qingchen also finished the fusion. He abruptly turned his head and glanced at the position where Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu were. Deep in his eyes, endless profound meaning was revealed. Su Qingshuang, however, suddenly furrowed her brows. She suddenly lowered her head and looked at her lower abdomen. Immediately after she violently looked towards the sky. All of a sudden, a peerlessly tyrannical aura rapidly spread from beyond the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, it encompassed the entire heaven and earth within it, carrying an extremely profound majesty. Before everyone could react, a snow-bright light abruptly appeared above the sky's vault. That was a bolt of lightning. Immediately after, this bolt of lightning produced 2. 2 produced 3. And in the blink of an eye it transformed into thousands upon thousands of lightning beams, spreading out in all directions, cutting the entire void into fragmented pieces. Terrifying might wreaked havoc in all directions, killing and destroying everything. Rumble. Thunderclaps shook the world. The formidable heavenly might mobilized the vast universe, striking the 9 heavens above and sweeping the 9 nether regions below. Only to hear a ripping sound. The layers of sword curtains around Mu Qingchen were instantly torn apart. Endless sword light scattered in chaos and vanished into nothingness. What was to be done about this? Mu Nantian was immediately pacing around in extreme anxiety. The heavenly tribulation had descended. Outsiders absolutely could not intervene. Otherwise they would suffer the most terrifying heavenly punishment. But with his grandson's currently weak strength, how could he withstand the most tyrannical and severe methods from the heavens? In an instant, Mu Nantian's entire body was soaked in sweat. His Mu family had finally produced an absolute spirit sword body, with great difficulty. If he died under the heavenly tribulation, that would be too heartbreaking. Qingchen, you must hold on. Mu Nantian shouted with his old fists tightly clenched. At this moment the heaven and earth were completely gray and dark. Lightning flashed within the cloud layers. The terrifying coercion made people suffocate. Standing high in the sky, Mu Qingchen also felt a moment of panic. But very soon he adjusted his emotions. Deep determination and unyielding colors rippled in his eyes. Even the heavens are moved because of me. And want to strike to test me? Mu Qingchen muttered in a low voice. On the corners of his tender mouth, a trace of a sneer even appeared. Even if it is the heavens, what does my Mu Qingchen have to fear? Come. This sky full of thunder. I Mu Qingchen can destroy it with a single sword. He shouted loudly. the momentum of his whole body climbing steadily. Endless sword light condensed once again, coming majestically from all directions, surging upward against the sky. The killing intent shocked heaven and earth. Countless sword shadows rapidly gathered, instantly condensing into 100 zhang thick sword aura, fiercely striking towards the 9 heavens. The clear vast sky under this sword gleam was instantly slashed open. Everyone all looked up, watching that monstrous sword aura sweep open the heavy clouds and about to charge into the sea of lightning. But right at this moment, the thunder among the layered clouds suddenly rioted. The next moment, an incomparably massive pillar of lightning suddenly condensed into shape, and as soon as it appeared it blasted straight down at Mu Qingqian's head. Boom! Accompanied by a massive sound that pierced heaven and earth. The Mu family's clan-protecting grand formation was like paper, collapsing instantly. One deep array base after another exploded in succession. The residual force of the lightning pillar did not diminish in the slightest, ruthlessly crashing onto that massive sword aura condensed by Mu Qingqian. However, before even making full contact, the sword aura disintegrated inch by inch and exploded into a rain of light. The lightning's momentum continued undiminished and landed directly on Mu Qingqian's body. That tiny body was directly struck down from the high sky, together with the lightning, fiercely blasting into the massive Mu family estate. The entire Mu family was directly blasted upside down, centered around the location of the main hall. More than half of the Mu family was turned into ruins. All of this came too suddenly, exceeding everyone's expectations. No one had time to react. Just at the exact moment the heavenly lightning finally struck down, an incomparably powerful force emerged. This force protected all the guests present, and everyone in the Mu family within it. After a long time the sky full of smoke and dust finally gradually dissipated. At this time the Mu family had already become a patch of ruins. Everyone felt their minds tremble. A single bolt of lightning had destroyed the Mu family. If not for the powerful force protecting them just now, I'm afraid many people would have been buried here today. The layered clouds in the sky had already gradually retreated, and the endless heavenly thunder also dissipated with them. Thank you, Frost Heavenly Emperor, for taking action to protect us. Everyone knew it was the Frost Heavenly Emperor who acted in time just now. Otherwise the group of holy ancestors might have been fine. But many young disciples would have likely truly perished here. Shuang'er the brat is okay, right? Jiang Wushu turned his head and asked. He saw the aura condensing outside his wife's body. Waves of light forming a tight restriction, firmly protecting the fetus in her womb within. Seeing this situation, Jiang Wushu let out a slight sigh of relief. As long as the brat is fine. The surrounding crowd also came forward one after another to express their concern for the imperial son. And amidst the chorus of caring voices, Su Qingshuang instead revealed an expression of extreme apology. She walked up to Mu Nantian and suddenly bowed in a salute. Mu Nantian hadn't come back to his senses yet. His mind was buzzing. That bolt of lightning dismantled more than half of the Mu family, completely dumbfounding him as well. Suddenly seeing the Frost Heavenly Emperor act like this at this moment, Mu Nantian instantly sobered up 120%, and even shivered in fright. What was going on? Before his eyes Su Qingshuang finished her salute, and spoke with a bitter smile. Family head Mu, I am truly sorry. It's all to blame on my brat for making such a huge commotion. Hearing these words Mu Nantian immediately became even more bewildered. Mu Nantian stood there like a wooden post, the corners of his mouth twitching involuntarily a few times. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Even Jiang Wushu didn't understand why. Su Qingshuang naturally knew everyone's doubts. She didn't explain much, but slightly retracted the power on the surface of her body. The next moment electric light suddenly flickered at her lower abdomen. Bursts of lightning were released, and waves of terrifying peerless coercion permeated the air. Suddenly everyone's hearts skipped a heavy beat at the same time. Everyone finally understood. Su Qingshuang suddenly gave a radiant smile. I'm sorry everyone. My son just awakened a special martial meridian. I also didn't expect it to cause such a huge scene. Her words once again shocked everyone to the core. Especially Jiang Wushu. He jumped 3 zhang high on the spot, and suddenly bounded right in front of Su Qingshuang. The brat awakened a special martial meridian? Shuang'er, let me see quick. One hand reached out and pressed on Su Qingshuang's lower abdomen. The next moment, Jiang Wushu's mouth hung open, his pupils filled with a look of disbelief. Seeing his expression, the curiosity of the surrounding crowd was also instantly maxed out. He couldn't help but excitedly shout out again. Thunder Martial Meridian. What the brat awakened is the Thunder Martial Meridian. As soon as these words came out, the people standing in the ruins felt their scalps explode. In an instant, the venue plunged into a long dead silence. In the ancient era, there was once a heaven-reaching almighty expert who saw through the boundless profound mysteries of the vast universe, snatching the mighty power of the heavenly Tao for his own use, almost becoming the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. The radiant divine power of the heavenly Tao and endless laws intertwined within his body, causing his martial meridian to transform into thunder. All his spiritual power also transformed into incomparably terrifying lightning. With a flip of his hand, thunder would wreak havoc. Su Qingshuang stood aside and nodded slightly. It is indeed the Thunder Martial Meridian. I also never expected that such a martial meridian truly exists in the world. As Su Qingshuang spoke, her expression was equally shocked. But there was even more joy. But with her final confirmation, everyone's emotions instantly exploded. Inside the womb, hearing the crowd's words, I couldn't help but grin. I told you earlier I would shock your teeth out of your mouths. I wasn't bragging, right? I thought to myself in self-amusement. However, I also didn't expect to actually cause such a massive scene, directly dismantling more than half of the immortal Mu family. If Mom hadn't taken action in time, maybe the entire vast Tianlan domain would have suffered. As for this, I really didn't do it on purpose. Inside the ruins of the Mu family, the passionate atmosphere of the crowd suddenly paused. Everyone felt in their hearts, as if they had forgotten something. Qingchen, my grandson. Only to hear Mu Nantian suddenly let out a bizarre cry. And the others were simultaneously startled. He was struck by the lightning earlier, and his life or death was unknown. Look at how this turned out. In an instant, everyone cast their gazes over, only to see on the ground not far away electrical arcs flashing within a huge crater, crackling and popping. Qingchen! Mu Nantian shouted again. Immediately after, his figure disappeared directly from where he stood. The next instant he appeared inside the deep crater. The rest of the people also rushed over and surrounded it all at once. I made a move to block it for him a bit just now. He shouldn't have any major injuries, Su Qingshuang said. Sure enough, just as she said. Inside the giant crater at this time, the little boy's figure was buried in the dust and dirt, with only a head exposed. There were striking bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. But his vitality remained vigorous. And his life was not in danger. It's just that his aura was far weaker than before. Mu Nantian was anxious. He shot a strand of qi from his palm. Mu Qingchen's body was jolted up, and was caught into his embrace. At this time, on that tiny body, his clothes were shattered into torn cloth strips hanging on him, and his face was covered in mud. Mu Nantian brought Mu Qingchen back to the ground. The little boy had not fainted, but had remained awake the whole time. The previous conversations of the crowd he had heard clearly. Mu Qingchen struggled for a bit, reluctantly breaking free from Mu Nantian's grasp, standing unsteadily. Qingchen, how are you? Quick check if the Limitless sword embryo is damaged, Mu Nantian asked urgently. Hearing his words, Mu Qingchen nodded slightly. Then he struggled to gather his strength to connect with the Limitless sword embryo. Streams of sword light began to condense, revolving around his body. But suddenly, the position of his head flashed brilliantly. An absolutely powerful sword intent shot out. At this moment it was gradually rising, as if about to strip itself out of Mu Qingchen's mind. This is bad. The absolute spirit sword body suffered the lightning impact. Its foundation is somewhat disrupted. The Limitless sword embryo wants to break away, Jian Lingtian said in a deep voice. Without a second word, he reached out his palm, pressing it onto the top of Mu Qingchen's head, intending to press the Limitless sword embryo back into Mu Qingchen's body. Under his continuous exertion of force, that ball of light sank back in fraction by fraction, returning back into Mu Qingchen's mind. Then Jian Lingtian struck series of restrictions into his body, which finally made the Limitless sword embryo settle down. Many thanks, Sword Saint. Mu Nantian was extremely grateful. Mu Qingchen's aura stabilized significantly, but he was still relatively weak. To fully recover would likely require some effort. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, Mu Qingchen's little face was gloomy. He couldn't help but look toward Su Qingshuang's position, his line of sight eventually landing on her lower abdomen. Just this single glance made Mu Qingchen's body tremble involuntarily, and his footsteps staggered. Fear was revealed in his eyes. Mu Nantian fed Mu Qingchen a pill. And the little boy's complexion finally gained some color. Family head Mu. I will take Qingchen back to Hidden Sword Mountain. The complete fusion of the Limitless sword embryo will still require some time. Jian Lingtian said. Mu Nantian nodded without saying much. Promptly the 5 from Hidden Sword Mountain took Mu Qingchen, turning into sword light, and fleeing into the void, disappearing from sight. Before leaving, Mu Qingchen took another deep look at Su Qingshuang's belly. Experts from other major factions also bid their farewells. Watching everyone leave, Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu stood before Mu Nantian again to express their apologies. Family head Mu. My son suddenly awakened his martial meridian, which no one expected. It was definitely not done on purpose. We will compensate for the Mu family's losses this time, Jiang Wushu said. Mu Nantian repeatedly said he wouldn't dare. Jiang Wushu didn't waste words, immediately taking out some heavenly materials and earthly treasures and handing them to him. Shortly after, the husband and wife also directly set off to leave. Watching everyone leave one by one, Jiang Wushu and Su Qingshuang were situated within a spatial passage. Ha ha ha, satisfying. Today was truly too satisfying. Jiang Wushu laughed presumptuously. Before coming to the Mu family, he would never have imagined that such a series of events would actually happen. I really want to know, before you are born, what other major events can you stir up? Jiang Wushu laughed continuously. But just as he finished speaking, Su Qingshuang suddenly paused her movements for a moment. She felt the little guy heavily punching her belly. Dad, Mom, I don't want to go home. I want to go out and have fun. Inside the womb, I shouted silently. It wasn't that I didn't want to go home, but rather the system had issued another task. New task issued. Please let the host complete the task objective. 10-day tour in the outside world. Task reward. God Elephant suppressing prison might. What the hell is a 10-day tour in the outside world?
Is this giving me a mini vacation?
There's actually such a task? This dog system is way too casual, right? However, when I saw the task reward, all my resentment instantly vanished into thin air. God Elephant suppressing prison might. A peerless divine art created by the Supreme Sovereign. The human body is composed of 840 million particles. Cultivating the God Elephant suppressing prison might can cause the body's particles to gradually transform, turning into 4 forms: Giant Elephant, Dragon Elephant, Prime Elephant, and God Elephant. Each form is further divided into 5 realms, totaling 20 realms. Further up there are 2 supreme realms. Once the God Elephant suppressing prison might is initiated, every single particle in the body can be seen as a Dantian Chi Si, harboring endless divine power. Roaring at the sky can shout down the stars. Once the 840 million particles all transform into God Elephants, one can achieve the status of Supreme Sovereign, suppressing the 9 heavens and 10 earths, crushing everything in their path. This divine art is simply freakishly strong. Absolutely no less than the heaven-swallowing demonic art. I was boundlessly excited in my heart. These 2 cultivation methods. One specializes in spiritual power, and the other specializes in physical body strength. They complement each other perfectly. No matter what. At this time, I absolutely must stop Dad and Mom from going home. No matter where we go, we must stay out and mess around for 10 days first. I screamed crazily in my heart, delivering a flurry of fierce punches to Mom's belly. Outside, Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu were traveling on their way. After sensing the little guy's movements, both of them were puzzled. Just what did this brat want to do? Jiang Wushu was speechless. Su Qingshuang also felt extremely helpless. What was wrong with this little thing of theirs again? We just came out of the Mu family, what kind of stunt is he trying to pull now? Fortunately, they had gained experience from last time. This time they just did a simple questioning, and received the little guy's affirmative feedback. Yuxian doesn't want to go home. Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu both had heads full of question marks. Didn't we just come out this time to attend the Mu family banquet? It's all over now. Why not go home? The world is so big. I want to go see it. Inside the womb, I replied silently. The young couple Jiang Wushu looked at each other in silence. Was there any difference whether they went home or not? Since Yuxian doesn't want to go back, then let's not go back for now. After a moment, Su Qingshuang said this. Jiang Wushu threw his hands up and didn't say anything. There was no helping it. This son was his own flesh and blood after all. They could only go along with him. But if they weren't going home right now, where should they go? Schwanger, let's go to the ancient heaven sect. It's been a long time since we went back. Jiang Wushu said with a smile. The ancient heaven sect was the sect of Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu. When they were young, before their talents were truly revealed, they had already respectively apprenticed under two elders of the ancient heaven sect, becoming core disciples. The ancient heaven sect back then was not powerful, far unable to compare with the various holy lands and major religions. But now it was completely different from the past. The ancient heaven sect was after all where the two grew up in their youth. Their masters' martial brothers and martial sisters were no different from close family. They had always kept in touch with each other. But ever since the two got married they rarely went back. However, right after he finished speaking, he saw that Su Qingshuang's expression was a bit off. Shuanger, what's wrong? Jiang Wushu asked with concern. What? I want to go visit Granny Shi. Su Qingshuang pondered for a moment and said. Her tone became somewhat downcast and melancholy. Jiang Wushu froze for a moment, couldn't help but glance at his wife, and fell into a brief silence. Then he was heard letting out a sigh. I'm just afraid Granny Shi won't be willing to see us. As soon as these words were spoken, tears actually began to well up in Su Qingshuang's eyes, and her mood became increasingly desolate. Seeing this, Jiang Wushu gently pulled her into his embrace, comforting her softly. Shuanger, don't be sad. We will go find Granny Shi right now. This time when we see her, no matter what, we must bring her to the profound frost cave heaven to live. If she is unwilling, then we'll just. Jiang Wushu said loudly. But he just for a long time without coming up with a continuation. Su Qingshuang couldn't help but burst into laughter, and pushed him away. Her slender fingers stroked her lower abdomen as she softly said. Yuxian is about to be born. Granny Shi should really like him. If she doesn't want to come home with us, we'll just use the little guy to try and persuade her. Hearing this, Jiang Wushu's eyes lit up. That's actually not a bad idea. Meanwhile, inside the womb, I was full of doubts. I could truly feel Mom's emotions. What's going on with Dad and Mom? Who is this Granny Shi? Why did mentioning her instantly put them in a bad mood? Inside the womb, questions arose in my heart. It was the first time I heard the name Granny Shi. But Dad and Mom seemed to be feeling very worried and sad because of her. One must know that Mom is the person standing at the absolute pinnacle of the current era. With her cultivation and state of mind, to actually waver and feel sadness because of someone. What was certain was that this Granny Shi to her must be a very important person. My curiosity was piqued. Dad and Mom this time are going precisely to visit that Granny Shi. These things should become clear when the time comes. Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu quickly restrained their emotions and began their journey. This trip was extremely far, needing to cross over 100 major domains. Even with the two's cultivation, it would still take many days to arrive. Even I in the womb felt somewhat bored. But fortunately the reward for the previous task had already been obtained. A peerless divine ability. The Great Desolate Heaven Imprisoning Finger. As early as the day Jian Ling Tian visited the profound frost cave heaven, the system had issued the task, requiring me to reject the limitless sword embryo. Only when the Mu family trip ended, and Mu Qingchen truly fused with it, was this task considered successfully completed. And at this time, the contents of the Great Desolate Heaven Imprisoning Finger had already been engraved deep within my soul. Vast and obscure. This divine ability was truly terrifying. Only I still can't cultivate it right now. When cultivated to the stage of grand completion, striking out with one finger breaks the cosmos, defies the firmament, revolves the great Tao, shatters the laws, looking across the entire great desolate realm. I'm afraid one couldn't find many attack methods as terrifying as this. But what was a bit awkward was, with my current cultivation, I fundamentally couldn't execute the Great Desolate Heaven Imprisoning Finger. To execute any offensive divine ability, it must be built upon a foundation. Spiritual power manifesting its form, or what's called external release of spiritual power. I am still currently in the meridian opening realm. Even though my spiritual power is profound, it is still confined within my body, unable to be released externally. Let's break through to the Heavenly Dipper realm first. Once in the Heavenly Dipper realm, I can manifest spiritual power and execute the Great Desolate Heaven Imprisoning Finger. I said to myself, I have already reached the absolute limit in the meridian opening realm, especially with the existence of the Thunder Martial Meridian. Therefore next, my goal is to break through to the Heavenly Dipper realm. I couldn't wait, immediately beginning another round of cultivation. Therefore while Dad and Mom were traveling, I once again threw myself wholeheartedly into the cultivation state. This situation was immediately sensed by Su Qingshuang. The little guy is cultivating again. Let's see how many days he takes to break through to the heavenly dipper realm this time,
she said with a smile.
Jiang Wushu couldn't help but chuckle. This brat. He was clearly the one who didn't want to go home. How come he turned around and started cultivating on his own? He's just dragging us around for a walk, Jiang Wushu said in dissatisfaction. However, he didn't think much of it and could only sigh. The brat really works quite hard at cultivating. Not idling at all. Regarding the matter of his breakthrough to the heavenly dipper realm, the young couple didn't have any doubts. With my foundation, everything would naturally fall into place. Jiang Wushu and Su Qingshuang didn't say more and continued forward. Yankang Domain. Located in the southern part of the Great Desolate Realm. This place was already approaching the edge of the 3,000 Dao domains. Crossing 2 more major domains further south would be an expanse of boundless land and towering mountains. It was full of insects, poisonous miasma, treacherous waters, and evil ravines, without a single trace of human habitation. The Yensong domain likewise had few human traces. This major domain was named after the Yensong mountain range. In a hidden spot of this mountain range, an immortal cave abode was hidden. Powerful arrays and restrictions were layered heavily on the outskirts of the cave abode, preventing the intrusion of vicious beasts or other cultivators. The interior furnishings of the cave abode were simple. A bright pearl was embedded in the ceiling. There was also a stone table and a stone stool, and a stone bed. A few utensils were placed on the stone table. Other than this, there was nothing else. At this time, an old woman was sitting cross-legged on the stone bed. Her head hung down. Her head full of silver hair scattered covering her face. A walking stick lay by her hand, covered in a thick layer of dust. The old woman wore a plain gray robe. She just sat there quietly, hunched over, without the slightest movement. It was unknown whether she was alive or already dead. An unknown amount of time passed. A slight ripple emanated from the void within the cave abode. The arrays on the periphery completely collapsed silently. Subsequently, a spatial passage appeared. 2 young figures, 1 man and 1 woman, stepped out from it. It was exactly Jiang Wushu and Su Qingshuang. Granny. Su Qingshuang looked at the old woman on the stone bed and called out softly. However, there was no movement. Granny, Shuanger and I have come to see you. Jiang Wushu spoke right after. But there was still no response heard. This made the 2's hearts suddenly sink. Su Qingshuang's eyes instantly turned red. In her perception, within the body of the old woman before her, her vitality had already collapsed to the extreme. Su Qingshuang almost rushed forward, half kneeling in front of the old woman. Grabbing her hands tightly, circulating majestic qi, she frantically channeled it into the old woman's body. She directly utilized heavenly emperor origin power. After a long time, the old woman finally moved a little. This made Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu feel a slight pleasant surprise. But the next moment, this pleasant surprise dissipated entirely once again. They saw the old woman before them slowly raise her head, revealing a face that was ancient to the extreme. This appearance was vastly different from what the 2 remembered. Granny, how did you age to this extent? Su Qingshuang said, choking with sobs. Jiang Wushu also couldn't help but wipe the corners of his eyes. Little Qingshuang, why did you come? The old woman spoke, her voice hoarse and weak. She looked at the woman before her, her eyes struggling to gather a trace of light, trying hard to raise a palm, wanting to stroke Su Qingshuang's face, under the miraculous effect of the heavenly emperor origin power. After a while longer, the old woman's complexion finally looked much better, and her speech became a bit more fluent. Her vitality was more than 10 times stronger than before. Little Qingshuang, don't be sad. This old woman has lived for over 100,000 years, and has always been alone. I didn't expect that with my destined time approaching. There would still be you keeping me in your thoughts. Come. Quick, sit down. Brat Jiang, you sit down too. Since you're here, then keep this old woman company and have a good chat. I haven't spoken to anyone in over 100 years. The old woman reached out and wiped away the tear stains for Su Qingshuang. Jiang Wushu helped his wife up, and they sat together by the edge of the stone bed. The content they spoke of was all about various things from the past. Those times that are gone never to return. Then after Granny, she also noticed Su Qingshuang's bulging belly. Regarding the little guy's existence, the old woman seemed a bit surprised. But even more was joy. Her words inside and out were filled with endless doting affection. As the 3 spoke, But none of them noticed. At this time I in the womb was perking my ears straight up, listening to every single word. So this is the granny she mom talked about. No wonder mom gets extremely sad whenever she mentions her. So that's how it is. I quietly listened to their chat. I quickly learned many things I didn't know before. Granny Shi's real name was Shi Wuqing. Nearly 100,000 years ago, she had already stepped into the quasi-saint realm. This was a powerful rogue cultivator, who always came and went alone. Back when Su Qingshuang left her sect to wander the 3,000 Dao domains, she became acquainted with Granny Shi by a fortuitous coincidence. The old person liked this little girl too much, practically treating her like her own biological granddaughter, frequently teasing her. But at the same time she brought endless help to Su Qingshuang. Su Qingshuang was still very weak back then. The old woman preached the Dao to her, guided her cultivation, and time again when trapped in deadly situations, it was Granny Shi Wuqing who stepped in to help her out of her predicament. She still remembered back then. Su Qingshuang battled against the holy son of a certain holy land. With one sword strike she slashed him down from the 9 heavens, killing him on the spot. But this made the holy son's Dao protector furious with a thunderous rage. That was a true holy ancestor level expert. Watching his own holy son die right before his eyes, he completely ignored the disputes of the younger generation, and ignored the rule that older generation experts must not intervene. He fiercely struck, intending to suppress Su Qingshuang in one fell swoop. At that time Shi Wuqing was right by her side. With a half-saint body, she forcefully resisted the holy ancestor. That time she suffered heavy injuries and paid a massive price, just to escape with Su Qingshuang. There was another time when a secret realm opened. Su Qingshuang, Jiang Wushu, Su Qingtian, and Su Qingyu. The several of them went to explore together. Su Qingtian seized an ultimate treasure, but was targeted by others. Just as he walked out of the secret realm, he was ambushed by a group of experts, his life hanging by a thread. In order to save Su Qingtian Granny, she didn't hesitate to take out a pill. That was the savings she had accumulated for years. A divine pill used to attempt breaking through to the holy ancestor realm. Things similar to this. Piece by piece, instance by instance. Su Qingshuang remembered them all in her heart. It could be said, without Granny Shi there wouldn't be the mom of today. Having a half-saint protecting by her side was too important to her growth. I sighed with emotion and had also understood. Dad and Mom's sect back then was not very powerful. The strongest person was merely at the cave profound realm. Whereas Granny Shi was a half-step holy ancestor. Without her, I'm afraid there truly wouldn't be the Frost Heavenly Emperor who stands above all living beings today. It's just a pity that this old person who lived for over 100,000 years was ultimately unable to see through that final step. The holy ancestor realm firmly blocked her outside. Now Granny Shi was not far from her true destined time of death. After Su Qingshuang became an emperor, she had also found many spirit plants and precious medicines, but could only barely extend Granny Shi's life. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the cyclical laws of heaven. Even with heaven reaching means it is very difficult to reverse. This point is exactly Su Qingshuang's biggest mental knot right now. Upon learning of Mom and Granny Shi's past, I also couldn't help but feel a lofty sense of respect, while simultaneously feeling endless sorrow. Such an old person treated Mom as her own, but she, limited by her talent and fortune, was ultimately unable to break through to the holy ancestor realm. Time continuously wore away her life. Even inside the womb, I could feel that the old person's current condition was very bad. She had truly reached the brink of her destined end. Mom's heavenly emperor origin power could temporarily make her vitality radiant, but Granny Shi's body could not retain it. There must be a way to extend Granny Shi's life. As long as she breaks through to Holy Ancestor, extending her lifespan by another 1,000,000 years would definitely not be difficult. I suddenly thought, breaking through to Holy Ancestor. This is the only way. But upon another thought, a massive sense of powerlessness bred in my heart. Granny Shi has already reached the brink of her oil running dry and lamp going out. Just what kind of precious medicine would it take to help her break through? After all, even with Mom's means she couldn't achieve it. No. I have the system. As long as I can temporarily extend Granny Shi's lifespan, one day, the dog system should provide me with an unimaginably precious medicine. This thought popped up in my mind again. And at this time, the three outside had already been chatting for a long time. The atmosphere inside the cave abode was indescribably warm. Su Qingshuang hugged Granny Shi's arm like a little girl. snuggling by her side. They truly seemed like a family. Granny, come back with us. Su Qingxuang's eyes were moist, as she suddenly lifted her head and said, Yes, Granny. Shuang'er and I will definitely think of a way. Jiang Wushu also chimed in from the side. This old person was no different from their closest elders. Even if they had to exhaust everything, they would think of a way to extend her life. Even if unsuccessful, they could at least fulfill their filial piety by her side. But regarding their proposal, Granny, she waved her hand. Little Qingxuang. Brat Zhang. You two go back. You being able to come and visit this old woman has already satisfied me. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly started panting rapidly. Su Qingxuang was greatly anxious and channeled qi into her again to ease it. I am very clear about my own condition right now. Even if there were a divine medicine, I'm afraid it would be hard to cure. Little Qingxuang, don't waste your efforts anymore. Just let me stay here quietly alone. After Granny she finished speaking, she kept pushing Su Qingxuang outwards, motioning for them to leave. In her early years, Su Qingxuang wanted to take her back to the profound frost cave heaven. But the old woman refused many times, ultimately returning to this cave abode, where she had lived for many years. Dad and Mom kept persuading her continuously, but Granny she refused them one by one. Even I in the womb became anxious at this moment. Mom! You definitely must bring Granny she home. I rapidly punched Mom's belly. Perhaps because mother and son are connected by heart. Su Qingxuang perceived his thoughts immediately. Granny quickly touched my belly. The little guy also wants you to come home with us. These words surprised the old woman. She reached out her hand, and truly felt the vibrations in Su Qingxuang's lower abdomen. Doesn't the little guy still have over 2 months before he is born? Granny she was truly somewhat shocked. Very clearly, the little thing had absolutely heard their conversation just now. Shi Wuqing didn't dare to imagine. A fetus that hadn't even been born yet could understand the affairs of the outside world. Granny, the little guy's capabilities are quite huge. Not only is he conscious, this brat already started cultivating in the womb. The old person before them developed an interest. Jiang Wushu quickly struck while the iron was hot. He took all my recent miraculous traits and told them all to Shi Wuqing. Wait. Shi Wuqing was extremely shocked. This truly exceeded her understanding. Even though Jiang Wushu described it vividly, she still couldn't quite believe it. Granny doesn't believe it? It just so happens that after cultivating these past days, I am only one step away from the heavenly dipper realm. Then let me show it to you. I thought like this inside the womb, directly circulating the heavens, swallowing demonic art. Suddenly within Su Qingxuang's lower abdomen, waves of incomparably terrifying rumbling sounds echoed out. Endless spiritual power vented, instantly filling the entire cave abode. Subsequently, a ball of dazzling light abruptly burst forth from Su Qingxuang's lower abdomen. An incomparably thick bolt of lightning materialized out of thin air. With a deafening loud bang, the mountain range area near the cave abode shook violently. Inside the cave abode, where the few of them were, rocks tumbled even more. Jiang Wushu pressed down his palm in the void. Instantly the dust settled. The hazy cave abode instantly returned to clarity. Looking up, the original cave abode had already changed beyond recognition. A huge gap appeared right above their heads. This scene left Shi Wuqing in horror. Spiritual qi released externally, turning into lightning. This is truly the hallmark of the heavenly dipper realm, Shi Wuqing said excitedly. Jiang Wushu instead burst into loud laughter. This brat dismantled the cave abode. Granny, you should believe it now, right? He said with a smile. The little guy indeed has his ways. Granny's cave abode is gone. Now she should be able to go back with us, right? This old woman has lived for so many years. This is the first time seeing such a monstrous genius. Little Qingxuang, after this little thing is born, I'm afraid he will be even more heaven-defying than you were back then. After quite a while, Shi Wuqing sighed with emotion again. Up to now, how could she have even half a bit of doubt? Her eyes stared fixedly at Su Qingxuang's belly. Deep in her eyes there was no longer the muddy appearance from before. Granny, the little guy is about to be born. He surely wants to see you too. Come back with us. When the time comes you can even hold him. Su Qingxuang hastily said. The couple gave another round of persuasion. But Granny, she didn't agree immediately. Instead she leaned close to Su Qingxuang's belly and started chatting with the little guy. She pressed one hand on it, carefully sensing the fetus's movements. Little guy, do you know who I am? Do you want Granny to go back with you? Granny will raise you, okay? For every question asked, I responded once by dancing with joy. His actions amused the old person so much that she beamed with smiles, endlessly happy. Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu took in this scene, and both breathed a sigh of relief. This little thing hasn't even been born yet, and already made Granny she like him to no end. Seeing Granny, she's so amused by the little guy. Jiang Wushu's eyes immediately lit up and he hastily said, "Granny, just come back with us." Hearing this, Shi Wuqing fell into silence. Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu both grew nervous, deeply afraid that she would refuse again. But a moment later she sighed slightly. So be it. In this old woman's life, you little Qingshuang are the only attachment that is hard to let go of. If I can see the little guy born, with both mother and son safe, then even after I die, I can smile in the netherworld, leaving no regrets. Hearing these words, Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu were instantly overjoyed. Granny, let's go then. The young couple supported Shi Wuqing, one on the left and one on the right, took her walking stick, and with one step the three crossed into the spatial passage.
See?
Sure enough, my face is the biggest. Inside the womb I was incredibly smug. Something Dad and Mom couldn't handle. I accomplished immediately as soon as I made a move. It took a total of 5 or 6 days to rush here from the Mu family. A round trip is exactly over 10 days. My task can be completed perfectly. Just wait until we arrive home this time, and I can receive the God Elephant suppressing prison might. This made me a bit impatient. However, not long after this family had been walking in the void passage, Su Qingshuang suddenly frowned and stopped her figure. What's wrong, Shuanger? Jiang Wushu quickly noticed her abnormality, and immediately asked. Granny, she also cast an inquiring gaze. Su Qingshuang said nothing. Her pretty face gradually became covered in frost. Taking a step, she led everyone out of the spatial passage. Boom! Suddenly an extremely terrifying, vicious and bloodthirsty evil aura assaulted their faces. Both Jiang Wushu and Shi Wuqing changed their expressions simultaneously. And I inside the womb, even more so, felt an inexplicably fierce power suppressing down. It wasn't until a burst of brilliant divine light burst forth from my chest that this feeling gradually disappeared. The supreme bone stirred? What on earth is happening outside? My heart was greatly shocked. I really wanted to see exactly what situation occurred, to actually make even the supreme bone stir. In the outside world at this time, Su Qingshuang and the other two stood midair. The sky above their heads was shrouded by endless bloody aura. 100,000 miles of the firmament were a patch of scarlet. Below their feet was even more like a scene from hell. In an incomparably huge city, a large number of figures were dodging and leaping about, currently carrying out a bloody massacre. Countless corpses piled up everywhere in the city, and fresh blood flowed on the ground, forming rivers. That was an incomparably bizarre array formation. Within it, living souls were howling shrilly. Which demonic faction is causing disaster here? Killing people to refine their souls, turning blood into arrays. What massive audacity! Looking at the scene before him, boundless killing intent rippled across Jiang Wushu's entire body. It's somewhat similar to the methods of the heavenly demon cult from back then. But even the heavenly demon cult would not dare to be so brazen. Beside him, Shi Wuqing's eyes also turned cold. Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu's expressions became even uglier. The words, heavenly demon cult, touched upon some of their bad memories. Su Qingshuang's face was completely grim and cold. The qi around her entire body circulated, brewing an incomparably terrifying killing intent. Jiang Wushu and Shi Wuqing's hearts skipped a beat. They knew Su Qingshuang was enraged. The next instant, only a loud boom was heard, as a monstrous coercion suddenly descended. Heaven and earth quaked violently, and the great Tao resonated in unison. The blood color across 100,000 miles of the firmament instantly collapsed and dissipated. At the same time, within the massive city, that incomparably terrifying killing tribulation was still continuing. Among them were many people with decent cultivation, who intended to break through the blood array and flee this place. However, squads of black-robed figures appeared, and mercilessly severed their heads. Profound resentment condensed, gathering towards the center of the array in the middle of the city. A tall altar was built there. More than 10 figures dressed in blood-colored robes stood upon it. Waves of bizarre laughter emanated from their mouths. The living souls and blood evil aura extracted by the array caused their cultivation to grow at a rapid pace. But suddenly the massive city shook fiercely. The heavens were cracking. The earth was rumbling. The void was collapsing. Endless laws and principles were as chaotic as tangled hemp. This scene made everyone in the city extremely stunned. Looking up again, they saw a brilliantly glowing figure. It seemed to be a woman, standing tall above the 9 heavens. Her body rippled with boundless divine radiance. The boundless void instantly froze. The laws of the great Tao stopped revolving. This is. The black-robed figures were unable to move one by one, with only looks of shock revealed on their faces. But before they could even form any more thoughts, they felt as if they were grabbed by a giant formless hand, tightly clutching their bodies, and then fiercely clenching. One black-robed figure after another exploded into a bloody mist. In just the blink of an eye, all the black-robed men in the city met a violent death, without a single survivor left. Many thanks to the senior for taking action to save us. Those surviving cultivators looked up and paid respects with grand salutes, their eyes revealing awe. They knew an expert had struck, and they had escaped a disaster. But above the vault of heaven, Su Qingshuang didn't pay any attention to these people at all. She landed on that giant altar in the center of the city. These people all deserve to die. Jiang Wushu's killing intent filled the sky. Not waiting for Su Qingshuang to strike again, he was seen violently thrusting his palm into the void. A radiant long spear was slowly drawn out. Subsequently, he fiercely threw it downwards, ruthlessly crashing onto the altar. With a boom, the massive altar shattered with a bang. That terrifying demonic array also collapsed and disintegrated under the boundless divine power. Of the over 10 blood-robed figures on the altar, 9 died on the spot. Zhang Wuxu. Su Qingshuang. So it's you too. Amidst the scarlet rain of blood, the only surviving blood-robed figure rode the air upwards and let out a hideous laugh. This was actually a holy ancestor-level existence. He recognized the husband and wife. But not only did he not run away, instead he seemed a bit excited. Where are you petty scoundrels from? Jiang Wushu asked in a deep voice. The blood-robed man did not answer, merely standing in the distant sky and speaking on his own. Su Qingshuang, you have usurped the throne of the heavenly emperor for too long. It is time to step down from the altar. Do not be impatient. When my lord returns, he will personally go find you. Su Qingshuang, Jiang Wushu, just wait for your deaths. Before he could finish, Su Qingshuang's eyes focused. A terrifying burst of power swept through the air. The clear expanse of the sky rolled up with terrifying folds fiercely squeezing. Bang! The red-robed man's body then exploded into a mass of bloody light, turning to ashes and smoke. At this moment, looking at the red-robed man turned into a blood mist. Shi Wuqing actually showed a hint of worry. Not even afraid, despite knowing Su Qingshuang is the sole heavenly emperor of the current age. Their background must be quite significant. Su Qingshuang said nothing. Taking the two of them, she re-entered the spatial channel. Inside the mother's womb, I could also feel that the atmosphere was wrong. What exactly happened back then? Mom hasn't been able to let it go even until now. Several days passed in a flash. Just entering the boundaries of the immortal domain. It seems to be Master's aura. Before even stepping out of the spatial channel, Jiang Wushu suddenly said this sentence. Su Qingshuang raised her eyes. The gloom that had lingered in her heart for days also suddenly vanished by more than half. Both masters have come. And junior brother Chu and junior sister Yu too. As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding space-time underwent extreme distortion. The next moment the figures of the three appeared inside a grand hall within the profound frost cave heaven. Seeing them return inside the grand hall, a large crowd of figures stood up with a rustle. Besides their own family members, there were 8 other people. 2 elders, 3 young men and women, and a young couple with a little girl of 4 or 5 years old. They all came from the couple's master's sect, the Ancient Heaven sect. Before the young couple could speak, they heard a hearty voice echoing through the grand hall. My good disciples, you have finally returned. The one speaking was an elder of about 60 years old. Also Jiang Wushu's master. Xiao Fuiai. Jiang Wushu hurried forward to greet him. They had heard of their grand disciple's deeds at the Mu family, which is why they hurried over to visit. After exchanging pleasantries, everyone also noticed Granny, she beside Su Qingshuang. Everyone knew of her existence. A powerful expert who became famous very early. Many years ago her strength was already far above everyone else's. In an instant everyone bowed to Shi Wuqing with extreme respect. But Granny, she just glared angrily straight at Xiao Fui. Back when Su Qingshuang first brought Granny, she back to the Ancient Heaven sect. Xiao Fui, fearing she was too naive and being deceived, told her to beware of that old woman. Unbeknownst to him, these words were overheard by Shi Wuqing. She was so angry, she almost scattered Xiao Fui's ashes on the spot. However, right at this moment, another elder from the ancient heaven sect suddenly spoke up. Qingshuang, why does your complexion look unwell? The person speaking was Su Qingshuang's master, Zhao He. He was dressed entirely in a plain gray robe, with a wine gourd tied at his waist, looking somewhat aged. However, before Su Qingshuang could speak, Jiang Wushu beside her let out a soft sigh. He recounted what the few of them had encountered. Hearing his description, everyone had solemn expressions. Xiao Fui disclosed all the information he knew. Those people call themselves the Eternal Blood Prison, a newly emerged demonic sect faction, extremely powerful and mysterious. But in recent days, the Eternal Blood Prison has slaughtered 2 major domains near the ancient heaven sect, and their faction has numerous powerful experts. Their level of arrogance far exceeds that of the heavenly demon cult from back then. Hearing this, everyone's hearts were greatly shaken. The heavenly demon cult also used fresh blood as a medium, and living souls as sacrifices. Back then, with the rise of 3 young people, the heavenly demon cult was leveled to the ground, and turned into historical dust. Among the 3 were Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu. As for the third person, exactly because of the battle with the heavenly demon cult, he walked a path of no return, his ending making people sigh. Seeing the tense atmosphere, everyone immediately changed the subject, and pulled the young couple into an enthusiastic chat. But I in the womb caught the key point. What exactly happened in the early years regarding the heavenly demon cult? To actually make mom and dad brood over it, and never be able to let it go. I was endlessly puzzled in my heart. But I was quickly attracted by the liveliness outside. Especially that little girl among the crowd. At the age of 4 or 5. Quirky and mischievous. Named Chu Yenran. Her father Chu Xingyun is dad's junior brother, both under Xiao Fui's tutelage. Her mother Yu Qiuhan is mom's junior sister, both are Zhao He's disciples. I didn't expect that back then. In order to pursue mom, dad actually accidentally matched up their respective junior brother and sister. I chuckled happily inside the womb. Jiang Wushu and Su Qingshuang both liked this martial niece very much. But Chu Yenran's focus was always on Su Qingshuang's bulging lower abdomen, asking over and over again, "Martial aunt, when will little brother be born? Martial aunt, what is little brother's name?" Jiang Wushu even teased her. "How about we arrange a childhood marriage for the 2 of you right here today? When you and little brother grow up, we'll let you 2 get married." As soon as I heard this inside the womb, my eyes suddenly lit up brightly. Is there such a good thing? I'm not even born yet and I'm already getting a wife? At this very moment I really wanted to crawl out of the womb, to see for myself what my future wife looks like. However, Chu Yenran was not happy about it. "I don't want to. He is my little brother, how can I marry him?" I got anxious the moment I heard this. The cooked duck was flying away just like that. No, wait. My soon-to-be wife is running away. Forget it. I'd better just cultivate the great desolate imprisoning heaven finger. Before I could even start, the system's voice rang out again. New mission issued. Mission objective: show off in public. Reward: 1 ancient Tao enlightenment tea tree. How am I supposed to show off? I was a bit puzzled. For a moment I fell into deep thought. How should I complete this mission? The reward is just too tempting. An ancient Tao enlightenment tea tree can only grow 108 tea leaves every year. Inside each tea leaf, Tao can be birthed and nurtured. Drinking the enlightenment tea, even almighty experts have a chance to comprehend the Tao laws within. But how is the mission supposed to be completed? I was scratching my head in anxiety. In the outside world, the little girl was also bragging about her cultivation in front of everyone, and said she had cultivated a divine ability, saying she wanted to protect me. Then she ran to the courtyard to show it off. A petite palm print flew into the air. However, it only flew out 3 zhang away, before disintegrating into nothingness. I heard the commotion outside, feeling incredibly amused in my heart. Suddenly a bit of wicked humor sprouted in my mind. Since that's the case, let this Lord Jiang use action to express his disdain for you. I immediately began to mobilize power, preparing to condense the great desolate imprisoning heaven finger. Outside, Chu Yenran was obviously furious. Her little face flushed red from holding it in. "Yenran, don't cry. You are already very amazing." Su Qingshuang comforted gently. But right at this time, Su Qingshuang's expression suddenly changed, looking down at her lower abdomen. The next moment, a fingerprint as black as ink ruthlessly shot out from it. This fingerprint expanded rapidly in the wind. In an instant, it became the size of a majestic mountain blasting forward. The tables and chairs in front of the crowd were directly crushed into fine powder. The several people in front of Su Qingshuang immediately dodged away. And that overbearing and ferocious black fingerprint pressed down squarely towards Chu Yanran not far away. Everyone's faces changed drastically at the same time. Jiang Wuxiu reacted extremely fast. He immediately threw out a palm of light, snatching Chu Yanran into his hand. The group of people watched helplessly as the might of that fingerprint crashed directly through the doorframe without diminishing in the slightest. Following closely, it viciously stamped onto a cliff face in the distance. With a loud boom, a brand mark over 1 zhang deep appeared on that cliff face. Seen from the outside, it was the shape of a fist, except that it had a middle finger sticking up. The group of people widened their eyes watching this scene in astonishment. This is a divine ability. After quite a while, Su Qingtian was heard exclaiming in shock. This is absolutely a divine ability. And it was struck out by the little guy inside senior sister Su Qingshuang's womb. How could anyone believe this? Jiang Wuxiu and Su Qingshuang equally felt their hearts full of astonishment and bewilderment. Everything happened too suddenly. Everyone's emotions fluctuated, and they couldn't calm down for a long time. Chu Yanran also stood to the side. But her little mouth was pouting. Martial ant. Why do I feel like he's humiliating me? Inside the womb I was also amused. What the hell do you know, you little brat? Following that I felt a bout of dizziness. The great desolate imprisoning heaven finger consumed too much. Just casting it once depleted all my spiritual energy. My cultivation is still too low. Very quickly I fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the profound frost cave heaven bustled for a day. Granny Shi and the people from the ancient heaven sect all stayed over. And I also slept for a full day and night. As soon as I woke up, the system's voice came. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Given that the host is still in the womb, the reward will be distributed after birth. Could it be that, when I cast the great desolate imprisoning heaven finger, it counted as completing the mission of showing off in public? Just as I was researching the enlightenment tea, a new mission arrived. Mission objective: cultivate the divine elephant suppressing prison force to the 5th tier before birth. Reward: 10 drops of primeval divine spring. The divine elephant suppressing prison force has a total of 22 tiers. Tier 1 to Tier 5 is the first stage. It requires transforming all 840 million human body particles into giant elephant seeds. Once successful, one can suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths and achieve supreme domination. But correspondingly, it is extremely difficult to cultivate. There are less than 2 months left until birth. I suspect this dog system is trying to screw with me. However, the reward is quite good. The primeval divine spring is also known as the fountain of youth. It can revive the dead and grow flesh on bare bones. This way Granny She can be saved. Cultivate. I immediately sat cross-legged, running the heavens, swallowing demonic art, and the divine elephant suppressing prison force simultaneously. Mom's heavenly emperor origin power was rapidly refined by me, transforming into my own power. Under the nourishment of spiritual energy, all 840 million cells in my body glowed at the same time. This commotion was quickly perceived by Su Qingshuang. At this time, she and Jiang Wuxiu were sitting in the courtyard, drinking tea and chatting with Chu Xingyun and Yu Qiuhan. Chu Yanran was also by their side. Yu Xian is currently cultivating 2 cultivation methods at the same time. Su Qingshuang said like this. As soon as these words came out, everyone became incredibly nervous. Cultivating 2 methods at the same time easily leads to qi deviation. Jiang Wuxiu quickly stretched out a palm and pressed it onto Su Qingshuang's lower abdomen. Not long after, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 methods share the same origin, he will be fine. At this very moment, my figure sat cross-legged in the void, undergoing an incredibly terrifying transformation. Su Qingshuang stood up. After greeting the others, she walked into the room alone. My subsequent cultivation required her to mobilize her heavenly emperor origin to fully cooperate. Su Qingshuang entered a state of semi-seclusion once again. Time passed rapidly in silence. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. Inside and outside the profound frost cave heaven, it was peaceful. But in many places across the vast 3,000 Dao domains, turmoil erupted. A mysterious faction rose to power. The Eternal Blood Prison. Town after town was slaughtered. In the places they targeted, no matter how powerful the cultivators were, no one survived. Time flew by in a flash. With only about 20 days left until birth. On this day, a piece of news suddenly spread out. The Spirit Feather Holy Land had been annihilated. a colossal entity with a long-standing inheritance that had endured for tens of millions of years to this day, was actually destroyed by the eternal blood prison within a single day. All 7 Saint Ancestor experts were suppressed. Millions of disciples all met violent deaths. When Jiang Wuxiu heard this news, his eyes turned extremely profound. He paced back and forth in the courtyard hesitating, unsure whether or not to tell his wife, but also afraid of disturbing the brat's cultivation. And it wouldn't be long before Jiang Yuxian would be born. Su Qingshuang would inevitably face a short period of weakness. Regardless of whether the blood-robed man's words were true or false, someone would definitely come knocking to kill. Just as he was preparing to enter the room, inside the body of the fetus in Su Qingshuang's womb, an absolutely overbearing power was brewing. It could recover, awaken, and explosively erupt at any moment. He slowly withdrew his steps and went back to sit down by the stone table. At this very moment I was radiating precious light all over, dazzling like divine gold. All 840 million particles in my body had taken the form of giant elephants. Finally, they were all successfully cultivated. Next was to let all the embryos awaken one by one. I slowly opened my eyes. Calculating the time, there are less than 20 days until birth. To awaken 840 million giant elephant seeds means tens of millions every day. I hope there's still enough time. The heaven-swallowing demonic art spun frantically. The origin power inside Mom's body was being devoured at an extremely fast speed. Bouts of elephant roars echoed endlessly within the room. More and more embryos inside my body burst open, transforming into giant elephants one after another. At first, this rumbling sound only circled within the room. Not long after, it expanded to a radius of several miles. Subsequently, the massive profound frost cave heaven also experienced tremors. In just a few days' time, a small half of the immortal domain was shaking. It continued like this until just one day before birth. Everyone was waiting anxiously in the courtyard. At the same time, a major event occurred in the immortal domain. The Grand Mystery Sect was destroyed. It was still the doing of the eternal blood prison. It was overturned in the blink of an eye, without the slightest ability to fight back. Suddenly a sharp whistle resounded through heaven and earth. Within that vicious formation at the Grand Mystery Sect, a tremendously vast dark light shot up. Terrifying, bloodthirsty, and tyrannical energy pierced through the high heavens. Even the roars of the fierce beasts triggered by the Emperor's son were instantly drowned out. In just a few breaths, it penetrated hundreds of thousands of miles across the sky, and then ruthlessly bombarded down towards the location of the profound frost cave heaven. In an instant, countless mountains shook and collapsed. Countless miserable screams rang out. Who knows how many figures were shredded into blood mist. Following closely, a terrifying spatial rift appeared, swallowing large numbers of figures. The place where the dark light fell was deep in the mountains, outside the profound frost cave heaven. Mountain peaks collapsed one after another. Cultivators nearby also died tragically on the spot, without a single survivor. When the smoke dispersed, that dark light also revealed its true form. A giant sword. 100,000 zhang tall, standing majestically. The sword body was entirely pitch black, wreathed in demonic qi. Evil spirits manifested from the sword body, trying to break free from their bonds. It's an emperor weapon. The expressions of Jiang Wuxiu and the others inside the profound frost cave heaven were extremely gloomy. This was a provocation aimed at the profound frost cave heaven. But before he could say anything, bouts of a man's loud laughter suddenly came from the distant sky. Ha da 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 da. The 3,000 Tao domains, endless holy lands, are all but clay chickens and pottery dogs. Who can stop the rising momentum of my eternal blood prison? Accompanying this voice was a terrifying coercion. This was Emperor's might. The eternal blood prison actually contained a quasi-emperor. A moment later, the laughter suddenly paused, and then continued loudly. Su Qingshuang. Zhang Wuxu. Tomorrow at this time, this seat will definitely come to take the heads from your necks. You husband and wife, just wait for your deaths. Ha ha ha. The words ended, and the laughter gradually faded. The giant sword outside the profound frost cave heaven also turned into a demonic light and escaped into the void. The eternal blood prison had retreated. That terrifying grand formation at the Grand Mystery Sect also quickly retracted and disappeared. In the courtyard at this time, Jiang Wuxiu's face was solemn to the extreme. He slowly turned around and looked at the tightly shut door, and then said, "Quickly evacuate everyone inside the cave heaven. Everyone below the Saint Ancestor realm must evacuate entirely. Then activate all defensive formations. In addition, notify the nearby holy lands and major sects. Have them bring people at the fastest speed to assist in the battle. Those old monsters who have been in seclusion for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Count every single one of them. Even if you have to flip their coffin lids for me. They still have to crawl over here for me. Under his arrangements, Su Qingtian and the others did not hesitate at all. They immediately scattered and got busy with their respective tasks. Only Granny Shi remained in the courtyard. And I inside the womb also clearly perceived this. And knew everything that had happened recently. That eternal blood prison actually dared to try and strike during Mom's period of weakness after my birth. My little face was incredibly cold. Wondering if I should pause my cultivation and give up on this mission. To let Mom recover a bit a day early. But after thinking for a moment I abandoned this idea. When I am born I will still take away more origin power from Mom's body. Recovering one day early cannot compensate for that kind of consumption. No wait. As long as I complete the mission and get the primeval divine spring, I can let Mom quickly recover to her peak. I still have 50 or 60 million giant elephant embryos that haven't awakened. There is only the final day left. Delaying no further, I instantly re-entered the cultivation state. A quasi-emperor of the eternal blood prison was born, pointing his sword at the profound frost cave heaven, threatening to chop off the heads of the frost heavenly emperor and the Wushu saint ancestor. This matter set off monstrous waves across the entire 3,000 Dao domains. At the same time the various holy lands and major sects also received the transmission from the profound frost cave heaven to go and assist the longevity Mu family in the Skirich domain. Over the course of a few months, the destroyed buildings of the Mu family had already been restored to look new. Men request the several ancestors to leave seclusion and head to the profound frost cave heaven to assist. But just as they were preparing to depart, suddenly an attendant hurriedly walked in leading a middle-aged man. Family head Ji, why are you here? Mu Nantian raised an eyebrow looking at the newcomer and asked. That middle-aged man had also attended the Mu family banquet 3 months ago. He was exactly the family head of the longevity Ji family. Ji Qinyi. His purpose in coming this time was to stop the Mu family from going to support. In just one day, the heavenly emperor couldn't possibly recover from her weakness. Moreover, the number of experts rushing over to support is limited. To put it bluntly, he just didn't believe the heavenly emperor could survive. And his words also made Mu Nantian hesitate. Very clearly, what the profound frost cave heaven was facing was a dead end. But there is another possibility. If the heavenly emperor's side won, it would still be mutually destructive. Speaking up to hear Ji Qinyi's eyes focused, he abruptly made a throat-slitting gesture. In an instant Mu Nantian couldn't help but start trembling all over. He had to clarify all the pros and cons to make a final decision. If there was even the slightest mistake, they would suffer the disaster of clan extermination. Ji Qinyi sneered and said, I have also reached a consensus with the Jinghong Divine Dynasty Overlord Sect and Lotus Mountain Sect. In this battle, either the Eternal Blood Prison is annihilated from now on, or they and the profound Frost Cave Heaven turn into dust together. Furthermore, are you willing to see the Emperor's son born successfully, only to ruthlessly trample your absolute spirit sword body underfoot? Hearing this, Mu Nanshan's expression became resolute. I Mu will do it. At this time at the profound Frost Cave Heaven, Su Qingshuang's family courtyard was brightly lit. Everyone had evacuated, leaving only Granny Shi and Jiang Wushu guarding the courtyard together, waiting for the little guy's birth, and also waiting for the arrival of the Eternal Blood Prison. Inside the womb, I was floating within a bizarre space, my whole body emitting light. But suddenly at a certain moment, the surrounding space began to shake slightly. The nearby energy turned into speckled colorful lights, surging towards my body. An undeniable tearing sensation acted upon my body. This kind of situation instantly jolted me awake. Fetal movement. It won't be long before I'm going to be born. And soon all this energy will enter my own body. This space will also compress to an extreme limit. That tearing force will also become too powerful to resist, bringing me to be born from the womb. But at this very moment my heart only held endless urgency. There are still the final 20 million or so particle embryos that haven't awakened. Time is too rushed. I can only take a gamble, gathering all my spiritual energy to break through to the 5th tier of the elephant-suppressing prison force. In the blink of an eye dawn gradually approached and the night slowly retreated. Suddenly a miraculous power bred wildly between heaven and earth. Instantly, a monstrous anomaly began brewing in the sky. Originally the scorching sun hung high in a cloudless clear sky. But the next moment waves of black clouds appeared out of nowhere and rapidly gathered. The dark clouds churned instantly, enveloping boundless space. In the blink of an eye, the space within 10,000 miles went pitch black. Amidst the cloud layers were rolling muffled thunder. The heaven and earth anomaly has arrived. Yuxian is about to be born. Jiang Wushu murmured softly. This old woman will go guard little Qingxuang. Granny Shi, with her hunched body, slowly turned around, pushed open the door and walked into the room. Jiang Wushu followed closely behind. At this time, Su Qingxuang, sitting cross-legged on the bed, had already opened her eyes. She lowered her head. Her fair white fingers gently stroked her lower abdomen, her eyes full of tenderness and love. The little guy was about to come into this world, and she was incredibly expectant. But seeing this, Jiang Wushu felt incomparable sadness in his heart. Shuang'er, I'm sorry. The eternal blood prison is about to arrive. I cannot accompany you here. He reached out and stroked Su Qingxuang's cheek, his eye sockets red. As soon as he finished speaking, he was seen turning around resolutely, striding away and closing the room door. Above the 9 heavens, boundless ink-black clouds rolled, endlessly muffled sounds echoing across the universe. Suddenly, from amidst those thick layers of clouds, a thick thunderbolt ruthlessly struck down. Outside the profound frost cave heaven, a peak 100,000 zhang high was instantly struck into fine powder. The Emperor's Son descends, black thunder destroys the world. Many people immediately thought of the reason. Subsequently, bouts of unrestrained weird laughter abruptly echoed through the surrounding sky. The eternal blood prison has arrived. A ray of light above the profound frost cave heaven suddenly exploded like a bloody sun. The bloody sun slowly descended, crushing the void. A fierce and boundless coercion followed. Zhang Wuxu. Su Qingxuang. Are you husband and wife ready to die? A voice shouted loudly, outrageously arrogant and boundlessly conceited. From within the profound frost cave heaven, a figure also slowly rose into the high sky. It was none other than the figure of the Wushu saint ancestor. But before he could respond, a terrifying sharp whistling sound abruptly rippled from the distant horizon. 7 dazzling sword gleams fiercely cleaved open heaven and earth, arriving in an instant. At the same moment, a grand voice rang out. Demonic thieves with atrocious audacity, your crimes are unforgivable. Today my hidden sword mountain vows to eliminate demons, defend the Tao, and cleanse the universe. Every word spoken produced a peerless divine sword. Immediately, those 7 sword gleams transformed into incomparably sharp figures, landing above the profound frost cave heaven, to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Wushu saint ancestor. This person was exactly Jian Ling Tian. Behind him followed 7 experts of varying ages. All of them were entities at the sword saint level. The next moment, only a boom was heard. A colossal object crushed the void, revealing its true form near the profound frost cave heaven. A peerlessly tall 3-legged round cauldron. Its entire body flowed with radiant colors. Wondrous patterns were engraved on it, entwined with laws. The golden profound jade cauldron. The jade cauldron holy master, He Mengchang, has personally arrived. Subsequently, experts from major holy lands and sects arrived one after another. Right at this time, a tremendously vast sound of war drums echoed through the heavens. Kill! At the same time, an immensely huge flying ship crossed the void, arriving above the profound frost cave heaven. Di Batian of the Fulong Divine Dynasty. Di Wushuan. Bring an army of 10 million to come, willing to fight shoulder to shoulder with the Wushu saint ancestor. At this time, their own side had already gathered over 30 saint ancestor experts. Jiang Wushu nodded silently to the crowd in acknowledgement without making a sound. However, facing so many formidable entities, the weird laughter from within that bloody sun grew even more arrogant. Zhang Wuxu. You only gathered this few hands? A bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. Today, let all of you be buried together with the profound frost cave heaven. The bloody sun above their heads sank rapidly. Until a certain moment, the entire bloody sun exploded with a bang. The sky full of bloody light gradually dispersed. One incomparably powerful figure after another stood in the air. Every person wore blood-red robes that covered their faces. A total of 81 red-robed people. All of them were Saint Ancestor Realm experts. Their powerful auras intertwined together. The anomaly triggered by the Emperor's Son above the firmament activated once again. One black thunderbolt after another struck horizontally and vertically. But this could not shake those 81 powerful figures. No one had expected that the eternal blood prison was actually powerful to such an extent. Jiang Wushu looked at all this. His face so dark it seemed water could drip from it. The Longevity Mu family. The Longevity Ji family. The Jinghong Divine Dynasty, as well as the Overlord sect. The Lotus Mountain sect. Why haven't these people shown up yet? What the hell are they doing? Jiang Wushu pondered in his heart. In an instant he thought of a certain possibility that made him furious. But before he had time to think deeply he saw a world-covering demonic sword descended from the sky. It was exactly that emperor weapon that had fallen outside the profound frost cave heaven yesterday. Zhang Weiguzu. This seat has come to take the head from your neck. It was none other than that quasi-emperor of the eternal blood prison. Striking directly before even truly showing himself, Jiang Wushu suddenly thrust his palm into the void, drawing out a long spear shooting forth cold light. A heaven-shaking spear gleam thrust upwards into the sky, clashing fiercely together with that sword light. A moment later the two heaven-shaking attacks exploded. Amidst the boundless storm, Jiang Wushu let out a muffled groan, his body retreating repeatedly, his face pale. Amidst the sky full of black thunder, a figure clad in a silver robe slowly descended. A man around 30 years old, with blood-red lips. The corners of his eyes were also painted red, slanting up into his temples. Demonic and bizarre to the extreme. Respectfully welcoming Lord Demon Attendant. As soon as this man appeared, the 81 saint ancestors of the eternal blood prison bowed in salute at the same time. Everyone looked at that bizarre man with heavy hearts. Only Jiang Wushu suddenly frowned tightly, his expression doubtful. I feel a familiar aura on you, he was heard asking in a cold voice. You can be like them and call this seat Lord Demon Attendant. The corners of his mouth curled into an arc, reaching out his hand while speaking. That demonic sword emperor weapon flew into his palm with a hum. Beneath the man's feet, it was as if he was walking down a heavenly ladder from the high sky. What are you waiting for? Flatten the profound frost cave heaven and kill them all. The demon attendant suddenly gave a deep shout, issuing the command. Immediately power surged out from all the blood-robed saint ancestors. Figure after figure danced in the high sky, launching their assault. In an instant the crowds were fighting and killing each other. An unprecedented great battle commenced just like this. I in the womb was already being dragged by an invisible force, my body about to be born. However, at this moment there were still hundreds of thousands of particle embryos in my body that had not awakened. I pushed against my surroundings, desperately resisting that immense tearing force, stopping the shrinking space outside my body. The heaven-swallowing demonic art and the divine elephant-suppressing prison force were operating to the absolute limit. Yuxian, he wants to use my heavenly emperor origin to complete the transformation of all the particles in his body? A moment later, Su Qingshuang figured this point out. Su Qingshuang closed her eyes. At the same time she diverted a portion of her mental focus to temporarily hold back that shrinking space. Giant elephant embryos, break for me. I roared hoarsely in the bottom of my heart. And at this time in the outside world, the situation of the battle had also reached a new critical point. The 81 saint ancestors had already broken through the killing formations laid by the heavenly emperor. Array foundations were continuously being destroyed. Jiang Wushu directly ignored the grand formations entirely, and directly locked his eyes onto a red-robed man in the mist. Even in death he had to drag a few down with him. However, after those people died, their bodies immediately shriveled up and turned into a puddle of thick blood, seeping into the void and disappearing. Just as he was puzzled, a voice came over. Our demonic bodies are undying. Even if you Jiang Wushu slaughter us all, what does it matter? The demon attendant opened his bloody lips wide and laughed towards the sky. Today let you all witness the true methods of my eternal blood prison. While speaking, the demon attendant suddenly waved his hand, throwing out a skull the size of a watermelon. The head released a crystal-clear jade-like white light. The next moment, from the hollow 7 orifices of the skull, eye-piercing fresh blood began to flow out, then wandering through the void, gathering into puddle after puddle of thick blood. A moment later transforming into the figures of the red-robed men one by one. Their auras were tyrannical, all in the saint ancestor realm. These were all the red-robed men who had been slain previously, all resurrected from the dead. Zhang Weiguzu. The good show has only just begun. This seat will send you on your way first, and then let Su Qingshuang and your soon-to-be-born child go reunite with you as a family. The demon attendant laughed wildly. He did not delay in the slightest. Holding the demonic sword, he charged straight at Jiang Wushu. Right at this time, a tremendously terrifying elephant trumpet resounded, finally cultivated to the 5th tier. Inside the womb, my heart was incomparably exhilarated. This signified that I was about to be born immediately. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward has been distributed. Just after receiving the reward, the space had already compressed to its extreme limit. I only felt like I saw a light intense to the extreme striking over. All the scenery before my eyes could no longer be seen. Time waits for no man. I quickly separated a drop of the primeval divine spring and left it inside Mom's body. Mom beat them up ruthlessly for me. I waved my limbs wildly, shouting silently. Immediately, a massive squeezing sensation struck. The next moment my entire consciousness instantly turned into a patch of chaos, losing all perception. In the outside world, quite a few experts had already fallen by now. Zhang Weiguzu, Di Batian, He Mengchang, and Jian Lingtian, the four of them were also heavily injured, their faces pale bloodstains hanging at the corners of their mouths. Just as the demon attendant was preparing to deal the killing blow, the black thunder in the sky surged wildly, and then crashed down with a boom. A radius of 100 miles turned into a patch of ruins. Su Qingshuang's child has been born. Finally reached her weakest moment. Zhang Weiguzu, this seat will go take Su Qingshuang's head first. I can let you live a moment longer. The demon attendant was heard saying coldly, gripping the dark light long sword in his hand. As soon as his words ended, his figure flashed and violently swept towards that small courtyard.
You dare, thief?
Jiang Wushu's head full of black hair danced wildly as he moved instantly. He gripped his long spear and charged madly towards the demon attendant. However, at this time, over a dozen nearby red-robed men struck out together to block him from interfering. And inside the profound frost cave heaven at this time, Granny Shi Wuqing's excited voice rang out in the room. He's born, he's born. She reached out her slightly trembling hands and picked up a naked baby from the blankets. At this time, that intense light before my eyes had disappeared. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a thin-figured, but face full of kindness old woman holding me. I was just born. Should I cry a few times to show my token participation? Inside the room, Shi Wuqing with both hands carefully held the baby full of joy. This little thing looks quite unique with thick eyebrows and big eyes. And he's not noisy or fussy at all. At once she saw Jiang Yuxian completely naked. Holy crap! I'm exposed. I hurriedly stretched out my two little hands and tightly covered my own weapon. You know how to be shy when you're this small? You actually know to reach out your hands to block it. Su Qingshuang sat up straight from the bed and stretched out her hands. The little guy's birth had taken away a massive amount of her origin power. And when Su Qingshuang personally held Jiang Yuxian in her arms, her face was filled with happiness. Little thing, let mommy take a good look at you. And at this time, I was also observing her. My mom is so beautiful. Cherry lips and willow leaf eyebrows. Simply a fairy descended to earth. A moment later, the old woman spoke up to remind her. Little Qingshuang, outside Wushu, and the others can no longer hold them off. Hand the little guy over to me first. You hurry up and adjust your breathing to recover. The situation outside was all within the perception of the two of them. Su Qingshuang gently handed Jiang Yuxian in her arms into Granny Shi's hands. Following that, she prepared to circulate her energy to recover her strength. On the bed, Su Qingshuang looked reluctantly at Jiang Yuxian, and then gently closed her eyes to begin adjusting her breathing. But just in the next moment, a massive expression of shock suddenly appeared on her flawlessly beautiful face. Inside her body, a bout of infinitely miraculous energy dissolved. This energy spread rapidly. In just an instant, it filled her entire body. In merely a split second, she returned to her peak. At this moment, she already possessed complete heavenly emperor combat power. Where on earth did that power come from? Could it be? Su Qingshuang thought for a long time, but was completely unable to learn the specific source of that power. And soon her gaze abruptly shifted, landing on Jiang Yuxian in Granny Shi's arms. At this time, the little guy was turning his head, smiling playfully at her. Besides Jiang Yuxian, she really couldn't think of a second possibility. Little guy, it seems you really are mommy's lucky star. Su Qingshuang beamed a smile. Reaching out and patting the little guy's bottom, she slowly walked down from the bed. An imposing aura, terrifying to the extreme, violently vented out from her body. I'm going out to deal with the eternal blood prison. But before she had time to act, a loud boom was heard. A heaven-shaking sword gleam instantly destroyed this small courtyard, cleaving it into nothingness. At this moment, everyone currently in the grand battle couldn't help but look over. They saw two figures standing amidst the ruins. A baby in swaddling clothes was held in the arms of an old woman. His bearing fangs and brandishing claws appearance was fiercely aggressive. But the next instant, only over 10 zhang of distance remained between the demon attendant himself and the frost heavenly emperor. Holding the demonic sword, endless aura poured into it. Dark light surged on the sword body, pouncing forward. Su Qingshuang, watch as this seat comes to kill you. A figure was seen breaking through space, instantly appearing in front of Su Qingshuang. Granny Shi and Jiang Yuxian, the three of them. This is my dada. And at this time the sword aura of that silver-robed quasi-emperor had already slashed close. Zhang Weiguzu. Since you are in such a hurry to court death, then this seat will grant your wish. The demon attendant's face was full of coldness. The sword gleam slashed straight towards Jiang Wushu's chest. But right at this time, a palm pure white as jade suddenly placed onto his shoulder, and patted heavily, abruptly inside Jiang Wushu's body. His vigorous and boundless power was instantly extinguished. In merely a moment's time, all of his power was completely depleted. His whole person almost plunged headfirst out of the void. Watching as the demon attendant's sword light slashed over, that palm was seen reaching forward, its 5 fingers slightly spread, and lightly flicked a finger. A finger fair as scallion, lightly tapped against that violently incoming sword gleam. Time seemed to pause for a moment at this instant. Then a loud sound like a giant bell ringing echoed through the world. The sword aura struck out by the demon attendant instantly shattered. Energy surged violently in the void. The figures of all the nearby saint ancestors were entirely blown away. Not far away, the demon attendant abruptly let out a miserable scream. His figure tumbled endlessly between heaven and earth, crashing into and collapsing patches of the void. The emperor weapon demonic sword in his hand pierced through the void and flew away, nailing into a majestic mountain 100,000 miles away. My mom is peerlessly invincible. Inside the swaddling clothes, I clapped my hands in excitement. At the original location of that courtyard, that tall and slender female figure stood tall. Her appearance was peerless, capable of toppling kingdoms and cities. Emperors might permeated her entire body, the terrifying coercion penetrating everywhere. In the distance, the demon attendant's figure half knelt in the void. His right hand, which originally held the demonic sword, trembled violently. A trace of black blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, the aura in his body shaking. Su Qingshuang, putting on such a false display of strength. I'm afraid you just want to use the heavenly emperor's might to force us back. Right at this time, a hoarse voice rang out. Whether it is a false display of strength, we will know once we test it. The demon attendant abruptly shouted coldly. Stretching out his palm, the distant mountain was heard exploding. That emperor weapon demonic sword sliced through the air, and was grasped by him. The demon attendant's figure moved through the air, spiritual energy surging in his body. His figure instantly crossed the clear sky, charging back into the boundary of the profound frost cave heaven. The demonic sword roared, forming a heaven-supporting sword gleam that fiercely cleaved down. Watching that sword aura slash down through the air, she was seen extending a palm again and fiercely slamming it down. High above the 9 heavens, a formless giant hand condensed, covering the demon attendant, and that sword gleamed together within it, and ruthlessly slammed down. The vast sword aura instantly shattered into a patch of dark light, and the demon attendant's figure was slammed viciously into the earth. Endless earth cracked open, bottomless ravines crisscrossing. Where the vigorous power fell, an incomparably massive palm-shaped crater appeared. Everyone watched this scene, their hearts trembling in fear. They saw at the bottom of that crater, the demon attendant's body was kneaded into a ball, paralyzed there. His silver robes were already torn to shreds. His hair was a mess, his aura chaotic, looking extremely miserable. The bones in his body were twisted and deformed. The previously unstoppable quasi-emperor's might. Where was even a fraction of it left now? What is going on? Jiang Wushu remained puzzled after 100 thoughts. But very quickly, he caught sight of Jiang Yuxian in Granny Shi's arms. At this time, that little thing was waving his little arms and short legs, cheering endlessly, incredibly energetic. His mouth was still constantly shouting and yelling. Could it be because of this stinky brat? Jiang Wushu had just sprouted such a thought. But before he could think more, he saw from within that massive deep crater below, a figure abruptly soared into the sky, standing in the void not far away. Amidst a burst of crackling sounds, his twisted bones and face gradually returned to their proper places. But the aura on his body fluctuated wildly. Demonic blood soaked his clothes, having suffered extremely heavy damage. Su Qingshuang, she really is not weakened. The numerous blood-robed men couldn't believe what they were seeing. For this result, the demon attendant found it the hardest to accept. Only seeing his pair of eyes, staring hatefully at Su Qingshuang, incomparably ferocious and venomous. Su Qingshuang, this seat does not know how you avoided your period of weakness. But do not be too smug yet. One day my lord's true body will return, to personally take your head. You have usurped the throne of the heavenly emperor for hundreds of years. It is time to give it up. The demon attendant said in a cold voice through gritted teeth. Hearing his words, I in my swaddling clothes immediately flailed my arms and legs for a good while. This grandson is too arrogant. If you have the guts, come over here, and see if I don't beat your tofu brains out. I yelled weirdly, under everyone's gaze. As soon as the demon attendant finished speaking, that skull floating not far away trembled violently, emitting intense light and escaping into the void, and then manifesting in front of the demon attendant again. Go! The demon attendant abruptly shouted an order. In the blink of an eye, dozens of figures all entered the skull and disappeared. These grandsons are trying to escape. Hurry up and kill them. I yelled loudly again, anxious as hell. The people from the various holy lands and major sects also immediately reacted. In an instant over 20 saint weapons glowed, launching fierce attacks towards that skull. The void let out terrifying tremors, shaking endlessly. However, rolling demonic chi suddenly rippled above that skull. An incomparably terrifying fluctuation appeared in the void. Bouts of black mist rose covering that skull, following a series of loud bangs echoing through the world. Under the gazes of the crowd, there was no longer any trace of that skull there. But right at this time, a woman's voice was heard echoing through the void. What kind of place do you take this emperor's profound frost cave heaven for? To come as you wish and leave as you wish? These words were cold and overbearing, carrying supreme majesty. Seeing her stretch out a hand, a long sword condensed out of the void. This long sword was purely radiant white all over. As soon as it appeared, it descended carrying an absolutely terrifying cold wave, freezing over 10,000 miles. Su Qingshuang raised the heavenly frost sword and slashed fiercely at the void, accompanied by a terrifying sound like tearing silk. This patch of heaven and earth was sliced open. Stars were cut down from beyond the 9 heavens. And within that pitch-black spatial channel, a light crystal clear as jade flashed as it fled rapidly. Before this emperor, how can you escape? Accompanied by these peerlessly overbearing words, Su Qingshuang reached out a slender hand into the air, directly piercing into the spatial rift, crossing a distance of tens of thousands of miles. With a light grab, she caught that skull in her hand. With another slight pull, she brought it back to the profound frost cave heaven. My mom is just way too strong. My 2 eyes widened like brass bells, and under pairs of terrified gazes, Su Qingshuang did not stop her movements. She brought the skull back and placed it in front of her, stretched out a finger and lightly tapped on it. With a thud sound, following that, a mess of miserable screams could be heard. Immediately after, the figures of the blood-robed men tumbled out from the skull one by one. Everyone's auras were fluctuating, unable to stand steadily. A moment later, a miserable silver-robed figure tumbled out. Before he could make a move, he was grabbed by Su Qingshuang. Since you have come, how can you not leave your life behind? Su Qingshuang's chilling words rang out again. Her other hand gripped the long sword Heavenly Frost. The demon attendant howled endlessly, his face full of fear. Under the Heavenly Emperor's divine power, he couldn't move an inch. Su Qingshuang, you dare to kill me? My lord will definitely not let you off. Su Qingshuang sneered upon hearing this. Not to mention, you are just a dog. Even if your master arrived in person, how would he dare to offend this emperor's majesty? Her words were ice cold. Grabbing the demon attendant's hair as if lifting a little chick, her other hand held the long sword Heavenly Frost. The sharp sword blade ruthlessly sliced across the demon attendant's throat. The Heavenly Frost sword is one of the strongest imperial weapons in the world today. It is Su Qingshuang's natal artifact, forged from rare divine materials, and nourished by the Heavenly Emperor's divine essence for many years. It possesses peerless sharpness. With a gentle slash, it severed the demon servant's head. Pfft. Demonic blood spurted and splattered. The lifeblood of a quasi-emperor contained boundless life essence, incredibly blazing and intense, directly burning a clear hole right through the azure sky. At this moment, Su Qingshuang, holding the Heavenly Frost sword in one hand, and lifting the bloodstained head with the other, looked like a terrifying god of death walking out of the infernal hell. But at the same time, her whole body was completely unsoiled. Her form ethereal and graceful. Her plain white dress fluttering lightly, looking just like a fairy from the heavens. 2 diametrically opposed images were gathered in one body, giving people a massive visual impact. I took in the sight of my mom. My heart filled with worship. My mom's divine abilities cover the world. She is invincible under heaven. The demon servant's remaining head let out a miserable shrill roar. Su Qingshuang had not cut off his life force, but all of his power was completely sealed. It was no longer possible for him to escape alive. Seeing this, the dozens of blood-robed figures all felt their hearts die in despair. Even a quasi-emperor had been struck down. And the demonic treasure had fallen into Su Qingshuang's hands. Today's plan was already declared a failure. The momentum was lost, and there was no hope of turning the tables. After freezing for a moment, figure after figure shot up into the sky, dashing in all directions to flee. The experts of the various holy lands and great sects immediately grew anxious. But before they could even shout, they saw that in the surrounding void, runes flashing with boundless divine light emerged, entirely encompassing this patch of heaven and earth. Endless runes proliferated and illusioned, like the most terrifying world barrier. The 81 blood-robed figures crashed into it, creating constant sounds of impact. Figure after figure was violently bounced back. The dozen or so who charged at the very front even exploded into blood mist on the spot. The remaining ones also suffered severe injuries, their auras fluctuating restlessly. Heavenly Emperor Domain. An expert exclaimed in shock. A Heavenly Emperor expert harmonizes with the great Tao and resonates with heaven and earth. Holding the true meaning of laws, they can enact reincarnation, command creation, and control life and death. Wherever they stand naturally forms an independent realm, possessing independent rules and unpredictable orders. This is the Heavenly Emperor Domain. Under the coverage of the domain, Su Qingshuang is God. The people of the eternal blood prison had all become turtles in a jar. These four corners of heaven and earth were the iron-blooded cage imprisoning them. They couldn't break out, they couldn't escape. This allowed the crowd of experts to finally vent the frustration in their hearts. They had felt suffocated for far too long. And at this moment they finally let out a breath of bad air. And in places extremely far away, countless observing cultivators also saw the situation. Every person's heart was shocked to a point beyond addition. The crowd entered a brief state of blank stupor. But immediately after, thunderous cheers like a tsunami suddenly erupted. We won. Xuanshuang Cave Heaven is victorious. Everyone was immensely excited, raising their arms and shouting loudly. At this very moment countless spectators were thrilled to the extreme. However, within a hidden pocket of space, there was a group of people feeling restless and uneasy. It was exactly the Jinghong divine dynasty, the Immortality Ji family, the Immortality Mu family, the Lianshan sect, and the people of the Overlord sect. Today's fierce battle, they had watched in its entirety from beginning to end. Originally, these people had already made preparations, just waiting for Su Qingshuang and the Eternal Blood Prison's quasi-emperor to mutually wound each other. Then they would deliver a thunderous strike to drag a quasi-emperor off the altar. But the development of events had completely exceeded their expectations. As soon as the Frost Heavenly Emperor appeared, she pacified everything with an extremely tyrannical method. This made Ji Quni Mu Nantian and the others tremble in fear, their bodies shuddering. In their original plan, if the Eternal Blood Prison couldn't withstand a blow and showed a hint of defeat, they themselves would inevitably appear at the most critical juncture to clean up the mess. Then they would just find an excuse to explain it to the Frost Heavenly Emperor, at most receiving a few words of reprimand. Now it was too late to make a move. How could this be? Impossible. There is no such logic. Ji Quni muttered to himself in a panic. The same doubts lingered in the hearts of the rest of the people. They couldn't figure out why the Frost Heavenly Emperor, having just given birth to the Emperor's son, could instantly recover. This simply couldn't be explained. At this moment, the Immortality Ji family, the Immortality Mu family, the Jinghong divine dynasty, and the others were filled with fear in their hearts. Inside the Xuanshuang Cave Heaven, Jiang Wuxiu and Granny, she also let out a breath of relief. The demon servant was slain, and the dozens of blood-robed figures became trapped beasts. A murderous calamity was finally resolved. As things stood now, there was no more suspense regarding the destruction of the Eternal Blood Prison. Jiang Wuxiu's face was pale, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a smile. His gaze looked toward Su Qingshuang. Then he turned his head and looked at the little one in the swaddling clothes, whose eyes were full of little stars. Right now his wife and child were unharmed and all was well. Su Qingshuang, don't get too smug. My lord will absolutely not let you off. In Su Qingshuang's hand, the demon servant's head was still roaring incessantly. Yet his words caused the crowd to sneer aloud one after another. Even I in my swaddling clothes started to bare my fangs and brandish my claws again. This dog. What time is it already, and he's still here spouting nonsense? Mom, kill him! I shouted in a milky childish voice, which only sounded like baby babble to the crowd. Jiang Wushu also let out a cold snort. At this point you still dare to clamor? Let alone your master. Today, even if the heavenly King Laozi came, he couldn't save you. Schwanger search his divine soul. And see who this eternal lord hiding his head and showing his tail actually is, what kind of rat he is. He was heard saying this. As soon as this was said, the experts of the various holy lands and great sects all looked over. In today's battle, the demon servant mentioned his master more than once. An existence standing behind a quasi-emperor, ruling over 81 sacred ancestors. Who exactly was that person? At this very moment everyone's heart was filled with curiosity. But Su Qingshuang did not perform a soul search on the demon servant. She slightly lifted the demon servant's head, and suddenly chuckled softly. Master? If I'm not guessing wrong, all of you added together are the Eternal Lord, right? Su Qingshuang said indifferently. Her gaze swept across the many blood-robed sacred ancestors not far away. The crowd all froze in place. But the next instant, the group of sacred ancestors was like being anointed with pure enlightenment, suddenly understanding everything. So that's how it is. After Su Qingshuang's pointer, everyone quickly understood. The Eternal Lord's true body is immortal. These people are his imperishable bodies. The so-called undying demonic body follows exactly this logic. I in the swaddling clothes also understood. But inwardly I felt extremely amazed. There's actually such an operation? The methods of the demonic path are truly bizarre. Blood demon metamorphosis art. To split off so many experts with the power of one person. And for each person to possess an independent will. This was simply too terrifying. And at this time Jian Lingtian, Di Batian and the others' expressions gradually became somewhat solemn. Everyone's gazes all fell upon that skeletal skull floating in midair. It was very obvious that such a fiercely inexplicable existence was right here at this moment. The greatest possibility was that it was born upon that skull. Will you show yourself, or do you want this emperor to strike and invite you out? Su Qingshuang spoke again. Her tone was like a block of 10,000-year-old ice. Immediately after, a burst of scalp-numbing weird laughter was heard, spreading out in the void. Yeah. Su Qingshuang, I didn't expect you to see through my blood demon metamorphosis art. In mid-air the jaws of that skeletal skull opened and closed. At the exact moment this voice fell, the demon servant's expression suddenly became incomparably respectful. The group of blood-robed figures also paused for a moment, and then everyone knelt together in the void, respectfully facing the direction of the skull, respectfully welcoming my lord's descent. Upon that skeletal skull, a brilliantly dazzling light was abruptly released. From within a pair of eye sockets as deep as the netherworld, two substantive pillars of light shot out, piercing through the void. Quite a grand posture. Jiang Wushu's gaze like cold lightning stared intently at that skull. Silently, the figures of all the blood-robed people of the eternal blood prison gradually distorted and turned into thick blood. The demon servant's torso that fell on the ground also exploded into a flash of bloody light. Even the head being held by Su Qingshuang similarly produced a violent fluctuation, wanting to break free from her hand and return to the purest form of energy. A bit interesting. The corners of Su Qingshuang's mouth curled up in a cold arc. She did not interfere, but instead opened her palm, lifting the seal on the demon servant. She also really wanted to see exactly what kind of person this Eternal Lord was. In everyone's perception, the heavens began to shake fiercely. Buzz buzz buzz. A terrifying trembling sound permeated outward. In the void there were no longer any silhouettes of the demon servant or the blood-robed figures. The pools of thick blood they had transformed into began to flow, surging from all directions towards that skeletal skull, drilling into the holes of its 7 orifices. When all of this ended, that crystal-like jade skull suddenly turned completely crimson. Demonic flames spewed and burned furiously. Blood-red light surged up to the 9 heavens. A terrifying, violent and fiendish aura swept majestically across heaven and earth. Yeah. The gaps between the skull's teeth opened and closed. Under the gaze of everyone, pieces of flesh and blood slowly formed, constantly squirming and covering the entire skull. Below the head the scarlet light rapidly condensed into a neck, a torso and limbs. A complete body gradually appeared. Wrapped within the glaring brilliance, one could faintly see the silhouette of a man. And exactly at the moment of his appearance, a world-dominating mighty power instantly spread out. Terrifying demonic chi rolled in layers, swallowing everything. The imposing aura on the man's body was actually more than 10 times fiercer than the previous demon servant. Half-step Heavenly Emperor. An old man from the Huanchu Holy Land, within the Xuanshuang Cave Heaven, blurted out in astonishment. Even though it was still far from comparable to the Frost Heavenly Emperor, it was already terrifying enough. But this was not what shocked people the most. When the light surrounding the man dispersed, that face was finally clearly revealed before everyone's eyes. It was the appearance of a young man extraordinarily handsome. He had a slender figure, wearing a white shirt fluttering in the wind, with an otherworldly bearing. A full head of purple hair draped behind his head. Those eyes were like two blood suns, incomparably scarlet. The purple hair and red eyes made him look extremely eerie. However, just as everyone saw his face clearly, their minds couldn't help but ripple abruptly, their scalps going numb. Especially Jiang Wuxiu and Su Qingshuang, their expressions changed drastically, their bodies inevitably swaying fiercely.
Big brother Shui?
Jiang Wuxiu's pupils suddenly dilated widely. Su Qingshuang paled in shock, as if she had seen something unimaginable. It's him. How could it be him? The crowd was in an uproar, their shock beyond words. Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wuxiu's eye sockets immediately turned red. The expressions on their faces were incredibly complex. Surprise, joy, grief. Various emotions intertwining with one another. Who is this guy? Why is everyone dumbstruck the moment they see him? I in the swaddling clothes didn't understand why. Grabbing Granny Shi's collar with one hand, pointing in the man's direction with the other, asking in babbling sounds from my mouth. The old woman only then recovered from her stupor. Little one,
Do you want to ask about his origins?
Him sigh. The moment Granny Shi opened her mouth, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh. In truth, this was not only Jiang Yuxian's doubt, but also what countless onlookers wanted to know. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye over 600 years have passed. His name has been covered in dust in the 3,000 Dao realms for so long. This is a taboo. And these words aroused the curiosity of the others even more. He is a heaven's pride from hundreds of years ago. The Xinyan holy son of the past. The existence that was once closest to the heavenly emperor's throne. His name is Shui Honglu. In an instant, countless legends and secrets from many years ago couldn't help but surface in many people's minds. Over 1,000 years ago, there existed an incomparably prosperous behemoth in the world. The Xinyan Holy Land. Shui Honglu was the Xinyan Holy Son at that time. His natural talent was rare throughout all of antiquity and today, hard to find in a myriad of ages. With just a few hundred years of cultivation, he stepped into the supreme and reached the peak of the sacred ancestor realm, becoming the #1 person in the history of the Xinyan Holy Land. And in that same era there were two other young people who were just like Shui Honglu, Jiang Wuxiu, Su Qingshuang, 3 absolute supreme heaven's prides. All 3 possessed the posture to become an emperor. They dominated an entire era. Moreover, Shui Honglu, Jiang Wuxiu, and Su Qingshuang had a deep personal friendship and were close friends, even because he was slightly older. Shui Honglu always treated Jiang and Su as a younger brother and sister. The 3 walked shoulder to shoulder across the 3,000 Dao realms, exploring secret realms, braving fierce lands, discussing profundities and debating the Dao, laughing proudly in their generation. In the end, they stood at the peak realm during the exact same period, launching an assault together towards that heavenly emperor realm which had been left vacant for nearly 10 million years. And at the time this was passed down as a beautiful tale. So he's an old friend of old dad and mom, an outstanding heaven's pride from the same era. I in the swaddling clothes couldn't help but sigh with emotion. From Granny Shi's few words I could imagine what a glorious and brilliant era that was. However, when the image of such a peerless genius overlapped with the figure of the purple-haired red-eyed man radiating demonic flames before me, one couldn't help but feel extremely astonished. A supreme figure who crowned the past and dazzled the present, actually degraded into his current state, becoming the eternal lord who massacred in all directions, devouring blood and refining souls. Even his name over the past 600 years had turned into a deeply hidden taboo. What exactly happened back then? Just over 600 years ago, the Frost Heavenly Emperor stole Yin and Yang, seized good fortune, and was the first to see through the mysteries of the great Dao. She successfully condensed the Heavenly Emperor's Dao fruit and forged an immortal emperor's body. Right after that, Shui Honglu suddenly went mad. Overnight he fell into the demonic path. He swung his butcher's knife and slaughtered the entire Xinyan Holy Land that had nurtured him. Millions of people died unnatural deaths. Everyone had their divine souls devoured and their lifeblood drained dry. Not a single one was spared. Listening to the content of what Granny Shi said, my heart was full of shock. Such a bizarre event was simply unbelievable unless seen with one's own eyes. A holy land with tens of millions of years of inheritance. Wiped clean by the holy sun they were so proud of. Turning into a bloody purgatory. From that time on there was no longer such a person as the Xinyan holy sun in the world. Replacing him was a bloodthirsty devil who killed without blinking an eye. If not for the heavenly demon cult battle back then, perhaps he wouldn't have walked down this path of no return. Granny, she murmured softly. A deep bitter smile appearing on her wrinkle-filled face. Heavenly demon cult. I immediately caught on to this term. That day when bringing Granny back to the Xuanshuang cave heaven. Encountering the eternal blood prison, slaughtering a city on the road. Granny, she had previously mentioned these 3 words. Just because of this, old dad and mom's state of mind instantly became gloomy. I didn't expect the heavenly demon cult to actually be tied to Xue Honglu as well. As the person closest to Su Qingxuang. Granny, she knew many details that others did not know. Back then the heavenly demon cult brought disaster to the world, killing people, refining souls, and committing all kinds of evil. They possessed an extremely atrocious soul-devouring codex. Using blood as a medium and living souls as sacrifices. They cultivated peerlessly terrifying demonic divine abilities. Evil and fierce. Who knows how many people died by the hands of the heavenly demon cult. Numerous holy lands and great sects joined forces to exterminate them. But they couldn't wipe them all out. In the end it was Xue Honglu, who led Jiang Wushu and Su Qingxuang, paying various prices to finally find the heavenly demon cult's mountain gate, and uprooting them completely. The soul-devouring codex also fell into the hands of the 3. Before destroying it, Xue Honglu took a look at it, originally wanting to see if it had any reference value. But who would have expected that just a few years later, he would use that evil demonic art himself, and slaughter all his fellow disciples. In the end, countless people in the 3,000 Dao realms searched heaven and earth, hunting him down all over the world, only giving up when he fled into the death-fierce land, because that was a restricted zone that even the Frost Heavenly Emperor wouldn't easily step into. Everyone thought Xue Honglu was dead for sure. And due to his actions, coupled with the fact that the Frost Heavenly Emperor and Sacred Ancestor Wushu were both saddened by him, the entire 3,000 Dao realms had a surprisingly tacit understanding. Openly no one mentioned the name Xue Honglu anymore, afraid of accidentally triggering the heartbreak of the 2 supreme experts. Time flew by and over 600 years passed. What absolutely no one expected was that, right here today he had returned, and taking advantage of the time when the Frost Heavenly Emperor was giving birth, he transformed into 81 sacred ancestors, and 1 quasi-emperor, to raise a butcher's knife against her. Xue Honglu himself had even gone from the quasi-emperor realm of the past, to step into his current half-step, heavenly emperor realm. No one knew why this was. He went mad for the heavenly emperor's throne. Finally Granny, she gave this summary. Heavenly emperor's throne? Jiang Yuxian frowned. He couldn't quite understand this explanation. Right at this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Weiguzu. Su Qingxuang. Why are you all so stunned? Are you very surprised to see me? The person speaking was none other than Xue Honglu. His voice was deep, bearing an evil smile at the corners of his mouth. A pair of eyes shining like blood suns, quietly focused on Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wushu. Big brother Xue. The couple's expressions were filled with grief, their eyes completely bloodshot. The person in front of them was once their closest friend, just like a big brother. But now he had become like this. Jiang Wushu was just about to say something, but an elder of the Hidden Sword Mountain abruptly spoke up first, cursing angrily. Xue Honglu. You inhuman deranged demon. You actually still dare to appear. As the old man spoke, his entire body rippled with boundless sword intent, transforming into terrifyingly peerless sword light, surging violently towards Xue Honglu's direction. However, Xue Honglu merely gave a light snort. With a bang, a sound like a silver vase suddenly shattering rang out. The sky full of sword light collapsed and disintegrated in the blink of an eye. The vast sword intent was also crushed into nothingness in an instant. That Hidden Sword Mountain elder immediately gave a muffled groan, his figure staggering back, repeatedly his footsteps cracking the void. His aura fluctuated crazily, and his face instantly turned pale. It wasn't until Jian Ling Tian Di Batian and the others made a move together that they neutralized that power. Xue Honglu looked at them, his face full of contempt and disdain. He spoke faintly. Why wouldn't I dare to appear? I came here today specifically to kill Su Qingxuang, and take back the Heavenly Emperor's throne that belongs to me. Towards the end, Xue Honglu's voice became extremely deep, his purple hair moving without wind. These words made Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wushu's faces turn gloomy once again. I was doubtful in my heart. You Shui Honglu want to prove your Tao and become an emperor. Then just go do it. What does it have to do with my mom? And what does it have to do with you falling into the demonic path? A bunch of ignorant ants. What do you understand? A sinister laugh came from Shui Honglu's throat. He curled up one side of his mouth and didn't explain anything. However, Jian Lingtian took over the conversation and revealed the truth. The heavenly Tao is flawed. One era cannot tolerate two emperors. The current great wilderness realm cannot simultaneously host two heavenly emperors. He shook his head and said. In an instant the entire venue was in an uproar. Most of the people present came from sacred ancestor inheritances. Only the Hidden Sword Mountain was single-handedly founded by the Limitless Sword Emperor. They grasped secrets that many people did not know. And this was one of them. The inheritances in the 3,000 Tao realms are ancient, everyone knows that. A heavenly emperor expert emerges at most once every few million years. Now nearly 10 million years have passed since the previous heavenly emperor vanished. In such a long time, even sacred ancestor-level existences have already passed away for several generations. Therefore very few people knew that this world does not allow twin emperors to exist concurrently. All of this was because the Tao laws were incomplete. The heavenly Tao was flawed. As expected, without reaching that level, some things are hard to learn. No wonder the three of them all had the posture of becoming an emperor back then. But the only one who truly could step into the supreme was the Frost Heavenly Emperor. With my mom around, it was impossible for Shui Honglu to successfully condense the Heavenly Emperor Tao fruit. My eyes opened extremely wide, finally understanding why Shui Honglu went to such great lengths and insisted on killing mom. Thinking of this, I suddenly couldn't help but generate endless anger. This bastard is really not a thing. My mom becoming an emperor first is already a fact. He lacks the ability himself and actually blames others. I shouted babblingly, staring straight at Shui Honglu, swinging my little fists with the force of a tiger's wind. However, Shui Honglu didn't even cast a glance. Big brother Shui, after so many years, can you still not let go of your obsession? Among the crowd, Jiang Wushu spoke again, covering his face in pain, his voice even becoming somewhat choked with sobs. Hearing this, Shui Honglu suddenly gave a cold sneer, his gaze flickering, causing the void to buzz and tremble. He roared fiercely, overwhelmed with resentment. Obsession? Jiang Wushu, all of this is your fault. If you hadn't secretly severed your own Tao laws and given them to Su Qingshuang back then, how could the Heavenly Emperor's throne have fallen on her head? Me becoming what I am today is all because of you. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was greatly shocked. Sacred Ancestor Wushu severed the portion of Tao laws he had condensed to help the Frost Heavenly Emperor forge her immortal emperor body. The experts' expressions were greatly shaken one by one. This matter was completely unknown to outsiders. How could Sacred Ancestor Wushu bear to part with it? Old Dad he. At this very moment my heart couldn't help but shake, setting off a stormy sea. I could only sigh in admiration. Old Dad truly loves mom so deeply. In an instant pairs of eyes were all hovering over Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu. Su Qingshuang lowered her head in silence, her eyes red. Jiang Wushu, however, shook his head. Big brother Shui, you're wrong. Back then Shuang'er was inherently only one step away from the Heavenly Emperor realm. Even if I didn't help her, she would still be the first to prove the Tao among the three of us. In truth, both of us were inferior to her. Listening to these words, Shui Honglu had a face full of cold sneers. His head full of hair fluttered, and he once again gritted his teeth and let out a sinister low growl. Zhang Weiguzu, you don't need to explain anymore. No matter what, the Heavenly Emperor's throne must be mine. Mine. If the Heavenly Tao does not tolerate two emperors, then I will carve out a path for myself. If the ordinary path won't work, then I will use a demonic body, borrow the power of myriad living beings, and forcibly smash through that shackle. If heaven and earth block me, I will overturn heaven and earth. Demonic flames blazed intensely on Shui Honglu's body, domineering and chilling. But in everyone's eyes they only saw absolute madness. Big brother Shui, I beg you, wake up. Jiang Wushu roared as well, both grief-stricken and helpless, mixed with deep disappointment. Zhang Weiguzu, you're still here acting hypocritically. Shui Honglu abruptly shouted coldly. At this time Su Qingshuang also slowly raised her head and looked at him. Big brother Shui, turning back is the shore. If you can let go of everything and sever your own demonic core, repent and apologize to the souls of the deceased who died tragically by your hands, I can make the decision to spare your life. For the rest of your life, Wushu and I are willing to exhaust all our efforts. to cultivate virtue and accumulate good deeds for the human race of the 3,000 Dao realms. Using this to wash away your sins on your behalf. Su Qingshuang spoke slowly, her tone flat. But as she spoke, her face was already covered in tears. Ha da 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 da. Xue Honglu suddenly let out a long maniacal laugh. Abruptly the laughter paused. Wash away my sins? What a joke. He looked at Su Qingshuang as if looking at a fool. His pair of eyes rotated and in the void manifested endless terrifying scenes. It was a hellish sight. There were evil ghosts weeping bitterly, living souls shrieking miserably, and mountains of corpses and seas of blood in the thousands, rotating endlessly. At this moment this piece of heaven and earth seemed to turn into the infernal nether underworld. A terrifying bloody stench billowed outwards, causing everyone to feel a chill all over their bodies. Even the spectators far away suffocated in an instant, as if death had grabbed them by the throat. He stared viciously at Su Qingshuang. As long as I can become an emperor, let alone killing a few ants. Even if I slaughter all the living beings in the world, what does it matter? A peerlessly terrifying killing aura swirled endlessly around Xue Honglu. As soon as his voice fell, the 20-odd sacred ancestors present couldn't help but feel their scalps go numb. This was an out-and-out lunatic. 600 years of obsession. If not an emperor, then a demon. Just to become an emperor, what harm is there in slaughtering all living beings? This bastard is way too arrogant. My mood gradually calmed down, my eyes turning cold. It was very obvious that Xue Honglu's demonic nature had already penetrated to the bone, with no possibility of turning back anymore. It was just that old dad and mom still couldn't let go of their past bonds, hoping that he would turn back. What a pity Xue Honglu disappointed them. Frost Heavenly Emperor. Sacred Ancestor Wuxiu. Right at this moment Jian Lingtian spoke. Everyone's sights all fell upon him. Stop trying to persuade him. His demonic roots are already planted deep. He is no longer the Xinyan holy son of the past. Kill him. The others around pondered for a moment, and also successively shouted aloud. But opposite them the purple-haired red-eyed man hovered in midair. Motionless and unwavering, his demeanor contemptuous, without the slightest intention of fear. Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wuxiu were filled with helplessness. They knew that what everyone said was the truth. Big brother Xue truly couldn't turn back anymore. Just as the crowd was shaken, Xue Honglu's body abruptly bloomed with boundless scarlet light. A bloody stench permeated the air, and his terrifying power transformed into horrifyingly peerless dark evil dragons and hellish blood phoenixes. Su Qingshuang, you escaped disaster today. But one day, I will return again to take from your hands the heavenly emperor's throne that belongs to me. Xue Honglu's words were violently domineering, his expression wildly perverse. As he spoke, a world-destroying power surged open from his body. A long and narrow spatial rift appeared in front of him. Xue Honglu lifted his foot, about to step into it. He's trying to escape. Frost Heavenly Emperor, please make a decision. You cannot hesitate any longer. Jian Ling Tian Di Batian, He Mengchong Chu Feixian, and others shouted one after another. Su Qingshuang naturally understood. She had already made a move without needing everyone to remind her. Su Qingshuang's figure swayed, soaring straight up. The fierce majesty of the Heavenly Emperor, like 100,000 great mountains, crashed down to suppress this piece of heaven and earth. The vast clear sky was all covered by the Heavenly Emperor domain. Big brother Xue, don't blame me. Su Qingshuang's voice rang out. The heavenly frost sword in her hand vibrated sharply, emitting a whistling cry. A terrifyingly cold aura instantly spread out across the universe. At this moment all things and matters between heaven and earth were entirely covered in thick frost, flawless and white. The spatial rift in front of Xue Honglu was also covered in cold frost, solidifying right there. The chill entered their bodies, nearly turning everyone into ice sculptures. Frost fills the sky. This was one of the Frost Heavenly Emperor's strongest divine abilities. She was using her full power. Su Qingshuang took one step and arrived right in front of Xue Honglu. She raised the long sword in her hand and gently swung it towards Xue Honglu. Everything looked so plain and unadorned. But in the eyes of the many experts, they clearly saw that between heaven and earth, clusters of Tao laws were being ruthlessly severed under the sword's edge. Xue Honglu was immobilized by the vast power struggling to break free. He exerted all his strength just to conjure an incomparably thick blood-colored light shield, blocking it in front of his body. With a loud boom, when the long sword struck down, an incomparably massive boom echoed across the world. The endless long sky, the boundless firmament, abruptly shattered into fragments like a massive jade vessel. Even tens of thousands of miles away, all the cultivators were knocked to the ground by the shockwave. Who knows how many people spewed out fresh blood, their faces turning ashen. And inside the Xuanchuang cave heaven, terrifying energy storms shot out crazily in all directions. An aura of death descended upon everyone's heads. My God! I was just born today. I can't be dying this fast, right? I was terrified by this sword strike from my mom. The supreme bone released a dazzling light. But the imposing power of a supreme expert like mom striking was simply not something the current supreme bone could neutralize. Amidst the pervading terrifying power, Su Qingxuang raised one hand and gently pressed it against the void. The terrifying death qi instantly settled down and dissipated in the blink of an eye. The rolling energy fluctuations also ceased in an instant. Only then did the crowd let out a sigh of relief. Ah! Xue Hongluo's howling rang out. That blood-colored light shield had long been shattered into nothingness. His figure tumbled non-stop, crashing down patch after patch of the void, and then slammed against the boundary of the Heavenly Emperor domain, spitting out a large mouthful of black blood. A deep gash appeared on his chest, revealing his beating internal organs. With bone splinters jutting out grimly, Xue Hongluo's face was hideous, as he glared viciously at Su Qingxuang. Su Qingxuang, you cannot make me stay. Xue Hongluo roared. Big brother Xue, are you still clinging to your delusions? Su Qingxuang said. She took another step pursuing toward Xue Hongluo. But suddenly Xue Hongluo was heard shouting loudly again. Blood demon world evading art. Break for me. The qi mechanism all over his body vented crazily. His lifeblood was burning, his demonic energy evaporating. A fiercely peerless mighty power spilled out. Not good. He used an evasion art. He wants to escape. The sacred ancestors were greatly shocked. If a half-step heavenly emperor was dead set on escaping, even a heavenly emperor might not necessarily be able to make him stay. Right as everyone was speaking, Xue Hongluo's body surged with rolling power. The surging scarlet light completely enveloped his entire person. In an instant he seemed to transform into a blood-colored peerless divine spear, carrying an aura that could slaughter and destroy everything. That blood spear shot out rapidly, piercing forward abruptly. Ryup. This patch of heaven and earth was pierced through with a single strike. The Heavenly Emperor domain also had a hole torn into it under the terrifying aura. The blood spear fled, carrying Xue Hongluo's figure, breaking through the void and vanishing into the distance in an instant. And between heaven and earth his voice still echoed faintly. Su Qingxuang, you just wait. As long as I don't enter the Heavenly Emperor realm for a day, there will be a day when I come back to kill you. When this voice faded away, there was no longer any aura of Xue Hongluo in the surrounding space. That massive hole also quickly closed up. Su Qingxuang, holding the Heavenly Frost Sword, struck empty air with a sword beam. The demonic path's blood evasion art carried Xue Hongluo to escape with his life. At this moment even Su Qingxuang could not feel his fluctuations. Damn it! He still managed to escape. The group of experts from the Holy Lands and Great Sects were extremely furious. Granny, she let out a sigh. Jiang Wuxiu stood there in a daze. Su Qingxuang stood in place looking into the distance, remaining motionless for a long time. It was unknown what she was thinking about. Xue Hongluo escaped. Burning his lifeblood will inevitably cause him to suffer severe injuries. He certainly won't be able to recover his half-emperor combat power in a short time. The 3,000 Dao realms can still be peaceful for a period of time. The Huanchu Holy Lord sighed lightly and said. Only then did the crowd let out a slight breath of relief. The eternal blood prison wouldn't appear again in the short term. This great tribulation could be considered temporarily brought to an end. After some time I will take a trip to the Death Fierce Land. In the distance, Su Qingxuang finally recovered her senses. Taking a step back, she suddenly said this. Xuanger. Jiang Wuxiu immediately revealed a look of worry. That is the Death Fierce Land. It has once buried a heavenly emperor. He didn't want Su Qingxuang to risk her life. Rest assured, I will know my limits, Su Qingxuang said softly. After experiencing the matter with Xue Hongluo, everyone present lost their enthusiasm. Especially Jiang Wuxiu and Su Qingxuang. Xue Hongluo was their closest friend, who treated them like a younger brother and sister. But who would have thought? Just because of the Heavenly Emperor's throne, he was driven to the demonic path, killing so many people. It already happened once over 600 years ago. And now the old matter reignited, causing disaster once again. Even raising his butcher's knife against the two of them. This made it hard for the couple to accept their mood, extremely depressed. I saw all of this in my eyes. I could understand old dad and mom's feelings. But they couldn't just stay in this state forever, because of one Shui Honglu. Old dad mom, don't be unhappy anymore. I abruptly sprang up from Granny Shi's embrace, breaking free from the constraints of the swaddling clothes. My bare body leaped upwards, and spiritual power manifested as light on my tiny body, to cover the crucial parts. I instantly dashed into Su Qingxuang's embrace, hanging one small hand around mom's neck. My other hand gently brushed past the corners of her slightly red and swollen eyes. Mommy, you won't look pretty after crying, I said in a milky childish voice, although she couldn't understand what he was saying. But seeing his appearance, Su Qingxuang's melancholic expression finally melted away. That's right, little Qingxuang. Granny Shi also walked over tremblingly at this time. She then looked towards Jiang Wuxiu. And you too, kid Jiang. So many years have passed, you guys should also let it go. Just treat it as if the Shui Honglu of the past has actually died. This person now is the eternal lord, not him. Granny Shi softly comforted them. I leaned in front of mom, sticking my tiny face intimately against Su Qingxuang's face. At the same time, I also waved towards old dad's direction. Old dad, come over quickly. I'll give you a hug too. Jiang Wuxiu was stunned for a moment, and then couldn't help but laugh out loud. The family of three stood together quietly embracing, with one arm hugging old dad and the other hugging mom. I even gently patted their shoulders. Such a scene made the crowd chuckle. This little guy was born not long ago, and is already so good at coaxing people. For a time, Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wuxiu's moods also improved a lot. Our family of three enjoyed the warmth. Today they had experienced too much, making all of this seem somewhat hard-earned. Su Qingxuang wore a warm smile, carefully feeling the little guy's aura, her face full of happiness. No one noticed that. When she sensed certain movements again, her brows frowned slightly. Inside that hidden space, the Jinghong Emperor Ji Quni Mu Nantian and the others also sighed with a lot of emotion. But suddenly, the Overlord Sect Master Su Quangren spoke up abruptly. What he said directly gave everyone a jolting scare. Patriarch Ji, have you come up with a solution or not? His words directly pulled everyone back to the most realistic problem. The crisis of the Xuanshuang Cave Heaven had been safely overcome, but the matter they had to face had only just begun. These people had calculated in 100 ways today, wanting to pull chestnuts from the fire and raise a blade against the Heavenly Emperor. But now, how were they supposed to account for this to the Frost Heavenly Emperor now? Cold sweat once again broke out on Ji Quni's forehead. He didn't speak for a long time. It was obvious that he couldn't come up with a foolproof plan either. The rest of the people looked at him, each of them brewing thunderous rage. Until a certain moment this emotion abruptly erupted. Ji Quni, my immortality Mu family has been screwed to death by you. Mu Nantian suddenly shouted loudly. Furious as thunder, he pointed his finger at Ji Quni. Ji Quni, you really harmed others and harmed yourself. Just wait for the Heavenly Emperor's wrath. We will all suffer the unbearable consequences. This old man was truly muddled to actually believe your demonic nonsense. The remaining people also spoke in angry voices. The Jinghong Emperor let out a cold snort, flinging his sleeve abruptly. He was about to lead his people away. The others also glared fiercely at Ji Quni, preparing to retreat. Rather than staying here, it was better to leave early and go back to carefully think it through on how to face the wrath of a heavenly emperor. However, right at this moment, a cold, icy voice suddenly rang in their ears. Patriarch Ji, Emperor Jinghong, Patriarch Mu. Are you leaving just like this? Everyone has watched a good show for so long. You must be somewhat tired by now, right? Why not come to my Xuanshuang Cave Heaven to rest for a moment and drink a cup of coarse tea? This was a woman's voice. Her tone was indifferent without the slightest emotion. As the crowd heard it in their ears, their hair instantly stood on end, and their divine souls trembled. Frost Heavenly Emperor. She discovered us. Everyone felt like they had fallen into an ice cellar, their hearts turning completely cold. Every person could clearly feel the Frost Heavenly Emperor's gaze acting like two sharp swords, piercing through the void and thrusting into their minds with supreme majesty. For a moment the crowd was as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Going to meet the Heavenly Emperor now was no different from throwing themselves into a net. Where could there be any way to survive? The crowd gritted their teeth, wanting very much to pretend they hadn't heard, and brazen it out to leave quickly. However, with the Heavenly Emperor confronting them, how could they be allowed to have half a bit of luck? Wouldn't escaping at this time be confessing without being pressed? Making it obvious that they had ghosts in their hearts. Ji Qunyi's expression was even more constantly changing, his thoughts turning 100 times. A moment later his expression abruptly changed, and he hardened his heart. Everyone. Let's act according to circumstances. If you don't want to die, then keep your mouths shut tight. We absolutely cannot leak a single bit of information.
Does everyone understand?
He was heard sending this stern sound transmission. The crowd was full of terror and said not a word. Ji Qunyi no longer hesitated, and immediately stowed away the 1,000-mechanism pagoda. More than 20 figures instantly revealed themselves in the void. Seeing them appear, the countless observing cultivators in the distance couldn't help but freeze together. Everyone recovered from the shock, previously brought by Xue Honglu. Looking at all this in confusion, Ji Qunyi and the others were like stray dogs, flying towards the Xuanshuang cave heaven. They dawdled for a long time before arriving. The family of 3 separated. I hung onto Mom's neck and raised my eyebrows. I clearly remember that at the Absolute Spirit Sword Body Banquet that day, Ji Qunyi, Zhang Wanli and these people were there. But what was bizarre was that they were actually hiding in the dark today. If Mom hadn't pointed them out, they probably wouldn't have appeared. What kind of trick are they trying to pull? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but frown. Before the crowd could ask, they saw Ji Qunyi, Mu Nantian, and the Jinghong Emperor squeezing stiff smiles onto their faces, facing Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu to bow and salute, paying respects to the Frost Heavenly Emperor. Greetings to sacred ancestor Wushu. Every person lowered their head, wishing they could stick their faces to the ground, not daring to meet Jiang Wushu and Su Qingshuang's eyes. Just as they finished speaking, Jian Lingtian not far away was seen, abruptly taking a step forward and speaking in a deep voice. Put the nonsense aside first. This saint wants to ask one sentence. Since you all arrived early on, why were you so reluctant to show yourselves and help in the battle? If the Frost Heavenly Emperor hadn't discovered you, how long did you plan to hide? As he spoke, his entire body was filled with divine radiance. Intense sword intent brewing crazily, and the Emperor's sword in his hand buzzing incessantly. As long as a single word went wrong, he would violently jump up and kill them. This. The group of people bowed their bodies, humming and hawing, unable to give a proper reason for a long time. But immediately following, Ji Qunyi abruptly gritted his teeth. We were afraid. He was heard saying in extreme terror. Such words, however, choked everyone present into speechlessness, leaving them as dumbstruck as wooden chickens. Even the Jinghong Emperor Mu Nantian and the others were dumbfounded on the spot. The scene was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. What did Ji Qunyi just say? Afraid to die? They were greedy for life and afraid of death? Everyone suspected whether they had misheard. I even couldn't help but dig my ears. A deathly silence. Until a long moment later, an indescribable feeling of violent rage surged up from the hearts of the people from Huanchu Holy Land, Yuding Holy Land and others. Yuding Holy Lord He Mingchang's face was terrifyingly gloomy and cold. The many Holy Land's aristocratic families in the 3,000 Dao realms, great sects and divine dynasties all belong to the pillars of the human race. Whenever there is danger, we all share the same breath and branches, upholding righteousness and plotting for survival together. And you people are actually afraid of death? He put his fingers together like a sword, pointing at them from afar and speaking in a deep voice. The gazes of the other experts simultaneously spewed fire, and they suddenly cursed endlessly. Greedy for life and afraid of death? I'm afraid that might not necessarily be it. Suddenly Jiang Wushu spoke up, saying meaningfully, if you were truly afraid to die, wouldn't it be wonderful to hide in your own homes like a turtle shrinking its head? Why bother crossing great domains and rushing all the way here? Jiang Wushu sneered. As soon as this was said, it made Ji Qunyi and the others panic and tremble, chills rising from the soles of their feet. All their motives were exposed with a single sentence. Mu Nantian. Ji Qunyi. Still not confessing the truth? Jian Lingtian abruptly shouted violently, his sword chiming sonorously, and killing intent erupting. The Emperor's sword in his hand released a bright light, pointing at the group of people, his gaze dark and heavy. Speak. This word struck directly into the hearts of the group like an immortal sword. Ji Qunyi, Mu Nantian, and the Jinghong Emperor were almost scared limp, their calves cramping. They just stood there for a long time, not daring to make a sound. If you won't speak, then this saint will see for himself. Jian Lingtian couldn't wait any longer. With a wave of his hand, he struck out boundless qi mechanism, wrapping the Lianshan sect leader Zhang Wanli within it, snatching him over to his side. Subsequently, his divine soul power formed a sword light, wildly striking out from the center of his brow. Under Zhang Wanli's terrified eyes it struck straight at his forehead. The terrifying power acted like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, breaking his divine soul defense in the blink of an eye, and piercing through his sea of consciousness. This was the soul-searching technique. With Zhang Wanli's cultivation level, he simply couldn't block it. In an instant various scenes were captured one by Jian Lingtian. The expression on his face changed repeatedly, his chest heaving more and more violently. Endless rage surged up. Until a certain moment it suddenly erupted. Jikuni mu nantian su quangren. You really have the colossal guts of a dog. Jian Lingtian shouted wildly. His entire body boiled with sword chi, his hair standing on end in fury. Jian Lingtian was thunderously furious, his boundless sword intent turning into fiercely unmatched killing intent. He Mengchong Di Batian, and the others looked at each other in dismay. What exactly did Ji Quni and the rest do? Jian Lingtian did not hide it. Staring fiercely at the group of people, he recounted the contents he obtained from the soul search. One by one. Su Qingshuang, Jiang Wushu and Granny, she's eyes all turned dark to the extreme. My expression changed, my eyes opening wider and wider. A nameless rage quickly surged from the bottom of my heart. When the snipe and the clam grapple the fisherman prophets. Absolutely no one had expected that they actually wanted to make a move against the Frost Heavenly Emperor. A bunch of old dogs. To actually want to take advantage of the mutual destruction between my mom and others to forcefully rob her. Mom, what's the use of keeping these dog things alive? Just slaughter them all. I bared my teeth and waved my limbs. Terrifying lightning spiritual power agitated, endlessly transforming into layers of astral blades. Wishing I could rush up myself and make this group of old dogs splatter blood on the spot. Kill them all. Just then Jian Lingtian suddenly spoke again. His tone was terrifyingly calm. Today Jian will begin a massacre right here. He abruptly raised his sword and directly slashed downwards. The dazzling sword beam was like a divine rainbow hanging in the sky, as if destroying the world. With a sound, Saint blood splattered across the long sky. Zhang Wanli's body was cleaved into two halves from top to bottom, his corpse falling. Deep fear still remained within his pupils. Seeing Zhang Wanli being instantly slain, Ji Quni Emperor Jinghong Mu Nantian and the others cried out in shock. A sacred ancestor was killed just like that. Jian Lingtian stood in the air, his hair dancing wildly. His gaze swept across his killing intent, shocking the heavens and earth like a divine demon. Well killed. I shouted loudly, applauding for Jian Lingtian. Daring to scheme even against my own mom. This is complete treason and heresy. At this moment Jian Lingtian was angered to the extreme. Before Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu could speak, he raised the emperor's sword in his hand, its pressing sharpness pointing afar at Mu Nantian. Good on you, Mu Nantian. What a fine immortality, Mu family. Jian could never have imagined that just because of the matter at the banquet that day, you held a grudge against the emperor's son in your heart, and wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate him. A family with human faces but beastly hearts like yours no longer has the necessity to exist. Jian and the Hidden Sword Mountain are willing to serve on behalf of the Frost Heavenly Emperor. To pull your immortality, Mu family, up by the roots. We will absolutely not allow treacherous villains like you to exist in the world anymore. That grandson of yours who possesses the absolute spirit sword body will be killed as well. He would rather kill a disciple with the eternally rare absolute spirit sword body than tolerate the existence of the immortality, Mu family, anymore. Frost Heavenly Emperor, please show mercy. Mu Nantian immediately threw himself to the ground, facing Su Qingshuang's direction. Kneeling in the void. Mu was deceived by Ji Quni today. My mind confused by ghosts taking the wrong path. I truly deserve death. But please, Frost Heavenly Emperor, consider that my Mu family for many years has made meager contributions to the continuation of the human race in the great wilderness realm. And leave one side of the net open, sparing the lives of the descendants of my family. This is entirely my Mu's fault alone. I don't dare have half a sentence of sophistry. I am willing to commit suicide on the spot and apologize with my death. I beg the Frost Heavenly Emperor to grant extrajudicial mercy. Mu Nantian cried out as he spoke, bowing all the way down to Su Qingshuang. After that he abruptly raised a palm and ruthlessly slapped his own head. Fresh blood overflowed from his mouth and nose. The powerful life force of a sacred ancestor existence extinguished in an instant. The boundless chi mechanism from his entire body swept out like a storm, quickly annihilating into nothingness. Patriarch. Several elders of the immortality Mu family caught his corpse. Mu Nantian killed himself on the spot. No one had even reacted. The absolute spirit sword body was the hope for the entire Mu family to soar and prosper. He wanted to use his own death to exchange for a way for Mu Qingqian to live. Jian Lingtian's eyes were gloomy and cold, saying nothing. While Ji Quni Emperor Jinghong Su Quangren and the others watched this scene from the side, stunned for a long time. In just a short while, 2 sacred ancestors had died, giving their hearts a massive shock. Especially Ji Quni. One must know that he was the mastermind behind this incident. Zhang Wanli and Mu Nantian were both dead. There was absolutely no reason for him to survive. But Ji Quni didn't want to die. He mimicked the example, suddenly wailing and crying loudly, and knelt down to Su Qingshuang. Frost Heavenly Emperor. I have something to say. Jiang Wuxiu and his wife looked over with deep and steady gazes. In Granny Xi's embrace, I suddenly let out a cold laugh. Is he going to play the pity card now? Only to see Ji Quni covered in snot and tears, showing an incredibly emotional display. I stared fixedly at Ji Quni. This old dog. As the chief culprit, he still has the face to beg for mercy. He primarily still has to look at the expressions of the Frost Heavenly Emperor and Sacred Ancestor Wuxiu. He wailed out loud again, as if he had suffered a monstrous grievance. Immediately after, he sent sound transmissions to the others, to quickly take out their treasured spirit pills and wondrous medicines, and various saint weapons and precious armors, saying it was to give to the Emperor's son as toys. But in truth it was just to save their lives. I saw this in my eyes, and directly unleashed my spiritual energy outward to collect all the treasures over. Might as well take what's free. My actions made the crowd not understand the reason. Just now that little thing was clamoring fiercely, although they couldn't understand what he was saying. But his appearance was fiercer than anyone else's. If not for his shallow cultivation, they feared he would just bounce out of the swaddle and beat Ji Quni and the others until their faces blossomed with peach flowers. But now, upon seeing those treasures, he actually scooped them into his arms without even thinking. This smelly brat. Why is he such a money grubber? Jiang Wuxiu had a forehead full of black lines, unable to resist complaining. Su Qingshuang also furrowed her brows. She certainly hadn't agreed to Ji Quni's request. But once the little guy made a move, it really made it somewhat hard to ride the tiger and get off. Under the gazes of the group of people, treasure lights layered in front of me, and medicinal fragrances wafted. Without noticing old dad and mom's expressions, my 2 small arms picked up that purple flame phoenix blood mushroom and stuffed it into my mouth. In the surrounding space, every expert watching this scene was undeniably astonished. The Emperor's son was actually holding a saint medicine and directly gnawing on it. Did he not want his life anymore? Was the medicinal power inside something he could refine right now? The couple Jiang Wuxiu and Su Qingshuang also had faces full of shock. But the 2 of them knew the little guy possessed a peerless cultivation method, able to refine even a heavenly emperor's origin essence. So a mere saint medicine was naturally not an issue. They did not stop him. My lips could be seen shooting out spiritual power. I still didn't have teeth, but astral blades formed at the corners of my mouth. With a crunch, I bit off a small piece of the purple flame phoenix blood mushroom. Seeing this, Ji Quni's heart was practically dripping blood. That bite the Emperor's son took was just like biting off a piece of his flesh. It ached his heart as much as possible. This was simply a reckless waste of heavenly treasures. But there was no other way. To save his life, he had to bear the pain and part with it. Fortunately, however, the Emperor's son seemed to like those things very much. In this case, his own life should be free of worry. Emperor's son, you are simply my life-saving divine lord. Ji Quni became excited in his heart. An knowing smile couldn't help but slightly show on his face. But before this smile could fully emerge, it directly froze in the next instant. Pfft! What the hell is this thing? Why is it so bitter? This saint medicine is fake, right? I cursed out loud, and directly spat out that small piece of precious medicine. Spitting continuously, the large stalk of purple flame phoenix blood mushroom in my hand was also violently thrown onto the ground. The expression on my small face was as disgusted as could be. Seeing the Emperor's son throw away the purple flame phoenix blood mushroom like tossing garbage, the mouths of a large group of sacred ancestors twitched non-stop. That level of precious medicine actually didn't enter his eyes. What kind of broken garbage? Speaking of the purple flame phoenix blood mushroom, its medicinal power was indeed potent. But the energy inside it was far too inferior compared to Mom's heavenly emperor origin essence. The most important thing was that the taste was simply hard to describe. Not only was it bitter, but it also shot straight to the forehead. My skull cap is about to flip off, okay? I was exceptionally dissatisfied and turned my head, picking up that small jade bottle again. This was Earth Spirit Saint Milk. This was the essence of heaven and earth, born from supreme spirit veins. It was a healing saint medicine, possessing formidable effects, able to make one shed their mortal body and exchange their bones, causing their cultivation to soar. Without a thought, I pulled open the bottle stopper and took a light sip, smacking my lips. A moment later, my pair of small delicate brows furrowed tightly, flying into a furious rage. The so-called heavenly spirit essence healing saint medicine is just this? Who are you trying to fool? My anger blazed. Raising my small hand, I violently threw the Earth Spirit Saint Milk towards Ji Cuny. I even used spiritual power. The jade bottle ruthlessly smashed onto Ji Cuny's forehead. With a loud smack. He didn't dare to resist at all. Not even daring to use his protective astral chi. Bat Ian the Huanchu Holy Lord and the others stared blankly. The Emperor's son didn't even fancy this Earth Spirit Saint Milk? Ji Cuny's face was even uglier to the extreme. He was a sacred ancestor after all. A supreme figure of the 3,000 Tao realms, a peerless mighty expert. A newly born child actually dared to treat him like this. This was slapping his old face. However, who asked the other party to be the Frost Heavenly Emperor's son? No matter how much hatred and anger he had, he could only hold it in. Instead, in a flurry of panic, he caught the Earth Spirit Saint Milk. Fortunately, the jade bottle had restrictions placed on it, so not much Saint Milk spilled. Your Highness, how about you take a look at the other supreme treasures? Ji Cuny squeezed out an ugly smiling face again, and said ingratiatingly. There were still several saint weapons and precious armors floating in front of the Emperor's son. Perhaps this little guy would like these things, it wasn't certain. But as soon as his words fell, he saw the Emperor's son baring his fangs and brandishing his claws again. A dignified immortality family only takes out this tattered junk? You have the nerve to call goods like this supreme treasures? I sneered continuously, abruptly raising a small hand and slowly opening it. Immediately after, a patch of dazzling green light was seen radiating from within. Vibrant with vitality and full of greenery. A dense life force aura swirled majestically. In the surrounding space there seemed to be Tao rhythms flowing. This patch of green light attracted everyone's gaze in an instant. This is... The hearts of the sacred ancestor experts inexplicably trembled one by one. This kind of aura contained the charm of the great Tao, leaving them terrified. Today I will let you have a good look at what is called a true supreme treasure. I sneered endlessly, my small hand trembling, and threw out that faintly glowing green object, letting it fall to the ground. With a single glance, everyone clearly saw that it was a small tree. As soon as it hit the ground, it began to grow rapidly. In just a few breaths of time, it grew to over a foot tall. The small tree didn't look sturdy, nor could it be said to have luxuriant branches and leaves. It only had 108 emerald green leaves fluttering in the wind, flickering with a hazy treasure light. Every single leaf seemed to have innate Tao patterns, covered in mysterious imprints that were perfectly natural and distinct from each other. Universal laws and boundless Tao rhythms surrounded the entire small tree, constantly coiling and evolving, as if accelerating the birth of some profound principles of heaven and earth. At the same time, a faint fragrance permeated outward. Smelling it lightly made one's entire body feel relaxed, as if some sort of shackle in the body had been unlocked. I have an urge to enter a state of Tao enlightenment. What kind of plan is this? It seems to be making my realm start to produce some fluctuations. There is actually a formless power, guiding me to comprehend the supreme principles of heaven and earth, and the true meaning of the great Tao. Bat Ian Jian Ling Tian, He Mengchong Chu Feixian, and the others undeniably spoke in a daze. Incomparably shocked. Pairs of eyes just stared at that small tree filled with astonishment. Shuanger. What is this thing? Do you recognize it? Jiang Wushu was also extremely horrified. He looked at the brat, then looked at the small tree filled with bewilderment. Didn't this little thing just get born? How did he suddenly plant such a tree? Where did it come from? Don't tell me it was also born from his body. I don't believe it. Su Qingshuang's train of thought was not much different from his. At this very moment, that small tree stood quietly in the ruins destroyed by the great battle, taking root among the rubble everywhere. Radiance was released and Tao aura flowed. Swaying gently, it seemed to be able to communicate with heaven and earth and align with the heavenly Tao. In Su Qingshuang's beautiful eyes the light flickered uncertainly. She carefully comprehended it. And after watching for quite a while, the expression on her peerlessly beautiful face suddenly changed drastically. Ancient enlightenment tea tree. Su Qingshuang cried out in astonishment. Hearing this, the crowd was shocked beyond belief. This kind of divine tree recorded in ancient texts actually exists. And it was brought out from the mother's womb by the emperor's son. One by one they stretched their necks, staring intently at the small tea tree. Those 108 leaves were all enlightenment tea. Every single tea leaf was naturally formed with Tao patterns, gestating a unique Tao. Even saint ancestor mighty figures, or even heavenly emperors, once they drank the tea brewed from it, would have a chance to comprehend the Tao within. This is a divine object. How could this not make people envious? Looking at their expressions, I couldn't help but grin. Not bad. This ancient enlightenment tea tree was actually recognized by Mom. At this moment, Ji Quni felt a complex mix of emotions. Previously, he was extremely resentful because the emperor's son looked down on the purple flame phoenix blood mushroom and the earth spirit holy milk. Now seeing the ancient enlightenment tea tree, even if he had the slightest bit of resentment left, it was gone. A treasure casually taken out by the emperor's son was enough to crush the pile of items he had presented. How could they compare? In an instant, Ji Quni's old face was full of bitterness. I glared at him sideways and said nothing. Then I fell into deep thought. This ancient enlightenment tea tree produces 108 tea leaves every year. However, looking at its current state, it is obviously not mature yet. It seems I have to wait for another period of time. Thinking this way, the next instant, I suddenly had a flash of inspiration. My eyes suddenly lit up. Right. Why didn't I think of this just now? So foolish. I violently broke free from my mom's embrace, kicked my legs and landed next to the purple flame phoenix blood mushroom he had thrown away, and picked it up. Immediately after, I stretched out my small hand and looked coldly at Ji Quni. Bring it here. Ji Quni's face stiffened, extremely puzzled. After staring at me for a moment, he finally understood. He is asking for the earth spirit holy milk. Your Highness. As long as you like it. He thought the emperor's son had changed his mind and fancied his precious medicine again. This made him extremely excited. What is this brat trying to do? Looking at the completely naked little fellow, Su Qingshuang, Jiang Wushu, Granny, Shi Jian, Ling Tian, and the others all had heads full of questions. But soon they saw the answer. This brat. He wants to use holy medicine as fertilizer. Jiang Wushu suddenly yelled. Even though Jiang Yuxian was just born, he possessed unparalleled divine strength. With a single shake of his arm, he had at least 10 million catties of force. With a gentle rub of his small hands, he crushed the purple flame phoenix blood mushroom into a pile of fine powder and sprinkled it at the root of the tea tree. Then he pulled the stopper off the earth spirit holy milk and poured it down. The powerhouses from Hidden Sword Mountain, Jade Cauldron, Holy Land, Fulong Divine Dynasty, and others watched with their hearts pounding in fear. Everyone cried out in their hearts continuously. That is holy medicine. It was actually used as fertilizer by the emperor's son. This is too wasteful. He simply deserves to be struck by lightning. Okay. A group of sane ancestors wished they could go berserk on the spot. In the crowd, Ji Quni's old face twitched non-stop. The family fortune he had accumulated for many years was actually used to fertilize and water a tree. This was truly cutting flesh and bleeding from his heart. This brat. Wushu, quickly hold me back. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist beating him up. At this moment, even Su Qingshuang had the urge to spank his butt. Jiang Wushu didn't hear her words at all. He just stared at Jiang Yuxian, his chest heaving rapidly, his hands clenching until they cracked. This little bastard. 2 rare holy medicines could at least extend Granny's lifespan by another 10 years. And they were just ruined by you like this. Jiang Wushu roared in his heart. The veins on his forehead bulged thicker than beans. He was extremely angry. But not long after, his belly full of anger quickly dissipated. Jiang Wushu's eyes twitched slightly as he saw that in the soil, the light emitted by the purple flame phoenix blood mushroom powder and the earth spirit holy milk was fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. The medicinal energy within them was entirely absorbed by the ancient enlightenment tea tree. The 108 leaves on the branches shone brilliantly, becoming increasingly emerald green and crystal clear. The patterns engraved on them became clearer. Mysterious power flowed along the veins, and every trajectory seemed to correspond to some invisible order stacking together, triggering the frantic growth of powerful Tao aura. Suddenly a humming sound spread out. The tea tree released divine 7-colored brilliant light, enveloping half of the mountain peak. In the surrounding space, it was as if the great Tao's cosmic sound was singing, making heaven and earth resonate. Jiang Wushu, Su Qingshuang, Granny Shi, and others standing within it only felt dazzled and intoxicated. Rumble. Even the others not far away. The power in their bodies operated uncontrollably, emitting rumbling sounds. That small tea tree seemed to be able to pull at their Tao. Is this the terrifying divine tea recorded in ancient texts? Just standing next to the tea tree has such an effect. If one plucked a leaf and drank a cup, how astonishing would that be? Chu Feixian swallowed his saliva and said this. The others had the same thought. Their hearts were incredibly moved. If they could get a tea leaf, it would be a heaven-sent fortune. The group of Saint Ancestor mighty figures might even comprehend a certain Tao from it. Taking a step further from the pinnacle. No one could resist this temptation. But after all, it was the Emperor's son's belonging. None of them had the thick skin to shamelessly ask for it. I didn't notice the crowd's gazes. I just stared at the tea tree. This is exactly right. Although those two holy medicines weren't great. If waste is utilized properly, the effect is also quite good. In just a moment, the enlightenment tea should be ready for picking. Under the catalysis of the two holy medicines, the enlightenment tea is growing rapidly. Next I just have to quietly wait. I nodded in satisfaction. Then kicked my legs, my body soared into the air. And I hung back onto Mom's neck. I even shot a warning glance at Ji Cuny in the crowd. Full of disdain. Such a look made Ji Cuny's heart skip a beat. Before he could have any more reactions, he heard an elder of the Huanchu Holy Land suddenly sneer. Ji Cuny. The earth spirit holy milk, the purple flame phoenix blood mushroom. And that pile of scrap metal. Are those the things you brought to buy your life? Is your dog life really that worthless? As these words fell, others also began to sneer. The treasures Ji Cuny brought out could indeed be considered extraordinary. But that depends on who you're comparing them to. Obviously the Emperor's son is not included in this category. How could mere holy items enter his discerning eyes? Knowing perfectly well that Frost Heavenly Emperor and Saint Ancestor Wushu probably wouldn't care for them, he still tried to use them to deceive the Emperor's son. He didn't expect to outsmart himself in the end. Ruthlessly slapping his own old face. It is simply the biggest joke in the world. Facing the crowd's mockery and contempt, Ji Cuny's face turned green. Beside him the Jinghong Emperor Su Kuangren and several elders of the Longevity Mu family also trembled, looking embarrassed. They had originally planned to imitate Ji Cuny, using treasures to exchange for their lives. Now it seems that doing so would only bring humiliation upon themselves. They all possessed some extraordinary items. But added together they probably wouldn't even come close to that single ancient enlightenment tea tree. This made the Jinghong Emperor and the others smile bitterly, feeling completely hopeless. I'm afraid it will be truly difficult to give a proper explanation today. Looking at their appearances, Jian Ling Tian spoke in a deep voice again. Everyone, stop wasting your efforts. You ignored the demonic path causing disasters, and even attempted a surprise attack to kill the Heavenly Emperor. This is an unforgivable, heinous crime. You must pay a price in blood. Di Bat Ian, He Mengchong and others. A terrifying fierce glint burst forth in their pupils once again. You still vainly hope to bring up the achievements of your ancestors, holding high the banner of human righteousness, trying to oppress us with high-sounding words. Madmen like you all. Keeping you alive is a disaster for the 3,000 Tao realms, leaving endless future troubles. Frost Heavenly Emperor. Saint Ancestor Wushu. Why not kill all these thieves right here today? And end it once and for all. Powerhouses voiced their opinions one after another. Everyone now realized the truth. They were almost led astray by that old dog Ji Cuny. In an instant, overwhelming killing intent rolled in layer by layer. All pressing down towards the Ji family, the Mu family, the Jinghong Divine Dynasty and others. The Jinghong Emperor Ji Cuny Su Kuangren and others trembled violently all over. One by one they fell to the ground, kowtowing repeatedly and crying out. Frost Heavenly Emperor, spare our lives. We truly know we were wrong. As long as you can spare my dog life, I will definitely erect longevity tablets for Frost Heavenly Emperor and Saint Ancestor Wushu, and worship them for the rest of my life. Oh right, and for the Emperor's son. Jiang Wushu and Su Qingshuang, husband and wife, looked at them with ice-cold gazes, like they were looking at a group of clowns.
Now you know to beg for mercy?
Jiang Wushu's face was pale. He turned his head to look at Jiang Yuxian in his wife's arms. His gaze softened a bit, but his mouth still sneered continuously. If it weren't for my son Yuxian, who helped his mother avoid the weakened period, who knows, today might have actually been a success for you old dogs. At this time the surrounding crowd had varying expressions. But upon hearing Jiang Wushu's words, they all froze simultaneously and cried out in shock. Pairs of eyes couldn't help but look toward him. What the heck? Frost Heavenly Emperor didn't enter the weakened period because of the Emperor's son? What is the situation here? For a moment everyone present was completely dumbfounded, feeling incredibly puzzled in their hearts. No one could understand Jiang Wushu's words, except for Ji Quni. He was originally kowtowing and crying out loudly, but his voice suddenly stopped. He lifted his head with a blank dull gaze, looking at the infant covered in divine light in Frost Heavenly Emperor's arms. Ji Quni's thoughts were racing, until a certain moment, as if struck by a sudden thunderbolt, he came to his senses. So that's how it is. This old man has always calculated without missing a detail. Yet I took a massive fall today. I never expected, despite thousands of calculations. I actually missed calculating the Emperor's son. Ji Quni cried out sorrowfully in his heart. At this moment Ji Quni felt as if he had been enlightened and suddenly understood. Before he was even born, the Emperor's son already possessed world-shaking fortune and unparalleled marvels. Cultivating in the womb, creating a new ultimate realm for bone tempering. Thunder Martial Meridian Immaculate Sword Heart. Plus that ancient enlightenment tea tree that is growing robustly. Every single item. Every single thing. Which of them isn't world-shocking? Which of them isn't astonishing? If one were to say that at the time of his birth he also did something unexpected, allowing Frost Heavenly Emperor to avoid the weakened period after giving birth. Although shocking, it wasn't impossible to accept. In this way everything makes sense. The will of heaven. This is the will of heaven. Ji Quni wailed loudly, holding his head in agony. He had always been resourceful and deeply calculating, but this time a single oversight ruined everything. He just happened to overlook the Emperor's son, this greatest variable. Including Xue Honglu, it was the same for him. No one had anticipated this detail. Otherwise, let alone Xue Honglu, only having a half-emperor cultivation. Even if he were 10 times stronger, so what? No matter how deep his obsession with becoming an emperor was, he would absolutely never dare to challenge a heavenly emperor at her peak. It actually has to do with the Emperor's son. Everyone in the field widened their eyes. Their gazes sometimes lingered on the Emperor's son, and sometimes looked at Jiang Wushu and Su Qingshuang, wanting to get final confirmation. Dad is quite smart after all. In Su Qingshuang's arms I grinned. I didn't expect Dad to see through the truth of the matter so quickly. Jiang Wushu ignored the crowd's inquiries. He just stared menacingly at Ji Quni, the Jinghong Emperor, and the others, wearing a cold sneer. Shuanger, let's kill these bastards first. Cough cough. Jiang Wushu spoke in a chilling voice. But right after finishing his words, he suddenly started coughing violently. Saint Ancestor Wushu. Brat Zhang. Granny Shi Mengchong and others couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Dad! What? Mom and I also instantly became anxious. Su Qingshuang grabbed Jiang Wushu's palm and passed her vigorous heavenly emperor aura into his body. After quite a while Jiang Wushu finally eased up. I'm fine. He gasped heavily, waved his hand and said weakly. But at this time Jiang Wushu's complexion was even more haggard than before, pale as paper. A trace of glaring blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. It seems Dad's source origin damage is quite severe. From within my swaddling clothes I looked at his state with some heartache. I never doubted Dad's strength. However, he was facing a quasi-emperor demon attendant, and the opponent held an emperor weapon in hand. Dad exhausted everything and burned his source origin, just to protect my mother and me perfectly. It's not hard to imagine that he almost walked through the gates of hell this time. In the future he will definitely need to spend a massive amount of time to recover to his peak state. This moved my heart, filled with warmth. Dad, here for you. Without thinking much, I immediately stretched out my small hand, trying hard to hand it in front of Dad's eyes. Jiang Wushu was slightly taken aback. Brat! What are you giving me? He was heard laughing softly. I just smiled playfully, looking at Dad like this, signaling him to reach out and take it. Jiang Wushu didn't know what the little guy was trying to do, but he didn't think much of it either. He cooperated by opening his palm, but immediately following that he saw a crystal-clear liquid flow from between my fingers, falling into his palm. As soon as this drop of liquid appeared, it radiated a brilliant rosy light. Intense life essence evaporated, turning into mist that swept through the void. Instantly on the ground beneath their feet that had been entirely destroyed by the great battle, green sprouts broke through the soil and grew robustly. That ancient enlightenment tea tree also erupted with an even more dazzling green light, its branches and leaves swaying, gently rustling. Jiang Wushu's eyes instantly went straight, thoroughly shocked. He stared blankly at the drop of liquid in the center of his palm. His gaze trembled continuously. That unimaginably dense vitality seemed to possess the power to turn decay into magic, brimming with life, making all things radiate vigor. Standing aside Granny, she's reaction was even stronger. She was terribly aged, but enveloped in that seven-colored rosy light. She felt every cell in her body come alive and throb. Her whole person's spirit was also greatly invigorated. A trace of radiance rippled in her murky eyes. Su Qingshuang's gaze also flickered continuously. So it was this thing. She clearly felt that the reason she was able to recover instantly after giving birth to Jiang Yuxian was because of that drop of liquid. The exact same aura. Su Qingshuang's eyes stared intently at the little fellow. Yuxian, he actually brought out another heaven-shaking precious medicine. At this moment, all the powerhouses present, the way they looked at that little thing all changed. But my focus was on Dad. I was extremely anxious. Dad, hurry up and refine and absorb it. The essence is all running away. You wasteful prodigal. Seeing Dad zoning out, I desperately waved my arms and legs to urge him. That is the primeval divine spring. Every trace of essence slipping away is a huge loss. After a brief moment of being stunned, Jiang Wuxiu started to refine the primeval divine spring. The next moment the imposing aura around his body started to climb steadily. Terrifying saintly pressure surged out, stirring heaven and earth. Laws danced, principles intertwined, and all things resonated. In the blink of an eye, he recovered to his peak state. Jiang Wuxiu's whole body was enveloped in divine light. His posture was tall and straight, his hair fluttered, and his eyes were full of brilliance. Saint Ancestor Wuxiu he. Not only did his damaged source origin recover instantly, even his cultivation seems to have improved somewhat. What kind of divine medicine is this to be so powerful? The War King Di Wushuang couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The rest of the people also felt incomparably terrified. Ha ha ha. The little guy even has this kind of divine medicine. Worthy of being my Jiang Wuxiu's son. Absolutely incredible. Jiang Wuxiu suddenly laughed aloud heartily. Extremely delighted. Shuang'er, quickly give the brat to me. He reached out and snatched Jiang Yuxian from Su Qingshuang's arms, smiling broadly at the little fellow, his mouth almost stretching to the base of his ears. Brat, you better confess honestly. How much more of that divine medicine do you have? Hand it all over to your father. Hearing Dad's words, my small face instantly stiffened. Jiang Wuxiu's words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at me. They all wanted to know. But I instantly stiffened my little face and puffed my cheeks. Dad, what do you want to do? You actually covet my treasures? Can we even maintain this father-son relationship? I waved my arms and legs, yelling fiercely at Dad. I'm so angry. Dad is actually scheming against me. And even wants the primeval divine spring. I rolled my eyes, dramatically crossed my arms and glared at Dad. Seeing his expression, Jiang Wuxiu froze. Just that one drop? Really gone? Su Qingshuang couldn't help but look hopefully at the little fellow in her arms. What do you think that is? Having as much as you want? It's gone. Not a single drop left. I turned my head away, extremely dissatisfied. But immediately after I was suddenly grabbed by Dad and lifted in front of his face. Jiang Wuxiu's face suddenly changed, flying into a rage. You brat. Why didn't you say so earlier? He changed his face faster than turning a page of a book. He flipped Jiang Yuxian over, and a large hand slapped down fiercely onto his butt. Smack! Smack! Wah! Ah! Ah! Dad, you dare hit me? Stop it right now! I yelled in pain, tears almost flowing out. Dad is really hitting hard. One slap after another, hitting extremely heavily. Not a hint of joking at all. This made me extremely furious. Good grief. I helped you recover your source origin. And you immediately come to beat me. Biting the hand that feeds you, huh? I'm warning you. Stop right now, otherwise I'll let Mom deal with you, believe it or not. Wah. Ah. Ah. Mom, save me. I screamed, feeling intense pain from my butt. What? Brat Jiang. Why are you beating him up like this? Su Qingshuang and Granny, she hurriedly stopped him, and stepped forward to snatch Jiang Yuxian back. With every slap Jiang Wuxiu landed, it hurt the little fellow's body. But it hurt their hearts even more. Su Qingshuang's beautiful eyes were brewing with anger as she glared at Jiang Wuxiu. If it weren't in front of the powerhouses from various holy lands and great sects, she would want to land heavy punches on Jiang Wuxiu again. Meanwhile, the many powerhouses in the distance were all stunned. Why didn't you tell your father earlier? That the divine medicine was the last drop. Your father burned his source origin. At worst, I could just spend a few years to recover. But if this was given to Granny Shi, it would have been of great use. Jiang Wushu beat his chest and stomped his feet, heartbroken and regretful. Hearing this, the crowd finally understood why he wanted to beat the little fellow. For a moment Su Qingshuang's expression also dimmed a little. Instead it was Granny Shi herself who smiled kindly, revealing her toothless gums. She held Jiang Yuxian, her withered hand constantly rubbing the little fellow's butt. She channeled a weak stream of energy within her body, treating his injuries. Little fellow, don't lower yourself to your dad's level. Being able to see you born, Granny is already very satisfied. Granny is fine. Granny still wants to accompany you as you grow up. Granny, she spoke softly and gently, her face full of amiability. I understood at this moment, but I still felt extremely wronged in my heart. I roared loudly at Dad. Isn't it just wanting to give it to Granny? You thought of it. Do you think I wouldn't know? Let me tell you, I've already prepared it. I bared my fangs and brandished my claws, looking fierce. I snorted heavily through my nose. Then, under pairs of unbelievable gazes, I raised my small hand once again. A drop of radiantly flying spiritual liquid was revealed, falling toward Granny Shi's mouth. An invisible fluctuation rippled out. Granny Shi was instantly stunned. I kicked my legs forcefully and darted back into Mom's embrace. Immediately after, only a loud boom was heard. A burst of incomparably dazzling light erupted from Granny Shi's body. Her aged, hunched body was tightly wrapped within it, disappearing from sight. Boundless rosy clouds and divine brilliance shone brightly, piercing people's eyes. Su Qingshuang and her husband looked at each other, their eyes revealing shock. Even in the depths of Jiang Wushu's eyes, there was a hint of bewilderment. This brat. Didn't he say there was none left? How did he take out another drop? So you were just messing with your father? Just as the crowd was suspicious and amazed, the light outside Granny Shi's body suddenly became even more dazzling. Rumble! A loud noise spread out. Between heaven and earth a vast and inexplicable aura was born, accompanied by a profound pressure descending upon the mortal world. This is... The group of Saint Ancestor mighty figures present all had their eyes tremble simultaneously. But before they could think more, they saw all this recede like a tide. That light as bright as a rainbow also dissipated. Granny Shi's figure was revealed. When they saw her appearance, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. How is this possible? This is too scary, right? Voices spoke out in horror, one after another. My small mouth also formed a perfect circle, finding it hard to believe. At this time Granny Shi's appearance had drastically changed. Her always hunched body was actually standing much straighter now. Her originally withered flesh and blood had also become plump. The wrinkles on her face were much shallower. Her skin even carried a bit of crystal-clear radiance. Her full head of silver hair had turned gray. Those murky eyes were now shining brightly with vigor. She was still aged, but compared to before, her whole person seemed to have suddenly grown tens of thousands of years younger. My heavens! The crowd voiced their shock one after another. Even Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu's gazes changed. Granny! Su Qingshuang stood aside and suddenly called out softly. 2 streams of tears slid down silently from the corners of her eyes, crying tears of joy. She stepped forward, took Granny's hands and continuously looked her up and down. This is great! This is great! Jiang Wushu was equally excited, the rims of his eyes red, yelling continuously. To this couple, Granny Shi was no different from a blood relative. She was one of the most important people in Su Qingshuang's life. Without her there would be no Frost Heavenly Emperor, who now looks down upon the 3,000 Dao realms, and is unrivaled in the world. It's just a pity that all these years Granny had been trapped at the half-step Saint Ancestor realm. Time wore away her life, leaving her with one foot in the grave, facing her final limit. The couple had tried everything they could, but to no avail. They couldn't truly change destiny. But now Su Qingshuang could be certain. With Granny Shi's current state, living for at least another 100 years was absolutely not a problem. This made her and Jiang Wushu pleasantly surprised beyond compare. Little Qingshuang, don't cry. This old body feels great right now. Thanks to my good grandson. This old body never expected to actually be able to regain a new life. Granny Shi wiped away Su Qingshuang's tears, then looked affectionately at the little fellow in her arms. Crystal clear tears also welled up in her aged eyes. I grinned, smiling very happily. The effect of the primeval divine spring indeed did not disappoint me. Bringing the dead back to life and putting flesh on bare bones really isn't just boasting. Previously when used on Dad and Mom, the feeling wasn't that obvious. Now looking at Granny Shi's appearance, it's like she's a completely different person. Suddenly so much younger. This effect left me extremely satisfied. This brat. If you still had more on you, why didn't you say so earlier? Making me beat you, my hand hurts too. Jiang Wushu suddenly said with a cheeky smile. But as soon as these words came out, he instantly met Su Qingshuang's ferocious glare. He was immediately scared out of his wits, subconsciously stepping back a pace, laughing awkwardly. I could feel that the previous drop had already allowed Granny Shi to touch the threshold of the Saint realm. Just one step away. Immediately, I tossed out another drop flying into Granny's mouth. In an instant Granny Shi's body erupted like a blazing sun. Rumble! The general momentum between heaven and earth surged powerfully. Divine energy rumbled continuously. Endless heavenly Tao laws, universal order, and supreme principles, all manifested at this moment. It was as if a divine being held a brush wildly sketching on blank paper, outlining countless mysterious patterns. Threads and strands densely packed crisscrossing each other. Seemingly chaotic and profoundly obscure, yet extremely wondrous. At the same time it could be clearly seen that incredibly thick laws tightly surrounded Granny Shi, like terrifying shackles one after another, firmly imprisoning her within. This is the heaven and earth great Tao, the restraint imposed upon endless living beings. It was also the Saint Realm barrier Granny Shi faced. But soon an incredibly majestic power gradually birthed from Granny Shi's body. Her whole person looked as if she had turned into a peerless divine furnace. Terrifying energy burned furiously, smoking the heavens and scorching the earth, burning all things. A large patch of laws and orders successively snapped under this divine power. The Saint Ancestor barrier is shaking again. The opportunity to become a saint has reappeared. Granny Shi. She is about to become a saint. Many Saint Ancestor mighty figures couldn't help but exclaim in shock. They were incredibly familiar with this situation. Everyone had walked over from this exact step. And right now everything happening to Granny Shi was exactly the omen before achieving the Saint Ancestor realm. She is about to break through rank in the Saint realm and aspire to the ultimate peak. Sure enough, just as the crowd was utterly horrified, immeasurable light violently erupted from Granny Shi's whole body, accompanied by boundless divine power surging out. A loud noise suddenly spread forth. The sky overturned, the universe blasted through, and the great Tao roared. The sky full of laws and principles completely shattered, turning into a mess of tangled hemp. A terrifying shackle within Granny Shi's body was fiercely broken. What followed was a supremely powerful pressure, like a flash flood erupting, permeating every inch of space, shaking the 9 heavens, making people's divine souls tremble. This scene caused everyone to simultaneously gasp. Granny Shi broke the shackles of heaven and earth, and successfully advanced to Saint Ancestor. I was held in Mom's arms, retreating to a short distance away, tightly clenching a pair of small fists, yelling loudly. It worked! It worked! Granny is awesome! Granny Shi broke through the barrier, and attained sainthood on the spot. The old woman's whole body was surrounded by divine radiance. Her body slowly floated up into the air, gracing the 9 heavens. Principles by her side, Tao aura accompanying her, transforming into endless magnificent radiant colors, swirling and flying, heavenly flowers raining down. In an instant only the grand heavenly sound could be heard playing from beyond the firmament. Heaven descends, anomalies. Purple aura comes from the east. On the ground beneath her feet divine springs gurgled up and spiritual energy boiled. Blossoms of golden lotuses spewed forth, blooming silently. Divine light dazzled. The brilliant anomalies rolled like a massive tide. In just an instant, it encompassed hundreds of great domains nearby. Countless living beings all saw this scene. The great Tao's cosmic sound sang in their ears, leaving people utterly mesmerized. Countless cultivators were startled. Everyone wanted to know exactly what had happened. Someone has seen through the true meaning of the great Tao, and advanced to Saint Ancestor. Very quickly, people with profound cultivation spoke out and revealed the truth. A new saint descends upon the world, aspiring to the highest peak. Another Saint Ancestor level existence has been added to the current era. This made the entire cultivation world boil in an instant. And 10,000 miles outside the profound frost cave heaven, the many people watching the battle were full of shock at this moment. Heavenly flowers raining down. Tao sounds resounding. Purple brilliance filling the sky. Divine springs gurgling. Ground welling with golden lotuses. Various anomalies were right before their eyes. In the void saintly pressure rolled majestically, permeating every inch of space. making people unable to resist wanting to worship. In the distance, the old woman's figure stood high in the firmament. She looked plain and unadorned. But auspicious clouds rose around her, transforming into true dragons and primeval phoenixes, dancing elegantly, complemented by the grand scenery. It made her seem to possess an indescribable mysterious charm. And those present at the scene, Jian Ling Tian, He Mengchong Di Batian and others, were the most horrified. Their gazes trembled intensely. Granny Shi's aura is still skyrocketing, someone said in shock. Under their watchful eyes, the old woman's body flashed with divine light, becoming increasingly intense. After breaking through to the Saint Ancestor realm, all of this didn't stop. Instead, it intensified even more. That terrifying, imposing aura grew stronger wave by wave, one wave higher than the other. Her cultivation was still rapidly advancing. Saint Ancestor first layer. Saint Ancestor second layer. Saint Ancestor third layer. A group of powerhouses had their eyes twitching violently. The anomalies of the heavens startled the world, lasting for a very, very long time. And finally, following a loud dong sound, as if heaven swung a mallet to make a final decision, the aura of Granny Shi's whole body finally reached its peak. Only then did the sky full of anomalies show signs of fading. Saint Ancestor fourth layer. Everyone from the Jade Cauldron, Holy Land Huanchu, Holy Land Fulong Divine Dynasty, Hidden Sword Mountain and others wished they could pop their eyes out of their sockets. Each one had a face full of terror, unable to believe what they were seeing. Granny Shi, she actually stepped into the Saint Ancestor fourth layer in one go. This is the middle stage of the Saint Ancestor realm. Simply unbelievable and shocking to hear.
No way?
Granny, is this amazing? Even I was stunned. Indeed, everything went as I expected. The second drop of the primeval divine spring really broke through the natural moat, allowing her to touch the opportunity for sainthood once again. Worthy of being me. A peerless prodigy combining handsomeness and wisdom, strategizing and controlling everything. But I also truly didn't expect that Granny Shi would consecutively cross several realm layers, reaching the Saint Ancestor fourth layer. This is too scary, right? The effect of the primeval divine spring was actually powerful to this extent. Hard to imagine. The crowd raised their heads, looking up at the figure of the old woman in the sky above. At this time she had a profounder cultivation than many people present here. This made people feel incomparably terrified. And right under their watchful eyes, the sky full of anomalies slowly dissipated. The unparalleled saintly pressure was also retracted by Granny Shi. She restored her original rustic and plain appearance, descending from high above. But in the eyes of the crowd, the old woman at this moment had already become unfathomable. Her aura was obscure, deep as an abyss, making people feel awe for no reason. Granny, Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu were the first to react, impatiently going up to welcome her. The husband and wife were excited to the extreme. Granny Shi successfully advanced, and even broke through to the fourth layer. Not only did her strength increase countless times, but most importantly, for at least the next 100,000 years or more, she would never have to worry about the issue of her lifespan again. Seeing the pleasantly surprised looks of the couple, Granny Shi also couldn't help but feel incredibly excited. The Saint Ancestor realm is indeed wonderfully profound. This old body has lived for over 100,000 years, and could never see through it. I didn't expect. Speaking to the end, Shi Wuqing's face was covered in old tears, sighing with boundless emotion. Countless years of dedication, always limited by her innate talent, unable to aspire to the highest peak. This was her biggest regret. In recent years, with her life running out, she had long let go of her obsession, or rather accepted her fate. But who would have thought? Just because of 2 drops of an unknown divine liquid, not only was she brought back to life, but she also broke through to the saint realm in one fell swoop. This made her sigh and lament. Little fellow, you are truly my fated lucky star. Granny Shi was moved, her teary eyes blurry, affectionately stroking the little fellow's head. All of this was given by this little thing. It was also because of him that she came to the profound frost cave heaven that day. It seems all of this is destined by fate. This little fellow is the greatest blessing in Shi Wuqing's life. And at this time, the rest of the powerhouses finally recovered from their shock, scrambling to speak up, congratulating Granny Shi on advancing to Saint Ancestor. Worthy of celebration. Truly worthy of celebration. The Emperor's son is truly a divine person. One drop of divine liquid allowed Granny Shi's physical body to be remade, renewing her vitality. Another drop of divine liquid actually created a Saint Ancestor powerhouse on the spot. And a middle stage one at that. Unbelievable. Unthinkable. In this massive world, does such a divine object truly exist? The crowd shouted loudly, making a noisy mess. It wasn't just to congratulate Granny Shi on her advancement, but more importantly, they were shocked by the divine liquid brought out by the Emperor's son. They were horrified by it. One by one looking at the infant, covered in faint divine brilliance in Frost Heavenly Emperor's arms. Their expressions throbbed. This little thing has truly refreshed their cognition time and time again. No one dared to imagine that there was such divine liquid in this world. He only used 2 drops. I'm afraid even an emperor-grade spiritual medicine, rarely seen in countless years, might not necessarily have such efficacy, right? The most incomprehensible thing is, the Emperor's son was just born. Where exactly did he get this from? It couldn't really be born with him from the womb, right? And looking at his posture, he probably hasn't used it all up. There must definitely be more. How could this not leave people speechless? How could it not make people envious? Even Jiang Wuxiu suddenly shoved his large face right in front of Jiang Yuxian. You're really something, you brat. Confess honestly. How much more of that divine liquid do you have? He looked at his son with a deep smile, his heart full of eagerness and hope. Jiang Yuxian instantly shivered. Gone. This time it's really gone. He stared at his dad cautiously. Good grief. Still scheming for my primeval divine spring. I only had 10 drops in total. After several rounds today, I've used up 4 drops. This consumption is way too fast. I'm warning you, Dad. Don't stare at it covetously anymore. When it's truly needed, I'll naturally take it out. But normally don't even ask. If you ask, there's absolutely nothing. Jiang Yuxian stretched out his 2 hands, pressing them firmly against his dad's face. Seeing this, Su Qingshuang couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yuxian, this little fellow, is really quite protective of his wealth. Jiang Wuxiu also felt helpless. No choice. The little guy doesn't want to say. He can't possibly force a confession, right? I, Jiang Wuxiu, am a dignified Saint Ancestor Peak expert. And a father. Can I do such a thing? Seeing his dad finally give up, Jiang Yuxian snorted coldly through his nose again, throwing him the back of his head. Today, a small half of the primeval divine spring was consumed. But he didn't feel a heartache at all. It was all used on his own relatives. It resolved a killing tribulation, recovered his dad's source origin, and exchanged for a saint ancestor. It simply couldn't be a better deal. And just as the crowd was entirely excited, a voice suddenly rang out from nearby, causing the field to instantly fall dead silent. The Emperor's son, is he even human? Such a voice sounded in the field. The person speaking was the Overlord Sect Master Su Quangren. When Granny Shi broke through, he, Ji Quni, the Jinghong Emperor, and others had already gotten up and retreated a short distance away. They witnessed everything and couldn't help but marvel, shocked to the absolute extreme. Su Quangren's inner thoughts blurted straight out. But the moment his words fell, he realized something was wrong. Beside him, Ji Quni wished he could jump 3 feet high and cleave him alive. Why are you speaking up at a time like this? Frost Heavenly Emperor and Saint Ancestor Wuxiu are in high spirits right now. If they are in a great mood, they might spare our lives. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Isn't it good enough to just be a cowardly turtle? The moment you spoke, you instantly ruined the enthusiastic atmosphere. Isn't this drawing fire upon yourself? Are you stupid? In an instant, Ji Quni's thoughts raced like lightning, having the urge to die. Sure enough, the moment Su Quangren spoke, Jiang Wuxiu and the others instantly turned cold. Pairs of gazes swiped over to look at them. Originally, everyone's faces were full of excitement, incredibly happy. But instantly, their faces became gloomy, looking as if they wanted to eat someone. Especially the Emperor's son. The smile on his small face vanished. Hostility emerged. And killing intent was chilling. Not speaking for a long while. I almost forgot about you bastards. Jiang Yuxian pointed his finger at the group of people, clamoring endlessly. Ji Quni was helpless, trying hard to squeeze out an ugly smile. He didn't expect the little guy to get even angrier. You old dog, you still can smile? Even if the King of Heaven comes today, you won't escape death. Jiang Yuxian bared his fangs and brandished his claws, wishing he could rush forward and tear Ji Quni's old face to shreds. You even dared to plot against my mom. If I don't make you pay the price in blood, how can the anger in my heart be appeased? Ji Quni the Jinghong Emperor and Su Quangren trembled in panic,
Shaking with fear.
Originally not speaking was the best. But now, they had no choice but to speak up again. Congratulations to Frost Heavenly Emperor. Congratulations to Saint Ancestor Wushu. Today the Emperor's son descended to the mortal world. And a new saint has been established. It is truly a double blessing. This is the fortune of the great wilderness. The fortune of the human race. The whole world should celebrate together. Ji Quni forced himself to smile and speak. But Jiang Wushu and the others completely ignored him, only looking at him with indifferent gazes. Su Qingshuang stood aloof, speaking slowly. The crimes you committed today, even if this emperor annihilated your entire clans, it would not be an overreaction. Cold sweat rolled down Ji Quni the Jinghong Emperor and the others. They were terrified to the extreme. They knew deeply that Frost Heavenly Emperor would definitely not let them off easily. However, immediately following that, they heard her tone suddenly change. But considering that your ancestors all once shed their blood and sacrificed their lives for the 3,000 Dao realms, this emperor can be lenient and spare your lives. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned in place. The people from Hidden Sword Mountain Jade Cauldron Holy Land Ask Immortal Sect and others immediately became anxious. Frost Heavenly Emperor, you must not. These people are extremely wicked and audacious. They absolutely cannot be let off lightly. If you let them go, how will you answer to the people of the world? The many saint ancestors who fell here today. How can they rest in peace in the netherworld? They shouted ceaselessly, burning with rage, absolutely not wanting to forgive these people easily. But on the opposite side, Ji Quni the Jinghong Emperor Su Quangren and others were dumbstruck. They never expected in a million years that the Frost Heavenly Emperor would actually spare their lives. What was originally a certain death situation unexpectedly ushered in a turnaround. It is truly a massive surprise. Everyone knew their lives were saved. Once Emperor Shuang spoke, there was absolutely no reason to go back on her word. But before the pleasant surprise in their hearts could spread, they heard that crisp female voice ring out again. However, Su Qingshuang spoke coldly, waving her hand to signal Jian Lingtian and the others to stay calm. Her gaze swept across the crowd one by one, and finally landed on Ji Quni. Ji Quni, as the chief culprit, you intended to scheme against this emperor. Previously, you even used all kinds of sophistry, vainly attempting to confuse the public, coercing with the righteous cause of the human race. With this emperor's majesty before you, there is absolutely no reason to spare you. Hearing these words, Ji Quni's expression instantly froze on his face. His whole person felt as if falling into an abyss. In just an instant, he dropped to his knees in the void with a thud, kowtowing endlessly. Emperor Shuang, spare my life. As long as you leave me a way out, I am willing to serve the Xuanshuang cave heaven like a dog or horse from now on, and will not refuse even 10,000 deaths. His crying and shouting shook the heavens, snot and tears smearing his face. But Su Qingshuang's face remained utterly cold and stern, without the slightest change in expression. He who commits many injustices is doomed to perish. You outsmarted yourself. Pay the price for your actions. Just as her voice fell, a fiercely peerless aura rippled through the void. It was as if a world-grinding divine disk appeared between heaven and earth, slowly rotating. Buzz buzz buzz. Accompanied by a teeth-aching roar, the wailing and howling abruptly stopped. Ji Quni's figure was like a soybean inside a grinding stone. In just an instant he was ground into fine powder, turning into curling blue smoke. With a blow of the breeze, it dissipated between heaven and earth, destroyed in body and soul. Patriarch. The people of the immortal Ji family wanted to cry out in pain, but upon opening their mouths, only dry and hoarse voices came out. Seeing this scene, the people of the Jinghong divine dynasty, the immortal Mu family, and the overlord sect were also struck with extreme trepidation. Emperor Shuang's methods were domineering and decisive, so formidable that it made people tremble. A peak expert of the 9th layer of the holy ancestor realm was killed just like that, dying formlessly, without even leaving a corpse behind. And at this time, Su Qingshuang's gaze returned to these people. As for the rest of you, the death penalty can be avoided, but living punishment is inescapable. I limit you to hand over your clan-suppressing holy artifacts within 3 days. The holy ancestors of each family Must not step a single foot into the mortal world for 300 years. If there is even half a bit of defiance, this emperor will absolutely not tolerate it. Su Qingshuang said coldly. Just as she finished speaking, she stretched out her finger and gently swiped in the void. Item after item appeared within the spatial rift, which were exactly the holy artifacts and other items left by Ji Quni. Among them was the clan-suppressing holy artifact of the immortal Ji family, the Thousand Mechanisms Pagoda. Su Qingshuang reached out her hand, and that pitch-black small pagoda spun, radiating bursts of brilliance, landing in the palm of her hand. All the remaining holy artifacts and precious medicines were also entirely collected by her. The hearts of the Jinghong Emperor Su Quangren and the others turned to dead ashes, handing over the clan-suppressing holy artifacts, and having all the holy ancestors of each family not step half a foot out of their doors for 300 years. In other words, they would lose their respective strongest foundations. For 300 years. Without holy ancestors moving around outside, the various great opportunities that appear in the great wasteland world will no longer have anything to do with them. The younger generation in their families with powerful talents will also not be able to have holy ancestors personally act as Tao protectors. The dangers they will face by then are self-evident. This punishment is too ruthless. It's simply more unbearable than killing them. But at this moment, who would dare to say half a word of no? The majesty of a heavenly emperor cannot be defied. Many thanks to Emperor Shuang for showing extrajudicial mercy. We respectfully obey the heavenly emperor's decree. Everyone gave a bitter smile and kowtowed in thanks in unison. Jiang Yuxian looked at them and couldn't help but snort coldly. A bunch of dog things. This is really letting you off too easy. But this matter is not over. When I walk through the 3,000 Tao realms in the future, I will definitely go to your families and sit for a good while, he said with a cold face. Regarding such a result, the people from the Hidden Sword Mountain, the Huanchu Holy Land, the Fulong Divine Dynasty and others were also considered reluctantly satisfied. They didn't say anything more. Watching the Jinghong Emperor Su Quangren and the people of the Mu and Ji families turn around, about to leave, it was right at this moment that suddenly a verdant divine radiance swirled open, precious light overflowing everywhere. A fragrant scent assaulting the nostrils, making people feel intoxicated upon smelling it. Jiang Yuxian also noticed the commotion at the first moment. He was immediately pleasantly surprised. Great! The Tao comprehension tea has matured. Jiang Yuxian's eyes suddenly lit up. Not only him, the others present also instantly noticed the commotion, including the Jinghong Emperor Su Quangren and the people of the immortal Ji and Mu families who were about to retreat. All unconsciously paused their footsteps and looked back. Pairs of eyes all looked toward the small tree rooted in the ruins. At this time the ancient Tao comprehension tea tree had already grown to be more than a person's height, and over a foot thick. The trunk was twisted and knotted. The old bark cracked open, like pieces of dragon scales hanging on it. The entire small tree was shrouded in a hazy radiance. In the void, invisible ripples spread outward. A peaceful and tranquil atmosphere pervaded, making people's minds intoxicated, having an urge to comprehend the Tao right on the spot. Legend has it that meditating and cultivating under the ancient Tao comprehension tea tree can make one day of effort equal to 10 days. This old man didn't quite believe it at first. But now, an old man from the Huanchu Holy Land said with dry lips. The others also nodded one after another. The ancient Tao comprehension tea tree is an immortal divine root, rarely seen since ancient times. What is recorded in ancient texts has only ever appeared in the primeval era. In today's world, it is even more unheard of. But right now there is one growing right in front of them, making people amazed and shocked in their hearts. That small tree wasn't tall or sturdy, and there were only 108 leaves on the branches. But it didn't look bare at all, simply because every single leaf was releasing rosy light, swaying and glowing radiantly, colorful and vibrant. The whole tree crystal clear. 108 tea leaves, with different shapes and colors. Some were shaped like true dragons, with robust postures, vigorous and powerful. Some were exactly like heavenly phoenixes, flapping their wings to soar, spitting out divine flames. There were also some that grew into the shape of 8 trigrams divine cauldrons, bronze bells, clouds, mountain ranges, and other forms. Lifelike. All sorts of strange and wonderful shapes. Too many to enumerate. And this was exactly the sign that the Tao comprehension tea had matured. It seems that old dog G's two kinds of holy medicines are actually quite useful to make the Tao comprehension tea mature so quickly. Jiang Yuxian revealed a smile, extremely satisfied. But before he could make a move, he saw on the branches of the tea tree a leaf suddenly burst forth with dazzling brilliance. And then this leaf shot up into the sky, instantly escaping into the void and disappearing. Everyone collectively blanked out for a moment. Jiang Yuxian was also stunned. But very quickly he understood. After the Tao comprehension tea matures every year, if it is not picked in time, it will leave the branch and fly away. The true meaning of the great Tao nurtured within will also return to between heaven and earth, leaving no traces behind. After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Yuxian immediately tugged on his mom's sleeve, anxiously crying out loud. "Mom, pick them quickly. Don't let them run away." He was truly extremely anxious. How could this be allowed? He had painstakingly used two holy medicines to catalyze the Tao comprehension tea. If they all ran away, wouldn't that be a massive loss? But right now, Jiang Yuxian himself did not have the ability to immobilize the Tao comprehension tea. But it didn't matter. I have my mom. There was absolutely no need for his reminder. Su Qingshuang also took action at the very first moment. She lightly raised her plain hand, slightly spreading her 5 fingers, and a burst of miraculous power erupted out. Immediately after, over 100 Tao comprehension tea leaves detached from the branches on their own, turning into streams of light and flying into her palm. Under the restrictions binding, all the tea leaves quietly appeared, held in hand as a thick stack, a rich and fragrant scent blowing against the face. Jiang Yuxian squinted his big eyes and took a deep breath, suddenly feeling infatuated in mind and spirit, his whole person feeling like it was about to float up. "Shuanger, let me take a look quickly." Jiang Wuxiu and Granny, she also immediately leaned forward, each picking up a leaf to study carefully. Jian Ling Tian, He Mengchong Di Batian Di, Wushuang the Huanchu Holy Lord and the others also instantly gathered around. Everyone was trying hard to absorb the fragrance wafting from the tea leaves. The tea aroma overflowed all around. Tao resonance spread, making one feel entirely comfortable, almost making their souls leave their bodies. And also like suddenly comprehending profound methods. It truly made one's mind ripple with excitement. Is this the Tao comprehension tea? On every single tea leaf, the principles of heaven and earth are actually engraved. And the true meaning of the great Tao. Unbelievable, unbelievable. The profoundness of heaven and earth. The magnificence of the great Tao. The wonder of creation. In this world, there actually really are such divine items. Excluding the leaf that escaped, there are 107 tea leaves remaining. That means 107 kinds of Tao. A group of people marveled repeatedly and said one after another, if one could be fortunate enough to drink a cup of this divine tea, there would definitely be unexpected harvests. For a time everyone's eyes were filled with burning passion. Each one stood there, their throats swallowing non-stop, just short of drooling. And not far away, the Jinghong Emperor Su Kuangren and the roughly 20 others were also craning their necks, wanting to see exactly what it was. But they didn't dare to step forward. The Emperor's son is truly a divine person. To actually have such a divine item. He was just born. Where on earth did he get the ancient Tao comprehension tea tree? Gulp. The jade tripod Holy Lord He Mengchong spoke in astonishment. And at the end of his sentence, actually swallowed his saliva. It wouldn't have mattered if he just swallowed once. But it led Di Batian Di Wushuang the Huanchu Holy Lord and others to closely follow suit. Gulp gulp. The scene instantly filled with the sound of swallowing saliva. Everyone's eyes looked as if they were going to spew fire, craving it intensely. Looking at their appearances, Jiang Yuxian almost burst out laughing. This bunch of guys, each one staring with wide anime-like eyes, were practically writing the word covet on their faces. Okay? You are all holy ancestors, the utmost powerful beings of the great wasteland world. Where did your transcendent MT Tai collapsing before you without changing your expression expert image go? Could you have a little bit of grace? Hey. Gulp. At a time like this, even Jian Ling Tian couldn't stay calm. His throat slid with difficulty. The Tao comprehension tea nurtures the Tao, especially for powerful cultivators. It is an unimaginable supreme treasure. As long as one drinks a cup, there is a chance to comprehend the true meaning within, allowing one to benefit endlessly. Even though everyone was a holy ancestor, they couldn't resist this kind of temptation. If it had been discovered elsewhere, They would have taken action to snatch it long ago at this moment. But this was after all the emperor's son's possession. A bunch of old guys whose ages were counted in the tens of thousands were too embarrassed to shamelessly ask for it. They all fell into an awkward dilemma of neither being able to advance nor retreat. Jiang Yuxian looked at them with a beaming smile. He suddenly reached out his hand and took all the tea leaves from his mom. Then he took out 2 leaves and handed them to an old man from the Jade Tripod Holy Land. The white-haired old man was stunned all at once, the greedy expression on his face freezing. "The emperor's son is giving this to me?" he asked in disbelief. There was no way to easily believe this. This was Tao comprehension tea. And it was 2 leaves. Such a treasure. The emperor's son is just giving it to himself just like that? Real or fake? The rest of the people also simultaneously lost their voices, looking at each other. Is the emperor's son being serious? Seeing everyone's reactions, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but roll his eyes. Of course it's for you. Hurry up and take it. He slapped the 2 tea leaves into the old man's hand in one swift motion. Afterward he distributed them to the rest of the people one by one. Come. A share for everyone who sees it. 2 leaves per person. Whoever wants them step forward and take them yourself. If you miss it there won't be any more. Jiang Yuxian shouted with his tender voice. The miraculous thing was, at this moment the crowd actually understood his meaning. The experts' expressions were wooden. Until they held the Tao comprehension tea in their hands. They still hadn't quite reacted. The more than 20 holy ancestors were dumbfounded for a long while. All completely dumbstruck. It's really for us. Pairs of eyes stared blankly at Jiang Yuxian, still unable to believe it. Until the little guy in the swaddling clothes nodded again to confirm. Did they gradually come back to their senses? The group of people looked at each other. And then an unparalleled surge of ecstasy welled up in their hearts. The faces of every single old guy instantly turned bright red, yelling and screaming excitedly. Tao comprehension tea. This is Tao comprehension tea. The emperor's son really bestowed Tao comprehension tea upon this old man. How could I be so fortunate to obtain this primeval divine tea? This saint could not have imagined under any circumstances that there would be such good fortune. A group of holy ancestors spat as they spoke, wishing they could jump up, holding it with both hands like a precious treasure, excited like children. Is there a need to be this happy? Looking at their appearances, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. But you really have to say, this bunch of old guys who have lived for countless years actually look quite cute right now. Next to them Su Qingshuang, Jiang Wushu and Granny Shi couldn't help but laugh at this time as well. Jiang Wushu reached out and rubbed Jiang Yuxian's head. You brat. You're quite good at dealing with people, huh? They heard him say with a smile. This little thing gave away nearly half the tea leaves as soon as he made a move, without even blinking an eye. And not far away, the people from the Jinghong Divine Dynasty Overlord Sect Mu family, Ji family and others likewise saw all of this in their eyes. The hearts of these 20+ people were indescribably bitter. Tao comprehension tea is a supreme treasure beyond the ordinary, even more terrifying than holy medicines, making people covet it. But there was no share for them. One wrong move loses the whole game. The Jinghong Emperor smiled bitterly. The others also had an unspeakable sour and bitter taste in their hearts, beyond words. If they had followed Emperor Shuang's command, and fought fairly and squarely against the eternal blood hell, they definitely wouldn't have been left out of the Tao comprehension tea. Now look. Not only could they not obtain this supreme treasure, they couldn't even keep their own family's clan-suppressing holy artifacts, and were also grounded for 300 years. If they had known this earlier, why act as they did in the beginning? Su Quangren let out a long sigh, truly suffering a double loss. If they hadn't harbored ulterior motives, intending to strike against Emperor Shuang, how would they have ended up in this state? At this very moment, the experts of the several families truly regretted their original actions. Of all the things they shouldn't have done, they absolutely shouldn't have listened to Ji Qunyi's nonsense. Let's go. A moment later, the group of people, amid a deep sense of loss, stepped into the void, and quietly retreated. And at the original spot, Su Qingshuang, Jiang Yuxian, and the others only glanced lightly, without paying too much attention. After quite a while, the experts of the Hidden Sword Mountain, Huanchu Holy Land, Jade Tripod Holy Land, and others finally gradually recovered from their excitement. Many thanks to the Emperor's son for bestowing the tea. We are endlessly grateful. Everyone gave countless thanks. and bowed in salute. 2 Dao comprehension tea leaves per person. Gave them a great chance to go a step further on the path of cultivation. This is a massive favor. But Su Qingshuang held Jiang Yuxian and turned sideways to avoid the crowd's courtesy. Jiang Wushu even stepped forward and gave them a deep bow. In the Xuanshuang Cave Heaven's crisis today, thanks to these people's full support, to stall the eternal blood hell, and hold on until Su Qingshuang took action, they finally managed to safely survive this tribulation. Toward these several holy lands and great sects, the husband and wife were extremely grateful, and could even be said to be unable to repay them. A mere 2 leaves of Dao comprehension tea. How could it offset it all? One must know that at this time every one of them carried considerable injuries. Among their respective factions there were holy ancestors who fell. This was an extremely heavy price. 6 or 7 holy ancestors died in a single great battle, making heaven and earth grieve together. Especially for the Broken Sword Pavilion 7 Stars Hall, and Heavenly River Valley, these 3 weaker factions, Xiahan Li Changhe and Shui Wuyang, were all the only holy ancestors in their respective sects. Their annihilation here, for the sects behind them, was truly like a heaven-supporting pillar collapsing with a crash. Wait until I grow up a bit more in a few years. Then I'll personally visit their doors to repay them. Jiang Yuxian secretly memorized those great sects in his heart. In the future I must definitely find an opportunity to make a trip to those factions. Not long after, Jian Ling Tian He Mengchong Chu Feixian Di Batian and the others took their leave. They needed to go back to recuperate from their injuries. I was just born, and my home is gone. In his swaddling clothes Jiang Yuxian looked at the completely unrecognizable Xuanshuang Cave Heaven, feeling helpless. Originally as the Emperor's son, with his birth this time, the prominent figures of the 3,000 Dao realms would all visit to congratulate and present heavy gifts. But after today's battle, multiple holy ancestors had fallen. Throwing a grand banquet at this time was indeed not very appropriate. Moreover, the reconstruction of the Xuanshuang Cave Heaven still needed some time. Let's go to the ancient heaven sect. A moment later Jiang Wushu said this. Su Qingshuang also nodded. The ancient heaven sect was the master sect of the couple. It was equivalent to a second home. Before the Xuanshuang Cave Heaven's repairs were completed, that place was indeed a good spot to settle down. The family no longer delayed. After sending messages to Jiang Taihang, Su Qingtian, and the others, they stepped into the spatial channel and disappeared. Today's great battle had already thoroughly concluded. But for the 3,000 Dao realms, this storm would probably take a long time to subside. The birth of the Emperor's son, the annihilation of the eternal blood hell, the return of Shui Honglu, the schemes of the several aristocratic families and divine dynasties, Shi Wuqing's advancement to holy ancestor, and so on, all these things would continue to brew, causing countless people to be shocked. Jiang Yuxian's family also left the Xuanshuang Cave Heaven. A great battle had made their home completely unrecognizable, and it needed to be rebuilt before they could move in. Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu brought Jiang Yuxian and Granny Shi, and headed toward the ancient heaven sect. The ancient heaven sect was located in the northern eastern part of the 3,000 Dao realms, separated from the Wuxiu realm by a dozen or so great realms. The family took their time without rushing, not hurrying on their journey. It took them 5 or 6 days to arrive. And during this period, another major event that caught everyone's attention happened in the 3,000 Dao realms. On this day, in the distant Chongqing realm, countless people gathered. Raising their heads to look at the sky, they saw 9 massive golden discs slowly rising, descending upon the firmament. Every single disc was 10,000 zhang massive, radiant and dazzling, releasing terrifyingly peerless divine power. Infinite coercion billowed majestically, infiltrating every inch of space. The divine rays of the blazing sun in the sky were completely suppressed. These were the 9 divine wheels of a cultivator, representing the 9th layer of the divine wheel realm. But not long after, they heard an extremely terrifying booming sound suddenly erupt between heaven and earth. Rumble, rumble. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived. The heavens were in turmoil. The earth trembled. It was as if a formless giant hand had grabbed onto this patch of heaven and earth and shook it viciously. The several hundred great realms surrounding the Chongqing realm all felt the intense vibrations. The void was almost twisting and deforming. Who knew how many cultivators' minds rippled? Extremely horrified, everyone looked toward the source of the commotion. Situated there was an incomparably magnificent palace. It was exactly the location of the Chonghing realms overlord the heaven-shaking palace. This was also a supreme great sect with a long-standing inheritance. Before everyone could even marvel at it. Amidst the infinite booming sounds. Abruptly another dazzling and peerless golden disc shot up into the sky from within the palace. Boom boom boom. It was as if a world-grinding divine disc had appeared, crushing heaven and earth, letting out an extremely terrifying tremor. Finally that golden disc ascended into the 9 heavens, together with the other 9 divine wheels, hanging above the blue skies, like 10 suns in the sky, bobbing up and down, illuminating the world. Dozens to hundreds of great realms around. All witnessed such a terrifying scene. Countless cultivators were sensationally moved by it. 10 divine wheels. How could someone open 10 divine wheels? How is this possible? Isn't that just a rumor existing only in the primeval era? How could anyone achieve it? Through the ages, all the heavenly emperor experts couldn't reach such a state. Is this real? Who knew how many people were alarmed? Extremely terrified. Scared to death. Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. Too terrifying. Someone actually opened the legendary 10 divine wheels. That is a legend existing only in the primeval era. The 3,000 Tao realms have been passed down for countless years. And no one has ever achieved it. Even the heavenly emperors of past generations. Similarly, no one could attain it. But today, they witnessed it with their own eyes. This is simply unimaginable. It's the commotion from the heaven-shaking palace. The young palace master Dai Wangyang. It's definitely him. 5 years ago he was already at the 9th layer of the divine wheel realm. But he resolved to walk the path of invincibility. To open the 10 divine wheels. He forcefully stayed in the divine wheel realm for 5 years. I didn't expect he actually did it. Everyone seeing this scene were all dumbfounded. Staring tongue-tied. Dai Wangyang. Young palace master of the heaven-shaking palace. Possessing peerless innate talent. There were many rumors circulating about him around the Chonghing realm. 5 years ago, he opened 9 divine wheels at the age of 5. But he didn't charge toward the higher spirit-nurturing realm. Instead he forcibly remained at this level. For a full 5 years. Because he harbored grand ambitions. Swearing to become the #1 person through the ages. To break through the cage. Trample over the shackles. And open the 10th divine wheel. Almost no one was optimistic about him. 10 divine wheels dominate eternity. Surpassing the extreme and looking down on everything. If one can reach this state, they can almost become a supreme sovereign. Standing shoulder to shoulder with primeval sages. This is a path of invincibility. Even many people within the heaven-shaking palace had complaints about it. But who could have thought that right on this day? He actually succeeded. For a time, this news was like a violent storm. Rapidly spreading outwards. The massive 3,000 Tao realms were shaken by it. They originally thought that before the emperor's son was born, creating a new extreme realm of bone tempering, was already scary enough. Who would have expected that Dai Wangyang, polishing his sword for 5 years, had an epiphany in one morning, and personally forged the invincible path? These two could be called the 2 extreme monstrous geniuses of the current age, hard to produce in 10,000 years. Too terrifying. For no apparent reason. All cultivators felt an inexplicable horror. At first, a severing spirit sword body made the world boil. And as the emperor's son displayed various extraordinary traits, the world thought that in the future the 3,000 Tao realms would probably be his world alone. But looking at it now, this young palace master of the heaven-shaking palace Dai Wangyang might have a chance to compete with the emperor's son in the future. Who knows? One must know. He is still only 10 years old right now. The ancient heaven sect was located in the Liang realm in the northern eastern part of the 3,000 Tao realms, separated from the Wuxiu realm by dozens of great realms. In the past, the ancient heaven sect only ranked outside the top 10 in the Liang realm. In the 3,000 Tao realms, similar factions were as numerous as an ox's hairs. Compared to the many holy lands and great sects, the difference was like clouds and mud. But now, the ancient heaven sect was not what it used to be. One must know that standing behind it was the current era's only heavenly emperor expert. Over the past few centuries, the ancient heaven sect's territory had expanded 100 times, occupying a range of 10,000 miles, gathering multiple earth dragon veins. The spiritual energy within the sect was rich. Precious plants were numerous, and spirit springs were everywhere. Back then there wasn't even a single holy ancestor realm expert. But today there were already 2 older generation figures. with the help of Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu, who had successfully advanced. Right now the only thing lacking was the foundation accumulated over countless years. But this was also merely a matter of time. Moon-gazing peak was one of the 108 peaks of the ancient heaven sect. From afar it looked like a crescent moon. But when looking from close up, it seemed like an azure dragon raising its head. Its momentum was magnificent, with an unparalleled vigorous oppressive feeling rushing to the face. Large patches of white clouds lingered and floated around the mountainside, setting off the top to look like a fairyland. Su Qingshuang's residence from back in the day was right at the mountaintop. There were only a few simple houses. The back mountain was entirely old woods and ancient trees, small springs tinkling, and one could faintly see spirit apes leaping, jade rabbits appearing, and white cranes dancing. Everything demonstrated quietness and tranquility. This time Jiang Yuxian's family came to the ancient heaven sect, and stayed right on the moon-gazing peak. Their arrival was not widely publicized. Only some high-ranking sect officials and close relations came to visit for a while, and then stopped disturbing them. The family was happy and harmonious. It's just that Jiang Yuxian caused some headaches. He was no ordinary infant. He didn't need to be held in arms at all. After putting on clothes, it was like he equipped a full set of divine gear. From morning till night he didn't stop for a single moment. He jumped up and down all over the moon-gazing peak, like a dragon swimming in the sea, or a tiger entering the deep mountains. With a kick of his small legs, the mountain rocks and the earth would crack open. His tiny body bounced back and forth between the small hilltops. The spirit apes in the back mountain under his chase were so exhausted they foamed at the mouth. After a flock of white cranes flew into the sky, they refused to come down even if beaten to death. Many jade rabbits and small beasts didn't even dare to show their heads, hiding in their caves shivering. Granny she watched this scene dotingly, and would occasionally call out, "Yuxian, be careful. Don't bump yourself." Su Qingshuang meanwhile rubbed her forehead with her jade hand, feeling utterly helpless. Jiang Wushu's face kept twitching, 2 dark lines dropping on his face. What dragon swimming in the sea, or tiger entering the deep mountains? This is clearly a vicious dog let out of its cage, okay? Ever since Yuxian this little thing arrived. When did those spirit beasts on moon-gazing peak have a moment of peace? It's still better after being born. Being in my mother's womb for so long almost suffocated me. Jiang Yuxian was endlessly happy. Everything in the cultivation world to him was very novel. Now that he finally saw it with his own eyes. Of course he had to properly broaden his horizons. By the way, he could also carefully experience his current strength, and see exactly how powerful the 9th layer of the heavenly dipper realm really was. Of course Jiang Yuxian's frolicking didn't last for many days. A few days later, Jiang Taihang, Su Yunfeng, Su Qingyu and the others hurried over. The family was finally neat and complete, reuniting here. And Jiang Yuxian also welcomed the first fatal blow of his life. Ha ha ha, worthy of being my nephew, he looks like me. Amidst loud laughter, Su Qingtian grabbed the little guy in one motion, and stripped off his little clothes. Su Qingtian grinned happily, extended a finger, and happily flicked Jiang Yuxian's critical part. So fun. The more he flicked the happier he got, beaming with joy. Quickly let me go. Jiang Yuxian howled. But no matter what, he couldn't escape his uncle's demonic clutches. In the end he truly had no other way. A silver line shot out, almost spraying all over Su Qingtian's face. Only then did he break free, and ran away without a trace in a flash. Looking at the large wet patch on Su Qingtian's chest, Jiang Taihang, Su Yunfeng, and the others laughed so hard they couldn't close their mouths. The family was happy and harmonious. A few days passed. At the same time, news from the outside was also transmitted in at the first moment. The heaven-shaking palace actually produced 10 divine wheels. Unbelievable. Granny Shisu, Qingtian, Jiang Taihang, and the others all let out such exclamations of praise. Even Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wushu also felt somewhat unable to believe it. Every single layer of cultivation realm is a shackle of heaven and earth. How could it be so easily broken? With their innate talents back in the day, even they failed to achieve it. 10 divine wheels can indeed be called an unprecedented event through the ages. The last time it appeared has to be traced back to the primeval period recorded in ancient texts. This makes it impossible for people not to marvel at it. Perhaps the appearance of the 10 divine wheels user is only just the beginning. After Su Qingshuang pondered for a long time, she said this sentence. Hearing this, Jiang Wushu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. These words, Jiang Yuxian naturally also heard in his ears. Mom's meaning is that an even more complex and majestic golden age is about to arrive. At this time he sat by the table like an adult, gnawing on a spirit fruit. In his heart Jiang Yuxian was actually somewhat looking forward to it. What exactly the scene of the so-called golden age would be. That 10 divine wheels user. One day I can go and meet him for a bit. Speaking of which, it is also time for me to break through to the divine wheel realm. Jiang Yuxian thought this in his heart. Right at this moment, the system's voice rang out again. New mission issued. The 10 divine wheels user. Unique through eternity. Has extraordinary talent. As the Emperor's son, the host should naturally not be weaker than others. Please complete the mission objective. Within 6 months. Reach the 10th layer of the divine wheel realm. Mission reward. The Sing movement word secret. Jiang Yuxian immediately widened his eyes on the spot. The system actually wanted him to cultivate 10 divine wheels. Of course this wasn't the important part. The most important part was, the time was only 6 months. That is half a year.
Are you freaking serious?
Jiang Yuxian roared wildly, yelling and babbling aloud. That guy from the heaven-shaking palace spent a full 5 years. And that's not even counting the time spent on the first 9 layers. Coming to me it suddenly shrinks by more than 10 times. My physique before being born had already gone through 1,000 temperings and 100 refinements, and completely shed my mortal body and exchanged my bones. I can definitely surpass countless ancient sages. Not to mention I also have the heaven-swallowing demonic art, and the divine elephant-suppressing prison strength. I'm not completely without confidence in reaching 10 divine wheels. But to cultivate it in half a year. This damn dog system. How can this kind of thing be a child's play? However, as soon as he saw the reward, Jiang Yuxian packed away his bellyful of complaints. The Xing word secret. One of the 9 secrets. This is a supreme secret method, representing the world's absolute pinnacle of movement. Not only does it grant the world's extreme speed, it also allows one to go up to the blue heavens and down to the yellow springs, having nowhere one cannot go. Even if a 10-directional killing array is set up, it would exist in name only. Once this secret method is cultivated, any place can be entered like an uninhabited land, reaching the extreme of speed. It even becomes the evolution of time. Of course, cultivating the Xing word secret is also not easy, but Jiang Yuxian still wanted it very much. Half a year it is. This Xing word secret, I definitely must have. Jiang Yuxian's small face suddenly turned entirely serious. He fiercely slammed a palm down. With a boom, the table in front of him instantly turned into fine powder. Immediately after he saw his dad's eyes dart over in a glare. This time was exactly Jiang Wushu's shift to take care of the baby. Right near Jiang Yuxian. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Wushu immediately glared. You brat, what kind of trouble are you causing again? He clearly heard just now Jiang Yuxian making weird wailing noises for a while, sounding like he was cursing and swearing. And suddenly he shattered the table with a slap. Can't you just stop for a moment? As he spoke, Jiang Wushu took large strides forward and lifted Jiang Yuxian up in one grab. He raised his hand about to smack his butt. This little guy is too rowdy. He must be properly disciplined to let him know what the majesty of a father is. However, before he could strike, he saw Jiang Yuxian turn his head and shout toward the house behind him. Mom! Dad is hitting me. Right now his voice was still milky and childish. His pronunciation blurry. But some simple words. The several relatives could slightly understand a bit. This shout was a big deal. It was instantly like poking a hornet's nest. With a swish, Su Qingshuang's figure condensed and appeared in front of him. She actually used her cultivation to break through the void and arrive. It was just that before Su Qingshuang could speak, 2 loud shouts transmitted over from 2 different directions. Jiang Wushu, what do you think you're doing? Quickly put my grandson down. At the same time these 2 voices fell. 2 figures immediately descended. It was exactly the 2 grandpas Su Yunfeng and Jiang Taihang. The 2 of them each raised a large palm, releasing a luster like divine iron, posing to beat someone up. Jiang Wushu shivered all over, scared into taking several steps back. The expression on his face froze for a moment. And then he looked at his wife next to him and the 2 fathers, revealing an awkward smile. What did Yuxian do?
You wanted to hit him again?
Su Qingshuang snatched Jiang Yuxian from his hands, holding him in her arms with endless doting. No. How could I hit Yuxian? He just smashed the table earlier. I wanted to see if his hand hurt. Jiang Wushu flashed a mouth of white teeth at the three of them, his face full of flattery. Hearing this, Jiang Yuxian giggled and laughed, acting just like a little rooster that had just laid an egg. His little eyes even shot a teasing glance at his dad, as if to say, "Dad, oh dad. You're way too cowardly, right?" Just this alone angered Jiang Wushu enough to choke. He glared back fiercely. "You little brat. What kind of look is that?" Seeing Jiang Wushu like this, Jiang Taihang and Su Yunfeng simultaneously gave a heavy humph, scaring him into shrinking his neck. His heart, full of resentment, was then replaced by deep loneliness. Jiang Wushu screamed internally, "My own son. I don't even have the right to beat him?" His gaze turned back to his own father. "Back when I was young, I didn't suffer any less of your beatings. How come when it's my turn to be a father it's not allowed? What kind of world is this? Too much. When will I, Jiang Wushu, in this family, finally be able to stand up?" He was angry for a moment, and resentful the next. But Su Qingshuang and the other two didn't even shoot him another glance. They turned their heads and went to tease the little guy. "Mom, I want to start going into seclusion to cultivate." After playing around for a while, Jiang Yuxian spoke again with his tender voice. At the same time, within his tiny body, majestic power began to operate with a boom. Vigorous auras surged endlessly. Spiritual energy turned into lightning, striking horizontally and vertically within his martial meridians, blooming with incomparably terrifying fluctuations. The spiritual energy on Moon-Gazing Peak rolled over, and was entirely absorbed into his body. 840 million giant elephant seeds roared simultaneously, causing his tiny body to glow with divine light. With glorious might, Jiang Yuxian was keeping the newly arrived mission in mind. Only half a year's time to cultivate to the 10th layer of the divine wheel realm. This was an incomparably difficult challenge. He couldn't afford to delay. Why did he suddenly start cultivating? Is Yuxian preparing to break through to the divine wheel realm? Everyone present couldn't help but marvel. Very obviously, this little thing was about to start cultivating again. But it also makes sense. Yuxian reached the 9th layer of the Heavenly Dipper realm a few months ago. Later, he even tinkered out a body tempering technique that made every cell in his body undergo a transformation, accumulating infinite spiritual energy. His strength had also risen to an incomparably terrifying level. I'm afraid ordinary spirit-nurturing realm cultivators might not necessarily be his opponents. And now, it is indeed time to break through the divine wheel realm. The divine wheel realm is not easy to break through. The little guy's cultivation this time will probably take some time, and the commotion caused by then will definitely not be small. It's better to find a place for him and set up restrictions, so he doesn't tear down Moon-Gazing Peak when the time comes. Jiang Wushu suddenly said leisurely. Hearing these words, Su Qingshuang, Jiang Taihang, and the others all nodded heavily. The dark history of this little guy Yuxian. They all remembered it clearly. Cultivating in his mother's womb for a few months, he successively tore down his own home, tore down the Mu family, and tore down Granny Shi's home. They didn't want to see the ancient heaven sect follow in those footsteps. Very quickly, Su Qingshuang brought Jiang Yuxian into a cave dwelling on Moon-Gazing Peak. This was the place she used for closed-door cultivation back in the day. It was enough for the little guy to use. Meanwhile, she also personally set up powerful restrictions to prevent too much commotion from happening when the time comes. From this day onwards, Jiang Yuxian officially entered a state of closed-door cultivation. The family suddenly felt quite a bit deserted. But for those spirit beasts in the back mountain, it was as if they had received a great salvation. Almost in tears. Finally, no one was chasing them up and down all day long. For the Xing word secret, I'll go all out for half a year. Inside the cave dwelling, Jiang Yuxian sat with his eyes closed, muttering in his heart. There was no other way. The system's reward this time was still so tempting. Absolutely not to be missed. Even if time was tight, he must cultivate the 10 divine wheels within half a year. At present, Jiang Yuxian had already grasped a lot of knowledge about the divine wheel realm. The so-called divine wheel realm is to connect oneself with heaven and earth, forming the most direct connection. The divine wheel extends from within the cultivator's body and takes root in the invisible void, constantly drawing in the vital energy of heaven and earth. and its efficiency is at least 100 times faster than absorbing spiritual energy. This is just the effect of one divine wheel. Ordinary cultivators can open a total of 9 divine wheels. The 9th layer of the divine wheel is a 9-fold superposition, and if the 10th divine wheel is opened, no one knows what kind of changes the 10th divine wheel will bring, because that only exists in ancient legends. In today's world, only Dai Wangyang, the young master of the heaven-shaking palace, who successfully broke through days ago, knows. The so-called divine wheel is the bridge built between the cultivator and heaven and earth. This realm is also the first formidable pass among the 13 major realms. It is very difficult to surmount, much harder than the first 3 realms. It doesn't only depend on physique, it also requires not weak comprehension. But as long as it is successfully cultivated, not only will one's strength double, one can use the divine wheel against enemies, and can also fly upon the wheel, soaring into the clouds. Jiang Yuxian's tiny body sat cross-legged, carefully comprehending, wanting to trace that wisp of profound mystery. The spiritual energy within his body was like the Yangtze and Yellow rivers, surging endlessly. Time flew by in a hurry, and in the blink of an eye 7 days had passed. Jiang Yuxian would sometimes enter a state of enlightenment, and sometimes he would open his eyes, frown and think deeply. During this period, Su Qingshuang had also come to visit several times, delivering him quite a lot of precious medicines. On Moon-Gazing Peak, the family was waiting quietly. They knew the little guy had a miraculous physique. A mere divine wheel realm couldn't possibly cause him much hindrance. The only thing that needed attention was just how much time it would take. But everyone was not in a hurry either. Instead, Xiao Fui Zhao He and Chu Xingyun's whole family also gathered around. Their original intention was to visit the little guy, but after learning that Jiang Yuxian was in closed-door cultivation, they ended up not leaving. Everyone wanted to see to what terrifying level the overall strength would reach. After that little thing broke through this time, Jiang Yuxian didn't make them wait too long. Exactly on the 10th day of his closed-door cultivation, suddenly an incomparably massive commotion transmitted from that cave dwelling. This is. Everyone uniformly turned their heads to look. It's Yuxian. He is about to break into the divine wheel realm. Su Qingshuang opened her mouth and said softly, her expression slightly astonished. Over these days, a strand of her mind was always placed on the little guy, for fear of any accidents happening. Thus, at the very first moment, she sensed the cause of the matter. And such words made everyone else present greatly shocked without exception. It's only the 10th day. That little guy is actually about to advance into the divine wheel realm? Isn't that too fast? One by one their faces became extremely exaggerated, unable to believe it. Inside the cave dwelling at this time, Jiang Yuxian sat quietly cross-legged, like an old monk entering deep meditation. This space, after being modified by his mom, was like a small independent world. But at this time, it was filled with incomparably vast divine power. Lightning wreaked havoc. Divine light soared, turning the surrounding void into a sea of lightning. Although Jiang Yuxian was an infant, against the backdrop of the boundless might, he was like a tiny deity, majestic and imposing. At his chest cavity, an incomparably dazzling disk took shape, like a blazing sun, blooming with fierce and brilliant light. Every inch of his muscles, flesh and blood was illuminated to be completely translucent, looking like crystal-clear precious jade, flawless and immaculate. This disk was precisely the divine wheel Jiang Yuxian had condensed, possessing a tight connection with his body. Next, he only needed to root the other end into heaven and earth, and that would mean successfully opening the first divine wheel. Divine wheel realm, open for me. Suddenly a long shout issued from Jiang Yuxian's mouth. The voice was tender, but it contained a dense, fierce spirit. Roar, roar, roar. The 840 million giant elephant particles inside his body roared at the sky at the same time. Brilliance rippled. These particles all shone in unison, churning out endless spiritual energy. Vast and mighty, the lightning martial meridians vibrated, like the veins of heaven and earth, constantly transporting energy, merging into the light in his chest cavity, supporting that disk. Rising slowly. Rumble, rumble. A massive booming sound rippled open. The void trembled endlessly, as the light cluster in his chest cavity continuously rose, just like a heaven and earth grinding disk moving across the sky. Apocalyptic energy surged in all directions, intending to destroy everything. Break for me. Jiang Yuxian went all out, charging madly. Until a certain moment, another loud boom was heard. That divine wheel shooting 10,000 rays of golden light rushed out of his body, soaring into the air from behind him, like the rising morning sun, with brilliant divine light, dazzling and hard to resist. The massive divine wheel shone with dazzling splendor, carrying the power to destroy everything, fiercely expanding outwards, like a blazing sun slowly rising into the sky, hanging high in the 9 heavens, shining in the midair, radiant and eye-catching. In an instant extremely fierce energy surged outwards, causing this space to start trembling violently. Whoosh! In the distance, dense runes appeared in the void, revealing incomparably mysterious trajectories. That was the restrictive power laid down by Su Qingshuang. Otherwise, with just this impact, this space would probably be turned upside down. Even so, the nearby void still rippled with terrifying folds. The scene was frightening. It's done. It's done. When everyone outside sensed this situation, they couldn't help but erupt into a burst of cheers. The little guy really broke through to the divine wheel realm. He only took 10 days' time. This is too fast. Ha 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 ha. My Jiang Taihong's grandson is just this extraordinary, worthy of being my Su Yunfeng's maternal grandson. My Su family's bloodline should be this formidable. The 2 old men were extremely smug, laughing heartily. But as soon as Su Yunfeng's words came out, Jiang Taihang subconsciously stiffened his neck. What do you mean your Su family's bloodline is formidable? Is my Jiang family worse than yours? Besides, that is my grandson Jiang Yuxian. His surname is Jiang, do you understand? Jiang Taihang rolled up his sleeves, ready to have a good argument with him. Su Qingshuang hastily stopped them. To be able to bicker over such a thing, it was simply unparalleled. Stinky brat. He's really amazing. Jiang Wushu also praised like this, thinking back to that year, when he broke through from the peak of the heavenly dipper realm to the divine wheel realm. It took him a full 20+ days. But Yuxian did it in 10 days. This son is all right. Stronger than his old man. Worthy of being my Jiang Wushu's seed. He was extremely delighted. The commotion of everyone outside. Jiang Yuxian naturally didn't know. At this moment he had already opened his eyelids, raised his head, and looked at the radiant disk above. Experiencing it carefully, he could clearly feel that the divine wheel seemed to be a part of his own body, while at the same time taking root between heaven and earth, madly swallowing powerful vital energy, worthy of the name divine wheel. The effect of this absorption of heaven and earth energy is simply too terrifying. Without Jiang Yuxian needing to drive it, that divine wheel would autonomously absorb energy, melting it into himself, endlessly. If the human body were compared to a big tree, then heaven and earth would be the soil for growth, and the divine wheel would be the thick roots of the big tree, firmly taking root underground, only thereby able to provide an endless stream of divine energy, continuously. Reaching the divine wheel realm was considered taking a truly massive step on the path of cultivation. Not only that, the divine wheel realm could also be used for combat. Carry me to fly. Jiang Yuxian thought to himself. He wanted to give it a try, but on second thought decided against it. As for the specific power, he would wait until after he came out of seclusion to try it. He would first cultivate 9 divine wheels in one go. He currently had no time to delay. He had to reach the 10 divine wheels realm within half a year. Especially the 10th divine wheel. It was absolutely an incomparably terrifying test. That young master of the heaven-shaking palace could be described as having heaven-sent talent, almost unmatched in the current world. But even so, the 10th divine wheel also trapped him for 5 long years. Jiang Yuxian no longer hesitated, and re-entered his cultivation state. His mom had sent over many precious medicines again. Jiang Yuxian was not afraid of wasting them at all, grabbing them and stuffing them into his mouth. It's just that these highly graded precious medicines, although their medicinal power was incomparably abundant, their taste was truly uncomplimentary. Some were bitter, some were astringent, and also very pungent. As Jiang Yuxian ate them, his small face wrinkled into a ball. But in order to save time to break through, he had no better choice. Having the heaven swallowing demonic art in his body, he was not afraid of being unable to refine them. This stinky brat. He's eating precious medicines like regular meals. Outside Jiang Wushu couldn't help but complain. Over these days, the precious medicines consumed by the little guy, if used on other divine wheel realm cultivators, wouldn't be exhausted in several years. But him. He gnawed them completely clean. If not for the family still having some foundation, they would probably be eaten into poverty. Of course. Complaining is complaining. Jiang Wuxiu didn't feel heartbroken at all. On the contrary, he was also looking forward to it. For Jiang Yuxian to cultivate to the perfection of the 9th layer of the divine wheel realm. Enough energy was needed. The group of people continued to pay attention. They knew. Since Jiang Yuxian's first divine wheel had already been opened now, the next 8 divine wheels would absolutely fall into place naturally for that little guy. As expected. Over the next few days, continuous commotions came from inside the cave dwelling. Burst after burst of massive commotions sounded one after another. Rumble rumble. Under everyone's perception, one divine wheel after another successively condensed and emerged from that tiny body, soaring into the high altitude. Divine wheel 3rd layer. Divine wheel 6th layer. Divine wheel 9th layer. In just 5 days' time, they saw 9 eye-piercing golden light divine wheels appearing in that space, suspended above the 9 heavens, bobbing up and down. Vigorous energy fluctuated outwards, as if 9 suns were rising together, incomparably blazing. A terrifying sight. Ha 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 ha. I told you my grandson Yuxian's aptitude crowns all eternity unmatched by anyone. In less than half a month, he cultivated the divine wheel realm to perfection in one breath. Jiang Taihang laughed heartily. As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help but nod. But then they simultaneously paused. Although Jiang Taihang's words were not wrong, they couldn't be called entirely right either. One must know. Nowadays in the 3000 Dao realms, there had appeared a 10 divine wheels user who awed eternity. The talent Jiang Yuxian displayed absolutely deserved to be called crushing eternity. However, that 10 divine wheels user was absolutely no mediocre person either. He was similarly walking an invincible path. Who cares? My maternal grandson's path is the strongest. Su Yunfeng suddenly waved his large hand, setting the tone. The family also didn't say anything more. Pairs of eyes all looked toward Jiang Yuxian's place of closed-door cultivation. Having broken through to the 9th layer of the divine wheel, the little guy could come out of seclusion. But what people didn't expect was, when several more days passed, Jiang Yuxian had absolutely no intention of leaving the cave dwelling. Instead, the spiritual energy inside his tiny body was still operating endlessly, condensing madly. Didn't the cultivation finish? Why isn't he coming out yet? What's the situation? Everyone was baffled. Yuxian. He also wants to condense the 10th divine wheel. Su Qingshuang suddenly froze and said blankly, "No way." Hearing this, the others were all shocked. In the many years the great wasteland world has existed, it's not that no one has tried it, but without exception, all ended in failure. It could be said that it was almost an impassable path. Even with the talents of Su Qingshuang and Jiang Wuxiu, back in the day, they also failed to cultivate it. Since the ancient times, only that Dai Wangyang, who is only 10 years old, cultivated it days ago, awing the current era. Over 5 years the resources of the heaven-shaking palace he consumed were countless, causing strong dissatisfaction among many people. Now that the 10 divine wheels had appeared, unique in all of eternity, not only did it silence the masses, the entire 3000 Dao realms also boiled endlessly because of it. The shock it caused was no less than the continuous miracles before Jiang Yuxian's birth. It's not hard to imagine just how difficult a path that is. But now, their own Yuxian actually also wanted to cultivate the 10th divine wheel. Yuxian's ambition is really not small. After a moment of shock, Su Qingshuang revealed a hint of a smile. Jiang Wuxiu and the others similarly felt it was incredible. But at the same time they were more excited. Since the little guy had the heart to challenge that eternally unique invincible path, then let him give it a try. They themselves just needed to wait quietly. It was just that this wait was a bit long. In the blink of an eye 4 months passed. For Jiang Yuxian to want to cultivate the 10 divine wheels, regardless of success or failure, it would probably take several years. They just didn't know whether he would stay in closed-door cultivation all along. In the end, Jiang Taihang and Su Yunfeng simply each took a few Dao comprehension tea leaves, and also ran off into closed-door cultivation. By the time I come out of seclusion, my grandson must have already cultivated the 10 divine wheels. My Su Yunfeng's maternal grandson will definitely be unprecedented and unmatched. Not only them. The siblings Su Qingtian and Su Qingyu also left the ancient heaven sect. The Xuanshuang cave heaven was being rebuilt. They just happened to go back to check the specific progress. Additionally, the people of the ancient heaven sect hadn't shown their faces much recently either. Because in a period of time, it would be the sect's once-in-a-century disciple selection. This was no ordinary receiving of disciples, but opening the sect's gates wide, allowing everyone in the 3,000 Dao realms who aspired to join the ancient heaven sect to get an opportunity for assessment. The master sect of a heavenly emperor expert had immense attraction. When the time comes, countless heavens chosen and elites would rush over from all directions. But only those truly outstanding individuals could finally pass the test. Xiao Fui Zhao He Chu Xingyun and the others had all been running around in circles for this matter recently. They had to make ample preparations. Inside the cave dwelling, Jiang Yuxian, who was in closed-door cultivation, also encountered difficulties. Over the few months, his body had grown a lot. His small face was chubby, at a glance looking even more robust than an ordinary one-year-old child, covered in sinewy muscles, as strong as a calf. He could already speak clearly. It just still sounded a bit milky and childish. 10 divine wheels are hard for heaven and earth to tolerate, otherwise no one wouldn't have failed to cultivate it since ancient times. This point is probably somewhat similar to one era does not tolerate 2 emperors. Jiang Yuxian broke away from the cultivation state and muttered to himself. In fact, he had long condensed the prototype of the 10th divine wheel within his body. However, he could clearly feel that there were formless rules in heaven and earth suppressing him, firmly sealing that divine wheel inside his body, completely unable to root it in the void space. Time is running out. Jiang Yuxian felt slightly urgent. There was only a little over a month left until the mission deadline. He no longer just meditated and cultivated blindly, but instead started walking around in the small space, continuously exploring. It was also on this day that his mom came in again to visit him, and also brought a large amount of precious medicines. Yuxian, your dad and I are going out for a while. Cultivate here with peace of mind. If you want to go out, go find Granny Shi. Don't run around recklessly. Su Qingshuang picked up the little guy, affectionately pressed her cheek against his face and said softly. Jiang Yuxian raised his eyebrows. He could roughly guess that his mom's trip this time was highly likely to enter the fierce land of death, to check on Xue Hongluo's situation. Got it, Mom? Jiang Yuxian nodded and said. What, Mom? Call me Mother. Su Qingshuang couldn't help but scrape his nose. Okay, Mom. Jiang Yuxian nodded again and said crisply. Su Qingshuang suddenly felt helpless. Ever since the little guy was born, he had always called her Lao Ma, Mom. Shouldn't he call her Nyang Qin, Mother? But she really couldn't out-stubborn him, and could only drop it. Subsequently, Su Qingshuang took out a small jade pendant, shaped like a frost flower, and put it around Jiang Yuxian's neck. Inside there was a dharma body of hers. Even if a group of holy ancestors attacked, they shouldn't even think about hurting a single hair on the little guy. Even if a heavenly emperor-level expert wanted to break it, it would still require quite some effort. Enough to hold out until she arrived in person. Not only that, she also reinforced the restrictions of this cave dwelling a lot more. The little guy could go out when his cultivation ended, but people outside absolutely couldn't come in. After doing all this, Su Qingshuang turned around and left. Goodbye, Mom. Jiang Yuxian waved his hand, but saw his mom bitterly smiling and rubbing her forehead. Su Qingshuang left. Jiang Wushu accompanied her, because the fierce land of death was too terrifying. He really couldn't set his mind at ease. Even if he couldn't venture deep into it together, he had to follow and take a look. For a time, moon-gazing peak quieted down. Apart from Jiang Yuxian in closed-door cultivation, there was only Granny Shi staying behind here. Time slowly passed, getting closer and closer to the mission deadline. There were only 20+ days left. Jiang Yuxian gradually became a bit annoyed. He tried to open the 10th divine wheel multiple times, but all ended in failure. Others can do it. I, as the Emperor's son, with the supreme bone lightning martial meridians, heaven swallowing demonic art, and divine elephant suppressing prison strength on me, and the innate purple energy condensed before birth, is even more like a vast ocean. I don't believe that I can't even reach the 10th layer of the divine wheel realm. To hell with the great Tao taboos, to hell with being unique in eternity. Suddenly endless unyielding spirit surged in Jiang Yuxian's heart. Heaven and earth taboos. As the Emperor's son, I will break such taboos. What unique? I, Jiang Yuxian, swear to subvert this uniqueness. The invincible paths of the world. How can mine be missing? 10th divine wheel open for me. Jiang Yuxian sat cross-legged and roared loudly. The precious medicines beside him were continuously stuffed into his mouth. On his forehead exactly 10 Tao comprehension, tea leaves were pasted. The terrifying medicinal power dissolved, turning into a torrent roaring to the heavens within his body. The Tao comprehension tea circulated mysterious Tao resonance, turning into all kinds of profound rule imprints absorbed by him. Jiang Yuxian even took out a drop of the absolute beginning divine spring, and swallowed it directly into his mouth. All the power madly gathered within his body. The infant's body was like bursting continuous spring thunder, and sounds of dragons' roars and tigers' howls vented out from it. This power continuously gathered. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, until 7 days later it ushered in a peerlessly terrifying outburst. At the position of Jiang Yuxian's chest, the prototype of the 10th divine wheel glowed. Immediately following, amidst an earth-shattering loud sound, it rushed into the sky with a boom. A divine wheel shining with brilliant golden light soared up from within Jiang Yuxian's body. In an instant it erupted with an incomparably terrifying aura. Like when heaven and earth first opened. That streak of heaven's divine light when chaos transformed and produced life. Rolling might surged violently, sweeping across the 9 heavens, shaking heaven and earth. This small space underwent an incomparably fierce shaking. Countless restriction runes manifested again in the void. Extremely dazzling. The power within circulated, firmly resisting that massive tide of energy, seemingly capable of destroying everything. Rumble, rumble. The heavens shook and the earth moved. The void was like ocean waves, rolling up endless ripples. Above Jiang Yuxian 9 divine wheels stood aloof, like 9 suns crossing the sky. The 10th divine wheel emerged behind him, slowly revealing its complete form. This divine wheel was actually even larger than the first 9 combined, crushing across the void, emitting continuous massive booming sounds, as if wanting to crush this space into powder. The incomparably terrifying aura agitated the vast sky. But if Su Qingxuang and the others were here, they would only be extremely shocked. Because in that void, clusters of heaven and earth laws and formless order, like exceptionally thick chains, tightly bound around the 10th divine wheel, wanting to press it back into Jiang Yuxian's body. This was the suppressive power from heaven and earth. 10 divine wheels were hard for the great Tao to tolerate. Even the great universe did not want to see a 10 divine wheels user be born. Open for me. Jiang Yuxian's tender voice roared, pouring out all his strength to launch an impact. The supreme bone in his chest was glowing. The heaven-swallowing demonic art and divine elephant-suppressing prison strength operated simultaneously. Peerless power gathered, madly bursting forth from his seemingly weak body, injecting into the 10th divine wheel. Jiang Yuxian gritted his teeth tightly. More precious medicines were stuffed into his mouth, swallowed whole as he stubbornly persevered. And as time passed, finally hearing a bang, a great Tao chain suddenly snapped. The 10th divine wheel rose 3 inches again. And this seemed to cause a chain reaction. Bang, bang, bang. One chain after another broke. Every loud sound causing a massive tremor in the space, as if the world was turning upside down. Under such circumstances, the 10th divine wheel gradually rose into the high heavens. Heavenly shackles were completely broken one by one. In just an instant, the brilliance of the other 9 divine wheels was entirely suppressed. So tired, Jiang Yuxian instantly collapsed on the ground from exhaustion. The 10 divine wheels above also slowly faded away. He had exhausted all his strength. The 840 million giant elephant cells also shriveled together. He had not a single trace of spiritual energy left. However, the corners of his mouth revealed a smile that was hard to conceal. Finally succeeded. Jiang Yuxian felt gratified. Months of effort were not in vain. The 10th divine wheel was finally successfully opened by him. A moment later, he felt an endless stream of energy surging in. That was the effect of the 10 divine wheels. Even if they were put away by him, they were still madly devouring heaven and earth vital energy, like a flash flood pouring down, nourishing his body. His strength was rapidly recovering. And at this time outside, Granny, she was sitting cross-legged in front of the cave dwelling looking inside doubtfully. Due to the reinforcement of the restrictions, she could no longer clearly perceive Jiang Yuxian's specific situation. Even the sounds couldn't be heard very clearly. How did this little guy cause such a huge commotion again? Could he be testing the power of the 9 divine wheels? Granny, she muttered with a light smile. She wouldn't believe that Jiang Yuxian had advanced to the 10th layer of the divine wheel realm so quickly. It hasn't even been half a year yet. He must be a bit bored after being in seclusion for so long. Wanting to take a break. Granny she originally wanted to go in and check on the little guy. But after pondering for a moment she dropped the idea. Better to let him have fun by himself. Perhaps he will continue to cultivate next. If he doesn't want to he can easily walk out of the cave dwelling himself. Anyway, with the jade pendant left by Su Qingshuang. Even if something goes wrong with the little guy's cultivation, it can keep him safe. Thinking of this, Granny she closed her eyelids again. And sat cross-legged quietly. Inside the cave dwelling. Jiang Yuxian lay paralyzed on the ground for a long time before recovering. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward has been issued. Do you want to integrate the Xing word secret? When such a voice rang in his ears, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but reveal a knowing smile. This mission was finally completed. The Xing word secret was in his hands. Integrate. He didn't need to think too much. And chose to integrate the Xing word secret. This was one of the 9 secrets. Representing the ultimate realm of movement in the world. In fact, he already possessed the golden-winged Great Peng runes on him. His speed crowning the universe. But no matter how fast the golden-winged Great Peng was, it couldn't compare to the Xing word secret. The greatest profundity of this secret method was not speed, but piercing through thousands of obstacles. Peerless killing arrays could not trap it. Various profound gates could not block it. In the end it could even become the evolution of time, making all things pause for a moment. In duels between experts, a momentary change could determine life and death. In an instant, a massive amount of information flooded into Jiang Yuxian's mind. The profound meaning of the Xing word secret was entirely engraved in the depths of his soul. However, Jiang Yuxian was not in a hurry to cultivate it. His thoughts flew away. And instead he thought of another matter. Are 10 divine wheels truly the ultimate in the world? Many images flashed back in Jiang Yuxian's mind. 9 is the extreme of numbers. So the cultivators in this world can only open 9 divine wheels. 10 is perfection. Therefore Dai Wangyang broke through the formidable pass, opened 10 divine wheels and became unique through eternity. But Jiang Yuxian didn't think that this was the extreme realm that cultivation could reach. 9 is the extreme number. 10 is perfection. But they ultimately lacked transformation. Just like the great universe where yin and yang transform and produce life. All things begin, and the path of cultivation for living beings is merely pursuing the trajectory of the great Tao's evolution, acting against the mandate of heaven. So the true extreme realm cannot be perfection, but possessing countless transformations like when the great Tao first appeared. Yin and yang begin to emanate. 1 produces 2, 2 produces 3. 3 produces all things. This is the true great Tao. This is the ultimate invincible path. All of a sudden, Jiang Yuxian felt as if he was enlightened by ultimate wisdom. Instantly comprehending. The 10th layer of the divine wheel is not the extreme realm. Even if it's unique in eternity, it was still a common occurrence in the ancient times. In today's world, someone has also succeeded in it ahead of me. That is an invincible path belonging to someone else. He Jiang Yuxian still disdained to walk it. Since that's the case, then I will personally open up an invincible path that uniquely belongs to myself. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuxian immediately sat cross-legged again, his small face showing a completely serious expression. With a thought in his mind. Boom boom boom. The 10 divine wheels soared into the sky again, releasing inextinguishable light. The 10th divine wheel sat stably in the center, while the other 9 divine wheels guarded the surroundings like stars surrounding the moon. Under Jiang Yuxian's driving force, the 10 divine wheels among themselves fiercely collided and squeezed together. Crack crack crack. In the blink of an eye sounds like jade objects shattering exploded. On one divine wheel, dense cracks appeared, looking as if it was about to burst apart. In just a moment's time, the rest of the divine wheels also cracked one after another. Terrifying energy exploded out, surging through heaven and earth. Jiang Yuxian's physical body also underwent violent tremors, his skin splitting and flesh tearing, blood flowing. Jiang Yuxian's physique was incomparably powerful. The infinite innate purple energy completely transformed his body, cultivating the divine elephant suppressing prison strength, made his physical body reach an extremely terrifying level. Even so, right now as the 10 divine wheels successively shattered, releasing incomparably fierce power, it also caused cracks to appear on his physical body. At this moment he looked like a porcelain object covered in cracks, with blood seeping out all over his body. Incomparably terrifying. If there was an outsider here, they would probably be scared half to death. One must know, every divine wheel of a cultivator is closely related to themselves. It is an extension of the body, the most direct bridge for oneself to communicate with heaven and earth. He actually just crushed them like this. This little thing. What on earth did he want to do? With all divine wheels shattered, people could actually die. But unfortunately, no one could see such a situation. And Jiang Yuxian likewise did not hesitate or look back. He manipulated the 10 divine wheels, fiercely crashing them together. If you are not ruthless to yourself, you won't even know how excellent you are. Jiang Yuxian's lips began to tremble. Piercing pain transmitted from all over his body. Even his divine soul seemed as if it was about to tear apart. The divine wheels shattered. The spiritual energy within his body rioted together. That kind of pain was beyond imagination. But he plunged ahead without hesitation, instead pushing his power to the extreme, causing the 10 divine wheels to crush and shatter. Boom boom boom. Crack crack crack. The 10 divine wheels collided, emitting terrifying booms. Monstrous mighty power surged out wildly. The earth cracked open. The firmament trembled. The void there was squeezed into fine powder. Jiang Yuxian's tiny body trembled. And very soon his entire body was smeared with blood. Such a scene was too terrifying. But his eyes were incomparably firm, tenaciously holding on. How could the invincible path be so easy to walk, without suffering the ravages of wind and rain? How can one break the cocoon and become a butterfly? Wanting to forge a great Tao that belongs to oneself, one must destroy first to establish later. Changing heaven and earth. Jiang Yuxian was firm in his idea. The unique divine wheel is the true extreme of this major realm. Fusing all 10 cultivated divine wheels into himself, his body would be that unique divine wheel. Between himself and heaven and earth, no bridge is needed. This is the ultimate method. This is the ultimate Tao. As long as he succeeds. What 10 divine wheels? Are all bullshit. Jiang Yuxian believed that this path could definitely be walked successfully. But at the same time he also knew that tremendous dangers were hidden within it. A single misstep, and he might even lose his life. In such a world, if I don't become invincible in the world, what meaning is there? Jiang Yuxian muttered in his heart. Suddenly, the tiny figure charged up into the high heavens, diving into the center of the 10 divine wheels in one fell swoop. Vast and boundless power, madly squeezed towards his body. Just as Jiang Yuxian focused wholeheartedly on cultivating, and bursting towards the invincible path in his heart, the ancient heaven sect gradually became lively. The several major cities around the Liang realm were filled with people. A boiling cauldron of voices. Outside the sect gates there were even countless cultivators stopping to watch. Rumble rumble. Massive carriages crushed the void as they arrived, carrying crowds of young boys and girls. There were fierce beasts stepping their 4 hooves on the void. Every step landing stamped out a patch of runic light in the firmament. There were also experts breaking through the void to arrive, bringing a group of younger generation disciples. These people were all from some not weak factions, and their lineups were not small. The ancient heaven sect's once-in-a-century disciple reception ceremony absolutely must not be missed. Many people with extraordinary cultivation muttered to themselves. When acquaintances met each other, they even chatted lively. This was a grand event. The ancient heaven sect opened its gates wide to broadly recruit disciples. For the numerous great clans and sects, this was a rare opportunity. One must know that from the ancient heaven sect, there had walked out a heavenly emperor and a peak holy ancestor. This was a massive attraction. Apart from those holy lands' great sects, aristocratic families, and divine dynasties, probably very few people could remain unmoved by it. A heavenly emperor's master sect. Countless people wanted to enter it to cultivate. The entrance examination will begin in a few days. There are really so many people. Some experts looked around. Silhouettes were everywhere in the void. And the ground was even more densely packed. A cluster here. A pile there. The atmosphere was passionate. This time I'm afraid nearly 10 million people will come. But in the end, those who can truly enter the ancient heaven sect to cultivate will likely be less than 10,000. It can be called 1 in 1,000. Someone said with a sigh. This is not your ordinary 1 in 1,000. Those who dare to come here to participate in the examination are all without exception younger generations with extraordinary talent. If those mediocre people came here, they would only make a fool of themselves and bring disgrace upon themselves. In 3 days, the Battle Dragon's secret realm will open. All participants of the examination will enter it. Those who pass may become disciples of my ancient heaven sect. Right at this moment, an incomparably grand voice rang out between heaven and earth. Everyone heard it. The Battle Dragon's secret realm. The ancient heaven sect is actually going to open the Battle Dragon's secret realm. Some experts spoke in alarm. Many people had heard the rumors about the Battle Dragon's secret realm. That was a secret realm discovered by Emperor Shuang a few hundred years ago. Later, when she became an emperor, it was brought back to the ancient heaven sect by her, using a great divine ability. Legend has it that inside the Battle Dragon's secret realm divine treasures are countless and spirit plants are everywhere. It seems there is also a tomb inside, burying an ancient heaven-reaching figure. Besides that, there seems to be a ruined battlefield. As for more specific things, outsiders cannot know. Because now, the Battle Dragon secret realm belongs to the ancient heaven sect. Don't think too much the ancient heaven sect, letting the younger generation enter for examination. There must be strict arrangements inside. Many important places will be impossible to set foot in. Someone let out a long sigh, very much wanting to go inside and explore for a bit. The things brought back by Emperor Shuang are absolutely rare in the world. If one could fully excavate it, there would definitely be unexpected harvests. It's just a pity that the ancient heaven sect has definitely laid down arrays and restrictions in many places. They will only open a small area to be used for the examination of the many young boys and girls. Other people don't even have a chance if they want to go in. Even if they only open a small patch, there will absolutely be no small opportunities within. Little ones, you must grasp the opportunity well. Some experts from great clans had an idea. The ancient heaven sect, utilizing the Battle Dragon secret realm, definitely won't be that stingy. They will surely leave some treasures for the numerous younger generation to find. Who can get them depends entirely on their own chance and fortune. Under such circumstances, the crowd quietly began to wait. Besides this, there were also some people preparing for another matter. After the grand disciple reception ceremony ends, is the array formation assembly. When the time comes, let this old man see, over these years, what level the array formation attainments of those old guys have actually reached. They saw an old man dressed in a brocade robe flying through the air. The clothes on his body were fully carved with mysterious lines, like the evolution of array formations. A single glance couldn't help but make one's mind sink into them. Behind the old man, a large group of disciples followed in a rustling crowd, flying into the ancient heaven sect together, and received a polite reception. Someone recognized that these people came from the profound array sect, yet another supreme great sect. They didn't come here to participate in the disciple reception ceremony, but for another grand event, the array formation assembly. Besides the profound array sect, those in the 3,000 Tao realms who majored in the Tao of arrays, or those with profound attainments in the Tao of arrays, mostly rushed over. For a time this place became even more lively, and at the same moment, Jiang Yuxian, who was in closed-door cultivation, had also entered a most critical moment. Inside the cave dwelling, Jiang Yuxian stood in midair. At this time he had reached the most crucial juncture. Around him 10 divine wheels hung in the air, booming endlessly, squeezing each other, exploding out pieces of fragments, turning into a flurry of light rain, striking in all directions. Every single divine wheel had already deformed, completely unrecognizable. The 9 smaller divine wheels even had parts missing, having been successfully fused into his body by him. Boom boom boom. In the vast sky, terrifying energy shot out in all directions, piercing the firmament, smashing through the void. Endless storms swept the wilderness. Huge cracks burst open on the ground, spreading like spiderwebs. For Jiang Yuxian, this was an incomparably painful process. He was located in the most central position, enduring the invasion of the fiercest power. His tiny body constantly collapsed and ruined, badly mutilated. Even the bones in his body also broke, about to be ground into powder. Only the supreme bone was still intact, fusing the 10 divine wheels into one, incorporating them into his body, thereby allowing himself to transform, becoming that unique divine wheel. This was equivalent to rooting himself between heaven and earth, directly contacting the primordial origin. Once successful, he would inevitably benefit endlessly. This was an unprecedented action, but it also contained extreme danger. Inside Jiang Yuxian's body, The supreme bone soared with divine light, releasing extremely vigorous energy, attempting to repair his physical body. The heaven-swallowing demonic art operated endlessly, madly devouring spiritual energy, transforming into lightning power in his martial meridians, nourishing every inch of flesh and blood. Giant elephant seeds spewed forth divine splendor one by one, then exploded, and were reborn again, to prevent the body from collapsing. This was exactly because Jiang Yuxian possessed various heaven-defying methods. If it were anyone else, they would have probably refined themselves to death by now, the kind where not even ashes would remain. Even so, amidst unimaginable pain, Jiang Yuxian's consciousness became somewhat blurred. Since it has started, there is no turning back. Soul divine wheel, gather for me. Jiang Yuxian did not dare let himself fall asleep, struggling desperately to hold on. Then a tender but furious shout erupted from his mouth. The heaven-swallowing demonic art was circulated to its absolute limit. The particles of his body transformed into giant elephants roaring at the sky. All the power guided the 10 divine wheels to erupt with even more terrifying power. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The heavens trembled. The earth rumbled. The void shuddered. Inch by inch, those divine wheels slowly sank into his body. The golden light gradually weakened. This process lasted for a whole day. The connection between the divine wheels and heaven and earth was like tiny rootlets, being absorbed into Jiang Yuxian's body, taking root and growing within his flesh and blood. Just as the second day arrived, suddenly, the last wisp of golden light abruptly retracted. Between heaven and earth, only Jiang Yuxian's silhouette remained. The 10 brilliantly glowing divine wheels were nowhere to be seen. But immediately after, an incomparably majestic pressure suddenly descended upon the world. A terrifying aura surged like a rising divine ocean tide, erupting outward from Jiang Yuxian's body, setting off monstrous raging waves, tens of thousands of crashing billows. Rumble! A pitch-black cavity suddenly emerged from behind Jiang Yuxian, like the giant gaping maw of a demon king, incomparably soul-snatching, heart-palpitating. This black hole was tens of thousands of feet huge. As soon as it appeared, it was like an immemorial divine mountain, smashing heavily into the endless vast sea. Waves of world-destroying might swept outward. The void within the immortal cave rolled out with endless billowing tides. Jiang Yuxian floated in midair. The incomparably terrifying black hole behind him made him look like an immemorial demon venerable. An absolutely formidable devouring force erupted. Violent winds suddenly whipped up between heaven and earth. In an instant, it seemed as if it would suck out all the spiritual energy in this space. At the same time, endless energy surged madly into Jiang Yuxian's body. Within his flesh, blood, and tendons, crackling sounds rang out, rapidly squirming, quickly healing. After a short while, his entire body completed its restoration, once again becoming as robust as a tiger cub, even a circle bulkier and stronger than before. Jiang Yuxian's little face was fair and clean, like a porcelain doll, but his body gave people a sense of unprovoked brawniness. His muscles were like horned dragons, gleaming with a surging metallic luster. I succeeded. After carefully feeling it for a moment, he couldn't help but shout happily. As expected, my idea was not wrong. The soul divine wheel can truly be successfully cultivated. The 10 divine wheels uniting into one is like the great Tao returning to its origin. In the future, this will inevitably derive infinite variations. The only thing that slightly surprised Jiang Yuxian was that the soul divine wheel he cultivated was not hidden within his body, but instead transformed into a black hole spanning tens of thousands of feet, strikingly different from the previously shining golden divine wheels. This seems even better. The soul divine wheel can be manifested outward, adding another method during combat. Jiang Yuxian whispered to himself softly. He could clearly feel the ferocity of this soul divine wheel. Just by hanging there, the space around its opening produced terrifying distortions. It was not hard to imagine, if it swept out an attack, what kind of terrifying power it would bring. In the future, whoever pisses me off, I'll give them a vicious hit with this. It's been half a year. Not only have I reached the 10th layer of the divine wheel realm, I've even gone a step further, cultivating the soul divine wheel. I really am a little genius. At this moment, Jiang Yuxian was extremely smug. We ordinary folks are truly happy today. Truly, truly happy. He happily hummed a little tune. Although the mission was completed, And he had additional gains. He wasn't in a hurry to end his seclusion. Better practice the Xing word secret to the entry level first. Jiang Yuxian put away the soul divine wheel, descended from the void, sat down cross-legged, and began cultivating the Xing word secret. This closed-door cultivation was truly full of harvests. While he was feeling delighted in his heart, the outside world had completely blown up. On this day, the great Tao rotated. The firmament overturned. The universe shook. Rolling muffled thunder echoed beyond the heavens. It could be heard clearly in every corner of the 3,000 Tao realms. Those old monsters with profound cultivation were all entirely alarmed. Pairs of eyes were filled with extreme horror, looking towards the highest heavens in astonishment, only to see boundless laws exploding, the principles of the great Tao disintegrating, as if a terrifying peerless supreme being had descended upon this world. Wherever it passed, chains of heaven and earth snapped with a bang. Endless order became tangled like a mess. This was a terrifying anomaly, making everyone endlessly frightened. Seeing a heaven and earth anomaly again, what exactly is going on? Someone broke through to a new extreme realm again. It seems to be the divine wheel realm. Some experts divined the heavenly secrets and uttered these words, making everyone's scalps tingle. About a year ago, the Emperor's son created a new bone-tempering extreme realm while still in his mother's womb, causing an uproar across the entire world. And now, unexpectedly, someone broke through the divine wheel realm's extreme realm again. This is simply too terrifying. Is it that one from the heaven-shaking palace? Half a year ago, he cultivated the eternally unique 10 divine wheels.
Could it be he took another step forward today?
An unknown number of gazes looked towards the distant Chongqing region. The first person people thought of was that youth named Dai Wangyang. 10 divine wheels, the only one in the current age, overwhelming all ages, unmatched by anyone. If anyone could go a step further on this path, I'm afraid it would be none other than him. When the 10 divine wheels were born, it also triggered massive anomalies. But they were not as formidable as today's. I truly don't know just how powerful he has become at this moment. However, what people didn't expect was, news quickly spread. The heaven-shaking palace denied this matter. The new divine wheel extreme realm was not Dai Wangyang's doing. This made many people even more anxious. And at the same time they couldn't help but suspect. Could the divination have been wrong? It's not impossible. The great Tao is hard to fathom. Heavenly secrets are hard to seek. Perhaps something went wrong somewhere. For a time, many old monsters began to deduce once more. The terrifying anomalies caused a massive uproar across the 3,000 Tao realms. The most terrifying thing was, all this did not start because of Dai Wangyang, but because of someone else. With this, countless people were scared half to death. In today's world, has another terrifyingly peerless figure appeared? However, many old monsters made their moves. But not only couldn't they calculate who that person was, they couldn't even grasp the specific form of the new extreme realm. Therefore, many people couldn't help but guess. Judging solely by the anomalies, one can roughly see that this new extreme realm is even more ferocious than the 10 divine wheels. Could it be 11 divine wheels? It's absolutely not that simple. Someone said this. This caused many people to fall silent. Similarly, many individuals with profound insight generated even more conjectures. But before the truth comes out, no one dared to jump to conclusions. This storm shocked countless cultivators. Inside the ancient heaven sect, it was exactly the same. The numerous youths and maidens who came to participate were all discussing it animatedly. The cultivation bases of these people were mostly in the divine wheel realm and spirit nurturing realm. But to them, the 10 divine wheels was already terrifying to the extreme. Now another extreme realm popped up. Just which immortal deity was this? And what kind of freak
could achieve this?
The very few juniors who aspired to compete for the title of the era's strongest prodigy. For a moment all felt an urge to vomit blood. And the higher-ups of the ancient heaven sect were equally greatly shaken. Granny Shi, who was at moon-gazing peak, also stood up from her deep meditation. It couldn't be the little guy, right? She suddenly raised her eyes and looked towards the immortal cave where the little guy was in seclusion. Unfortunately, the ferocious restrictions laid down by Su Qingshuang blocked her divine sense. Shi Wuqing pondered for a moment, then leaned on her walking stick and stepped into the cave step by step. With just one glance she saw that little thing Jiang Yuxian, sitting there cross-legged right now cultivating earnestly. The matters outside seemed to have absolutely nothing to do with him. It seems I was overthinking. Yuxian has only been in seclusion for half a year. It would probably take several more years just to cultivate to the 10 divine wheels. How could he have broken through to a new extreme realm? Granny, she shook her head and chuckled. I really thought too much. No wonder. Yuxian displayed too many miraculous traits before he was even born. As soon as the divine wheel extreme realm appeared, I actually immediately thought of him. It's just that this little thing's aura seems somewhat off. Granny, she suddenly raised her eyebrows. Currently, she is an entity at the Holy Ancestor realm. Her perception is naturally powerful. She clearly felt that Jiang Yuxian's figure seemed to contain a mysterious charm. As profound as the sea. As vast as an abyss. At a single glance. Within that tiny body. There seemed to be 9 divine wheels. Taking another look. It seemed to be 10. Blinking and looking again. It was as if it transformed into 3, 6 or 8. Sometimes it seemed like there were none at all. Unpredictably shifting. Elusive and hard to grasp. What is this situation? For a moment Granny, she was a bit dumbfounded. If Jiang Yuxian knew of her confusion, he would probably be amused. This was exactly the brilliant part of the soul divine wheel. What he wanted was this infinite variation. With no fixed numbers to speak of. Could it be? This little guy learned some aura concealing technique? Little Qingxuang taught him before she left? Granny, she smiled suddenly. This was the only explanation. She didn't dwell on it anymore. And left on her own. The little guy was still cultivating. She wouldn't disturb him. Sitting cross-legged outside once again. Quietly waiting for the little guy to exit seclusion. However, on the very next day, the figure of a man in his 30s condensed in front of her. This man wore loose robes with wide sleeves. His appearance was majestic, leaking a domineering aura. After seeing Shi Wuqing, he bowed deeply. Yaizong ah. You have come. Granny, she nodded and said softly. The newcomer was precisely the current sect master of the ancient heaven sect Jiang Yizong. He was of the same generation as Su Qingxuang and Jiang Wushu, but slightly older. Granny, she. In a few days the formation assembly will be held at the ancient heaven sect. At present some setups have not yet been completed, requiring the joint effort of multiple holy ancestors. I can only come to trouble Granny, she. Jiang Yizong said with a smile. Granny, she nodded her head. Regarding this matter, Jiang Yizong had already given her a heads up several months ago. Alright, let's go. Shi Wuqing waved her walking stick and said. Jiang Yizong's gaze lingered for a moment on the immortal cave covered in restrictions. Martial nephew, he should be fine, right? He was slightly uneasy. Once Granny, she left, no one would be guarding Moon Gazing Peak. He was worried that an accident might occur during the little guy's cultivation. Hearing this, Granny, she let out a light laugh. It's fine. I went to check on him yesterday. He is currently meditating and cultivating. With the Dharma body left behind by little Qingxuang, nothing will go wrong. He won't exit seclusion in the short term either. Besides, I'll be back in a day or two at most. Granny, she said. Only then did Jiang Yizong speak no more. The two left Moon Gazing Peak together. Not long after they left, Jiang Yuxian inside the immortal cave suddenly opened his eyes. His tiny figure leaped up. His feet unceasingly stepped onto the void. Mysterious patterns surfaced under his feet, manifesting light, carrying his figure howling through heaven and earth. Fast to the extreme. Ha ha ha. The Xing word secret is indeed miraculous. Jiang Yuxian laughed heartily. He had cultivated the Xing word secret to the entry level. This profound footwork made his movements erratic and unpredictable. With every step taken, it was as if he was stepping on the trajectory of the great Tao. At this very moment, Jiang Yuxian only felt that in heaven and on earth, there was nowhere he could not go. What formations? What forbidden zones? None could trap him. Not only that, his speed had also reached an extreme. Inconceivably fast. The Xing word secret combined with my golden-winged Great Peng runes. Forget about airplanes. Even a rocket couldn't catch up to me. Jiang Yuxian grinned. Extremely delighted. While executing the Xing word secret, intense golden runes also rose from his body. A Peng's cry resounded. A pair of wings formed from light actually appeared on his back. With a light flap, it carried him to vanish in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he appeared several miles away, appearing at the end of the immortal cave. Then a loud dong sound was heard. A wolfish howl echoed out. Dense restriction runes appeared in the void, bouncing Jiang Yuxian's entire person flying away, tumbling on the ground. He sat up in a roll. A large bump swelled up on his forehead. Turning his head. Looking at those waves of restriction light. His face full of resentment. The Xing word secret plus the golden-winged great Pang innate runes. The speed was too fast. He couldn't stop it at once. And crashed headfirst into the edge of the immortal cave. Triggering the restrictions. The restrictions laid by Mom are way too sturdy. It hurts. Jiang Yuxian bared his teeth. Gasping in cold air. This was textbook extreme joy begets sorrow. After a long time passed. Jiang Yuxian sighed softly and climbed up. I've been in seclusion for half a year. It's time to go out for a stroll. Little babies of the back mountain.
Did you miss me?
Jiang Yuxian suddenly shouted loudly. And darted out of the immortal cave like a wisp of smoke. Jiang Yuxian finally broke out of seclusion. But he searched around Moon-Gazing Peak for quite a while. And didn't see even a single person's shadow. Grandpa maternal grandpa uncle, and auntie were all not here. Dad and Mom presumably hadn't returned yet either. Even Granny, she was nowhere to be seen. They actually left me here all alone. Do these adults even know how to look after a child? Jiang Yuxian grumbled a few sentences. He originally thought Granny she would come back soon. But after waiting for several hours there was no movement. Jiang Yuxian gradually felt a bit bored. However, right at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang in his ear. New mission released. Please let the host complete the mission objective. Participate in the Ancient Heaven Sect's Disciple Recruitment Ceremony. Mission reward. General Principles of Basic Formations. Another new mission came. And when he saw the mission's content, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The Ancient Heaven Sect's Disciple Recruitment Ceremony. Seems like it's taking place recently, right? He suddenly recalled. Before his seclusion his mom and dad had briefly mentioned this matter. It was roughly around this time. But he didn't know the exact time. After thinking about it, Jiang Yuxian opened the system and took a look. His whole person instantly shuddered. Good grief. There was actually a countdown. Only less than 2 hours remained. I don't even know where this ceremony is being held. How am I supposed to participate? The Ancient Heaven Sect is way too big, okay? Moreover, he was the only one at Moon-Gazing Peak right now. He had nowhere to ask even if he wanted to. Never mind that. I have to go out and find someone to ask. Jiang Yuxian immediately took action. And prepared to dash down the mountain. But suddenly he thought of something. His footsteps paused for a moment. His eyes also lit up accordingly. His gaze glanced toward the back mountain. His figure flashed and rushed over. Subsequently the back mountain of Moon-Gazing Peak was thrown into chaos. A tiny figure barged in. Making the many spirit beasts residing there turn pale with fright. Wasn't this the little demon king who had been quiet for half a year? He actually came back again. After a brief moment of daze, a group of little jade rabbit beasts shuddered all over. Threw down the half-gnawed spirit grass in their paws. Turned around and darted back into their burrows. Every spirit ape that saw Jiang Yuxian ran away at full speed. A flock of white cranes leisurely drinking by the lake flapped their wings and soared into the sky. But this time, this flock of birds also couldn't escape a disaster. Because this little thing, he could fly now. Bloody hell. Don't run, don't run. Quick, let me ride for a bit. Jiang Yuxian shouted loudly. The soul divine wheel hung in the air, carrying him upward against the wind. He caught up to a white crane in an instant, and landed on its back. This white crane let out a mournful cry. Its internal organs were all trembling.
Am I that scary?
Jiang Yuxian gave a bitter smile.
Is there a need to be frightened like this?
Do you know where the disciple recruitment ceremony is held? Quick, take me there. It doesn't matter if you don't know. Just find me a place with people. I will ask myself. Jiang Yuxian said rapidly. These white cranes had already gained spiritual intelligence, and could understand human speech. Furthermore, they had resided in the Ancient Heaven Sect for many years, and must be very familiar with this place. Finding them to lead the way shouldn't go wrong. And this white crane indeed did not disappoint his expectations. While shivering in fear, it flapped its wings and flew, carrying him in flight for a long time. He finally saw a densely packed crowd of people in the distance, like a massive swarm of mosquitoes. Too many to count. This should be the place. Jiang Yuxian grinned. With his eyesight, he could see those people were almost all youths and maidens aged from 7 or 8 to 17 or 18, covering the ground and the clear azure sky. He had never seen so many people before. No need to think much about it. They were certainly here to participate in the assessment. And in the void ahead of the crowd, a divine light transformed into a portal and appeared, occupying half the firmament. Incomparably vast. Mysterious runes circulated on it, releasing a heart-palpitating aura. I finally made it in time. Jiang Yuxian thought to himself. Although the white crane beneath him was a spirit bird, its grade wasn't high, and it didn't fly fast. By the time he arrived, there was barely any time left before the ceremony truly started. Jiang Yuxian did not hesitate. He directly commanded the white crane to descend, landing not far from the crowd. Thank you, Ah. You can go back on your own. Jiang Yuxian turned his head to thank it. But before he could even finish speaking, he saw that white crane fly away as if fleeing for its life. This made him feel extremely speechless. Am I really that unwelcome? Jiang Yuxian shook his head, kicked his legs, and after a few bounds arrived inside the crowd. And his arrival also attracted the attention of many people nearby. Whose child is this? Running out alone at such a young age. Could he also be here to participate in the assessment? No way, right? He's not even as big as a bean yet. What assessment could he take? Perhaps he's lost? Suddenly many people looked over. And some of the bolder maidens had their eyes light up even more. What an adorable baby. Whose family are you from? Your little face is so tender. Quick, let big sister pinch it. Are you even 3 years old? And your body is so sturdy. So impressive. Why are you here all alone? Where are the adults in your family? Jiang Yuxian's little face looked just like a porcelain doll. But his body was extremely sturdy. Like a little calf. Those who didn't know looking at him would think he was older than 2 years old. When those maidens saw his cute appearance, they came up wanting to pinch his face. Jiang Yuxian dodged it without leaving a trace. His face was not something just anyone could pinch. But to be honest, these maidens were truly worthy of being cultivators. Each one looked more fresh and radiant than the last. Being surrounded in the center, waves of fragrance filled his mouth and nose. The only slight pity was, most of them were still young in age. Like little lotus leaves just showing their sharp tips. Nothing much to look at yet. Jiang Yuxian grinned and laughed. He nodded at this group of maidens in a faux serious manner. And spoke indifferently. Hello, older sisters. I am here to participate in the assessment. The tender voice instantly caused a commotion among the nearby crowd. Haha. You're participating in the assessment at such a young age? Wanting to enter the ancient heaven sect isn't easy. You coming here? Do the adults in your family know? Little guy, you better go back quickly. Wait until you grow up a bit more before coming. Regarding this, Jiang Yuxian naturally wouldn't explain anything. After all, most people were very kind, speaking with smiles. However, at the same time, there were also slightly discordant voices present. Hey. Do you really think the ancient heaven sex assessment is child's play? Entering the war dragon's secret realm at such a young age? I'm afraid when the time comes he won't even know how he died. This was a youth around 14 years old, dressed in a golden robe, with a haughty expression, looking divine and extraordinary. He sat cross-legged in the void, his entire body shrouded in an incomparably powerful aura. While speaking, he also carried faint sounds of tiger roars and flood dragon cries, making one's soul tremble. Behind the youth stood a group of young men and women, each one in high spirits. The other people around kept their distance from them, not daring to get close. When looking at these people, their eyes carried deep apprehension. Very clearly, these people had extraordinary backgrounds and powerful strength. Very few dared to provoke them. But Jiang Yuxian was not among those ranks. Hearing the other party's words, his eyes narrowed sharply, and he looked toward the youth who had spoken. When their gazes met, the youth opposite him suddenly felt a shudder in his heart. His heart felt as if it had been viciously squeezed by someone, as if facing the gaze of an immemorial divine king. The youth opposite him was greatly shocked inwardly. But the others around did not share the same feeling. They only saw that little guy, not even the size of a bean, having fierce eyes, an awe-inspiring domineering aura. He was actually not afraid of the other party at all, directly fighting back with his gaze. With this, it really scared a lot of people half to death. Among them, a maiden in a purple dress was especially anxious, hurriedly sending a voice transmission to Jiang Yuxian. Baby, quickly go somewhere else. That is the young master of the Shao clan of the Lingxiao region, Shao Aoran. He is already at the 7th layer of the spirit-nurturing realm, and is a designated disciple of the ancient heaven sect. Do not provoke him. The maiden reminded him out of kindness. The others also broke out in a cold sweat. The Xiao clan is a massive clan in the Lingxiao region. Its status was no less than the ancient heaven sect before its transformation. It could be said to be extremely powerful. The Xiao Aoran before their eyes was precisely the number one talent of the Xiao clan's current generation, possessing a powerful physique. In the future he might very well be able to contend with Saint Sun level figures. This was an extremely terrifying youth. Yet that little guy who looked only about 2 years old had a very fierce gaze. Everyone was truly afraid he would accidentally offend Xiao Aoran and enrage him. In that case there would be hell to pay. In a split second, the purple-skirted maiden beside him grabbed Jiang Yuxian's little hand, wanting to take him somewhere else. Jiang Yuxian slipped away without leaving a trace, feeling somewhat amused inside. Indeed, once there are many people, all sorts of monsters and freaks come out. I came to take the assessment, and there are people pointing fingers. Am I someone you can just point fingers at? What Xiao clan? Never heard of it. What ancient heaven sect designated disciple has a chance to contend with the Saint Sun? Is he very strong? If you dare to speak insolently again, I don't mind giving you a knife slice on your butt. To open your eyes wide. It just so happens I've been cultivating for so long, and still don't know my exact strength. Just right to find someone for target practice. Jiang Yuxian gave Xiao Aoran a faint warning glance, before retracting his gaze. But Xiao Aoran's heart wasn't so calm, only to see him abruptly stand up, his eyes becoming incomparably profound. Special physique, it must be a special physique. Xiao Aoran was incredibly certain. That brat definitely possessed a terrifying and peerless special physique. Otherwise it would be impossible for him to feel that momentary panic. But at the same time he also felt extremely ashamed. He was actually frightened by a little brat just now. Simply absurd. In a split second, a nameless anger rose from his heart. Xiao Aoran's expression slightly shifted, as he was about to verbally scold. But suddenly, a maiden's voice suddenly rang out. Sweet and melodious. Only its tone was full of mockery. Xiao Aoran. Long time no see, your progress isn't bad. You've even learned to throw your weight around with such a young child. Just as the words fell, a 13 or 14-year-old maiden's silk skirt fluttered. As she gracefully arrived, her figure was slender and light, swaying with charm. Her skin was smooth and clean like congealed fat and white jade. Her entire person exuded a unique temperament, like a bright pearl spitting radiance, like a divine lotus just blooming. It's her Qin Yuxi, the princess of the Qin clan from the Lingxiao region. As soon as the maiden arrived, she caused a stir among the crowd. Amidst animated discussions, many people recognized her identity. This maiden came from the Qin clan, originating from the Lingxiao region, just like the Xiao clan. The two had competed for many years, without a clear winner. But in this generation, Qin Yuxi's talent surpassed Xiao Aoran by a head. Rumor had it that the two had fought 3 years ago, and Qin Yuxi firmly held the upper hand. Seeing her appear, Xiao Aoran's face abruptly darkened, becoming somewhat ugly. Qin Yuxi, you underestimate me. I wouldn't stoop so low as to argue with a child. Since you are here too, then there must be a battle between the two of us. I will wait for you in the War Dragon secret realm, he said with a cold snort, sitting cross-legged back down, and slightly closing his eyes. Qin Yuxi similarly arrived here surrounded by a group of youths and maidens. She threw a glance at Xiao Aoran. A sneer flashed across the corners of her mouth. With a turn she landed right in front of Jiang Yuxian, rolling up a fragrant breeze. She squatted down, also wanting to pinch Jiang Yuxian's face. At the same time, Jiang Yuxian's eyes also lit up. This big sister is really pretty. Most importantly, although she wasn't old, she had actually already developed to a considerable scale. Hey. What a pity that I'm still so small. I really want to grow up quickly. Little guy.
Did you come here all alone? Do you know what this place is for?
Where are the adults in your family? Seeing Jiang Yuxian dodge her palm, Qin Yuxi instead went to pat his head, while asking a string of questions. Hello, big sister. I am also here to take the assessment. Jiang Yuxian dodged again, and answered her question at the same time. Qin Yuxi pursed her lips and giggled. If you're here for the assessment, where is your token? She asked like this. Jiang Yuxian immediately froze.
Token?
What token? I don't know. I don't have one. Is this thing mandatory for taking the assessment?
What should I do?
The dog system didn't mention this at all. Seeing his changing expression, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but laugh. This little guy really thought he was here for the assessment. He said it so seriously. Yet in the end he didn't even have a token.
You must have sneaked out secretly, right?
It's very dangerous inside. Without a token, you won't be able to teleport to save your life at critical moments, understand? Qin Yushi couldn't help laughing. Her large eyes narrowed into slits. She was amused by this little guy. And hearing her explanation, Jiang Yuxian also breathed a sigh of relief. So the token's function is only to save one's life. Presumably the ancient heaven sect and the major clans did not want to see large-scale bloodshed. Thus, every disciple undergoing the assessment would carry a token to enter the War Dragon's secret realm and activate it at critical junctures to directly teleport away.
Thank goodness.
As long as it doesn't represent the qualification for the assessment. As for saving my life, what token could compare to one of my mom's Dharma bodies? The War Dragon's secret realm is opening. Everyone prepare to enter. Right at this moment, a grand voice echoed across the surrounding air. At the same time, that incomparably massive void portal above began to rotate rapidly. Runes flowed, evolving endless divine charm. Rumble, as if opening a gate between heaven and earth, emitting a terrifying rumbling sound. Following closely behind was an extremely tough and forceful tearing power, pulling at everyone's bodies towards that portal. The War Dragon's secret realm has opened. The assessment has begun. The crowds near and far all boiled over. Under the pull of that powerful force, a large number of figures flew straight into the sky, plunging into the portal. It's very dangerous inside. Little guy, you better not go. You should go back and drink your milk. Qin Yushi finished speaking. Behind her suddenly emerged a brilliantly glowing divine wheel. Within the divine wheel, the phantom of a divine bird also manifested. Its specific form could not be seen clearly. Just as Jiang Yuxian looked at the high sky, and was momentarily distracted, this divine wheel lifted him with a gentle force, and shot through the air instantly. In an instant, it carried Jiang Yuxian 10 miles away. Before being retracted by Qin Yushi, Jiang Yuxian stood on a mountain rock somewhat dumbfounded. I got sent out? What the heck? I clearly said I am here for the assessment. What do you mean by sending me this far away? I have to run back myself again. He let out a bitter smile, instantly stepping into the void, moving rapidly close to the ground. Before long, he once again arrived at the entrance to the War Dragon's secret realm. By this time more than half of the figures had already disappeared, vanishing behind the portal. Qin Yushi and the others had also reached midair, about to enter inside. But right at this moment, she saw a tiny figure rapidly running over from below. Why are you back again? This is not a place you can come to. Go back quickly. She shouted out loud. But it was drowned out by the terrifying rumbling. The little guy completely didn't hear. Moreover, there were simply too many people around. And he didn't see her either. Only to see that tiny figure gather all his strength, and with one leap reached midair, looking as if he was afraid he wouldn't make it. This really made Qin Yushi anxious. This was truly a headache-inducing child. Without even thinking, she directly mobilized her power. While resisting the pulling force of the void portal, she struck out her divine wheels again. This time, she used 3 divine wheels. Jiang Yuxian completely didn't notice this situation, just as he breathed a sigh of relief, and hadn't even recovered his senses yet. He was once again enveloped by an extremely formidable force, and sent 30 miles away in one fell swoop. Jiang Yuxian stood at the top of a large tree, his mind full of dizziness. How did I get sent out again? Big sister, what are you trying to do? I swear to F*******. I am really here to take the assessment. Jiang Yuxian wanted to cry, but had no tears and almost stomped his feet in frustration. Careless, I was too careless. Seeing fewer and fewer figures in the distance, the portal to the War Dragon's secret realm was also slowly closing. I'm afraid it won't be long before it completely shuts. If I don't hurry, it will really be too late. Jiang Yuxian sighed softly and hesitated no more. He directly activated the Xing word secret. His tiny figure drew a perfectly straight line, flying and charging over, fast to the extreme. Finally, right before the portal closed, he plunged headfirst into it. And his actions were also seen by many people in the distance. These people were all elders who had escorted their clan's youths here, along with some deacons of the ancient heaven sect. How did a little milk-drinking baby pop up? He actually went inside. Is he also here to take the assessment? Whose child is this? His elders' hearts are way too big, aren't they? The ancient heaven sex assessment is nothing to joke around about.
Aren't they afraid something will happen to him inside?
Everyone was astonished beyond belief. Although the war dragon's secret realm had been set up, it still harbored great dangers. Clashes between the many disciples taking the assessment were also inevitable. Even with a token on them, it was impossible to be absolutely foolproof. A group of ancient heaven sect deacons also had their eyelids twitching. The disciple recruitment ceremony had been held many times, but someone this young participating was truly a first. That child is not simple. His movement technique is also incomparably terrifying. He probably has a formidable background. This is definitely a genius. Let's just hope he honestly clears the trials and doesn't enter the wilderness areas. If not, things might really go wrong. A middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s said in a deep voice, "A child with such outstanding talent. The ancient heaven sect would also be willing to vigorously nurture. If he perished prematurely in the assessment, it would be too much of a pity." On the other side, Jiang Yuxian plunged headfirst into the war dragon's secret realm, breathing a sigh of relief inwardly. Rushing frantically, he finally made it. But as soon as he entered, a fiercely peerless force shook the air and crashed down, directly knocking him down from the high sky, landing onto the ground. This was a vast and endless plain. Densely packed figures were trekking with difficulty here. To the far left of the plain were myriad mountains and ravines, dense old forests, where roars of vicious beasts vaguely echoed out. On the right was a great river, surging and roaring, turbid waves crashing against the sky, with a terrifying momentum. And above the firmament, a divine pagoda floated, looking as if cast from immortal gold, releasing imperishable radiance, like a blazing sun hanging high in the nine heavens. Thousands of Tao principles and endless truths lingered around it, surging with divine might, overwhelming heaven and earth. A terrifying pressure swept outward, penetrating every inch of space, suppressing every person. There's no justice. This is only the first trial. And the ancient heaven sect already used a saint weapon. It's too hard. I'm about to fail holding on. Many people wore long sorrowful faces, howling endlessly. This was exactly the ancient heaven sect's first trial. Under the pressure of the saint weapon, crossing the plain beneath their feet, and reaching a mountain range in the distance would be considered a pass. At that time one could become an official disciple of the ancient heaven sect, entering the sect to cultivate. Additionally, there is a second trial, but that is prepared for a small number of heaven's favored children. Ordinary people shouldn't even think about it. I don't feel anything. Jiang Yuxian stood at the very back of the crowd, muttering in his mouth. Besides being unable to fly, he didn't feel any other abnormalities on his body. Very obviously, that saint weapon had a seal placed on it. The terrifying pressure only targeted everyone's cultivation talent, and had nothing to do with cultivation base. The stronger the talent, the smaller the pressure felt. In fact, this plane was already located at the edge of the saint weapon's pressure zone. The further left one went, the greater the pressure. As for the right, a barrier was set up at the edge of that great river, not allowing anyone to cross it. This was the optimal zone. But for countless people, it remained a natural moat and divine mountain difficult to cross. From time to time someone could be seen falling down, having no choice but to activate their token and teleport out. This isn't interesting. Jiang Yuxian shook his head, feeling extremely bored. Although he was just here as a bystander, he didn't expect there to be absolutely no challenge at all. Thereupon he clasped his little hands behind his back, and strolled step by step toward the distance as if walking in a quiet courtyard. This scene made countless people drop their jaws in shock. What did they just see? A little baby who probably isn't even weaned yet, under the pressure of the sacred artifact, is actually moving so fast. Just like strolling through his own backyard. Relaxed and cozy. This is too much of a blow to people, right? Those highly talented, outstanding figures have long entered the deep mountains of the wilderness. The ancient heaven sect left opportunities there, specifically prepared for them. Not long after, Jiang Yuxian heard such words again. He fell into deep thought. As far as he knew, the first round of assessment lasted for a total of 3 days, and the second round wouldn't open until 3 days later. And with his speed, passing the first round wouldn't even take a day. Regarding this, Jiang Yuxian pondered for a moment. He didn't know what these so-called opportunities actually entailed. Anyway, being idle is just being idle. It wouldn't hurt to go broaden his horizons. Thinking of this, Jiang Yuxian gently pushed off with his short little legs, launching his body into the air, rushing towards that stretch of deep mountains in the distance. After a few leaps and bounds, he disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only pairs of extremely terrified eyes, staring blankly on the spot. The ancient heaven sect indeed left some opportunities amidst the mountains. Not long after Jiang Yuxian entered, he found, atop a steep cliff, a precious herb. However, the ancient heaven sect obviously wouldn't let people pick it easily. Where the precious herb grew, a low-tier formation was laid down. For an ordinary divine wheel or spirit-fostering realm cultivator to break it, it would definitely take a lot of effort. But to Jiang Yuxian, this was nothing at all. Once the Xing movement incantation was executed, he easily phased right through it, plucking a bright red spiritual fruit. Taking it in his hand, a waft of fresh fragrance hit his face. Jiang Yuxian didn't recognize it. After looking at it for a moment, he suddenly started complaining. Only a 7th grade spiritual fruit. Not that great, huh? He had learned before that precious herbs in this world corresponded with major cultivation realms, divided into a total of 13 grades. Grades 1 through 9 were called spiritual herbs. Above those were king grade, emperor grade, saint grade, and deity grade. Deity grade was practically invisible. As rare as heavenly deity-level powerhouses, they would have long gained sentience, capable of flying and burrowing into the earth, making them extremely hard to capture. Saint-grade items are equally rare. Even among those holy lands, great religions, aristocratic families, and divine dynasties, they might not necessarily be able to produce even a few stalks. And within such factions, emperor-grade precious herbs were also incredibly valuable. Unless the younger generation had outstanding talent, they wouldn't get to eat a single stalk in their entire lives. But Jiang Yuxian was different. When he was in secluded cultivation, he didn't know how many emperor-grade precious herbs he had munched on, and even more king-grade ones. Fortunately, it's a spiritual fruit. Having it as a snack isn't too bad. Jiang Yuxian muttered. He had eaten too many precious herbs, and had rich experience. Most precious herbs smelled wonderfully fragrant, but tasted terrible when eaten. Hard to swallow. For instance, the purple flame phoenix blood mushroom he had chewed on before was both bitter and astringent, and even shot straight to the head. Compared to those high-grade precious herbs, Jiang Yuxian preferred eating spiritual fruits. Even if the grade was a bit lower, it didn't matter. While he was thinking, he leaped down from the cliff face, just preparing to continue his stroll. But he hadn't walked far, when he ran head-on into a 5 or 6-year-old little boy. Seeing the spiritual fruit in Jiang Yuxian's hand, the little boy was stunned at first. Immediately, his eyes locked onto it, smacking his lips a few times. Then he spent quite some effort, arranging his expression, revealing an incredibly fierce look. Little guy, hand over the spiritual fruit, or else I will beat you up. Jiang Yuxian was dumbfounded for a second. Then he felt amused in his heart. Good heavens! He actually ran into a robbery. And the other party was a 5 or 6-year-old brat. Taking so much effort, just to pretend to look fierce, was utterly hilarious. Are you freaking trying to scare a 3-year-old child? He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then he simply darkened his face as well, and spoke coldly. You dare to rob me? I'll also give you a chance. Hand over all the precious herbs on your body. Otherwise I'll beat you until you can't stop crying. Jiang Yuxian said this, while waving his fist, looking much fiercer than the other party. The little boy opposite him clearly froze for a moment, blinking his eyes. His mind was buzzing. The little guy in front of him was a whole lot shorter than himself, yet actually tried to rob him in return. Were those baby-voiced words serious? Are you kidding me? He paused for a moment, then made himself look even more ferocious. Then I'm going to snatch it myself. Don't say I'm bullying you. The little boy abruptly took a step forward, walking with the powerful strides of a dragon and tiger, instantly closing in on Jiang Yuxian. One palm reached forward, wrapped in vigorous spiritual energy, carrying an extremely tyrannical and tough aura, grabbing towards the spiritual fruit in Jiang Yuxian's hand. You're actually making a move? Jiang Yuxian raised his eyebrows. He also raised a small fist, and fiercely smashed it out, colliding right against the little boy's palm. Boom! A loud noise echoed out, and a bright light exploded between the palm and the fist. A powerful, sharp aura vented outwards, cutting out like a sharp blade, directly carving a deep trench into the adjacent cliff face. The little boy's body retreated rapidly, backing up 7 or 8 steps in a row, before he could steady his body. So painful. Why is your physical body so strong? The little boy bared his teeth in pain, feeling a piercing pain coming from his right hand. Looking back at the opposite side, that little guy stood rooted to the spot without moving an inch, showing no signs of injury or pain at all. This greatly shocked him. Little guy, you really have some skills. However, I didn't even use half of my cultivation level just now. You definitely won't be my match. Hurry up and hand over the spiritual fruit, or else I'll get serious. The little boy once again spoke in a vicious tone. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yuxian immediately became energetic.
Getting serious? Good.
Come quickly. I haven't fought with anyone yet. I'll use you for practice today. Those who dared to enter this wilderness were definitely not simple people. Although the little boy in front of him wasn't old, his cultivation was definitely not weak either. It was perfect to use him to verify his own strength. While speaking, the blood and qi within Jiang Yuxian's body circulated with a boom, erupting with a terrifying sound like a tsunami and landslide. Buzz buzz buzz. An unparalleled, ferocious imposing aura swept out, causing the void to violently tremble. His body was like divine metal, muscles bulging and nodding, like a wild, primordial fierce beast, with a tough and formidable aura. On the cliff face beside him, some loose rocks, pulled by his imposing aura, came tumbling down. The little boy's heart was shaken. He had never seen such powerful physical strength, where churning blood and qi could actually cause the void to resonate. Without another word, Jiang Yuxian stamped the ground until it cracked, and flew towards the little boy. Without overthinking, the little boy also moved. With a boom, boundless spiritual energy surged from his body, instantly soaring outwards. This area seemingly turned into an ocean. His hand suddenly formed a hand seal, and infinite spiritual energy instantly transformed into the shape of a fierce tiger. This was actually a powerful divine ability. Tiger Slaughter Seal. The little boy softly shouted, fiercely launching the divine ability. Roar! The spiritual energy turned into a fierce tiger, its roar shaking the heavens. Its 4 paws stomped the void. As it charged towards that small figure ahead, it indeed looks decent, but it's still far from enough. Jiang Yuxian whispered at the corner of his mouth. The 5 fingers of his right hand clenched tightly into a fist, and relying solely on his physical body's strength, he smashed fiercely down upon that fierce tiger phantom. A-oh-oh-oh roar, accompanied by a sorrowful wail. The fierce tiger phantom exploded instantly, shattering into scattered fragments of light, flying in all directions. Terrifying shattered energy agitated the surroundings, stirring up monstrous waves in the void. The peerless sharpness pierced through everything. Surrounding vegetation was completely shredded into pieces. Massive boulders on the stone wall shattered, and plummeted down with a crash. Amidst this boundless raging tide, the little boy was directly blown away, tumbling along the ground for over a dozen zhang. By the time he stopped, he lay sprawled on the ground, having eaten a mouthful of dirt. What the hell kind of physical body is this? How can it be so freakish? The little boy cursed under his breath. He could never have imagined that a guy much smaller than himself could have such a ferocious physical body, able to endure a divine ability head-on. And after all that, he was completely fine. Look, he's raising his small fist again, charging towards him like a wild bull. Come again. Jiang Yuxian shouted loudly, chasing the little boy down like catching a cicada in 8 steps, raising his hand to smash. I don't believe I can't even defeat a little squirt like you. 9 divine wheels, rise for me. The little boy yelled. Suddenly, 9 massive divine wheels rose from behind him. Blazing golden light filled the sky, reflecting everything nearby in a sea of gold. This mountainous wilderness was already beyond the area covered by the sacred artifact, so he could utilize all his power. In a split second, 1 divine wheel flew towards the charging Jiang Yuxian, bombarding him swiftly and fiercely, followed closely by the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Each divine wheel seemed to contain the might to destroy everything, crushing the void with rumbling sounds. Its momentum raging, earth-shattering. In contrast, Jiang Yuxian appeared incredibly tiny and insignificant. Your strength is quite good, but it's still far from enough. Jiang Yuxian chuckled softly, pushing off with both legs. His figure swept forward wildly. Then he threw a violent punch, landing heavily on the first divine wheel. Boom! Another loud bang echoed. This divine wheel shot back at an even faster speed, like a huge mountain flying across the sky. Like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, it flattened a nearby mountain peak into level ground, sending dust and dirt flying. Show me your true strength, or else I'm going to come beat you up. Jiang Yuxian laughed loudly, his immature voice echoing. He was incredibly brave and unmatched. His small fist smashed out, one punch after another. Each time, it knocked a divine wheel flying away. The nearby area shook with loud noises. Rubble flying, the earth shaking and mountains trembling. Not long after, Jiang Yuxian once again stood in front of the little boy. Is your body made of divine iron? Monster. Freak. I'm not fighting anymore, not fighting. If I fight anymore, I'll have to use my trump cards. The little boy cried out strangely, rolled over, and bolted away. He kept muttering under his breath. He was completely defeated. For such a small guy, to have such a terrifying physical body, was truly unimaginable. Too strong. What the hell is there to fight? Better run away quickly.
You still want to run?
I said I would beat you until you couldn't stop crying. Jiang Yuxian said with a smile. He slightly activated the Xing incantation, and grabbed the back of the little boy's collar in an instant. A tiny hand, just like iron pincers, locked him firmly in place. The other hand aimed at the other party's bottom, smacking down continuously. Smack! 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 This is for robbing me. This is for not behaving. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. I was wrong, spare me. In the wilderness, the sounds of scolding and crying for mercy mingled together, spreading very, very far away. But miraculously, both of these voices were still very childish. Jiang Yuxian held down the little boy and gave him a severe beating. His physical body was like divine iron, unparalleled in toughness, and his strength was surprisingly immense, beating the little boy until he wailed loudly. It was quite a while before Jiang Yuxian stopped. Then he thoroughly searched the little boy's body. But unfortunately, he only found one precious herb. It was a 7th grade spiritual grass. The little boy had a face full of resentment. He hadn't been in this place for long, and with great difficulty, he had found a precious herb. Before he could even warm it in his embrace, it was snatched away just like that. What's your name? Jiang Yuxian suddenly glared at him and asked. The little boy shrank his neck, deeply afraid that this ridiculously fierce little guy would start beating him again. Hui Xiaodao. He was trembling with fear, his heart still fluttering with terror. The corner of Jiang Yuxian's mouth twitched fiercely. Backhand scoop? Damn it, what a weird name. He muttered, then turned his head, and ignored Hui Xiaotao, heading off into the distance. Looking at Jiang Yuxian's departing figure, Hui Xiaotao sighed heavily. Everything was fine. Why did he have to provoke such a little guy? This is too brutal. Trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. My precious herb. No way. I need to find someone to help me snatch it back. He muttered to himself indignantly. His figure flashed as he also left the area. Jiang Yuxian came into this place purely just to stroll around blindly. He didn't have much interest in the treasure medicines here. Looting Hui Xiaotao was simply because the latter wanted to rob him. How could he not pay a price? At the same time, regarding his current level of strength, he now had a rough understanding that Hui Xiaotao had a very strong talent, and his cultivation base was not weak either. It's just that he was too young. His methods were not very impressive, and he couldn't take a beating at all. Jiang Yuxian secretly thought to himself, cultivating to the 9th layer of the divine wheel realm at the age of 5 or 6 is absolutely terrifying. But Hui Xiaotao's divine abilities were cultivated only to an average level, and didn't display too much powerful force. Otherwise, wanting to suppress him relying solely on the physical body probably wouldn't have been so easy and relaxed. There should be quite a few people coming into this mountainous wilderness, and many of them are likely in their teens. If he were to face off against those people, he would probably have to expend more effort. Jiang Yuxian thought of Qin Yushi, and also Xiao Aoran. These people were all high-level existences in the spirit accumulation realm, with extraordinary cultivation bases. Taking advantage of their older age, their methods would definitely be much richer. Making a rough estimation, to form an absolute crush against them, he would probably need to use about 30 to 40% of his strength. Jiang Yuxian, feeling thoroughly bored, took out the spirit fruit he had found, and started munching on it with big bites. And right at this moment, suddenly a miserable scream reached his ears, accompanied by the crazy roaring sound of a ferocious beast. He saw that on a mountain not far away, several figures of young men were flying and rushing down, fleeing madly without stopping. Behind those people, a massive barbaric bear 3 zhang tall was in hot pursuit. The barbaric bear's whole body was pitch black like ink. Only a pair of eyes were crimson like blood, gleaming with terrifying baleful cold light. Its fangs were dense and sharp, hanging down like sharp swords. While running, its 4 huge bare paws shattered the mountain rocks, making the earth shake and mountains tremble, as if there was a minor earthquake. This is a tier 5 ferocious beast, the crimson-eyed savage bear. Run quickly! Someone among the fleeing group shouted loudly. Several figures simultaneously rode their divine wheels, soaring up into the sky, attempting to shake off the pursuit. Suddenly that savage bear let out a violent roar. Its pair of hind paws forcefully exerted power, leaping up into the air, jumping hundreds of zhang high into the sky, instantly catching up right behind a young man. Its huge bare paw, like a massively thick door panel, ruthlessly slammed down. Bang bang bang. The 3 divine wheels behind that young man were like paper paste, instantly shattering, turning into sky-filling energy fragments and dispersing outwards. Pfft! That young man opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood. His complexion brushed pale in an instant. The divine wheel is connected to the body. The 3 divine wheels exploding all at once caused him to suffer severe injuries. At the same time, his figure flying in midair also plummeted sharply, heavily smashing onto the mountain. The crimson-eyed savage bear roared madly without stopping. After one strike it fell from the void, spread its 4 limbs and rushed to the young man's side. Oh no! Lu Qing, quickly activate your talisman to leave this place. The companions above turned their heads, their expressions changing in horror, loudly reminding him, but it was already too late. The young man named Lu Qing had a terrified gaze. He had just taken the talisman into his hand, and hadn't yet had the time to activate it, before seeing a massive bear paw press down, only hearing a squelch sound. By the time the bear paw lifted, only a patch of minced meat was left on the ground. Blood flowed all over the floor. Damn it! The 4 people left above rode their divine wheels and flew into the distance, cursing furiously. The crimson-eyed savage bear on the mountain roared for a while again, then turned its head and walked back into the mountain forest. Is the ancient heaven sect crazy? To actually let a tier 5 ferocious beast guard here? They're not crazy. That treasure medicine on the mountain is of the 9th grade. Having a tier 5 ferocious beast guard it is exactly to let those most outstanding individuals go and take it. We don't have this strength. It's better not to go seek death. We finally managed to discover a 9th grade treasure medicine with great difficulty. Yet we actually can't get our hands on it. It's too hateful. That young man gritted his teeth. They were all in the divine wheel realm, and their talents were not weak either. But there was still a huge gap from the very top. A tier, Wu ferocious beast, is equivalent to the spirit accumulation realm of human cultivators. It's just that many walking beasts, limited by their innate talent, can only truly fly upon reaching tier 6. Otherwise these people, I'm afraid not a single one of them would survive today. The world of cultivators is indeed cruel after all. Seeing these situations, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but sigh with slight emotion. He had long heard that the ancient heaven sex assessment would be dangerous, but he never thought he would witness it so soon. A living young man just died a violent death like that. Not even a bone fragment was left behind. Truly too tragic. A tier 5 ferocious beast guarding a 9th grade treasure medicine. Quite interesting. Let's go take a look. After thinking about it, Jiang Yuxian stepped up the mountain, following the direction that savage bear had left. A 9th grade treasure medicine isn't bad either. Let's see what category it is. What if it's one with a good taste? His figure of course also fell into the eyes of those few young men above. There's a little brat over there. What is he trying to do? Could it be he's preparing to deal with the crimson-eyed savage bear and pluck the 9th grade treasure medicine? The few people were extremely shocked. Their pairs of eyes wished they could bulge wider than copper bells. They simply couldn't believe what they were seeing. Such a tiny child actually went up the mountain alone. My God, is he even 2 years old? This is truly insane, right? The crimson-eyed savage bear will probably crush him to death with a single finger. The young men exclaimed in shock. But a moment later realization dawned in their hearts. And they all began to sneer. Who cares what he does? Such a small little thing. Isn't even enough to fill the gaps in the crimson-eyed savage bear's teeth. Let's go find those true geniuses right now. And have them come here to deal with this tier 5 ferocious beast. Even if we can't get the 9th grade treasure medicine. Exchanging this information for an 8th grade treasure medicine is still worth it. The few of them plotted for a bit. Then flew away. And not long after. When Jiang Yuxian crossed through an old forest, he saw a huge cave appear ahead. Hazy precious light emitted from within. Several green leaves swayed, continuously absorbing the essence energy of heaven and earth and sending it into its root stalk. A spirit ginseng. This is actually quite a good item. Jiang Yuxian's eyes lit up. He planned to pluck that spirit ginseng. It was just that inside the cave. A pair of eyes flashing with bloodlight were now staring tightly at him. Watching Jiang Yuxian step closer step by step, the crimson-eyed savage bear let out low growls from inside the cave, wanting to intimidate him into retreating with this. Big dumb bear, you better not move. Otherwise I will beat you to death. Jiang Yuxian said softly. His footsteps did not stop, gradually closing in on the cave. Right at this moment, the savage bear was suddenly heard letting out a violent roar. Its 3 zhang tall body fiercely pounced out. With every step it stomped down, it triggered intense roaring of the earth. The savage bear opened its huge mouth, roaring continuously. A foul wind rushed at his face. Its body was like a small mountain, carrying an exceptionally ferocious sense of oppression. At the same time, a huge bear paw was raised. Blood-colored light rippled across its surface, fluctuating with a vigorous and matchless aura. Just like that towards Jiang Yuxian's tiny body. It fiercely slapped down. Buzz buzz buzz. The void flipped with continuous distorting ripples. That terrifying bear paw was as if it could smash a mountain peak into fine powder. Incomparably dreadful. The aura of the crimson-eyed savage bear made Jiang Yuxian slightly narrow his eyes. A tier 5 ferocious beast is equivalent to the human spirit accumulation realm. Then let me see just how strong the strength of the spirit accumulation realm really is. Divine elephant suppressing prison power. He suddenly let out a long shout. The power inside his body boiled up like a vast ocean. 840 million particles lit up simultaneously. The giant elephant seeds roared, shaking the heavens. That vast might permeated the 9 heavens, causing the vast sky to tremble because of it. Jiang Yuxian's entire body glowed. His precious body was crystal clear, like primeval divine gold, like purgatory refined iron. His legs exerted force in an instant. His tiny body fluctuated with incomparably majestic power. Just as the crimson-eyed savage bear rushed in front of him, he brazenly collided with it. Boom! It was like 2 massive mountains crashing into each other. A wave of invisible ripples instantly dispersed, turning into incomparably sharp astral blades, sweeping and killing in all directions, destroying everything. Amidst a series of sounds, countless surrounding trees were horizontally sliced and fell to the ground. The rocks above the cave also cracked open a split several zhang deep. A whir-roar. The crimson-eyed savage bear let out bouts of sorrowful wails. Its tall and big body rolled away like a gourd, and then crashed onto the mountain wall, triggering a massive tremor. Blocks of huge boulders fell from the mountain top, smashing deep pits into the ground, blocking half of the cave entrance. This power seems to be just SOSO. Jiang Yuxian's body didn't retreat a single step. He felt slightly surprised. This crimson-eyed savage bear is famous for its strength, and isn't good at other attacks. But in front of his divine elephant suppressing prison power, it still appeared insufficient to look at. That's true. This is after all just an ordinary ferocious beast. It's roughly around the first few layers of the spirit accumulation realm. If it were a ferocious beast with a powerful bloodline, perhaps it would take a bit of effort. Jiang Yuxian suddenly thought this way. The absolute peerless geniuses among human cultivators, with a spirit accumulation realm cultivation base, can definitely fight across a major realm. If they were to deal with a savage bear like this, it wouldn't be strenuous either. Sigh, how lonely it is to be invincible. Jiang Yuxian sighed, looking at it this way. Not to mention an ordinary spirit accumulation realm. Even if he faced an existence in the soul fusion realm, he would still be able to beat them up without fail. He no longer overthought it, and once again stepped forward, walking towards the inside of the cave. It was just that the crimson-eyed savage bear couldn't possibly let him go in. The savage bear struggled to climb up, and gathered its strength again to pounce and kill him. I'm not wasting time with you anymore. Jiang Yuxian murmured softly. Right at the instant his voice fell. A vast sword intent was born out of thin air. The crimson-eyed savage bear's body fiercely trembled. Several brilliant sword rays spawned from within its body, breaking through its chest, slashing open flesh and blood. The tall and massive body crashed down. With no more movement, only fresh blood flowed out rolling. Jiang Yuxian activated the flawless sword heart, killing it instantly. He didn't take another look at the savage bear, immediately stepping into the cave, and dug out that spirit ginseng. This spirit ginseng is really not small. It's about 2 inches long, completely snow-white, warm and smooth like jade, diffusing a sweet-smelling aura. With hazy precious light, it can barely serve as a decent snack. Jiang Yuxian smiled, hugged the spirit ginseng and went down the mountain, then found a pool of clear spring water, and washed it completely clean, plunked his butt down on a large rock nearby, raised the spirit ginseng and prepared to stuff it into his mouth. But suddenly an exclamation interrupted his action. A 9th-grade snow jade ginseng. Jiang Yuxian looked up, and saw a 13 or 14-year-old boy walking towards him with an astonished expression. This young man was dressed in a white robe, with a slender and tall figure, graceful as jade, and an extraordinary bearing. His mouth carried a faint smile, but in the depths of his eyes there was unconcealable shock. Obviously in this wilderness, seeing such a tiny child made him extremely surprised. This little brother, your spirit ginseng is pretty good. Where did you pick it? The young man collected his thoughts a bit, put on an indifferent expression, came in front of Jiang Yuxian and asked with a smile. Jiang Yuxian glanced at him, and responded extremely crisply. None of your damn business. The young man's expression instantly stiffened. He was actually rebuffed by a little guy. But after a slight movement of his mind, he restored his previous indifferent appearance once again. He pointed at the spirit ginseng in Jiang Yuxian's hands. Hello little brother. My name is Feng Wuchou. Your spirit ginseng is pretty good. I'd like to use other treasure medicine to trade with you. What do you think? He flipped his wrist, and a spirit ginseng also appeared in his hand. Furthermore, its size was extremely huge, like a big wooden club. It was about 3 feet long. Propped on the ground, it was taller than Jiang Yuxian's height. Little brother, look. Although my spirit ginseng is slightly lower in grade, its size is much bigger than yours. If you like it, we can swap. You won't be losing out either. Feng Wuchou had a graceful bearing with a light smile. But the words he spoke made 2 dark lines instantly drop down Jiang Yuxian's forehead. What the F Xinghal CK? You call this AF Xinghal King Spirit Ginseng? Even white radishes in people's fields can't grow this big, right? And you say the grade is about the same as mine? Do you really think I don't know my stuff? That is clearly a 3rd-grade spirit herb. And you want to trade it for my 9th-grade spirit ginseng? Are you burning up with a fever? Really treating me like a child to be coaxed? This scammer. His little face immediately darkened, and he spoke coldly. Not trading. Feng Wuchou wasn't annoyed either, maintaining a smiling appearance all along. Jiang Yuxian completely ignored him from then on. Hugging the spirit ginseng, he first gnawed a circle around the outside. After spitting out the skin, he then beautifully took a large bite. The expression on Feng Wuchou's face stiffened again. His whole person instantly felt unwell. A 9th-grade spirit herb. You're just eating it by gnawing like this. Gnawing it is one thing. But King spit out the skin too. Cows chewing peonies, what a reckless waste of God's good gifts. He almost went berserk, itching to jump up and hurl abuse. Is this how spirit ginseng is eaten? Where did this kid come from? Why are the things he does so infuriating? Don't you think you're very noisy? Jiang Yuxian's little face was icy cold, as he looked at Feng Wuchou and said. He didn't want to pay attention to this scammer. Hopped down from the giant rock, turned his head and walked elsewhere. But before he could even take 2 steps, he heard a sound of tearing the air surge up behind his head, carrying a howling wild wind. At the same time, there was also the sound of Feng Wuchou speaking. You little brat, you're ruining things too much. Since that's the case, it's better if I take it. Go down for me. Without knowing when, Feng Wuchou had picked up a thick and sturdy wooden club in his hand, like a pillar, and swung it down towards the back of Jiang Yuxian's head. The big club in Feng Wuchou's hand was just an ordinary spirit wood, but he used a little bit of spirit energy, swinging it with formidable wind, seeking only one strike, to knock out the little brat in front of him, and then take away that snow jade ginseng. It's a pity it was bitten once by the little brat, but at any rate it was still a 9th-grade treasure medicine, and still had great uses. However, following a loud bang, he saw a patch of brilliant spirit energy light ripple open from the back of the child's head, turning into a thick shield of light. The wooden club smashed onto it and shattered in response, turning into a floor of powder. Following that, the little guy slowly turned around and looked deeply at him.
He didn't fall from that?
Feng Wuchou was shocked. A little thing that looked like he wasn't even 2 years old yet actually had such majestic spirit energy inside his body. He himself was in the spirit accumulation realm. His power was so massive. Even if he only used a very small amount of spirit energy, it still shouldn't be something such a small child could withstand. Yet contrary to expectations, the little guy was completely fine. Instead, after turning around, he raised the spirit ginseng and took another bite. Feng Wuchou's mouth twitched uncontrollably. What kind of weirdo had he run into? You sneak attack me. Jiang Yuxian pulled a long face, speaking while chewing. The spirit energy in his body instantly erupted with a thunderous roar. Closely following, he pointed out a finger. A pitch-black as ink finger imprint rose through the air, expanding against the wind. In an instant, it turned into the size of a mountain peak, carrying a heavy and unparalleled mighty presence. It brazenly shot through the air to kill. In Feng Wuchou's eyes, it was like a pillar holding up the heavens collapsing down, and ruthlessly smashed onto his body. That finger imprint carried Feng Wuchou's body, and directly stamped him onto a large mountain behind. Smoke and dust flew up. Loose rocks pierced the air. Endless vegetation was crushed and destroyed. This patch of void seemed to be gripped by a palm, fiercely shaking and trembling non-stop. When everything calmed down, a large hole several zhang deep appeared on the mountain rock. Feng Wuchou was firmly embedded right on the stone wall. His aura fluctuated and his robes were shattered. His whole person looked unbearably wretched. The bones all over his body felt like they were smashed into countless pieces. Incomparably agonizing. Jiang Yuxian dashed close, dug him out from inside the stone, and threw him onto the ground. If it weren't for the fact that you just wanted to knock me out earlier, and held back, you would already be a dead man now. Jiang Yuxian said coldly. He certainly knew Feng Wuchou had no intention of killing him. Otherwise, with one unrestrained strike of his great desolate heaven-imprisoning finger going down, it would be impossible for him to still be conscious. At the very least, he would have lost more than half his life. Listening to Jiang Yuxian's words, Feng Wuchou's face fell, feeling endlessly depressed. Where did this fierce child come from? How could he be so strong? That divine ability just now was too terrifying. He was after all at the 8th layer of the spirit accumulation realm. Yet he was actually knocked flat by a little brat. How unlucky can one get? But fortunately, after carefully sensing it for a moment, he actually didn't suffer too severe of an injury, and had no major problems. However, Jiang Yuxian clearly didn't intend to let him off just like that. It's impolite not to return what one receives. Since you sneak attacked me, then I definitely have to return the favor. Jiang Yuxian spoke like this. He flipped Feng Wuchou over, face down, back up. Then he scooped up a somewhat flat rock from the ground, like a brick. After wrapping it with spirit energy, he heavily slammed it onto the back of Feng Wuchou's head. Feng Wuchou cried out in pain, but did not pass out. Jiang Yuxian raised his gaze slightly, and so he slammed it again. With a yelp, Feng Wuchou rolled his eyes back, and thoroughly fainted. We're even. Only then did Jiang Yuxian satisfiedly throw away the rock, and patted his small hands. Over 10 miles away from this place, a group of 5 young men walked shoulder to shoulder. They were all experts at the initial stage of the spirit accumulation realm. In this wilderness, even if they couldn't compete with the minority of peak geniuses, but by joining hands with each other, they could pretty much walk unhindered in this place. They hadn't been here for long, but their gains were not bad either. Just a moment ago, within the mountains ahead, a terrifying pitch-black finger imprint moved through the air, letting out a world-destroying explosive sound, causing them to be greatly shocked. Someone is fighting. Looking at that aura, it's absolutely one of those few top-tier geniuses, using such a terrifying divine ability. It's definitely a fearful massive battle. Let's go take a look. Maybe we can pick up some cheap advantages, you never know. The leading youth looked around 16 years old, tall and big in stature, robust in build, holding a large halberd in hand. He rushed out first, leading the rest of them towards that direction. Inside the finger-shaped large hole, Jiang Yuxian thoroughly searched Feng Wuchou's body, and found a storage bag. There were quite a lot of spirit herbs inside. adding up to over 100 stalks. But mostly their grades weren't high. The ones that could be considered alright were just 2 8th grade stalks and 1 9th grade stalk. But what made Jiang Yuxian displeased was these treasure medicines weren't the kind with a good taste. He didn't like eating them. Besides this, there were also some weapons, similarly not of high grade. After all, normally speaking, the precious artifacts that cultivators cultivate together with their original life would all be placed into their divine wheels to be nourished at all times. Jiang Yuxian poured everything out and threw them on the ground like throwing garbage. Except for a few lower-grade treasure medicines with a slightly better taste. He didn't fancy the rest at all. Not even a decent thing to eat. Life is too bitter. Gnawing on treasure medicines every single day. It really has no flavor. Jiang Yuxian sighed and moaned. Gnawing on the spirit ginseng in his hand, he strolled outwards. Then his advancing footsteps suddenly paused. A flash of inspiration crossed his mind. That savage bear I slaughtered earlier, can it be eaten? He slapped his head and pulled his legs to rush back up to the mountain peak. The corpse of the crimson-eyed savage bear was still there. Jiang Yuxian immediately grinned, smiling incredibly happily. Such big bear paws. There are exactly 4 of them. This is absolutely good stuff. And the bear kidneys. Absolutely highly nourishing. I'm so silly, why did I only think of eating meat today? Jiang Yuxian didn't even think. His tiny figure, dragging the 3-story-high savage bear corpse, rushed down the mountain. He returned to the side of that spirit spring, planning to wash and skin the savage bear clean here. Jiang Yuxian was incomparably excited. It's really been so long since I ate meat. For over a year. Constantly cultivating. It's truly been too hard. Today I must definitely make a giant delicious meal. Properly indulge in some meat. And reward my own little belly. I'm missing a knife. Jiang Yuxian threw the savage bear to the side. And with a few leaps returned next to Feng Wuchou. His small figure squatted in the garbage pile and started searching. It was exactly at this time. A group of 5 figures sped over from the distance. During the process of advancing, their expressions were already shaken. As they sized up this area with incomparable horror, they saw on the mountain wall not far away a massive crater opened up by a divine ability. Coming a bit closer, they also saw the corpse of a crimson-eyed savage bear lying on the ground, lifeless. What a terrifying grand battle. It must have been an absolute peerless genius making a move to have such might. The crimson-eyed savage bear is a tier 5 ferocious beast. Its flesh is hard as iron, and its strength is exceptionally huge. Wanting to kill it is definitely not easy. The savage bear must be the guardian beast of a high-grade spirit herb. But it's already dead. Who knows what kind of spirit herb that was? And who managed to get it? The 5 people felt amazed in their hearts, but also a bit disappointed. Originally they were still thinking if they could pick up a bargain. Who would have thought the battle was already completely over? No look inside the crater. When they truly set foot on this battlefield, they saw an even more miraculous scene. Inside the crater, a young man was lying on the ground, passed out dead. While on the ground next to him lay scattered a floor full of treasures. There were precious artifacts. There were treasure medicines. Brilliance radiating in waves. Might manifesting impressively. Fragrance filling the wild. And hazy precious light. And at this time, a little brat who looked roughly 2 years old was squatting amidst a pile of precious artifacts and treasure medicines, rummaging for something. The 5 young men were instantly stunned. What did they just see? That's a whole pile of precious artifacts and treasure medicines. 2 8th grade treasure medicines. 1 9th grade. Over 10 stalks of 7th grade or above. And the rest adding up to over 100. There were also 7th and 8th grade precious artifacts, featuring knives, swords, and cauldrons. Of all sorts and varieties. Just piled up right there. That person lying on the ground must be the young genius who just killed the crimson-eyed savage bear. He exhausted his strength and passed out dead. Look at the back of his head. Such a huge bump. It must have been slapped out by a careless strike from the crimson-eyed savage bear. This person is too strong. A slap from a tier 5 ferocious beast didn't even kill him. And in the end he successfully counter-killed it. The few people's hearts were filled with shock. Instantly they associated it with many scenarios. A young genius battling a tier 2 ferocious beast. Earth-shattering and heaven-shaking. The youth was ultimately superior in skill. A divine ability struck out, shaking the void, blasting a terrifying crater into the mountain wall, killing the ferocious beast, and passing out himself as well. And then, A tiny baby the size of a bean passed by here. And picked up a heaven-sized bargain. He looted that genius. All the things inside the storage bag were all poured out and laid on the ground. It's too tempting. We come from small prominent families. Wanting a tier 6 weapon is extremely difficult. We hardly even dare to think about a 7th grade treasure medicine. But there's actually so much here. There are even 8th grade and 9th grade ones. The 5 youths were extremely green-eyed with envy. If they could get their hands on this many treasures, they would be rich. It was just that they came a step too late. And were beaten to the punch by a little brat. Let's rob him. A purple-clothed youth suddenly spoke up. Hearing this, the other few were quite moved. But at the same time slightly hesitant. He's still just a child.
Is doing this a bit unkind?
If word gets out, people will laugh at us. The leading burly youth frowned and said, "What does that matter? This world is already a place where the weak are prey to the strong. Everything must be fought for by oneself. Besides, isn't that little brat also looting someone else?" The youth with the halberd only then nodded his head. The precious artifacts and treasure medicines were too enticing. They couldn't just miss this. Since that's the case, then let's rob this little brat. Hold back a bit when making a move. Do not harm his life. For this little thing to be able to enter here, his talent must be very strong. He might even be from some major clan. He might even have long been internally selected by the ancient heaven sect. We'll just snatch the things. Absolutely do not provoke any disaster. The leading halberd youth exhorted. The few people no longer hesitated. And took large strides walking towards the finger-shaped crater. At this time, Jiang Yuxian had already from the pile of scraps found a pretty good short knife, and was just preparing to go out and tidy up the savage bear. When suddenly, he saw 5 figures outflanking him from all sides. He saw the leading youth with a large halberd in hand. Ruthlessly slammed it into the ground. With a loud boom, crushed stones rolled on the stone wall. Smoke and dust on the ground bounced up over 5 feet high. The blade of the halberd flashed with a brilliant cold light. Extremely intimidating. Little guy, put down the things in your hands. And leave here immediately. That youth gave a loud shout, looking exceedingly fierce. The other 4 also had faces full of vicious appearances. Jiang Yuxian's mouth twitched. So I've run into robbers again. Why are all these cultivators I meet
Weirdos one by one?
if not robbing then deceiving?
Can't you guys do something proper?
His expression remained unmoved. As he spoke in a milky childish voice. Sure, but I have a condition. Obviously those few people opposite were also taken aback for a moment. Never expecting that this little brat would actually start negotiating conditions with them. What condition? The purple-clothed youth raised his eyebrows and asked. Hand over all the treasure medicine on your bodies. And I'll leave right away. Jiang Yuxian answered. Hearing this, all 5 youths were dumbfounded. What is this situation? This little brat.
You haven't gotten it backwards, have you?
We are the ones looting you. Not asking you to come loot us. Several black lines popped up on the foreheads of the few at the same time. Their mouths twitching uncontrollably. In a blink of an eye they all couldn't help but laugh involuntarily. This little baby is quite arrogant. No time to talk nonsense with you. Hurry up and leave, otherwise we'll beat you up first. And then throw you out. The purple-clothed youth suddenly stepped forward. Behind him fiercely rose a golden light radiating divine wheel. And inside this divine wheel, a stream of purple divine flame leaped vigorously, releasing incomparably blazing heat. The surrounding void twisted and deformed under its burning. Divine wheel accumulating true spirit. That was precisely the symbol of the spirit accumulation realm. Han Xian, throw him a bit further away. But be a little careful. Don't really let the purple nether heaven-burning flame hurt him. Seeing him preparing to make a move, the halberd youth hurriedly reminded. Rest assured. Dealing with such a little brat, I still have this bit of discretion. Han Xian said. He stared tightly at Jiang Yuxian. And continued to speak in a deep voice. Little guy, are you leaving or not? If you don't leave, I'm really going to beat you up. The purple nether heaven-burning flame spewed fire, turning into a fire dragon several zhang long, sweeping and dancing in the void, as if it could burn everything to empty, combusting and destroying all things. Its momentum was extremely terrifying. The terrifying mighty power surged. The stone wall next to it turned crimson red, melting and flowing. Jiang Yuxian quietly watched this scene. He wasn't scared in the slightest. It wasn't as if he hadn't beaten up a spirit accumulation realm before. Isn't there one still lying right by my feet? That guy Feng Wucho was even at the 8th layer of the spirit accumulation realm. The 5 youths in front of him were obviously far inferior to him. A child as kind-hearted as me has always believed in convincing people with virtue. You guys are too much. Jiang Yuxian curled his lips and said lightly. The halberd youth and the others were all amused by his words. A guy so young yet so articulate was truly something seen for the first time.
Convincing people with virtue?
You little brat. What virtue could you possibly have?
One of them asked with a smile.
Jiang Yuxian replied to his question with a serious face. Martial virtue. When these 2 words popped out of his mouth, his small body abruptly leaped up. A pair of saws stepping onto the void, flashing out a patch of complex and profound runes. The word movement formula was activated, making Jiang Yuxian's figure become incomparably bizarre. Taking a few steps out, he bypassed the coverage range of the purple nether heaven-burning flame, and in one fell swoop rushed in front of Han Xian. This. The 5 youths' expressions changed in horror. But before they had time to have more reactions, they saw that little brat raise his fist and smash. A tiny fist blasted straight onto Han Xian's body. With a loud ah scream, Han Xian instantly shot backward, like a strong arrow leaving the bowstring, in an instant flying out over a dozen miles. The purple nether heaven-burning flame collapsed on the spot. The mouths of the halberd youth and the others collectively opened into perfect circles. Looking at the direction Han Xian flew backward, and then looking at the little brat in front of them, their hearts held indescribable shock. An expert at the 3rd layer of the spirit accumulation realm was actually sent flying by a punch from such a tiny thing.
This wasn't a joke, right?
What are you all dazing off for? Come. Let me properly explain to you guys what it means to convince people with virtue. Jiang Yuxian didn't stop. His small figure was like a true dragon emerging from a ravine, fiercely brave and without peer, charging into the midst of the halberd youth and the others. Moving as swift as a bounding hare or a swooping magpie, his small hands waved continuously. Fists smashed out making the void vibrate. Before even a short while had passed, the halberd youth and the others were all knocked down, wailing while lying on the ground. The 4 youths lay on the ground rolling back and forth, crying out in pain endlessly, only feeling as if their internal organs were all going to shatter, churning like overturning rivers and seas wave after wave. Is this really just a little brat? The 5 of them at the initial stage of the spirit accumulation realm actually didn't even last a single round in his hands. Knocked down with 1 punch per person. It was simply unreasonably easy. Just what kind of F***king monster did they provoke? After Jiang Yuxian looted a few good-tasting treasure medicines from their bodies, he ignored them from then on, stepping right over their bodies. He carried the short knife and walked out of the crater. He was going to prepare to dig into his meal. After a whole bout of busy work, he finally cut off 1 bare paw, washed and skinned it clean, and then found quite a lot of branches and firewood, skewered the huge bare paw on it, scored it with a crosshatch pattern, and started roasting the meat. Barbecue the taste of memories. Jiang Yuxian roasted it, while continuously drooling. He was already somewhat unable to wait. It was just that what he didn't expect was, after roasting this bare paw for half the day, surprisingly no fragrance came out at all. Even the flesh and skin only curled up slightly. There wasn't even a tiny bit of burnt smell. Ferocious beast meat, is this hard to roast? Jiang Yuxian was so anxious his eyes went wide. If this situation continues, I won't be able to eat meat even if I roast it until tomorrow. This is too frustrating. So distressed, he gradually became a bit agitated. The crimson-eyed savage bear was a tier 5 ferocious beast. When it was alive, even if it stood there and let this kind of fire burn it, I'm afraid not even its fur would be damaged. Now with its bare paw cut off, naturally it wasn't that easy to roast fully cooked. This truly made Jiang Yuxian incredibly anxious. Being busy for so long, yet still not able to eat a mouthful of meat. This is too pitiful. His little face fell, feeling extremely uncomfortable in his heart. But right at a certain moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck him. I've got it. Jiang Yuxian's eyes also grew brighter and brighter. A smile also resurfaced on his face. Immediately his figure leaped, and rushed back into that crater again, dragged the halberd youth and the others out, and brought them next to the roasting rack. You 4 watch over here. I'll go and be right back. Absolutely do not let anyone touch my roast meat. If you dare to run away, next time I see you I'll beat you up every single time. Jiang Yuxian said viciously. Immediately, he vanished like a wisp of smoke again. The four youths including the halberd one had faces that were both bewildered and bitter. Just what kind of sins had they committed? To be beaten up by a baby, who looked at most 2 years old. That was one thing. But now they were even drafted as laborers. It truly was an unlucky year. That person inside. And this savage bear. Could it be?
Could it be that he did all of this?
One of the youths suddenly thought of something. And uttered such words. The other three were greatly shocked upon hearing this. Their eyes widened like wild bulls. It's not impossible. That little guy is so powerful. The 5 of us didn't even put up a decent resistance before being knocked down. Within the 3,000 Dao domains. When did such a ferocious little guy appear? Why have we never heard of him? This is far too terrifying. If we had known that little thing was so fierce, they would have beaten us to death, and we wouldn't have dared to go rob him. We wouldn't even dare to entertain the thought. How is that a child? He's completely a little demon king, okay? The 4 struggled internally for quite a while. They indeed thought about just fleeing away. But upon thinking of the words the little demon king said before leaving, they couldn't help but collectively shudder again. We better just wait here. Fortunately, the few of us aren't facing a fatal disaster. Poor Han Xian, who knows if he's alive or dead. Another youth said with a bitter smile. That little demon king didn't deliver a killing blow. He should be fine. The halberd youth shook his head and said. And just as the few were speaking, only a swish sound was heard. A figure flashed. That little brat came back. And in his hand, dragging another person just like dragging a dead dog. Was it not Han Xian who had been blasted away? At this time he also had a sickly pale face. His whole person looked utterly wilted and listless. Completely dispirited. Needless to say his heart had definitely suffered an unimaginable blow. But upon seeing the halberd youth and the others, his expression only then recovered slightly. Seeing that he had no major injuries, the few also simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. Little Demon King. Wait, no, little brother. It was us having eyes but failing to recognize Mount Tai. Offending you. You see, you've already taken the treasure medicine. How about you as a great man with a great heart?
Just let us go.
One youth squeezed out a smiling face and said. Right, you have a great heart. Don't bicker with us. The other few people also couldn't stop nodding their heads. But while speaking their faces were full of shame. The 5 of them teenagers in their 10s. Actually confessing their faults and begging for mercy from a little bean sprout. If word got out they were afraid people would laugh their teeth off. But they had no choice. People under the eaves have no choice but to bow their heads. Including Han Xian at this moment, who was thrown on the ground. Also tried hard to make his expression gentler and reveal a smile, hoping the ferocious child in front of him could show some leniency. Jiang Yuxian glanced at him lightly and completely ignored him. He dragged Han Xian and threw him in front of the roasting rack with a toss, pointing at that massive bear paw. Don't you have some kind of purple nether heaven burning flame? Roast this bear paw fully cooked for me. Jiang Yuxian commanded. The smile on Han Xian's face instantly stiffened. The 4 youths including the halberd one were also dumbfounded at the exact same time. What did this little demon king just say? Roast meat? And use the purple nether heaven burning flame? Especially Han Xian. His face instantly turned green. This. I worked so hard to find the flame spirit root of the purple nether heaven burning flame. Nourished it into the divine wheel to turn it into a true spirit. It was originally an extremely powerful method against enemies. But now, you actually want me to make roast meat for you. Are you King humiliating me on purpose? What, you're not willing? That's fine too. I have a way to make you willing. Jiang Yuxian sneered. Raised his little fist. Han Xian abruptly shrank his neck. The fierce might of this little guy was still right before his eyes. He definitely didn't want to take another hit. The circumstances were stronger than the person. There was no other way.
Isn't it just roasting meat? Can't I just roast it?
He walked up to the roasting rack reluctantly. Behind him, the divine wheel rose into the air with a boom. The purple nether heaven-burning flame emerged, releasing an incomparably terrifying temperature that was unbearably blazing. Good, this is how it should be. Such a good flame. What a pity it would be not to use it to roast meat. This heavy responsibility belongs to none other than you. Jiang Yuxian clapped his little hands. Extremely happy. Finally able to roast the bear paws. He voiced his urging. Han Xian didn't dare to disobey the meaning of this little demon king. The spiritual power within his body circulated with a boom. surging like a long river, pouring into the divine wheel. A stream of purple nether heaven-burning flame spewed out, instantly covering the huge bear paw within it. A strong aroma of meat drifted out. Jiang Yuxian rubbed his palms, feeling extra excited. Finally able to eat meat. But before even the time of a breath had passed, he smelled a pungent burnt odor. "It's overcooked, stop quickly," he shouted in a hurry. Han Xian also quickly withdrew the purple nether heaven-burning flame. However, it was already too late. He only saw the massive bear paw on the roasting rack was now a blackened mess, shrunk by half, right under the gazes of the few people. Only a crisp crack sound was heard. The entire bear paw fell onto the ground, shattering into a floor of charcoal, emitting wisps of green smoke. Jiang Yuxian was stunned for quite a while. His little face grew longer and longer. Jiang Yuxian's little face was even blacker than the shattered charcoal on the ground. A perfectly good bear paw was actually roasted into this kind of state. Control the heat. Do you understand heat control? You're a spirit accumulation realm expert at any rate. Can't you even grasp this little bit of measure? He roared loudly, flustered and exasperated. Han Xian shrank his neck, feeling an indescribable grievance in his heart. The purple nether heaven-burning flame is used against enemies. Do you really think it's specifically for making barbecue? Heat control my foot. But these words absolutely could not be spoken aloud. The halberd youth and the other three also didn't dare to make a sound, looking fearfully at that little demon king. Jiang Yuxian glared at them fiercely. "What are you still standing there in a daze for? Roast it again. Do you expect me to do it myself?" Jiang Yuxian pointed at the savage bear on the ground, and roared fiercely. The bodies of the 5 people trembled at the same time, feeling incredibly angry in their hearts. "We are all outstanding junior talents with exceptional gifts, other than the many sacred grounds and great sects. Wherever we go, are we not admired and sought after by countless people? Yet you order us around like this, to do your chores. Anger. It's just." When meeting that pair of eyes of the little demon king, the complaints at the bottom of their hearts vanished into thin air in an instant. So afraid this little thing would talk to them about martial virtue again. The few of them were completely unwilling and reluctant, forced with no choice but to start getting busy. It wasn't long before the second bear paw was mounted up. This time Han Xian became extremely careful, meticulously controlling the firepower. The halberd youth was named Yang Xiao, specifically in charge of turning the roasting rack. Jiang Yuxian appointed himself as the chief roasting officer, sitting imposing and casually on a rock, crossing his legs and pointing here and there, seriously supervising the roasting. Finally that bear paw started to sizzle with oil, glossy, smooth and shiny with oil. Waves of meat aroma drifted out. Jiang Yuxian continuously twitched his nose, with a face full of enjoyment. The meat wasn't even cooked yet, but he anxiously bounced over, and kept pacing around the roasting rack. After waiting for it to be fully cooked, he couldn't wait any longer. With a tear from his little hand, he ripped a large piece of meat off the bear paw, and threw it into his mouth. Not afraid of the heat at all. Wow, so delicious. Jiang Yuxian chewed the meat in big bites, squinting his eyes in happiness. As expected of the bear paw of a tier 5 savage bear, it's simply too fragrant. Biting into it, every granule of meat exploded in the mouth. Both bouncy and glutinous. Not greasy at all. It's somewhat close to the taste in my memory. It's just missing a bit of soul. Jiang Yuxian sighed with emotion while eating. Without seasonings like cumin powder, pepper powder, and chili powder, it is not a qualified barbecue. But at this moment, where could he find these things? Jiang Yuxian ate happily. Just in a certain instant he was suddenly enlightened. His eyeballs darted rapidly a few times. Couldn't treasure medicines be used as seasonings? There are so many varieties. There is bound to be a suitable one. A plan came to his mind. Without any delay, he dropped the meat in his hands and jumped in front of the 5 people, including Yang Xiao and Han Xian, asking them for spirit herbs. These few people had been looted once before. But Jiang Yuxian didn't take those bad-tasting treasure medicines. They were still on their bodies. Seeing that Jiang Yuxian actually went back on his word and came to demand them again, one by one they subconsciously covered their storage bags. Just some low-grade spirit herbs. Look how stingy it makes you. Jiang Yuxian jumped up and pinned them to the ground, taking away all the treasure medicines. Not only that, even the pile of trash thrown beside Feng Wuchou was completely swept away by him. Then he started to categorize them. What grass is this? It tastes a bit like bay leaf. Keep it.
Good heavens, isn't this star anise?
There are actually spirit herbs that look like this. What branch is this? It can barely serve as cinnamon. Where's the cumin? Where's the Sichuan peppercorn? After busying about for quite a while, he scraped together quite a few seasonings. Among them a type of fruit seed. Had a taste somewhat close to cumin. This made Jiang Yuxian extremely happy, regardless of what grade it was. Without thinking, he used spiritual power to steam it dry, then rubbed it into a handful of powder, and sprinkled it over the bear paw. He then had Han Xian roast it slightly once more, to let the flavors soak into the bear paw. Subsequently smoke curled upwards. An incomparably rich aroma drifted out, filling the 4 fields. The nearby area was completely filled with this aroma. This is the correct way to unlock barbecue awe. Jiang Yuxian's appetite was greatly whetted, and he began to gorge himself with various seasonings. The taste of the barbecue suddenly became much richer. And what was unexpected was, treasure medicines made into seasonings were far more fragrant than ordinary cumin peppercorns and the like. It really is so fragrant. The throats of the 5 people, including Han Xian and Yang Xiao, rolled, swallowing their saliva continuously. This kind of aroma was too tempting. It almost made people cry from craving. Tears of disappointment flowed down from the corners of their mouths. As cultivators, who hasn't eaten treasure medicines and a few ferocious beasts? But they truly had never eaten them like this. Even they couldn't help but want to taste the flavor. However, snatching food from the hands of the little demon king, they didn't have the guts.
Do you want to eat?
Jiang Yuxian looked at them and raised his eyebrows. The few remained silent, only licking their lips. If you want to eat, take it yourselves.
Do you still need me to teach you?
Jiang Yuxian said fiercely. The savage bear was huge. He definitely couldn't finish it in one meal himself. Sharing a little with them was no big deal. After speaking, he tore off another piece for himself, opened his mouth and bit into it, his mouth dripping with oil.
He simply couldn't stop, okay?
The 5 people, including Han Xian and Yang Xiao, deliberated for a moment. And then they couldn't hold back anymore either. Each started grabbing and eating the meat. As soon as the bear paw entered their mouths, they were stunned. How could there be such delicious things in this world? It's so delicious, woo woo woo. The ferocious beast meat I ate before. What on earth was that stuff? To think there is such delicacy in the world. I've lived my previous dozen or so years in vain, woo woo woo. Seeing their appearances, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. They actually cried.
Is it really necessary?
The 5 people, including Yang Xiao and Han Xian, ate for quite a while, realizing that the little demon king didn't seem so ferocious after all. Gradually their courage grew significantly, and they started competing with Jiang Yuxian for the food. Put it all down for me. If you want to eat, go roast some more. Jiang Yuxian slapped their palms away, looking extremely fierce. Cooking smoke rose once again. 5 huge roasting racks were set up in a row. Not only were the bear paws roasted, under Jiang Yuxian's instructions, bear kidneys the size of wash basins were also placed on top. By this time there was no need for him to force them. Han Xian cheerfully busied himself, activating the purple nether heaven-burning flame to roast the meat. The other 4 acted as assistants, imitating Jiang Yuxian. They sprinkled the seasonings on in a decent manner. The intense meat aroma wandered through the void, inside the crater blasted out by the great desolate heaven-imprisoning finger. Feng Wuchou's nose twitched fiercely a few times. He leisurely woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw his storage bag turned upside down. A pile of precious artifacts scattered beside him. But not a single hair of the treasure medicines was left for him. This goddamn ferocious child actually robbed all my treasure medicines. My 9th grade treasure medicine, he cried out in endless sorrow, packing up all the items with a heart full of disappointment. Why does it smell so good? Feng Wuchou was incredibly puzzled. Following the fragrance, he walked out of the crater. A moment later, he saw a hair-raising scene. That little baby who looted him was leading people to make barbecue, and even using a nurtured flame true spirit to roast it. What kind of king operation is this? Is that kind of fierce flame meant to be used like this? Moreover, the sprinkled ingredients on the barbecue. Why do they look so much like spirit herbs? He quickly realized. What do you mean look like? They simply are spirit herbs. Feng Wuchou's eyes bulged. Using treasure medicines as seasonings to roast meat. Are there any more extravagant ways of eating in the 3000 Dao domains? This ferocious child. What on earth did he do? If this matter were spoken of outside, It would absolutely cause the wrath of heaven and resentment of men, alright? But having said that, it is indeed quite fragrant. So mouth-watering. Jiang Yuxian's little belly was like a bottomless pit. He alone ate more than half a bear paw. His belly became perfectly round. But he was still unsatisfied. If only there were a case of beer right now. A bowl of soup would do too. Just as he was thinking this, his gaze caught sight of Feng Wuchou's figure. You're awake. He immediately became happy. With a swish he disappeared from his spot. And darted to Feng Wuchou's side. As soon as he saw the ferocious child rushing towards him, Feng Wuchou subconsciously took a few steps back. And then turned around. Taking to his heels and running. If not leaving now, then when? This little thing is too fierce. Can't afford to provoke him, can't afford it. So what if his numerous treasure medicines were gone? Although it breaks his heart, it's still better than being beaten up by him again. Don't run, let me borrow something from you. Jiang Yuxian shouted from behind. Not lending. Hearing these words, Feng Wuchou only felt a headache. Reaching back to touch it. Good heavens. There was a large bump on the back of his head. Lightly shaking his head. His brains felt like they were wobbling inside. That little brat struck far too ruthlessly. Amidst his thoughts, Feng Wuchou soared into the air, sweeping swiftly towards the distance. But before he had flown even a few miles, his body involuntarily shuddered. He saw right above his head. Another pitch-black finger imprint took shape instantly, like 100,000 grand mountains pressing down, with divine power like an ocean, making the void tremble. That finger imprint just pressed down on him like that. Roar, roar, roar. Without a second thought, Feng Wuchou suddenly blasted out 8 incomparably fierce beast phantoms from his body. These were the true spirits he had nurtured. 8 beasts crossing the sky. Fierce birds and ferocious beasts roaring like thunder. Diffusing a terrifying mighty power capable of destroying mountains and severing peaks. Charging towards the finger imprint to attack. But upon first contact, the 8 fierce beast phantoms, amid a chorus of wails, collapsed and disintegrated one after another. Then, with its remaining momentum undiminished, that finger imprint slammed him down from the high heavens all at once, crashing heavily into the mountainous terrain. Told you not to run, not to run. You just had to force me to take action. Jiang Yuxian leaped continuously a few times, and arrived in front of Feng Wuchou, like dragging a dead dog. He dragged him to the edge of the fire. Yang Xiao Han Xian and the others stared blankly at all this. None of them were not dumbfounded by it. They had guessed previously that the crimson-eyed savage bear and that youth might both have been taken down by this little guy. But they didn't expect it to be so clean and decisive. An 8th-layer spirit accumulation realm was pressed down with a single finger. Too ferocious. Little brat, what exactly do you want? How unlucky am I of all the people to provoke? I just had to provoke such a little thing. Feng Wuchou wanted to cry, but had no tears. Even having the heart to want to die. When did the 3,000 Dao domains pop out such a little monster? Racking his brains to the breaking point. He couldn't figure out which family he belonged to. Even that emperor's son who has been born for half a year. Still in his swaddling clothes. Shouldn't be strong to this extent at 2 years old, right? I remember you have a cauldron on you. Lend it to me to use. Jiang Yuxian looked at him. Reaching out his little hand. He said borrow. But how did that posture have even the slightest intent of begging for a favor? Seeing that he wasn't moving, Jiang Yuxian took action himself, finding a radiant large cauldron from the storage bag. With one look it was clear it was a 6th-grade precious artifact. With extraordinary power. You guys process the savage bear a bit more. Let's simmer a broth. Jiang Yuxian instructed. Han Xian and the other 4 nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Taking the large bones and placing them into the precious cauldron. Starting to boil the soup. Feng Wuchou's mouth twitched severely. His very own 6th-grade precious artifact had actually been reduced to a large pot for stewing soup. Disheartened, he sat to the side, without uttering a single word. Not bad, it's looking more and more decent. Watching the increasingly skilled operations of Han Xian, Yang Xiao and the others, Jiang Yuxian felt deeply gratified. He pondered. Should he take these few people in to serve as his own chef team? The others can be replaced. Han Xian must definitely stay. Cultivators who have nurtured flame true spirits are probably not many. Most people's divine wheels nurture ferocious beasts. After a long time, the bear bone soup was finally ready to be served. The bear paws, bear meat and bear kidneys were also roasted. Yang Xiao even used a weapon to carve a few rocks into the shape of bowls. Jiang Yuxian took the lead to dig in, holding meat in one hand, and holding a soup bowl in the other, eating with Han Xian, and the others exclaiming in comfort. You have some too. He cut off a large piece of bear kidney, gesturing to Feng Wuchou. Feng Wuchou's expression was indifferent. The veins on his forehead twitched a few times. Gritting his teeth, he took it over. If I'm eating, I'm eating. There's still my own treasure medicine on this. I must eat it back. Feng Wuchou thought viciously. In the end, more than half of the bear kidney went into his stomach. If Jiang Yuxian hadn't stopped him, he probably wouldn't have left a single bit. So comfortable, I've never eaten such delicacy. Too satisfying, so barbecue can actually be made like this. I can't take it, I feel like I'm about to break through. I need to go refine it a bit. The 5 people, including Yang Xiao and Han Xian, exclaimed in deep satisfaction. Rosy light emanated from each person's body. The meat of a tier 5 ferocious beast contained abundant spiritual power, which was highly nourishing to them. Moreover, many treasure medicines were added to the barbecue and soup. Eating it just like this, they definitely had to go and properly refine it. The sky gradually turned dark, but this area was lit up with radiance everywhere. Divine glow soaring. As the spiritual power of the few circulated, it emitted massive rumbling sounds. With extraordinary momentum. Feng Wuchou was a bit better, but with so much power gathered in his body, he also needed to properly refine it. He found a corner and sat down, closing his eyes to meditate. Only after a long time had passed. His entire person was restless. His brows furrowed tightly. What's wrong with you? You're not suffering from qi deviation, are you? Jiang Yuxian was completely fine. Lying on the large rock picking his few teeth, he asked aloud. Uncomfortable. It feels like I'm going to explode. Feng Wuchou answered gloomily. His face was flushed beet red. His body twisting and squirming. Not knowing where to put his 2 hands. Jiang Yuxian blinked a few times, and immediately couldn't help bursting into uproarious laughter. Ha da 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 da. Such a large kidney was almost entirely eaten by you alone. That's what you get for being greedy. Now you've got excessive internal heat, right? Serves you right. Jiang Yuxian held his belly, laughing endlessly. He ignored Feng Wuchou from then on, and started calculating to himself. There isn't much cumin left. Sichuan peppercorns, chili peppers, and such are still lacking. What are we going to do for tomorrow's meals? Looks like we still need to search more. If worse comes to worst, we'll borrow a little from others. Jiang Yuxian thought to himself like this. A meal of gorging oneself seemed to have opened the door to a new world for him. To be reasonable. Ferocious beast meat plus treasure medicine seasonings is much more delicious than what he ate before. It's just that gathering all the seasonings probably won't be easy. After a while, Jiang Yuxian felt he had digested almost enough. So he went forward and kicked Yang Xiao, Han Xian, and the others awake one by one. Stop cultivating. We're in an assessment right now. If you want to cultivate, go home and cultivate. Get up, all of you. Come with me to find treasure medicines. The few were unwilling and reluctant. But awed by Jiang Yuxian's fierce might, they didn't dare to act out. Even Feng Wuchou was called up. He hadn't recovered his strength yet. Jiang Yuxian simply pressed him into the spring water to sober him up a bit. A group of 7 set off on the road. This night, from time to time, wails of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard in this wilderness. A tiny little baby, leading 6 youths, looted over a dozen groups of people. There were lone travelers. There were also those traveling in companions. They didn't want anything else, only collecting treasure medicines. Constantly claiming it was borrowing. Wherever they passed, they didn't leave even a single hair of an herb for them. Moreover, these people were extremely fierce. If there was even the slightest reluctance, they would suffer a beating. Especially that little brat. He was simply like a little demon king. Fierce to a complete mess. His physical body was strong to the point of abnormality. Even an 8-year-old genius from a certain major clan, at the 3rd layer of the spirit accumulation realm, was knocked down by him with a few punches. This night the name of the little demon king spread like wildfire. Everyone knew that a little guy who looked probably only 2 years old had entered here. As long as you met him, you would be looted. By the time day broke, many outstanding youths in the wilderness had heard the news. What was most surprising was that it was a group of 7 people, actually led by a little brat appearing to be around 2 years old. In addition, there were 5 at the initial stage of the spirit accumulation realm, and a youth with a covered face who never made a move. This made many people become cautious. in case they saw them. They must definitely avoid them and walk away. Having finally collected a few treasure medicines with great difficulty, they didn't want them snatched away before even warming them up. Numerous individuals in the Divine Wheel realm and Initial Spirit Accumulation realm all kept an eye out. But at the same time, a minority of those with profound cultivation also started having thoughts. That little demon king's talent is indeed terrifying, even knocking down a third-layer spirit accumulation realm. But having robbed so many treasure medicines, aren't they afraid it'll burn their hands? Let's go. As long as we find them, those treasure medicines will be ours. Wealth moves people's hearts. Very soon several groups of people mobilized. Among them there were high-level existences in the spirit accumulation realm, joining forces together. They were absolutely an extremely terrifying force. Inside a valley, Qin Yushi, leading a young girl from the same clan, had just gone through a bitter battle, killed a ferocious beast, and obtained a 9th-grade treasure medicine. After hearing the rumors of the little demon king, her beautiful eyes involuntarily widened. A little brat around 2 years old? Did such a small guy enter this time's assessment? Could it be the one I saw? She couldn't quite believe it. Before entering the Battle Dragon's secret realm, didn't I send him dozens of miles away? It should be impossible for him to enter. But other than him, could there possibly be another little guy around the same age? Let's go take a look. Qin Yushi's figure flashed, and quickly disappeared with the young clan girl. In another place, the corpse of a massive ferocious beast lay sprawled on the ground, while another group of people was engaging in a grand battle. Xiao Aoran's entire body boiled with divine energy, like the tide rising in a vast sea. Waves striking the 9 heavens. 7 ferocious beast true spirits roared, turning into incomparably terrifying phantoms, trampling the void, charging and colliding in all directions, launching a frantic barrage of attacks. Those making a move together with him also included 2 youths from the Xiao clan, while the opposing side had 5 people in total, all of whom were existences at the initial stage of the spirit accumulation realm. After a short amount of time, following a long howl issuing from Xiao Aoran's mouth, a divine bird true spirit he manifested flapped its wings, and flew out spiraling. The 2 feathery wings slashed over like 2 heaven-opening divine blades. Ft. The 5 opponents cried out in pain consecutively. Their chests were slashed open, fresh blood spurting out. They activated their talismans. Finally, before Xiao Aoran charged up again, they teleported away. Consider yourselves fast at escaping. Xiao Aoran snorted coldly. The sky-filling radiance abruptly retracted. He strode over to the grass nearby, blasted open a restriction that wasn't too strong, and plucked a 9th-grade treasure medicine. The fire gold vine is in my hands. The corners of his mouth curled up. This fire gold vine isn't just a treasure medicine. It's also a rare spiritual object. Metal and iron can hardly damage it, heavenly fire cannot melt it. It can be placed into the divine wheel to be nurtured into a true spirit. With it, Brother Ran, you should be able to take another step forward, stepping into the 8th layer of the spirit accumulation realm, greatly advancing in strength. A Xiao clan youth said. Xiao Aoran shook his head. It's merely a 9th-grade spiritual vine. Using it as a treasure medicine is no problem, but to nurture it into a true spirit is far off the mark. I, Xiao Aoran, wouldn't go so far as to nurture such a mundane object in my divine wheel. He suddenly turned around and walked in a certain direction. I heard a little brat came in, leading a few people to loot everywhere, and amassed quite a few treasure medicines. Let's go find them, the things on them. I shall gladly accept. As his voice fell, the figures of the 3 quickly disappeared from this area. In yet another mountain forest, a 5 or 6-year-old boy walked while sighing in despair. I've been searching for almost a whole day, and only found 1 6th-grade treasure medicine. My luck is way too terrible. I heard that ferocious child actually robbed over a dozen groups of people. This little boy was precisely Hui Shoutao. At this moment he felt incomparably depressed in his heart. He had searched for so long, and only found 2 treasure medicines. 1 7th grade and 1 6th grade. And that 7th grade spirit herb was snatched away by that ferocious child. Originally, he thought about finding someone else to rob it back. But those who entered this mountain wilderness were almost all older than him, and their cultivation bases were mostly deeper than his. With his strength he simply couldn't outrob them, making it hard to have any gains. Life is truly full of thousands of hardships. Then changing his thoughts to that ferocious child. He is simply his idol. robbed so many treasure medicines, making people die of envy. I just don't believe that I won't run into someone weaker than me. Hui Shoutao clenched his fists, secretly making up his mind. Just as he finished hyping himself up here, immediately after his eyes lit up, the corners of his mouth also rose in an arc. Heaven blesses me, Hui Shoutao. It's truly a case of speaking of the devil, and he appears, whatever you want comes. Someone weaker than himself.
Isn't there one right in front?
He chuckled. He once again adjusted his expression, trying his best to look a bit fiercer, following which his figure leaped, and landed on the grass 10 zhang away, blocking a figure in its tracks. Robbery. Little guy, quickly hand over all the treasures on your body. Otherwise I'll beat you to death. Oh. Hui Shoutao knit his brows and said fiercely. Opposite him was a boy who looked about a year younger than him, skinny and scrawny. At one glance you could tell his cultivation wasn't deep. Hui Shoutao was very certain of this point. In the current world at this age, those who could have a cultivation base like his were absolutely few. Under his shouting, the little boy opposite remained expressionless, looking as if he were scared silly. Stop spacing out, I'll say it again. Robbery. Hand over all your treasures. Hui Shoutao shouted again, opening his hand and grabbing towards the boy opposite, preparing to search him himself. However, before he could even touch that little boy's body, he only heard a loud boom. On that little boy's body, a wave of incomparably fierce energy suddenly surged up, surging out in an instant, sweeping in all directions. Whoosh, like a canopy of the night sky, rising up from his body. In just the blink of an eye it hung in the 9 heavens, overlapping with the blue sky and bright sun. The radius of several dozen miles became as if the dark night had suddenly arrived. Pitch black everywhere. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. This night fell abruptly. Amidst the darkness, bursts of stunned light flashed in Hui Shoutao's eyes. He saw that above the canopy of heaven, stars suddenly flashed into existence one after another. Magnificent beyond compare. Dazzling and resplendent. Within the shroud of darkness, a terrifying coercion permeated everywhere, ruthlessly suppressing the divine soul, causing people to feel terror. You want to rob me? The voice of the little boy pulled him back to reality. Liu Vision. You have a special physique. Hui Shoutao swallowed his saliva, and said with difficulty, very clearly, the little boy before his eyes was no ordinary person. He actually possessed a special physique. Upon activation, it covered a vast expanse of the firmament, shocking people to the core. That vast coercion was incredibly horrifying. As the stars revolved, they released terrifying and peerless power, as if capable of obliterating everything. No. You misheard just now. You are so cute. How could I rob you? I wanted to make friends with you. Hui Shoutao squeezed out a smiling face and withdrew his hand, then turned around and fled. After Jiang Yuxian's group looted 2 more groups of people, they settled down on a mountain peak. After a whole night the harvest was quite abundant. They obtained over 400 treasure medicines in total. Among them the most precious was a 9th grade stock. There were also 3 8th grade stocks, and even more 7th grade ones. He didn't care about the specific grades. As long as they could be used as seasonings they were all picked out. A few could even be stir-fried as vegetables, or used as supplementary ingredients for stewing soup. As for the vast majority of the rest, they were all thrown to the others to divide up. Each person took several dozen stalks. This made them thrilled to death. Han Xianyang Xiao and the other 3 were so happy they almost fainted. One by one they grinned widely overjoyed. Ha, we searched for half the day previously, and it was hard to even see a single 7th grade treasure medicine. Now we suddenly have so many. As expected, robbery is the fastest way. Han Xian laughed heartily. His eyes squinted into a single slit. The other few also nodded profusely. Jiang Yuxian, listening to their words, immediately scolded loudly. What do you mean robbery? This is borrowing. Borrowing, understand? One by one they nodded and said yes. You are the leading big brother. Whatever you say goes. Who cares if it's robbing or borrowing? As long as we have meat to eat by following you, and benefits to take, that's enough. Feng Wuchou at the side couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. As expected, he still has a child's temperament. So many precious treasure medicines, given away just like that. He returned to his original gentle as jade appearance, in a white robe, with an elegant demeanor, his whole person diffusing an otherworldly aura. That 9th grade treasure medicine was currently in his hands. It did more than just make up for his losses. He simply made a massive profit. Just at this moment, Jiang Yuxian suddenly turned his head and glared towards Feng Wuqiu. Tell me, why are you covering your face? During last night's operations, Feng Wuqiu never made a move. Instead, he wrapped his head tightly, only revealing a pair of eyes, deeply afraid of being recognized. Saving face. Feng Wuqiu replied. Jiang Yuxian immediately let out a sneer. You even deceive a child like me and you still know about saving face? Feng Wuqiu remained composed and glanced at him lightly. If you weren't a child, would I be able to deceive you? Jiang Yuxian was choked to the point of being speechless. What Yu Feng said makes so much sense. I am actually at a loss for words. He jumped up and delivered a kick to Feng Wuqiu's butt, sending him staggering with the kick. Still standing here blankly. Go find a few more ferocious beasts and bring them back. Do you really think you can stay here and freeload? You must be dreaming of eating farts. You must be out of your mind. Feng Wuqiu's face stiffened. He clenched his fists, feeling so aggrieved in his heart. But thinking about it, he couldn't beat this little baby. So he could only drop the matter. As for running away is impossible. Where could he alone go to find so many treasure medicines? For the time being, it's better to stick behind this little demon king. Feng Wuqiu went off silently and gloomily. Han Xian, Yang Xiao, and the other three had faces full of excitement. Without needing Jiang Yuxian's instructions at all, they took the initiative to start setting up the roasting site. One of them even pulled out a large pot from his storage bag. Seeing this, Jiang Yuxian's eyes widened again. Why do you carry a pot on your body? That person smiled and replied. Little demon king brother. This isn't a pot. This is a 4th grade precious artifact. A precious shield cast from black jade profound gold. I figured it could be used to stir-fry a few dishes. Jiang Yuxian let out a sound of sudden realization, and then suddenly jumped to that person's side, kicking him to the ground with one foot. What, little demon king brother? Call me big brother. That person rubbed his butt and stood up, still grinning happily. Okay, little demon king big brother. Yang Xiao and Han Xian covered their faces. Jiang Yuxian's forehead was covered with black lines. You've really inherited my true teachings, haven't you? Feng Wuqiu lived up to being in existence at the 8th layer of the spirit accumulation realm. In this wilderness there weren't many stronger than him. Only a few who were older than him. Not long after, he dragged a tierce ferocious bird back, and conveniently picked an 8th grade treasure medicine along the way. This was a black eagle. Its body full of feathers as sturdy as iron armor. Its strength was naturally extraordinary. But it was destined to only be reduced to food to fill the bellies of Jiang Yuxian's group. Cooking smoke gradually rose on the mountain peak. Inside the large pot cast from black jade profound gold, flames leaped up over 2 feet high. The greasy smoke blackened the stone wall nearby. Waves of meat aroma began to drift out. Jiang Yuxian and the others went through another round of gorging themselves, feeling extremely comfortable. And just as everyone was feasting heartily, a grand battle in the distance quickly caught their attention. They only saw that under the blue sky and bright sun, a broad canopy of night moved across the sky, like a small world, enveloping the firmament over a radius of dozens of miles. Within the canopy of night brilliance shone. Stars moved and constellations shifted. One star after another moved, tracing out trajectories of peerless wonder, generating boundless and terrifying oppressive force, making people suffocate. Wherever the canopy of night passed, it seemed to turn into a prison cage. A little boy around 6 years old, riding 9 divine wheels, was trapped to death inside. Besides him, another boy who looked even slightly younger, with a slender figure. But that tiny body was like a deity, standing tall under the starry sky, incarnating as a ruler controlling everything. With a wave of his little hand, endless starlight interwoven, forming a profound light seal, like a divine mountain in the sky, suppressing downwards towards that 6-year-old boy. Amidst a terrifying loud noise, it smashed that 6-year-old boy along with his 9 divine wheels, together into the mountains. On the mountain peak, Jiang Yuxian and the rest all saw this scene. On the faces of Feng Wuqiu, Han Xian, Yang Xiao and the others, a look of boundless astonishment surfaced. What a terrifying vision. That little boy actually has such a powerful physique. So powerful, how old is he even? To already be this terrifying. The 9th layer of the divine wheel realm is as easy as crushing noobs in his hands. The few marveled endlessly. Special physiques in this world are extremely rare. Every single one is an existence of boundless terror. As long as they can fully awaken and completely cultivate it, they can become a peerless genius of the current age. Fighting against ordinary cultivators is incredibly easy. They can easily fight across a complete major realm. For example, the absolute spirit sword physique. Or the Emperor's Son's flawless sword heart and thunder martial meridian. If it weren't for the assessment of the ancient heaven sect, gathering a massive number of individuals with extraordinary talent from the 3,000 Tao domains, this kind of figure is normally very difficult to see even once. I knew earlier that 2 special physiques came to this assessment. I didn't expect another one to appear here. This is the Sun Radiant Star physique. It's the one from the 7 Stars Palace. Feng Wuqiu said in astonishment, holding his stone bowl. Hearing this, Jiang Yuxian's eyes flickered. The 3 words 7 Stars Palace caught his attention. Han Xianyang Xiao and the others were slightly shocked. Isn't the 7 Stars Palace also a supreme great sect? Their disciple. Why was he sent to the ancient heaven sect? And it's even the Sun Radiant Star physique, the 7 Stars Palace's fortune star art, is simply tailor-made for him. But why would he appear here? The few were endlessly puzzled. The world knows that the 7 Stars Palace has extraordinary heritage and profound foundations. Although unable to compare with those sacred grounds and aristocratic families, it is still an extremely prosperous and powerful supreme great sect, absolutely worthy of being called a behemoth of the 3,000 Tao domains. The Sun Radiant Star physique is rarely seen since ancient times. Compared to that absolute spirit sword physique of the longevity Mu family, it is probably not a single bit weaker. But what is baffling is such a powerful physique. Who is also the most suited to cultivate the fortune star art? Why wouldn't the 7 Stars Palace properly nurture him, and instead send him to the ancient heaven sect? And this was exactly the confusion in Jiang Yuxian's heart. He couldn't possibly forget the name 7 Stars Palace. In that grand battle on the day of his birth, dozens of experts from sacred grounds and great sects participated. Among them was the patriarch of the 7 Stars Palace, Xue Wuyang. It's just that the only holy ancestor in their sect died at the hands of the eternal blood prison during the bloody battle, and perished dismally. The special physique from the 7 Stars Palace made Jiang Yuxian involuntarily pay extra attention to that battle in the distance. And very soon, that little boy who was previously blasted into the mountains by the Starlight Seal actually soared up into the air once again. His clothes were shattered all over. His little face was covered in dust, looking extremely wretched. It's just that the 9 divine wheels behind him still released inextinguishable light, carrying him to flee rapidly. He seemed to have no major injuries. Behind him the Sun Radiant Star physique was in hot pursuit, like a divine king standing tall, fiercely attacking. The 2 5- or 6-year-old boys, one chasing and one fleeing, got closer and closer to this mountain peak. When seeing clearly the appearance of the figure in front, Jiang Yuxian's expression flickered. He couldn't help but let out a sound of huh? Isn't this that Hui Shou Tao? He recognized the other party. It was exactly right after entering the wilderness. That little boy who had robbed him. He didn't expect that at this time. That guy was again being completely suppressed and beaten by someone. Jiang Yuxian felt amused in his heart. Why did I say again? He took a bite of the eagle gizzard and started giggling. The little guy in front is quite formidable too. His physique is absolutely very strong. Under the suppression of the Sun Radiant Star physique, he can actually still run that fast. But that's all there is to it. It probably won't be long before he is suppressed. Feng Wuqiu at the side said softly, while gnawing on an eagle leg. At this time a childish shout was heard coming from afar. With a tone of flying into a rage out of humiliation. Little brat, you're still chasing. You've already chased me for 500 miles. It was precisely Hui Shou Tao's voice. Before he even finished speaking, another light seal was seen instantly coalescing into shape behind him, blasting him down from the void, along with a small mountain that was crushed into fine powder. Little brat, you've really angered me. From within a pile of crushed stones, Hui Shou Tao's voice suddenly became somewhat deep, following which a boundlessly fierce aura abruptly diffused between heaven and earth, like a primordial deity awakening, arriving in this world and causing the grand Tao to rumble, the heavens shaking and the earth trembling. Jiang Yuxian and Feng Wuqiu couldn't help but raise their brows fiercely. A terrifying howling cry directly entered everyone's divine soul. Vast coercion, like a surging torrent, swept across the 6 directions, spreading to the 8 desolates. Who knows how many ferocious beasts under this cry, instantly prostrated on the ground, trembling endlessly. terrified to the point of death. The 5 people including Han Xian and Yang Xiao went directly limp.
Trembling with fear.
Feng Wuchou's expression changed drastically. The power within his body circulated madly. Only then could he barely remain standing. Jiang Yuxian's heart was also intensely stirred. A dragon's roar. This is the sound of a dragon's roar. Feng Wuchou said in a daze. Greatly surprised. And under the gaze of their eyes, he saw Hui Shoutao's figure in the distance take to the air once again. But this time it was no longer relying on the 9 divine wheels. At this moment his chest was glowing, and the phantom of a divine dragon radiating golden light manifested. Its body twisted, raising its head and roaring, as if it wanted to break through its restraints and fly into the firmament. Hui Shoutao at this moment was like a completely changed person. Waves of incredibly terrifying battle intent emanated from his body, rolling out in layers. He faced that sun-radiant star physique head-on, as if incarnating into an unrivaled god of war. Instead of retreating he advanced, plunging headfirst into the area covered by the phenomenon. Little brat. Watch how I deal with you. Hui Shoutao shouted loudly. The spiritual energy in his hands gathered madly, forming the hand seal of the dragon fist, and suddenly smashed towards that night sky. A loud noise shook the world. The sky swayed and the earth trembled. Brilliant divine light burst outward, making the mountain ranges tremble, and the void curled up. This entire spatial area was like a canvas, being violently shaken by someone. Hui Shoutao was incredibly brave, and engaged in battle with that sun-radiant star physique. One heavy punch after another was thrown, smashing apart one star light seal after another. The entire night sky phenomenon was trembling, rippling with folds. The little boy from the 7 Stars Palace stood firm and unyielding, but his expression became much more serious. Fighting against him, the power of the stars evolved, radiating light, forming wondrous trajectories, intending to suppress the opponent. As these two fought, divine energy surged through heaven and earth, and majestic auras struck the high heavens. For a time they fought to a standstill. Such a scene left Jiang Yuxian and the others dumbfounded. They truly hadn't expected that Hui Shoutao would suddenly burst forth with such ferocious strength. The heavenly dragon battle physique. Feng Wuchou spoke slowly, full of disbelief. Han Xian, Yang Xiao, and the others, the holy ancestors, taking one look, were also extremely horrified. Is it another special physique? Jiang Yuxian also couldn't help but murmur. Special physiques are extremely rare, and normally very difficult to see. Originally seeing a sun-radiant star physique here today was scary enough. Who would have thought? Now a heavenly dragon battle physique has popped up. This is too surprising. And the heavenly dragon battle physique that Hui Shoutao possessed is also a talent of boundless power. The heavenly dragon battle physique is born for battle, and is a natural-born holy warrior of combat. It is said that this physique originates from the bloodline of the ancient heavenly dragon. Once fully grown, one can possess the true power of a heavenly dragon. The heavenly dragon battles growing stronger with each fight, undergoing nirvana and transformation amidst battle after battle. It will experience a total of 9 times. With every successful transformation, talent, bloodline, and strength will all receive an unimaginable elevation and reformation. This process is called the 9 transformations of the heavenly dragon. His heavenly dragon battle physique hasn't truly awakened yet. He is only forcibly activating it now, stimulating only a very small portion of its power. He is still far from the first transformation of the heavenly dragon. Feng Wuchou spoke once again. His words greatly shocked Han Xian and the others. Already this formidable before even awakening. Then if he cultivated to the first transformation of the heavenly dragon, what kind of terrifying sight would that be? Feng Wuchou ignored them and continued to speak. The sun-radiant star physique isn't doing much better than him. If it were a complete sun-radiant star physique, once the phenomenon appears, it would instantly change the heaven and earth. The golden sun and the bright moon, shining in the sky together. Hundreds of millions of stars dotting the firmament, obliterating everything under the rotation of the sun, moon, and stars. Hearing this, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but nod. Both of those 2 little boys possess absolute peerless talent. Truly extraordinary. He thought for a moment, and couldn't help but ask, who do you think will win between them? These words were naturally directed at Feng Wuchou. But Feng Wuchou shook his head. The heavenly dragon battle physique is being forcibly activated, and the sun-radiant star physique is only initially awakened. If these two really have to determine a winner right now, The result can only be both suffering heavy injuries. If they fight too ruthlessly, they might even end up damaging their respective physiques and foundations. Feng Wuchou said. Jiang Yuxian raised his eyebrows. If this were the result, he would have to intervene. The only holy ancestor of the Seven Stars Palace fought bloodily for the profound frost cave heaven, and ultimately sacrificed his life. Just based on this point alone. Since Jiang Yuxian encountered this matter today, he couldn't sit by and watch. Thinking of this, he turned his head and looked at Feng Wuchou again. Go persuade them. Tell them to stop fighting. Feng Wuchou rolled his eyes. Not going. Whether they fight to the death. What does it have to do with me? Isn't it wonderful for us to sit here and watch the show? But in the blink of an eye, he saw Jiang Yuxian raising a tiny little finger at him. Feng Wuchou bounced up as if his butt was on fire. This. These two little guys are making too much of a fuss. Instead of taking the assessment properly. Why are they fighting? Watch how I go and teach them a lesson. Feng Wuchou gave a hollow laugh, looked fearfully at Jiang Yuxian, and charged towards where the two were fighting. The little demon king's great desolate heaven imprisoning finger had practically left a shadow in his mind. The heavenly dragon battle physique and the sun radiant star physique fought fiercely, temporarily unable to determine a victor. But very quickly, an existence at the 8th layer of the spirit accumulation realm joined the battlefield. It was precisely Feng Wuchou. He didn't say a word, and just unleashed a barrage of attacks on the two. It took him quite a bit of effort to finally separate them. But to be honest, if the physiques of the two little guys hadn't truly awakened, I'm afraid even Feng Wuchou wouldn't have been able to stop them. After the two separated, they still confronted each other across the space, their battle intent soaring. Especially Hui Shoutao, his tiny chest heaving up and down, clearly still holding a belly full of anger. After entering the wilderness, he had only robbed 2 people in total. Who would have thought he'd kick an iron plate both times? The first time getting his butt spanked was one thing, but this time he was being chased and killed relentlessly. The little brat in front of him had no intention of letting him off. Having no other choice, he could only forcibly activate the heavenly dragon battle physique to compete with him. I have meat and soup here. Do you guys want some? Just at this moment, a milky and childish voice interrupted their attention. The two looked towards the source of the sound simultaneously, their gazes falling on a mountain peak, seeing a little baby holding up a bowl, gesturing towards them. Hui Shoutao was stunned at first. Then his expression suddenly became incredibly excited. With a flash of his figure, he rushed over, while yelling loudly, "Idol! I finally get to see you again. From today onwards you are my boss. I'll be following you from now on. Boss, you definitely have to take me along. When the time comes, us brothers joining forces can definitely sweep across the 6 directions. Rob the whole world, with no one able to stop us." Hui Shoutao yelled weirdly, and landed right in front of Jiang Yuxian in a flash. The excitement on his face was clear as day. Those who didn't know might really think they were long-lost biological brothers. But upon hearing this, Jiang Yuxian's face darkened. "Rob your sister. Whatever I your father want. Do I need to rob it? I always borrow. Why did you start fighting with him?" Jiang Yuxian asked. Hui Shoutao smiled bashfully, and then explained everything. Hearing his explanation, Jiang Yuxian was speechless for a while. This guy. Why is he always doing the business of robbery? And because of a failed robbery, he was chased with no way up to heaven, and no door down to earth. Is he really the heavenly dragon battle physique? This temperament doesn't look like it at all. Boss, I've heard all about your great achievements. Anyway, since we met this time, I'm definitely not leaving. I'll be following you from now on. Hui Shoutao said with a hee-hee laugh. Jiang Yuxian slapped him aside with one palm, ignoring him. He held a bowl of soup and took a sip, then faced the slender little boy still high up in the sky. At this time that little boy was also sizing up Jiang Yuxian. Last night a little brat appeared who robbed over a dozen groups of people. He had also heard about this matter. Looking at the age of this little baby in front of him, it must be him. How should I address you? Duguju. That little boy replied indifferently. Jiang Yuxian nodded. This name was much more serious than Hui Shoutao. I know you are a disciple of the 7 Stars Palace. But why did you come to the ancient heaven sect? Jiang Yuxian asked again. This was a common question in everyone's mind. Dugu Jio's expression remained unchanged, and he did not answer. But Jiang Yuxian clearly saw. His hands clenched tightly. and then released. Jiang Yuxian frowned. Could it be that something happened to the Seven Stars Palace? It shouldn't be. Although the holy ancestor of the Seven Stars Palace died in battle, and their pillar supporting the heavens collapsed, causing great damage to their strength. They after all had done a favor for the profound frost cave heaven. Who would dare at a time like this risk offending the heavenly emperor to attack the Seven Stars Palace? Jiang Yuxian looked at Dugujio for quite a while, but he still didn't express any stance, making it clear he didn't want to say more. After pondering for a moment, he asked again, I have some ties with the Seven Stars Palace.
Do you want to come with me?
The other few were surprised. They didn't expect this little demon king to also have ties with the Seven Stars Palace. Dugujio also took a deep look at him, and then shook his head. No need. I prefer being alone. After saying that, he turned around ready to leave. If you have any trouble, you can come find me anytime. Jiang Yuxian finally said this. He had the intention to look after Dugujio, but if the other party was unwilling, he wouldn't force it. Dugujio pondered for a moment, said nothing, and transformed into a long rainbow, disappearing into the distance in an instant. Looking at his retreating back, Jiang Yuxian's gaze flickered, 100 thoughts turning in his mind. Originally, he planned to wait a few years until he grew up a bit, and then personally go to the Seven Stars Palace, Heavenly River Valley Broken Sword Pavilion, etc., and visit several great sects. Now it seems this timeline needs to be brought forward. Only half a year has passed. Yet it seems some incident has occurred at the Seven Stars Palace. It really is unexpected. Just as Jiang Yuxian was slightly distracted, a sudden exclamation sounded behind him. That eagle claw is mine. Put it down quickly. It was exactly Han Xian's voice. Turning his head to look, Hui Shoutao was hugging a plump roasted eagle claw, gnawing on it with great gusto. While eating, he was also praising it highly. Delicious. How could there be such delicious roasted meat? It actually has treasure medicine sprinkled on it. My goodness. This taste is simply too wonderful. Boss, I admire you so much. To even think of a method like this. Hui Shoutao's face beamed with joy, his mouth covered in oil, simply unable to stop. He glanced at Jiang Yuxian. Boss, you robbed so many treasure medicines.
Could it be just to cook meat?
This is too brilliant. While speaking, a huge eagle claw had almost entered his stomach. Seeing this, the others were not slow either. As if someone was holding a sword to their necks, they started wolfing down the food. If they didn't eat quickly, it would be completely wiped out by this kid. A long time later, the group was full and satisfied. One by one, they leaned against the stone wall, patting their bellies. A pile of bones was scattered on the ground. Feng Wuchou's large cauldron was also tilted to the side. Not even a crumb left inside. Jiang Yuxian lay on a giant rock, his little hands resting behind his head, legs crossed, humming an off-tune song. Steamed buns are so expensive. Chewing on chicken droppings. Having a barbecue in the toilet and getting drunk alone.
This works too?
Hearing a bang. Heartless. While he was extremely leisurely on this side, he suddenly heard Hui Shoutao sigh with emotion. That kid from the Seven Stars Palace is formidable. My grandpa said my heavenly dragon battle physique hasn't truly awakened yet, and cannot be used lightly. What do you guys say under these circumstances? What kind of divine ability should I cultivate
to be able to beat him?
Hui Shoutao asked seriously. Thinking about being chased and beaten by Dugujio for so long, he still held a grudge. Thinking about how to beat him back. Feng Wuchou next to him glanced at him lightly, and spoke faintly. Nonsense. Of course you need to cultivate a divine ability that can beat him. Hui Shoutao, Han Xian, Yang Xiao, and the others were all stunned. But when Jiang Yuxian heard it, he was instantly struck as if by a heavenly being. He couldn't help but raise his head, casting an admiring gaze at Feng Wuchou, clapping enthusiastically. It truly is listening to your words. Is like listening to your words. One word, absolute. Just as the group of 8 were extremely comfortable, they saw several figures flying over from the distance. As they got a bit closer, when they clearly saw Jiang Yuxian's appearance, they suddenly shouted towards the surroundings, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. Found that little demon king. They are here. Very quickly several groups of people appeared from all directions, rising high into the sky and enclosing towards this place. Before Jiang Yuxian could react, he saw Hui Shoutao jump 3 zhang high, rubbing his hands together so hard they sparked. They're here, they're here. Someone is delivering treasure medicines. Boss. Let's make a move. Rob them completely. Hui Shoutao's eyes shone brightly, looking in all directions. As figure after figure closed in, Hui Shoutao was incredibly excited. Now he was no longer fighting alone, and could finally rob others. But when he saw clearly the specific situation of those people, he couldn't help but freeze. Dozens of figures were almost all walking through the air. Only a few came riding divine wheels. Very clearly, most of them were existences in the spirit accumulation realm, and among them were even several high-level spirit accumulation realm experts. Hui Shoutao was instantly dumbfounded. The excited expression froze on his face. He muttered blankly, "Be boss. Let's run away quickly. These people are too strong. There are at least 30 in the spirit accumulation realm. With just a few of us, I'm afraid we can't beat them." After saying that, he made a posture as if to flee down the mountain. Jiang Yuxian sent out a palm wind and slapped him into a faceplant, falling onto the ground. "And you call yourself the heavenly dragon battle physique? This is all the ambition you have?" Jiang Yuxian sneered. Han Xianyang Xiao and the others were also extremely calm, revealing smiles. Their gazes subconsciously drifted towards Feng Wuchou. An 8th-layer spirit accumulation realm was pressed down from the void by the boss with a single finger. What did these people amount to? Feng Wuchou had a dark face, remaining silent. He covered his face again. But Hui Shoutao didn't know the situation. He was just incredibly anxious. "My grandpa said as long as your strength is strong enough, there is no treasure in the whole world that cannot be robbed. But one must judge the hour and size up the situation, and act according to one's capability." Jiang Yuxian glanced at him lightly. "Is this the reason you chose to target me and Dugujiao?" Just at this time, the crowd in the surrounding airspace had already closed in. Dozens of figures carrying an incomparably majestic aura pressed down, their sights all focused on Jiang Yuxian. Is he that little demon king? He really is a baby. Such a small thing. Even knocked a 3rd-layer spirit accumulation realm flat on the ground? You didn't make a mistake, right? Can't be a mistake. Within the Battle Dragon secret realm this time, there is absolutely no second guy this small. After some identification, the crowd finally confirmed their target. Immediately, a young man stepped out from the air. "Little baby. You robbed so many people's treasure medicines. Hurry up and hand them all over, to save us from having to make a move." They only heard him shout loudly, speaking like this. Hui Shoutao was trembling with fear, terrified to the extreme. He had finally found a backer with great difficulty, but was immediately surrounded by a group of experts. How could he be so unlucky? Jiang Yuxian jumped down from the giant rock, stretching his muscles and bones. "What if I don't hand them over?" he asked faintly, before the person who spoke previously could open his mouth. Just at this moment, another voice sounded a step ahead, from far to near. "That's not up to you." The voice was deep, from far to near. Hearing this, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. With a glance, he couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. He even ran into an acquaintance. He saw the figures of 3 young men, rushing over rapidly from the distance. Very quickly they landed on the mountain peak. The leading youth was around 14 years old, dressed in a golden robe, dazzlingly radiant. His demeanor was arrogant, his entire body emitting a powerful aura. His posture was tall and straight, handsome and extraordinary. Jiang Yuxian certainly recognized this person. Wasn't this that Xiao Aoran he met before entering the Battle Dragon secret realm? At that time he was even making gesticulations at him. Under the gaze of the crowd, Xiao Aoran led the 2 young men, and strode towards Jiang Yuxian. He came from the Xiao clan, with a profound background, and very powerful strength. Not many people dared to provoke him. While the 3 were advancing, a 15 or 16-year-old youth couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. He had also recognized Jiang Yuxian. "I was wondering who that little demon king was. Isn't this the little brat we met before coming in? He actually came for the assessment, not even having a talisman. Truly not afraid of dying here." The person speaking was named Xiao Aochuan, an older clan brother of Xiao Aoran. His cultivation base was not ordinary, having reached the 4th layer of the spirit accumulation realm. His words were teasing and full of mockery. The rest of the people were greatly surprised upon hearing this, and all looked towards Jiang Yuxian. This little guy came for the assessment, and actually doesn't have a talisman. This at a critical moment, it will cost his life. Regarding their doubts, Jiang Yuxian ignored them completely. His gaze suddenly hardened, staring coldly at Xiao Aochuan. If you can't speak properly, I don't mind tearing your mouth apart, Jiang Yuxian said in a deep voice. This person from the Xiao clan made him somewhat angry. When they first met he pointed fingers at him. Now he was speaking disrespectfully here again, thinking that having a little talent meant he could run amok without restraint. He really took himself too seriously. Under the gaze of Jiang Yuxian's eyes, the three from the Xiao clan shuddered simultaneously, as if being stared at by a terrifying primordial vicious beast. Cold sweat seeped from their backs. This feeling again. Exactly what special physique is it? To have such imposing might. Xiao Aoran thought to himself. Xiao Aochuan was even more in a sorry state, unable to help but take a step back. But he couldn't believe this kind of imposing might actually came from the body of a little baby. Taking a step back. A little brat who wasn't even weaned yet. No matter how powerful his physique, so what? Before he is fully grown, he is still like an ant. Thinking of this, Xiao Aochuan began to sneer. Little brat.
You still want to use your eyes to scare me?
He raised his chin, looking at Jiang Yuxian with contemptuous eyes. The provocative intent was extremely obvious. At the same time his mouth kept spouting mocking words. A little puppy whose teeth haven't even fully grown wants to bite people. You don't even. But before he finished speaking, Jiang Yuxian's figure swayed. Clusters of complex and profound runes spread out from the soles of his feet. He leaped out with one step. His whole person was like a ghost, appearing in front of Xiao Aochuan in an instant. Since you can't speak properly, then keeping this mouth of yours is useless. Jiang Yuxian's chilling voice sounded. He raised a tiny little palm and fiercely slapped it across Xiao Aochuan's face. Pfft! A muffled sound echoed out. Xiao Aochuan's body instantly drew a straight line, crashing loudly against the mountain rock not far away, and then fell to the ground. Cracks appeared on the mountain face. Xiao Aochuan lay face down on the ground like a dead dog. Miserable howls coming from his throat. At this time his right cheek was completely festered. A bloody mess. The bones had all fractured and caved in. A sound of gasping cold air rang out in the area. This scene happened too fast. No one could react. Only at this moment did they realize one point. That little demon king, he is too strong. The face of a fourth-layer spirit accumulation realm was smashed with a single slap just like that. Among so many outstanding young talents present, few dared to say they could do this so easily. The boss is so strong. Seeing this, Hui Shoutao couldn't help but open his mouth into a perfect circle. He also completely didn't expect that he had still underestimated Jiang Yuxian. No wonder when so many people surrounded them, he didn't show the slightest hint of fear. So his strength was this powerful. At the side, Xiao Aoran's expression fluctuated. First it was shock, and then it gradually turned gloomy. Little brat, are you seeking death? Injuring someone from my Xiao clan right in front of me? You truly don't put me in your eyes, Xiao Aoran said in a chilling voice, revealing a vicious glint in his eyes. Jiang Yuxian sneered, locking eyes tightly with him. His mouth slowly spat out a few words. And what exactly do you count as? One sentence. Instantly ignited Xiao Aoran's boundless fury. His face became gloomy to the extreme. A terrifying aura surged madly from within his body. A divine wheel opened behind him, and from it rushed out a bronze bell radiating golden light. It expanded against the wind, and in an instant transformed to the size of a mountain peak, releasing endless mighty power, as if it could suppress this spatial area within it. A 7th-grade precious artifact. Someone on the periphery exclaimed in shock. That's a 7th-grade precious artifact. Ordinary spirit accumulation realm cultivators can hardly possess one. Just that aura alone made many people's minds tremble. Little brat, I know you possess a special physique, which is very powerful. But so what? You don't even have an assessment talisman on you. It's absolutely impossible for you to be an internally selected disciple of the ancient heaven sect, even if your background isn't small. Since you've entered the battle dragon's secret realm, if you die, you die for nothing. Xiao Aoran sneered repeatedly. The majestic aura within his body madly poured into the bronze bell. Clang! A massive sound rang out between heaven and earth, like heavenly music dispersing, causing people's divine souls to ripple. Retreat! Some onlookers were terrified, and quickly retreated backwards. Very clearly, Xiao Aoran was going to make a move. Even the aftershocks of the battle. For some with weaker cultivation, would probably be unbearable. Rumble. As Xiao Aoran spoke, the large bell moved in response, like a patch of the universe shifting. The profound divine energy covered the sky and earth, transforming into incomparably bright and intense light, like the heavenly river pouring down, destroying everything. The terrifying power suppressed downwards fiercely towards Jiang Yuxian. However, just at this moment, a light shout suddenly sounded. Xiao Aoran, you truly possess creation-level cultivation, dominating through the ages. To actually attack such a small child. As the voice fell, a swath of brilliant silver light shot over. This was a silver bracelet, spinning rapidly, carrying divine power capable of destroying mountains and severing peaks. In a split second it ruthlessly smashed onto that large bell. A loud noise shook the world. Heavenly music reverberated. The terrifying sound waves surged like a torrent, washing over the four fields. With a boom, the mountain wall next to it instantly exploded. Loose rocks pierced the air, flying wildly across the fields. In the distance someone let out a scream, having suffered from the shockwave. Feng Wuqiu Han Xianyang Xiao Hui Shou Tao and the others were standing closer. They used all their strength to block this sound wave. The few with slightly weaker cultivation had their qi and blood churning, their divine souls swaying. Their faces instantly paled considerably, under the gazes of the crowd. That large bell tumbled outwards in the void for quite a distance, before being brought back under control by Xiao Aoran. Qin Yuxi, you want to stop me? Xiao Aoran shouted immediately. With a wave of his hand, the large bell flew back, supported in his hand. At this time the figure of a young girl had already landed in the area. Her silk skirt swayed lightly, her figure graceful. Her demeanor was elegant. Her temperament absolutely stunning. Like a bright pearl exhaling rosy clouds. Like a divine lotus just blooming. The arrival of this young girl made the expressions of those present fluctuate once again. Jiang Yuxian also raised his eyebrows. This woman was no one else, but precisely that Qin Yuxi he met outside the secret realm. At that time, out of fear that Jiang Yuxian would face danger upon entering, she had successively sent him far away twice. Little baby, why is it really you? Qin Yuxi didn't answer Xiao Aoran. After seeing Jiang Yuxian, her bright and beautiful face was full of a bitter smile. She clearly sent this little thing away, and even sent him twice. Why did he still run in? And this time, he clashed with Xiao Aoran again. What exactly is going on here? Hello, sister. We meet again. Jiang Yuxian nodded, and greeted her. He had quite a good impression of Qin Yuxi. Little baby, you are truly too naughty. Seeing his calm appearance, Qin Yuxi felt extremely helpless. But on the mountain peak, Feng Wuqiu Han Xian and the others couldn't help but rub their noses, feeling somewhat like laughing. This young girl actually called the big brother little baby. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? He is the little demon king. Fierce to the extreme. Brave to an absolute mess. You actually call him baby? Regarding this point, Feng Wuqiu naturally felt it the deepest. Didn't they see just now when Xiao Aoran attacked? He stood there without even shifting his butt? A 7th layer spirit accumulation realm. That little guy crushed to death with a single finger. He in 8th layer spirit accumulation realm wouldn't even have the chance to make a move. Qin Yuxi, I warn you. Get out of my way. This little brat injured my clan brother. Today, even if the King of Heaven himself comes, he can't protect him. Xiao Aoran shouted deeply once again. His face pulled long. He stared fixedly at Jiang Yuxian, anger rising in his heart. Hearing these words, Qin Yuxi immediately put away her feelings of helplessness. She flipped her wrist, took out a jade talisman and placed it into Jiang Yuxian's hand, speaking softly to instruct him. Baby, hold on to this. If you encounter danger in a moment, immediately activate it with spiritual energy, and you can leave here. Understand? Jiang Yuxian held the talisman, and was genuinely slightly moved. In this secret realm, this was a life-saving item. He didn't expect Qin Yuxi to just give it to him like this. He smiled slightly, and stuffed it back into Qin Yuxi's hand. You know what? Sister's hands are really soft. Sister, keep this for yourself. As for him, Jiang Yuxian's eyes hardened again, looking coldly at Xiao Aoran. His childish voice, however, spoke words of absolute dominance. He is just a fly. I'll just swat him to death. After saying that, he bypassed Qin Yuxi directly. His tiny body suddenly flew out to attack. Qin Yuxi reached out a hand wanting to stop him. But the runes under that little guy's feet flashed, and he easily dodged it. This bizarre movement technique again. Xiao Aoran's gaze narrowed slightly. But immediately after he revealed a sneer. Shameless boasting little brat. Watch how I suppress you. He shouted loudly. And directly raised the bronze bell in his hand. Ruthlessly smashing it down towards that tiny figure. The bronze bell enlarged silently. Like a small mountain. Divine radiance surged. And the aura was majestic. As if it could suppress a small world in an instant. Thinking that relying on a 7th grade precious artifact. You can do whatever you want? Jiang Yuxian swept across the sky to kill. Like a true dragon emerging into the world. Fiercely blasting out a punch. With the force of crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He instantly tore open the aura carried by the large bell. And then directly blasted onto the bronze bell. A loud noise. More than 10 times more terrifying than before. The massive bronze bell instantly shot backward. Like a small mountain moving through the air. Rushing towards the distance and crashing into a mountain peak. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? Only at this moment. Did Xiao Aoran finally reveal a panicked expression. He could never have imagined. That a little baby who seemed to still be nursing. Could actually be this strong. He a 7th layer spirit accumulation realm. Activating a 7th grade precious artifact. Was actually blasted flying with a single punch. This is too terrifying. No matter how powerful a precious artifact is. Without sufficient cultivation base to wield it. It's no different from trash. Jiang Yuxian's voice sounded again. His figure flashed. And he stood in front of Xiao Aoran. Raising another punch. He heavily blasted it onto his chest. Jiang Yuxian had infinite strength. His punch was like a dragon. Seeing this punch fiercely attacking over. Xiao Aoran was terrified to the point of death. This little baby's movement technique was too bizarre. He simply had no time to react. In his haste. Xiao Aoran's feet suddenly exerted force. The ground beneath his feet exploded in response. He used all his strength to violently retreat. Attempting to dodge that punch with the momentum of rushing thunder. However, he was still a step too late. Like a heavenly deity beating a drum. It let out a dull loud noise. Shaking heaven and earth. That tiny little fist. Heavily blasted onto his chest. A patch of energy light exploded. Sweeping in all directions. Amidst the endless rain of light. Xiao Aoran turned into a shooting star and shot backwards. While still in midair. He spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. The scarlet aura spread. A terrifying depression appeared on his chest. Almost sticking to his back. It took a great deal of effort. For Xiao Aoran to stabilize his figure in the distance. But the aura on his body plummeted rapidly. About to fall to the bottom of the valley. That arrogant and extraordinary face. Was even paler than paper. Little brat. Xiao Aoran gritted his teeth, his gaze vicious. He had never expected. That he would actually suffer such a huge loss. At the hands of such a little thing. Little brat, I will remember you. I hope the forces behind you can protect you. Otherwise, after getting out of here. I have plenty of ways to kill you. Xiao Aoran said with hatred in his voice. He flipped his wrist. And the large bell in the distance let out a clanging sound. It rushed out from the mountain rocks. Flew over rapidly. And landed in his hand. Immediately after gathering his remaining meager strength. He turned around and fled towards the distance. Not even caring about his 2 other clan brothers. But Jiang Yuxian had no intention of letting him off just like this.
Did I agree to let you go?
Jiang Yuxian snorted coldly. His figure blasted into the air again. Executing the word movement formula. His figure vanished from his original spot in a flash. Very quickly he chased to the vicinity of Xiao Aoran. Appearing right above him. Seeing him chasing over Xiao Aoran was filled with terror. Little brat. I am an internally selected disciple of the ancient heaven sect. If you dare to hurt me, I will make you die without a burial place. Xiao Aoran roared. Do you think the ancient heaven sect will become your protective talisman? Not to mention hurting you. Even if I slaughter you. The ancient heaven sect wouldn't touch a single finger of mine. Jiang Yuxian responded coldly. Just as his voice fell. A foot stomped down ruthlessly. Once again stomping onto Xiao Aoran's chest. Crack! Amidst a sound of shattering bones. The young man's figure fell straight into the mountain forest. Smashing out a loud noise. Xiao Aoran screamed endlessly. Intense agony spread throughout his whole body. He felt as if every single bone had been shattered. He could no longer gather much power in his body. Unable to even manage to stand up. Seeing Jiang Yuxian stepping down from the void again. Appearing right above him. Without a second thought, Xiao Aoran used his last bit of strength to activate the large bell, and fiercely blasted it over to attack. At the same time, a jade plaque appeared in his hand, which he directly crushed. Whoosh! A patch of brilliant rune light flashed up, forming a mysterious array diagram around him. Jiang Yuxian's footsteps were slightly hindered, but he quickly grabbed the bronze bell in his own hand. And at this time, around Xiao Aoran, a powerful spatial force permeated out. Little brat. I will definitely kill you. I will wait for you at the exit. Prepare to bear the wrath of the ancient heaven sect and my Xiao clan. Xiao Aoran looked upwards, and said with a ferocious voice. The brilliant teleportation runes flashed and disappeared. When the light dispersed, only a puddle of blood remained on the spot. At this moment Xiao Aoran's figure could no longer be seen. Jiang Yuxian swept a light glance over. Ran quite fast. He said with a sneer. Regarding Xiao Aoran's escape, he didn't care too much. Just a leaping clown. No need to take it to heart. As for the wrath of the Xiao clan, hee. Jiang Yuxian curled his lips, and then carried the bronze bell back to that mountain peak. His childish figure, falling into the eyes of everyone around, was like a peerless god king. How can he be so strong? At this very moment, everyone was stunned there. Pairs of eyes bulging like copper bells. Everyone's throat rolled, their heartbeats accelerating. The bottom of their hearts was full of disbelief. The scene just now simply overturned their understanding. Xiao Aoran at the 7th layer of the spirit accumulation realm, holding a 7th grade precious artifact, was absolutely matchlessly powerful. But in the hands of that little guy, he was like paper paste, kneaded and flattened at will, trampled upon wantonly. In the end, unable to even run away, forced to activate the talisman to leave. This is too scary. He is just a little baby who looks to be around 2 years old. To actually be strong to such an abnormal degree. And one very obvious point is that what the little guy used was purely physical body strength. What kind of freak must this be? To possess such divine strength? No wonder he dared to rob so many people. So he really is terrifyingly strong. His special physique is probably related to the physical body. This is completely a freak. It's hard to imagine how there could be such a ferocious physical body in this world. Cultivator after cultivator was endlessly horrified. They had never heard that someone's physical body could be terrifying to this extent. This exceeded their imagination. BBB boss is too fiercely brave. Hui Shou Tao was also dumbfounded. He had experienced the strength of Jiang Yuxian's physical body, but didn't expect it to be this abnormal. If during the robbery that day, his mouth had been a bit cheaper, and his attacks more ruthless, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been as simple as just getting his butt spanked. Thinking of this, he involuntarily shivered. The person in the crowd who was the most shocked was undoubtedly Qin Yushi. Little baby. Her red lips moved slightly, her face full of shock. Immediately after, she revealed a face full of a bitter smile. How laughable that she had always treated that little guy as a little baby, teasing him, and even wanting to protect him. Who would have thought he was this fiercely brave and ferocious, like a primordial savage dragon? With this kind of strength, she wouldn't dare say he is invincible in these assessments. But as for those who can truly compete with him, probably not many can be found. No wonder. No wonder he is called the Little Demon King. This title truly isn't boasted out of nothing. Let's go. At this time, Xiao Aochuan and another member of the Xiao clan also activated their talismans and teleported away. Jiang Yuxian ignored them. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he threw the large bell collected from Xiao Aoran onto the mountain peak, letting out a loud clang sound. Han Xian, put this thing away. We can use it as a roast duck oven in the future. Jiang Yuxian said. All right, boss. I'll study how to set it up in a bit. Han Xian replied cheerfully, feeling extremely happy. Getting an extra cooking utensil meant unlocking a new way of eating. But the other people around looked at each other in dismay, all feeling incredibly astonished. A 7th grade treasure in this little thing's eyes was just a roasting oven. Then again, wasn't there also a massive cauldron over there? Its grade wasn't low either. Yet it still was reduced to a magical soup stewing pot. After they finished eating, it was just left lying crooked to the side. Let's go. Someone not far away said softly. Originally, we wanted to snatch the treasure medicine from the Little Demon King. But looking at the situation, let's just forget it. If we make a move now, it's uncertain who would be robbing whom. In an instant many people were about to leave this place. But very soon, a tender voice rang by their ears. Don't be in a rush to leave, guys. Come. Since you're already here, let's have a good chat about life. And talk about our ideals. In the sky around this mountain peak, dozens of figures stood hovering. All of these people had come for Jiang Yuxian's treasure medicine. But after witnessing the scene of Xiao Aoran getting brutally beaten, no one dared to harbor those thoughts anymore. However, Jiang Yuxian didn't want to let them go. On these people's bodies, they were all carrying treasure medicine. You are all good people. Now I don't have to go find you one by one. Jiang Yuxian was overjoyed. Since you're already here, no matter what, you should at least lend me some treasure medicine, right? As he spoke, he made his move. Run quickly. The group of people's expressions changed drastically. As they flew off in all directions, they had all witnessed that little demon king's movement techniques. If they didn't run faster, they would definitely be looted until not a single hair was left. But they still underestimated Jiang Yuxian's speed. At some unknown point, behind that tiny body, two rays of light emerged and transformed into wings. With a gentle flap, he soared like a great rock taking to the sky. Rising straight up, a distance of tens of miles was crossed in an instant, instantly intercepting a team of 5. Jiang Yuxian didn't waste a single word. He raised his hand and smashed down, breaking through their defenses. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, knocking them all to the ground. He casually planted simple restrictive seals on them, and then threw them back to the mountain peak one by one, wailing continuously. Quick, search them. Han Xianyang Xiao and the others were highly skilled at this. They swarmed forward, grabbed the 5 people and completely looted them. All their storage bags were emptied out. They didn't want anything else, and only collected the treasure medicine. Hui Shoutao stood to the side staring blankly, utterly dumbfounded. So robbery could be operated like this. It was simply an eye-opener.
It can be done like this?
He stood there stunned for a long while, then suddenly burst into loud laughter, and threw himself forward along with them. And at this time, Jiang Yuxian had already caught up with another group of people. Little brother. We just came to watch the fun. We meant no harm. Just let us go, please. The cultivation levels of this trio were not weak either, all being around the 6th level of the spirit accumulation realm. Seeing the little demon king chasing after them, they realized things were looking bad, and couldn't help but force out smiles, hoping to beg for a favor. It's fine. Just endure it for a bit and it'll be over. With a great desolation heaven confining finger, Jiang Yuxian directly pressed the 3 of them back onto the mountain peak. The people heading in the other directions were almost scared out of their wits. It turned out this little guy was not only physically formidable, but he could actually cast divine abilities too.
Did he have to be this terrifying?
One by one they ran even faster, pushing their speed to the absolute limit, and rapidly distancing themselves. Don't run away, Jiang Yuxian shouted, although his speed was very fast. With dozens of people fleeing in different directions, it was impossible for him to intercept them all. He only managed to block the final 3rd group of people. There were 4 people. Little brother. I am a disciple of the Bailey family. My name is Bailey Jingyun. My older brother Bailey Jinghong is also here. He went to Jade's Spirit Lake. Could you let us leave, little brother? We will definitely reward you heavily later. A youth of about 16 years old said with an awkward smile. Jiang Yuxian let out an "Oh."
The Bailey family?
Bailey Jinghong? Never heard of them. Why are you telling me this? Immediately after, a flurry of heavy punches rained down, knocking Bailey Jingyun and the other 3 down. And he personally looted all their treasure medicine. Bailey Jingyun was furious. He had already revealed his identity, and his older brother was also participating in the assessment. He never expected this little guy to still dare to rob him. His eyes flickered, not knowing what he was thinking. But the little demon king's fierce might was still right before his eyes. At a time like this it was best to endure it. Gathering what was left of his treasure medicine, Bailey Jingyun took one deep look back, before leaving with the other 3. Thank you all. Come back next time. Behind them Jiang Yuxian waved his little hand, sincerely expressing his gratitude. He returned to the mountain peak, and politely sent off the other 2 groups of people as well. Ha, we struck it rich. With a pile of treasure medicine placed in front of him, Hui Shoutao laughed out loud. Beside them, on Qin Yushi's beautiful face, there was an entirely weird expression. These little brats getting together. They really know how to rob. Clearly the others had come to rob them. But instead they were the ones who ended up getting looted. Their movements were truly one by one more skilled than the last. What kind of people are these? You are all still children. Qin Yushi closed her eyes and helplessly rubbed her smooth forehead. But when she opened her eyes again, she met the little demon king's staring gaze. In just an instant, Qin Yushi's heart skipped a beat. Little baby.
You're not thinking of robbing me too, are you?
She said angrily. That little thing's sneaky gaze was definitely not faked. Big sister, don't be afraid. I never rob other people's things. I just want to borrow some treasure medicine from you, that's all. Jiang Yuxian said with a cheeky laugh. The veins on Qin Yushi's forehead twitched continuously, swelling thicker than green beans. This little thing. He really wanted to rob her treasure medicine. And to think that after I heard about your situation, I rushed over without stopping. When Xiao Aoran attacked, I even stood in front of you.
In the end, this is how you treat me?
You ungrateful little thing. I'm so mad. At this moment, Qin Yushi was gritting her teeth in anger, her chest heaving violently, making Jiang Yuxian a little dizzy just looking at it. Big sister, why is smoke coming out of your nostrils? Jiang Yuxian scratched his head. He thought for a moment, realizing it did seem a bit unreasonable. How about this? I'll trade with you. He nodded and came up with a compromise. Only then did Qin Yushi's anger subside significantly. After some organizing, everyone sat on the mountain peak and once again tallied their harvest. Aside from the seasonings and dishes that Jiang Yuxian had taken, the rest was split equally among the few of them. Especially Hui Shoutao, hugging a pile of treasure medicine in his arms. He was so happy he was grinning from ear to ear. Finally. We're finally in business. And at this time, Feng Wuqiu, sitting to the side with his face covered, suddenly spoke faintly. Those last few people you robbed were from the Bailey family. Bailey Jinghong is the #1 figure among the Bailey family's younger generation. He possesses the innate saint vein and has the potential to become a saint. He is currently 18 years old, and his cultivation has already stepped into the soul fusion realm. This person is not easy to provoke. It's best if we are careful. Feng Wuqiu was heard saying exactly this, as he reminded Jiang Yuxian. Bailey Jinghong? When the rest of the people heard this name, they were all shocked. They had all heard of Bailey Jinghong's reputation. Innate saint vein. This was an extremely powerful special martial vein. Generally speaking, although inferior to the sun radiant stellar body and the heavenly dragon battle body, it was still terrifying enough. As long as no accidents happened, Bailey Jinghong would definitely become a saint ancestor in the future. In addition to that, the Bailey family was also an extremely prosperous behemoth. Otherwise they wouldn't dare call themselves a great family. Their status was only a hair's breadth away from a true longevity family. They only needed to wait for Bailey Jinghong to become a saint, for the entire clan to rise in glory, and solidify their position in one fell swoop. Little guy, you better be careful. Qin Yushi reminded him again. But Jiang Yuxian just said oh again, not taking it to heart at all. He suddenly muttered to himself. I thought that for this assessment, the spirit accumulation realm was the limit. I didn't expect a soul fusion realm to show up too. Regarding Bailey Jinghong, Jiang Yuxian didn't care. But soon Qin Yushi brought up another matter. The battle for the spirit beast at Jade Spirit Lake should also be coming to an end soon. Jiang Yuxian raised his eyebrows. Battle for the spirit beast? There's such a thing? Qin Yushi didn't hide anything, and explained it to him in detail. In the first round of the Ancient Heaven Sex Assessment, the biggest opportunity is located at Jade Spirit Lake. A Tier 6 fierce beast resides there. An adolescent mystic ice hornless dragon. Tier 6. Which is comparable to a human's soul fusion realm cultivation. But that mystic ice hornless dragon is still adolescent. Given time, it can evolve into a ferocious king beast, rivaling a human's void mastery realm existence. One must know that even within the various holy lands and major sects, the void mastery realm was considered a core strength. And in factions like the Qin clan, the Shao clan, and the Bailey family, void mastery realm experts definitely held unshakable positions. They were even the helmsmen, holding high positions and great power, whose words were absolute law. It wasn't hard to imagine the attraction that mystic ice hornless dragon held for everyone, and just how massive it was. Once subdued and carefully nurtured, it would undoubtedly become a major combat asset in the future. Of course, a tier 6 mystic ice hornless dragon wasn't that easy to suppress. Only a few with profound cultivation and powerful strength as prodigies would have a chance to tame it. Anyone below the 8th level of the spirit accumulation realm wouldn't even have the chance to lay a finger on it. But Jiang Yuxian still didn't care about any of this. His eyes simply began to light up. A mystic ice hornless dragon with the potential of a king beast.
It should be very delicious, right?
Thinking of this, Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but almost drool. Hearing his words, Qin Yushi Feng Wuchou and the others were all completely stunned. That was a mystic ice hornless dragon. A powerful fierce beast that could be cultivated into a high-end combat force.
Yet you're only thinking about eating it?
Can you think about something serious in that head of yours? And at this moment, Han Xianyang Xiao and the others also put on eager expressions and quickly leaned in front of Jiang Yuxian. Boss, how about we go take a look?
They looked even more excited.
Hui Shoutao's small face unconsciously showed a bit of temptation as well. Boss, we've already eaten things that fly in the sky and run on the ground. We have to try something that swims in the water no matter what.
Wouldn't you say that's right?
Yang Xiao said with a cheeky laugh. Jiang Yuxian looked at him appreciatively. This kid has a bright future. He nodded and immediately ordered them to pack up the massive cauldron and all the other cooking utensils. Then with a wave of his hand, let's go. Jiang Yuxian took the lead and charged off into the distance with his chef crew. Feng Wuchou followed behind them without a word. Qin Yushi and her companions stood rooted to the spot, stunned for quite a while. Clan sister, let's go take a look too, the young girl named Qin Zihan asked. Qin Yushi gave a bitter smile, then nodded her head. The figures of the group of 10 soon vanished in the void. Only a string of excited sneaky laughter was left behind. Outside at the exit of the Battle Dragon Mystic Realm, an incredibly massive teleportation array had been set up here. Brilliant runes lit up continuously, teleporting all eliminated individuals to this place. One figure after another walked out from it, looking dejected, and were picked up by their respective elders. As a sect that housed a heavenly emperor expert, the ancient heaven sex assessment was extremely difficult. Only true prodigies could pass it. Everyone had to accept this fact. Moreover, under the watchful eyes of the ancient heaven sect, the many eliminated individuals did not dare to voice any complaints. But precisely under such circumstances, somewhere in the venue, a furious roar suddenly rang out, drowning out the bustling clamor. What did you say? A toddler who looked about 2 years old
Injured you to this extent?
Instantly everyone looked towards the sound, their eyes revealing surprise.
Isn't that the elder of the Shao clan? Why is he so enraged?
Those 3 youths in front of him are the Shao clan's most outstanding prodigies.
Am I seeing this right?
They actually got eliminated in the very first round? And they are severely injured too. The young master of the Shao clan, Shao Aoran, and the extraordinarily talented Shao Aochuan are both among them. What is going on here? Pair after pair of eyes all landed in the direction of the Shao clan, all feeling shocked by it. In many people's understanding, those 3 Shao clan prodigies could definitely pass the first round of the test. And the Shao clan's young master Shao Aoran possessed an even stronger physique. After breaking into the second round, he might even have a chance to compete for the very few Holy Sun positions. But now, they had escaped the mystic realm via teleportation talismans, and had been eliminated. Half of Shao Aochuan's face had been smashed in, reduced to a bloody pulp, with grim bone splinters showing, and his speech was leaking air. Shao Aoran was even worse off. His chest cavity displayed a horrifying collapse, almost pressed against his back. His face was completely devoid of color. His aura was weak, and he stood there tottering, about to collapse. It wasn't hard to imagine that his internal organs had suffered unimaginable trauma. I really wonder what happened inside the assessment. What exactly took place? Even the prodigies of the Shao clan were reduced to this state. The crowd began to discuss it fervently. Not long after, a piece of news started to spread all around. During the wilderness assessment, a little demon king had appeared, leading a group of people. He robbed over a dozen groups overnight, sweeping up all their treasure medicine completely bare. My goodness! That was actually a child who looked only 2 years old? How is that possible? What was most terrifying was, the 2 from the Shao clan were injured by him alone. This news made the crowd's jaws drop to the floor. A child of about 2 years old
possessed such formidable combat power?
beating Xiao Aoran, who was at the 7th level of the spirit accumulation realm, until he was severely injured, stripping away half his life. He actually had to rely on his teleportation talisman to escape with his life. This was too scary. Among the 3,000 Dao domains, when did such a monstrous genius appear? Exactly whose junior was he? It was simply unbelievable. I just hope my two little ones didn't provoke the little demon king. An expert from a major clan prayed in their heart, starting to feel worried. The little demon king was too fierce, stirring up massive waves, making it impossible not to fear him. Just as everyone was marveling at this, the Shao clan elder was heard roaring furiously once again, resounding like a thunderclap. That little brat didn't have a talisman on him. He is not an assessed disciple, so he is not under the ancient heaven sect's protection. Investigate him for me. We must find out his origins. Daring to injure members of my Shao clan, he must give us an explanation. Endless fury flared out, making many people tremble in fear. They knew. The Shao clan was enraged. Xiao Aoran was an internally chosen disciple of the ancient heaven sect. This status meant that even if he failed the assessment, he would still smoothly join the sect and become a core disciple. However, that little demon king didn't even have an assessment talisman. Because of this, it was likely that even the ancient heaven sect couldn't say anything in his defense. One thing that was not hard to predict was, if the little demon king came from a humble background, he would inevitably face cruel suppression from the Shao clan. If they weren't given a satisfactory explanation, they probably wouldn't let it rest. Inside the Battle Dragon Mystic Realm, after spending over an hour, Jiang Yuxian and his group finally arrived at Jade Spirit Lake. This was a vast expanse of water, with countless acres of emerald ripples, tranquil and serene. There was no wind or waves, and they couldn't even see a single shadow of a person. Didn't they say there was a battle for the mystic ice hornless dragon? Where are the people? Where are my ingredients? Jiang Yuxian scanned his surroundings and said in confusion. Jade Spirit Lake was extremely broad. One could see that on the opposite shore of the lake, there was an incredibly magnificent array. It stood upright there like a divine wall. Mysterious runes flashed one after another, flickering on and off, permeating a resilient and immortal aura. That was a sacred array. Obviously, behind the array was another pocket of space, which did not belong to the assessment area. Jiang Yuxian's group of 10 searched the surroundings for a long time, but didn't see any activity. He even gave a kick, kicking Han Xian into the bottom of the lake to investigate. Kicking him into the bottom of the lake to investigate. But still they didn't see a single soul. After searching for a long time, they finally discovered traces of a battle on the opposite shore of the lake. At the same time, there were also scales from the mystic ice hornless dragon. Under the siege of many people, the mystic ice hornless dragon was injured, but it still escaped. Truly worthy of being a tier 6 fierce beast. It sure is tough, Feng Wuchou said, pinching a palm-sized scale between his fingertips. Besides the scales, there was also a faint scent of blood. Scattered fresh blood could occasionally be seen on the ground. Bailey Jinghong and his group probably chased after the mystic ice hornless dragon. If we follow the aura, we should be able to run into them. Qin Yushi tucked her hair behind her ear and said softly. Jiang Yuxian nodded. Everyone set out once again to chase after them. And during this pursuit, they ran windingly for quite a long distance, closing in on the divine wall of the array. Then they saw a surprising scene. Why is there a corner missing from the array here? Jiang Yuxian asked, puzzled. He saw that on the divine wall of the array, there was a gap over a person's height. The aura of the mystic ice hornless dragon also disappeared from there. Let's go. Let's go take a look too, Jiang Yuxian said. Since they were already here anyway, they might as well see what the situation was. He hesitated no more, leading the group onward, and dashed into the array through the gap. The moment they entered, an intense ancient and barbaric aura rushed against their faces. At the same time the group all widened their eyes. This is an ancient battlefield. Before their eyes were mountains and deep ravines, stretching on endlessly, majestic and steep, with forests of ancient wild trees, sprawling into vast expanses. This was an extraordinarily vast space, but hidden amidst these clusters of lush trees, one could faintly see sections of ruined walls and broken structures, scattered in all directions. This was a ruin. Who knows what kind of storms it endured? In the distant past. Treasure medicine. There is treasure medicine everywhere. Hui Shoutao suddenly yelled. So excited he was about to jump up. Between the stone cliffs, numerous treasure medicines took root, filling the air with fragrance. Some treasure medicines even bloomed with magnificent flowers, swaying gracefully. Extremely enticing. Tier 4, Tier 5, Tier 6. They covered the mountains and plains. They adorned the mountains. One could even see many king-grade and emperor-grade treasure medicines. This was simply a treasure medicine plantation. However, outside those high-grade treasure medicines, independent restrictions had been set up. They were the handiwork of almighty experts, making them impossible to break. So many treasure medicines. And we actually can't pick them. It's too much of a pity. Hui Shoutao suddenly began to wail like ghosts and howl like wolves, wishing he could slam his head against the ground. Entering a mountain of treasures, yet being unable to take a single item. This feeling was too unbearable. Look at how pathetic you're acting. Jiang Yuxian glared at him and said. He instinctively felt that something was off. Not only him. Feng Wuqiu also found it unusual. This is definitely the ancient heaven sect's medicinal garden. Further deep, there are probably even more precious treasure medicines. Perhaps even saint medicine is planted here. A place like this shouldn't be open during the assessment. Jiang Yuxian agreed with his statement. In that case, there are two possibilities. First, it's a flaw intentionally left by the ancient heaven sect, to give the mystic ice hornless dragon an escape route. Even if a few prodigies enter this place, they wouldn't be able to take anything away. Second, someone destroyed the array and broke in. But thinking about it carefully, for a sacred array like this, given the methods of these young prodigies, they fundamentally couldn't crack it. So it was highly likely to be the first possibility. Let's find some seasonings first. Jiang Yuxian was in a great mood, and began rapidly weaving through the mountain forest. It wasn't long before he picked over a dozen stalks of treasure medicine. But when Feng Wuqiu, Hui Shoutao, Han Xian, and the others were also preparing to pick some, they were stopped by his shout, drawing resentful and confused looks from the few of them. Jiang Yuxian harumphed, and gave no explanation.
Are you kidding me?
This is MY family's medicinal garden. How could I let you guys sweep it clean casually? The loot from outside. The treasure medicine borrowed from the outside. I already shared a lot of it with you all. Be content with it. Let's go find Bailey Jinghong and the others. After doing all this, Jiang Yuxian waved his little hand, leading the group onward once more. This time they didn't walk too far before catching sight of a group of people. But they didn't see the mystic ice hornless dragon. At this moment, a total of 6 people were engaged in a massive brawl midair. On the mountainside not far from them, a stalk of treasure medicine was radiating an oily green glow. Bursts of rich aura diffused outward, making one feel intoxicated just by smelling it. King-grade treasure medicine. Qin Yushi exclaimed softly. That was indeed a king-grade treasure medicine. Furthermore, the outer restrictions had been destroyed and no longer existed. The soil beneath the treasure medicine had been dug halfway out, revealing a root tuber the size of half a watermelon. Pale and tender. Needless to say, those people above were fighting over this very treasure medicine. Jiang Yuxian took a careful look, and couldn't help but let out a surprised huh?
Isn't this ginger?
He felt joy in his heart, channeled the Xing mantra, and with a flash of his body, landed right next to the treasure medicine. Jiang Yuxian chipped off a piece and tasted it in his mouth. It was so spicy he immediately stuck out his tongue. It really is ginger. But isn't it way too big? Jiang Yuxian was beyond thrilled. After searching for so long, he finally found a treasure medicine that was like ginger. Without giving it another thought, he immediately pulled out the short knife he had looted from Feng Wuqiu, dug around a few times, and picked up the entire root tuber. Good heavens! The entire tuber was about as big as a watermelon. Waves of dense medicinal power spread out, entering the nose and mouth, and refreshing the heart and spleen. Just taking a single sniff was enough to invigorate the blood inside one's body. It was indeed worthy of being a king-grade treasure medicine. But Jiang Yuxian didn't care about that at all. All he wanted was the ginger. He never had to worry about the gamey smell of certain fierce beasts' meat again. Jiang Yuxian happily held it up. But right at this moment, a cold voice suddenly came from above. Where did this little thing come from? Put down the treasure medicine, or else I will chop off your hands. Jiang Yuxian turned a deaf ear. And immediately after, Feng Wuqiu, Hui Shoutao, Qin Yushi, and the others' loud shouts also rang out. Watch out! Boss, watch out! At the exact same time, a heaven-shaking blade gleam tore through the sky, like a rainbow arching across the heavens, chopping down vertically. Before it even fully descended, an unparalleled, sharp aura slashed down through the air, as if to cleave this entire space wide open. Jiang Yuxian's gaze narrowed. He didn't need anyone's warning at all. He had already sensed the crisis. With a flash of his figure, he disappeared from where he stood, appearing 10 zhang away. And that terrifying blade gleam finally struck down. Screech. The small hill where Jiang Yuxian had just been standing was directly slashed open horizontally. The upper half of the mountain slowly slid off, smashing into the ground with a loud boom. Dust and smoke rose in all directions. Put down the precious medicine. A cold shout came from above. Jiang Yuxian looked up, only to see a youth dressed in a black martial outfit, staring coldly at him. In his hands, a long blade was flashing with a sharp, cold glint, piercing to the eyes, with a chilling killing intent. Aside from that youth in the martial outfit, the remaining 5 people had also stopped fighting. The precious medicine had been plucked away. Their eyes also fell upon Jiang Yuxian. He is Helian Cheng, from the Helian aristocratic family. Not far away, Feng Wuchou sent a voice transmission to Jiang Yuxian. The Helian family. Their overall strength is not much weaker than the Bailey family. In this current generation, they have even produced a peerless hero like Helian Cheng. Although he doesn't have a special physique, his talent and strength are enough to contend with Bailey Jinghong. This is definitely a terrifying figure. Jiang Yuxian chuckled lightly, glanced at Helian Cheng, and spoke indifferently. Things that have fallen into my hands. Unless I am willing, no one can take them away. The corners of his mouth carried a curve of disdain. There was truly no one in this world that he couldn't afford to provoke. However, at this time, those 6 people had already begun to surround him. Everyone was surging with an imposing aura, with a terrifying killing intent. Among them, one with a tall and slender build. A youth in brocade clothes also spoke softly. Little guy. That is not something you can take. Jiang Yuxian raised an eyebrow, and glanced at this person. Through Feng Wuchou's voice transmission, he finally knew. This brocade-clothed youth was none other than Bailey Jinghong. This made Jiang Yuxian couldn't help but laugh. These young chosen geniuses are truly domineering, huh? And at this moment, a few more people popped up not far away. One of them was even shouting loudly. Brother, catch that little thing. He's the one who stole our precious medicine. It was exactly Bailey Jingyun. He had unexpectedly entered this place a step ahead of Jiang Yuxian and the others, and had even crossed paths with Bailey Jinghong and his group, informing them of everything. Is this the little demon king you all spoke of? Just a tiny little fart of a thing. Helian Cheng sneered, while Bailey Jinghong's eyes slightly narrowed, staring straight at Jiang Yuxian. His body's powerful aura surged toward him. Hand over all the precious medicines, or else I'll kill you, he was heard saying in a deep voice. Jiang Yuxian sneered even more intensely. What if I don't hand them over? Why don't you try begging me? Upon his small face was full of mocking and sarcastic meaning. He truly didn't want to spoil these people at all. So what if they are absolute chosen geniuses? Does having powerful strength mean they can do whatever they want? Hacking off hands and killing people at the drop of a hat? Do they really think they are such a big deal? Little guy, don't provoke them. Not far away, Qin Yushi and the others were extremely anxious. They knew Jiang Yuxian was very powerful, but couldn't believe he could fight against the likes of Helian Cheng and Bailey Jingyun. These people are all at the soul fusion realm. Even if they wanted to go up and help, they had the will but lacked the strength. And hearing Jiang Yuxian's reply, Bailey Jinghong's expression couldn't help but breed a trace of anger. A mere toddler dares to be this arrogant. Since that's the case, then I will take it myself, Bailey Jinghong said in a chilling voice. Suddenly, a patch of brilliant divine light abruptly shot out from the center of his brows. This light was all-pervasive, piercing through everything. The moment it appeared, it made people's souls feel an incomparable piercing pain, as if they were about to be torn apart. Soul attack. This is a method of the soul fusion realm. As Feng Wuchou resisted with all his might, he also loudly warned Jiang Yuxian. That terrifying divine light transformed into a power capable of obliterating all things, and fiercely struck toward Jiang Yuxian. The precious medicine is mine. At the same moment, Helian Cheng also moved. He stepped through the void, crossing over in one step to land in front of Jiang Yuxian. The long blade in his hand abruptly chopped down. The ownership of the precious medicine is not up to you. If I, Guxiao, don't agree, no one will get it. From another direction. Yet another youth entirely dressed in blue clothes said with a sneer. His 5 fingers formed a claw, and directly locked onto Jiang Yuxian's head. The remaining 3 stood still, watching the battle respectively. Truly worthy of being soul fusion realm existences. They indeed have some skills. 1 against 3. Even for Jiang Yuxian. He felt mountain-like pressure at this moment. He knew in his heart the terror of the soul fusion realm. This realm had already begun nurturing the soul, and forming the primordial spirit, catching vague mysteries of heaven and earth, and principles of the great Tao. The soul-type divine abilities they executed were even more all-pervasive, impossible to defend against effectively. One careless move could result in one's consciousness being wiped out, and the soul being extinguished. Jiang Yuxian was not afraid. Before he was born, he underwent the baptism of his mother's power, and cultivated in the womb for so long. His physique and soul power had both undergone unimaginable transformations. His own methods were also extremely diverse. If he couldn't even deal with these few people, he might as well find a block of tofu, and smash his head against it to die.
Want to steal my things?
You are not qualified enough. Jiang Yuxian lightly shouted. In the next instant, only a loud boom was heard. An incomparably terrifying black wheel disc quickly floated up from behind him, occupying 10,000 zhang of the void. The surrounding space twisted and deformed in an instant. The center was like an extremely terrifying black hole, carrying a power like it could swallow the heavens and slaughter the earth, as if to swallow this entire stretch of heaven and earth into it. This scene left everyone present extremely horrified. What is that? Could this be a divine ability? Pairs of eyes suddenly widened, unsure of what was going on. That black wheel disc looked very much like a divine wheel, but they had never heard of anyone cultivating a black divine wheel. This was too bizarre. And normally speaking, a divine wheel reaching 100 zhang in size would already be incredibly heaven-defying. But seeing that black hole before their eyes, it was fully 10,000 zhang gigantic. What in the world was that thing? No one could understand, not allowing them to do any more thinking. The tiny figure had already moved.
星号 rumble rumble 星号.
Jiang Yuxian's figure soared directly upwards. The soul divine wheel crushed the void, emitting a massive rumbling sound. Under his activation, this divine wheel was like an immemorial divine mountain, and like a world-grinding divine disc, carrying vast and boundless divine might, rushing through the void. In an instant, it collided with Bailey Jinghong's soul attack. Amidst an ear-piercing screeching sound, that fierce soul light was directly crushed into nothingness, and then swallowed by the black hole. Bailey Jinghong suddenly let out a muffled groan. His soul suffered a slight impact. His face turned slightly pale. Jiang Yuxian ignored him, because at this time, Helian Chung had already rushed in front of him. That long blade flashing with cold light brazenly slashed toward his throat. The soul fusion realm doesn't seem like much either. This kind of strength of yours is no different from clay chickens and pottery dogs. Jiang Yuxian sneered endlessly. A tiny little finger. Seeing his movement, Feng Wuchou, not far away, shrank his neck. Under his gaze, that finger abruptly tapped into the void. A pitch-black finger imprint instantly took shape, like a heaven-supporting divine pillar. It instantly blasted toward Helian Chung. What kind of divine ability is this? Helian Cheng's expression slightly changed, changing his blade stance. He blocked it horizontally in front of his chest. Another loud explosion echoed out. That majestic finger imprint was like Mount Tai pressing down, directly carrying Helian Cheng's figure, and pressing him fiercely against a distant mountain peak. The heavens shook and the earth trembled. Mountain rocks rolled down. Dust filled the sky. Helian Chung rushed out from the rubble, his right hand holding the long blade trembling slightly. The vitality and blood throughout his body were boiling, reverberating endlessly. His face was written all over with horror and shock. But Jiang Yuxian had no time to care about him. Runes lightly flashed beneath his feet, carrying his figure horizontally for 10 zhang. The youth named Guxiao. His claw instantly grabbed nothing but air. Before shock could even surface on his face, he saw that 10,000 zhang black hole smashing down right over his head. Guxiao could not dodge in time, and was instantly slammed into the mountain ranges. The soul divine wheel crushed the mountain ranges, then slowly rose up, returning to bob up and down behind Jiang Yuxian. Just like a massive black sun, setting him off like a god or a demon. This scene filled the faces of everyone present with shock. Bailey Jinghong and Helian Chung also couldn't help but retreat their figures. Pairs of eyes. All looked like they were looking at a monster. Looking at that tiny figure. Stormy waves surged in the bottoms of their hearts. That was just a young child. Yet his strength was actually so terrifying. Facing the chosen geniuses of the soul fusion realm, he actually fought 1 against 3. And still held the upper hand. Unbelievable. BBB boss, is this strong? Feng Wuchou, Han Xian, Hui Shoutao, and the others traveling with Jiang Yuxian. Their hearts were surging with emotions. Extremely shocked. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Of course they knew Jiang Yuxian was strong. But they never dared to imagine he could actually be strong to such a degree. They had witnessed that pitch-black finger imprint before. It was undoubtedly a powerful divine ability. But that incomparably terrifying black hole. What kind of method was that? And at this time, Gu Xiu's figure rushed out from the pile of rubble below. And stood in the distance. Not daring to approach Jiang Yuxian. He stared blankly at Jiang Yuxian. With an appalled expression. That is a divine wheel. How could there be such a bizarre divine wheel? Gu Xiu was directly suppressed by the terrifying black hole. And felt its most authentic aura. That was indeed a divine wheel. It was just completely different from a normal person's golden divine wheel. Its power was more than 10,000 times stronger. This was too terrifying. Bailey Jinghong, Helian Chung, and the other 3 who hadn't made a move, looked at each other, unable to comprehend. But at a certain moment, as if Gu Xiu had a sudden revelation, he thought of something. I know. Before the assessment, there was a manifestation of great Tao anomalies. The laws collapsed, and order was rewritten. It was said that someone broke the shackles of the great Tao, creating the absolute peak realm of the divine wheel realm, surpassing Dai Wangyang's eternal and unique 10 divine wheels. Could it be you? Speaking to the end, Gu Xiu's face revealed extreme horror. When the rest of the people heard this, they simultaneously gasped in cold air. You're somewhat smart at least. Jiang Yuxian chuckled lightly, and did not deny it. As the huge black divine wheel behind him rumbled and rotated, boundless heaven and earth origin energy gathered over, transforming into rolling spiritual energy. Just now, fully activating the great desolate 4 heaven fingers and the soul divine wheel, caused him no small expenditure. But right now, in an instant, he recovered his peak condition. Everyone watched this scene. Their eyes completely filled with terror. Every heart began to beat rapidly. When the new peak realm of the divine wheel realm was born, so many older generation mighty figures divined the heavenly secrets, wanting to discern its exact origin. But all were unable to pry into it. Who could have thought? All of this was actually because of this toddler before their eyes. Inconceivable. Unimaginable. Once this news spreads out, it will inevitably stir up stormy waves. Such talent. I'm afraid you are no nameless nobody. Whose family's descendant are you exactly? Bailey Jinghong suddenly asked in a deep voice. But just as his voice fell, a terrifying tremor came abruptly. This stretch of heaven and earth seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible giant hand, and violently shaken.
星号 rumble rumble 星号.
The mountains shook, the earth moved, and the void trembled. Like doomsday had descended. A terrifying fluctuation swept across, flipping everyone over together in the void. Ray after ray of gazes became extremely panicked. Everyone simultaneously looked toward the source of the tremor. In that faraway place, waves of divine light pierced through the clouds, like massive waves surging up, striking the 9 heavens. Countless giant boulders shot up into the sky, tearing through the vast sky, flying off in all directions. That is. Someone spoke in alarm. They saw, amidst that heaven shaking, earth moving sound, an incomparably magnificent building broke out of the soil in the distance, as if it had grown right out of the ground. That was a palace. The moment it appeared, it permeated waves of an extraordinary aura, desolate and ancient, old and mysterious. An ancient main hall. There is still such an existence within the Battle Dragon secret realm? Jiang Yuxian muttered to himself, shocked in his heart. The rest of the people also felt amazed by it. They all knew. The Battle Dragon secret realm was an ancient, independent space. Back when Frost Heavenly Emperor became an emperor, he brought it back to the ancient heaven sect. Under normal circumstances, outsiders absolutely could not find the door to enter. It was only for this once-in-a-century grand ceremony that it was used as an assessment venue. It is rumored that this place is an ancient battlefield, and even buried a heaven-reaching figure. They had already seen the ancient battlefield, right beneath their feet. If a corner of the formation hadn't been broken, they wouldn't have been able to enter either. They never ever expected there would be a complete palace here.
星号 rumble rumble 星号.
Along with the massive reverberation, the huge palace's form was finally fully revealed. That was a vast and magnificent building. Upon every beam and pillar were carved ancient runes, flashing with brilliance. Just by standing there, boundless, vigorous coercion rolled out. Like a true dragon lying prone. Like gods and demons standing tall. The boundless imposing aura was as deep as a demonic abyss. As vast as a divine sea. Extremely oppressive. What is that place? Bailey Jinghong said in a daze. At this time, as the palace fully manifested, the massive tremor also subsequently ceased. Everyone finally steadied their figures. All sights fell upon that palace. Suddenly, a high-pitched bird cry spread out from the palace, like the clash of golden spears, piercing the clouds and cracking rocks, as if to tear their souls to shreds. Roar! Then another incomparably terrifying fierce beast's roar. Like an immemorial giant atrocity, traveling through time and space to arrive in the present age. That boundless coercion suppressed Jiang Yuxian and the others to the point they were all breathless. After a long time had passed, only then did that kind of aura somewhat restrain itself. Quickly look, what is that? Bailey Jingyun on the other side suddenly shouted loudly, pointing to the top of the palace and saying, without needing his reminder at all, under the gaze of everyone, they only saw the phantom of a giant bird hovering above the palace, spreading its wings horizontally, flapping its wings across the sky. That was a divine bird, surging with divine flames all over its body, dyeing the cosmos red. It was merely a divine bird's phantom. But as it flew past, it burned the surrounding void to the point of collapse. Vermilion bird. That is the phantom of the immemorial divine bird, the vermilion bird. Feng Wuchou rushed to Jiang Yuxian's side and blurted out. The vermilion bird is an immemorial divine species. Its fierce flames can burn the world. Its divine might is unpredictable. But in the present age, it is extremely rarely seen. The most commonly seen are the bloodlines it left behind. Never did we think we would actually be able to see a phantom of the vermilion bird here. It is the aura of a true vermilion bird. That phantom was transformed from the essence blood of a vermilion bird. Helian Chung suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Immediately after, his breathing quickened. If I am guessing correctly, that palace was definitely arranged by the ancient heaven sect. That drop of vermilion bird essence blood must be left for the most outstanding disciple in the sect. Upon him saying this, everyone also came to understand. With Frost Heavenly Emperor in the ancient heaven sect, the Battle Dragon's secret realm had surely been thoroughly excavated. There wouldn't be many leftovers. Leaving behind the vermilion bird essence blood was certainly prepared for a peerlessly talented chosen genius of the future. Thinking of this, Bailey Jinghong, Helian Chung, Gu Xiao, and the other three Soul Fusion Realm youths, their chests heaved. Brilliant radiance burst forth from their eyes. Ha ha ha. I absolutely never expected that I, Helian Chung, would have such an opportunity. Since it is prepared for a chosen genius, then I might as well collect it in advance. This is the will of heaven. That vermilion bird essence blood. I, Murong Su, am determined to have it. Who dares to fight me for it? In an instant, figure after figure flew forward. The vermilion bird essence blood is a supreme treasure, at least comparable to a saint medicine, with endless wondrous uses. It might even contain a trace of an unextinguished true soul of the vermilion bird, which can be nurtured in the divine wheel, to ultimately transform into a vermilion bird true spirit, doubling the cultivator's combat power. Such a divine object. No one wanted to miss out on it. In a split second, Gu Xiao, Helian Chung, and the other few Soul Fusion Realm experts had already unfolded their figures, rushing toward that palace. The precious medicine will be temporarily left in your hands. I will come back to take it later. Before Bailey Jinghong left, he swept a cold glance at Jiang Yuxian, and quickly followed up. A king-grade precious medicine was far unable to be mentioned in the same breath as the vermilion bird essence blood. And his words made Jiang Yuxian raise his eyebrows. Still daring to be this arrogant? Since that's the case, then don't even think about taking that vermilion bird essence blood. Instead of leaving it for you, I might as well feed it to the dogs. Jiang Yuxian muttered. The sole divine wheel behind him swept across the sky, directly wrapping Feng Wuqiu, Hui Shoutao, and the others inside. Then operating the Xing, movement, word mantra, transforming into a streak of light and sweeping into the distance. In the distant place, that incomparably massive palace, like a prehistoric giant beast, stood quietly over there. With a pressing, imposing aura, the palace was divided into 9 layers in total. Extremely majestic. Every layer had an independent formation guarding it. And inside the palace, piece after piece of powerful artifacts and supreme treasures were displayed in an orderly manner. Fierce restrictions were similarly laid down. Ordinary people fundamentally couldn't break in and take away the treasures. But in fact, right when Jiang Yuxian's group was hurrying here, a group of people had already arrived at this place a step ahead. There were 8 of them in total. 7 males and 1 female. The leader was a youth around 18 years old. His nose tip was as sharp as an eagle's beak, wearing a black feather garment, as if it was made of a divine bird's tail feathers. Every feather was like a sharp blade forged from divine iron, flashing with a terrifying cold glint. They had also just arrived at this place, in the hands of a burly, bare-waisted youth among them. He held a large golden pair of scissors, forged from the bones of an unknown creature. With a snip at the restriction, blinding light steamed and spread out. The restriction in the first layer of the palace was destroyed by more than half. Large swaths of runes fluttered about, and dissolved into nothingness. Immediately, sounds of bird cries and beast roars bellowed out from within the restriction. Waves of divine light permeated. From within a jade bottle, a terrifying vermilion bird phantom transformed out, rushing straight past the palace, almost wishing to shake and shatter the cosmos, and escape through the void. Another jade bottle was the same, emitting an extremely terrifying hiss, like the angry roar of a flood dragon. The ancient heaven sect really has a lot of treasures, truly worthy of being the legacy of a human race heavenly emperor, the burly youth said in a deep voice. But right at this time, a person beside him suddenly spoke urgently. Not good, someone is coming. Everyone's expressions turned stern, releasing their divine sense outward. They perceived the commotions outside. More than 20 figures were rushing toward this palace. They are all disciples taking the assessment. Damn it. The commotion of the palace appearing was too big. It attracted their attention. There are still 6 layers in the back that haven't been checked. What should we do about this? Someone else voiced out and said. Terribly anxious. A young girl among the crowd upon hearing this, stuck out her bright red tongue, and licked her bewitching red lips. A red robe clung tightly to her body, outlining her exquisite and undulating curves. Young master, allow this servant to go slaughter them all clean. We can continue searching. The young girl spoke softly. In her watery eyes swirled endless charm and enchantment. As her waist twisted gently, it almost made the people beside her sink into infatuation. The leading youth, however, remained unmoved by this. He shook his head, his eyes flashing with an incomparably sharp gleam. No need to look anymore. The thing we want is not here. Let's go look elsewhere. After speaking, he prepared to turn and leave. But the burly youth hesitated for a moment, his gaze landing on the various treasures inside the restriction. Since we're here, with so many supreme treasures in the ancient heaven sect, we should at least take a few pieces back. While speaking, he raised the golden bone scissors again, about to make another snip. But in the next moment, his entire body suddenly stiffened, meeting the cold and gloomy gaze of the leading youth. The main business is more important. Don't cause unexpected complications. If the plan is ruined because of you, and attracts the attention of the ancient heaven sect, I won't mind killing you. Cold sweat furiously poured all over the burly youth's body, never daring to act rashly again. The leading youth stared at him once more. Subsequently, the feather garment on his body suddenly expanded, transforming into an incomparably huge pair of wings, giving a gentle flap. Let's go. With a whoosh, a gust of black whirlwind surged up inside the palace, carrying the group of people into the void and disappearing from sight. And not long after they left, a string of figures also landed outside the palace. The main door actually doesn't have a restriction. Fantastic. Helian Chung, Bailey Jinghong, Gu Xiao, and the others instantly flashed inside, appearing in the first layer of the palace. The next moment, everyone's expressions burst with extreme shock. So many treasures. Vermilion bird essence blood. What's in that bottle is vermilion bird essence blood. In that bottle is soaring snake essence blood. It is definitely soaring snake essence blood. Dragon patterned red copper. A top-grade artifact refining material. Even some saint artifacts would have this precious material mixed into them. So many supreme treasures. The vermilion bird and the soaring snake are both formidable creatures that roamed the ancient times unhindered. The essence blood they left behind is already extremely rare in the present age. If one could obtain it, it would cause a person to undergo a thorough transformation. That fist-sized piece of metal lay quietly there. Carved upon it were streaks of dragon-shaped patterns. Completely natural. Aside from this, there were several other supreme treasures. There were divine weapons. There were precious armors. Every piece was shining brightly, permeating with terrifying power. This made Bailey Jinghong, Helian Chung, and the others excited to a point beyond addition. Within the 3,000 Dao realms, besides those sacred grounds and great religions, who could be this wealthy and imposing? Truly worthy of the ancient heaven sect. Truly worthy of being the sect where a heavenly emperor resided. Helian Cheng exclaimed in admiration repeatedly. They all came from great clans. But even adding up all the supreme treasures preserved in their clans, they were afraid it wouldn't be this many. Seeing this today was absolutely a heaven-sent good fortune. But what was even more unexpected was the restriction here actually also showed massive damage. Not much power remained. However, it was still not easy to break with their cultivation bases. Everyone, let us first join forces to break the restriction. Whoever can get the treasures, we will then rely on our own abilities. What do you all think? Bailey Jinghong voiced out and said, acceptable. The rest of the people nodded. They no longer hesitated. Immediately, they each mobilized their power, ready to blast open the restriction. But right at this moment, a tender voice suddenly rang by their ears. There really are quite a few good things here. However, you guys shouldn't take them. I'll be taking them all. Under the gazes of the few people, a tiny figure quickly flashed, arriving beside them. It was exactly the toddler they had met earlier. Brat, what audacity. You actually dared to follow us here. Helian Chung spoke in a cold voice. At the same time he spoke, he raised his hand and chopped out a blade beam, slashing towards that tiny figure. But Jiang Yuxian didn't even pay him any mind. Mysterious runes flashed beneath his feet, making his figure become illusory. Taking a step, he stepped right into the restriction. Helian Cheng's blade slashed onto the restriction, emitting a loud bang. But under the circulation of the runes, the brilliant blade gleam was crushed into nothingness. Under the gazes of the few people, Jiang Yuxian's figure flashed, and he walked into the interior of the restriction. What kind of movement technique is this? Bailey Jinghong and the others couldn't help but be horrified. That toddler's movement technique could actually pass through the restriction. This made them find it hard to believe. But immediately after, everyone's heart became a stretch of gloom. Little bastard. If you dare to touch the things inside, I will definitely kill you. Helian Cheng's eyes burst forth with endless violent aura. The other few were equally enraged. They were actually beaten to the punch by this toddler again. Regarding Helian Cheng's verbal threat, Jiang Yuxian merely smiled with disdain. Without even thinking about it, he picked up a jade bottle in front of him into his hand. Vermilion bird essence blood. That brat took the vermilion bird essence blood. The few people outside immediately began to shout. The eyes of the 6 of them instantly turned red. The divine object they wanted was actually taken by that little bastard. Quickly join forces to blast open the restriction. Bailey Jinghong, Gu Xiao, and the others delayed no longer. Attacking immediately. One terrifyingly unparalleled divine ability after another was struck out. Spiritual energy surged like a mountain flash flood. The powerful force viciously bombarded toward the weak points of the restriction. This palace erupted with heaven shaking, earth-moving roars, resounding like muffled thunder. That patch of restriction also emitted intense shaking. Runes flickered. Jiang Yuxian ignored their actions and picked up another jade bottle. The soaring snake essence blood also fell into his hands. Gu Xiao was furious, almost crushing his teeth from gritting them so hard. The other few also revealed fierce expressions, launching their attacks once again. Jiang Yuxian's movements did not stop. This time he picked up that piece of dragon-patterned red copper and weighed it in his hand. Good heavens! This thing is only a little bigger than a fist. Yet it's actually this heavy. He couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. There wasn't much of the dragon-patterned red copper. But it unexpectedly weighed hundreds of thousands of catties. Truly hard to imagine. Truly worthy of being a top-grade artifact refining material. Jiang Yuxian pocketed it along with the rest. Bailey Jinghong and the others' eyes were splitting with rage. Wanting nothing more than to skin him alive. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. Hurry up. Helian Chung said in a deep voice. The 6 Soul Fusion Realm chosen geniuses joined forces. Continuing to launch their offensive. Striking that patch of restriction until it emitted an ear-piercing sound. Large swathes of runes collapsed. Flying and scattering everywhere. However, the entire restriction still stubbornly withstood it. Shaking nonstop. This made them sweat profusely with anxiety. That toddler's strength is not bad. If all the treasures fall into his hands, and in case he successfully escapes, then it would be a huge loss. Again! Bailey Jinghong shouted loudly. The 6 bombarded continuously. Even Bailey Jingyun and the others who arrived later also joined in. Endless rains of light fluttered about. Rumbling sounds rang incessantly in the ears. Stop, all of you. Don't do useless work anymore. After a long time had passed, Bailey Jinghong suddenly said. Gu Xiao, Helian Chung, and the others also stopped. No longer attacking the restriction. Because under their watchful gazes, that toddler inside the restriction had already collected all the remaining treasures. A set of armor flashing with lightning radiance. A long sword that looked like a dream or an illusion. And a small purple gold gourd. Imperial-grade precious artifacts. Those are all Imperial artifacts. What a little thing. He actually took them all. Helian Cheng's body surged with killing intent. Gu Xiao on the side almost shattered his teeth from gritting them. Imperial artifacts. Existences second only to saint artifacts. In any sacred ground or great religion, they all belong to rare precious artifacts. And for Bailey Jinghong and the others, Imperial artifacts within their clans could definitely be called clan guarding items. And there were 3 of them. To actually all fall into the hands of that little thing. And inside this patch of restriction, there were only 6 treasures. The other supreme treasures were sealed in other areas. Permeated on the outside with unbreakable restriction radiance. Don't panic. I don't believe this little thing will stay inside the restriction forever without coming out. Another youth dressed in cyan and purple brocade clothes said with a sneer. Bailey Jinghong and the others also revealed ferocious gazes. Everyone's body rippled with incomparably fierce auras. Terrifying divine abilities were crazily brewing. Ready to strike at any moment. Jiang Yuxian naturally knew of their plans. He also chuckled lightly. Directly taking that long sword into his hand. He lightly took a step. And stepped right out of the restriction. Coming right at his face were the ferocious, tide-like attacks from Bailey Jinghong and the others. Still daring to act presumptuously in front of me? Jiang Yuxian shouted lightly. Raising the sword to cleave. Screech. An incomparably massive sword gleam soared into the sky. Like a pillar of heaven. Striking down right upon the heads of the several people.
星号 boom 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 星号.
The attacks of Bailey Jinghong and the others were instantly crushed. The shattered energy shot out in all directions. Turning the inside of the palace into an ocean of spiritual energy. Boiling and surging. Asterisk pft.
星号.
Amidst the flickering of brilliant light. A muffled groan was heard from someone. Evidently having suffered a significant shock. The group of 6 quickly retreated their footsteps. Almost retreating to the edge of the main hall before stopping. Little thing. Leave the treasures behind. The few of them roared. Surrounding him once again. This time. They even took out the most powerful precious artifacts on their respective bodies. Bailey Jinghong activated a large seal. As if it had transformed into a divine mountain. Suppressing down directly onto Jiang Yuxian's head. The long blade in Helian Cheng's hand roared. Like a divine dragon soaring into the sky, or a white tiger leaping over a stream. Punishing the heavens and slaughtering the earth. Gu Xiao took out a bone claw forged from withered bones. Releasing a scarlet light. The sharp claw tips aimed at Jiang Yuxian. And viciously grabbed down. Come fight. Jiang Yuxian let out another shout. Swinging and slashing the long sword in his hand. The spiritual energy within his body howled like the Yangtze River, or a great river. Transforming into a torrent. Madly pouring into the long sword in his hand. Facing 6 Soul Fusion Realm cultivators. He was completely fearless. What he had in his hand was an imperial artifact. Under the profound torrent of spiritual energy. As if capable of slaying gods and slaughtering demons. Its divine might was hard to resist. Another sword aura slashed out. Like pushing down a mountain of gold or toppling a pillar of jade. The space inside the palace was directly slashed open with a slender small cut. That was a spatial rift. Flashing and then vanishing. This sword aura directly chopped the blade gleam struck out by Helian Chung into two halves. The residual momentum of the sword light still slashed out straight ahead, landing on his chest. Asterisk pft.
星号
Fresh blood sprayed out. A rather deep wound appeared on Helian Cheng's body. If not for the final critical moment, where he mobilized all his strength to defend, even at the cost of using the true spirit he had nurtured to resist. Just that one strike alone could have probably disemboweled him. Little bastard. I am going to kill you. Helian Cheng's gaze was incomparably fierce. He absolutely dared not believe that under the combined forces of 6 soul fusion realm cultivators, he was actually injured by that little thing. Leave the treasures and we'll let you go. Gu Xiu roared. The bone claw was as if it could extract a person's soul. Before it even neared Jiang Yuxian, it made him feel his soul tremble slightly. Let me try out the power of this toy. He took out the purple gold gourd he had obtained, unplugged the stopper and aimed it at the several people in front. With a whoosh, an extremely terrifying power permeated out from it. Bailey Jinghong and the others' expressions changed drastically. At this moment, they only felt as if their souls were about to be pulled out. Jiang Yuxian held the purple gold gourd in his hand, injecting spiritual energy. An extremely terrifying devouring power abruptly erupted. Gu Xiu, who was closest to him, immediately let out a miserable scream, seeing that at the position of his crown, a brilliant light surfaced. It was a petite human figure, exactly identical to himself. This was Gu Xiu's soul. But at this time, this tiny soul figure was displaying extreme distortion. With a tearing sound, incomparably terrifying power swept over, directly tearing away half of that cluster of soul light, transforming into a streak of light and being swallowed by the purple gold gourd. From Gu Xiu's mouth came a tragic howl. Bailey Jinghong, Helian Cheng, and the others also had terrified expressions, their entire bodies shuddering. That is the purple gold spirit transforming gourd. Bailey Jinghong suddenly let out a loud roar, his face paling in horror. The rest of the people were also terrified out of their wits. They also recognized that precious artifact, the purple gold spirit transforming gourd. This is a widely renowned fierce object. It once stirred up a massive storm in the 3,000 Dao realms. Legend has it that several thousands of years ago, there was once a great clan standing tall in the world, incomparably prosperous. Its status compared to today's Bailey family was not much inferior. They brutally murdered a woman, but didn't expect that because of this, they provoked an incomparably formidable killing god. That killing god, furious for the sake of his beauty, single-handedly charged and slaughtered his way into that great clan. Holding the purple gold spirit transforming gourd in hand, he forcibly extracted the souls of hundreds of thousands of people, alive, and devoured them all. Such a huge clan collapsed and disintegrated in an instant, with very few survivors. Even the strongest cave profound realm supreme elder in the clan also met his end inside the mouth of the gourd. And that killing god ultimately died of exhaustion after his divine essence was depleted. They absolutely never expected such a fierce object would actually appear in the ancient heavens sect in the end. And right now, it was being held in the hands of that toddler. In just an instant, it caused Gu Xiu to suffer a heavy blow. Bailey Jinghong, Helian Cheng, and the others also felt severe pain in their souls, almost wishing to detach from their divine apertures. This is a terrifying imperial artifact. It directly locked them in place there, fundamentally unable to break free. A dense shadow of death quickly enveloped them. This terrified them to the point of wanting to die. However, right at this time, they suddenly heard the tender voice of that little guy cry out weirdly, "Damn it! The consumption of this toy is way too huge, isn't it?" It was precisely Jiang Yuxian's voice. Only then did he know this toy was called the purple gold spirit transforming gourd. At this moment, the spiritual energy inside his body was surging endlessly, and was already more than half depleted. This speed greatly shocked him. Even the devouring power at the mouth of the gourd had also weakened quite a bit. "Don't drain me into a human jerky." Jiang Yuxian let out a weird cry, and immediately withdrew all his spiritual energy. In a split second, that suffocating aura of death receded like the tide. Bailey Jinghong, Helian Cheng, and the others directly let out muffled groans, stumbling backwards one by one while clutching their chests, their bodies dripping with cold sweat. Everyone's gazes were incomparably fearful. Everything they had just encountered made them truly smell the scent of death. Such an imperial artifact was truly too terrifying. Run! Taking advantage of the moment, Jiang Yuxian put away the purple gold spirit transforming gourd. Two of the youths directly rushed out of the palace.